Chapter 921. The hard-working little Shiji. Cosmos Garden. At the edge of the garden, Medusa and Shiji felt as if they were sitting on a cliff, looking down at the brilliant starry sky. They were like audience members below the stage, watching a performance. Medusa frowned slightly. It's the 9 revolutions mysterious art? With such a terrifying learning ability, this person should be from the legendary primordial desolate ancient heavenly court. Did she, right? Although she had never seen Dichi, when the devil world invaded the ancient land of barons, she had accompanied Green Vine Mother Earth and Wandering Know-It-All in a carriage and travelled around the pugilistic world. She had heard about this person from history. Combined with the cultivation techniques sold in the god and demon alchemist shop, although she didn't have the VIP 8 right to buy them, many of the names of the cultivation techniques were very familiar. There were even magus meditation techniques and all sorts of magus methods. At that time, she had felt that the civilization behind the god alchemists was the work of the primordial world and other worlds. Now, she was certain. Don't tell me I'm going to meet some old friends again. She chuckled, her eyes filled with reminiscence. It's a pity that thousands of years have passed. If it wasn't for the 9 revolutions mysterious art, I wouldn't have recognized them. They've changed so much that they're no longer the same people I used to know. They wouldn't recognize me either. Since he had come, he would take things as they were. After all, she was a loner. In her eyes, Ermin had died of old age, and there was nothing left for her to miss in that civilization. She naturally wouldn't reveal her identity, in case Ray Neminsky found out that she was a fake. Is this the leader of the martial arts world in the multiverse, the #1 person in the martial arts world? At this moment, Shiji had already become a tall and proud young lady. She sat on the edge of the cliff and said excitedly, "Sister, this person is so powerful. It's the first time I've seen such a monster, but he can keep learning his cultivation techniques." Medusa laughed. After all, there are all sorts of strange things in the universe. Shiji continued, however, he was still chased away by the leader of the martial arts world, its sister's civilized martial arts, very powerful. He's strong and upright, but his movements aren't fast. He's just an iron block with invincible defense and combat power. Medusa laughed. So, if the others want to run, he can't catch up. The entire martial world will generally develop a habit of refusing any guests at the sight of him, or find an excuse to leave. But he's still very powerful. Shiji's eyes were bright. That's right, this person is unimaginably strong. The selves in every parallel universe have walked their own paths. If the selves in all the parallel universes were to merge and form a complete true self, that would be an exaggeration. Medusa thought to herself, the world is always so mysterious. When I first saw this person, I felt that perhaps only the monster named Dichi in the primordial history could compare to this person. I didn't expect to meet them. Medusa had a strange expression on her face. She felt that fate was just so ingenious, just like how she had never thought that she would be able to see the world she once lived in again in the vast universe. In fact, quantum martial arts was basically the path that this person had taken. In every parallel universe, Wang Renming was either a demon master, Yu, Zhou Meng, or a leader of the martial arts world. It all depended on who devoured the others, completing the final great fusion of the multiverse and achieving the true self. By the way, does Big Sister know this martial art? Shiji asked. What a coincidence, I do know a little, but I haven't officially cultivated it. Medusa laughed. If I were to cultivate his path, my force level should be able to catch up to his footsteps very quickly. Big Sister is so amazing. Shiji's face was filled with admiration and admiration. You didn't even manage to learn that terrifying monster, but you managed to master it in one go. It's not the same. This is the use of force in martial arts. My understanding of strength was also very deep. I walked the same path 129,800 times. In essence, it was not much different from him punching billions of times a day. It was all about my understanding of the world, which was repeated over and over again. Swing your fist. Medusa shook her head slowly. However, he is extremely focused on one aspect. I have a balanced understanding of the rules of the world, so I am far inferior to him in this aspect. But it won't be too different. Little Shiji's admiration for him grew. His sister was also so hard-working every day, and the intensity of her cultivation was not any weaker than the chief of the martial arts world. Then why doesn't big sister cultivate? Little Shiji said, I can clearly catch up and reach a very high level as soon as I start cultivating. And NBSP? Medusa laughed. Didn't I say it before? I haven't even finished cultivating my own body. Why would I have the time to bother with a quantum battle body? I'll just get an arm to play with. Whoosh! A cloned arm slowly appeared. That's a very powerful martial art. Little Shiji could not help but say, with sister's strength, after cultivating it in her own combat strength, she'll definitely be more invincible than the chief of the martial arts world. Invincible? Am I not invincible now? Medusa laughed. I am already invincible in the same realm. If I practice this martial art, will only be more invincible. Just take it slow. Shiji was at a loss for words. And NBSP, yet. She was invincible now. Unless her opponent was a true 9th rank, no creature could beat her in the same realm. He wasn't in a hurry to cultivate a seemingly invincible cultivation technique. In fact, this technique is suitable for little Shiji to practice. A voice came from the side. Father! Shiji turned around and stood up immediately. He couldn't help but exclaim in excitement when he saw a mysterious giant that towered into the clouds. This King Path martial art is suitable for our iron race. Suji walked over and looked at the battle below indifferently. This person is using force intent and using quantum particles to form layers of force. It's similar to the metal particles that we, the iron-based race, use gravity to compress our body's density. Little Shiji was also very smart, he understood his father's meaning in an instant. The iron race also trained in the gravitational field and compressed particles, which was very similar to the King Path martial arts of the chief of the martial arts world. They all relied on this violent aesthetics. If the other party's body was already extremely terrifying, what about their iron body structure? What about the iron-based metal particles? At the same time, they could also form a high-density high-pressure, collapsing to the terrifying gravity of the neutron star level. If he used the quantum fist in this form, the sacred martial battle suit, and the various particles in his body, he would definitely be countless times stronger than the master of the martial arts world. Didn't you also merge with the evil god's bloodline? Suji laughed and said, just in time. I can practice this martial art. He was extremely talented, but he chose to use a stupid method. He punched billions of times every day and studied the bright force, dark force, neutral force, the 4th level, the 5th level. The 100 million layer of force. I believe that my daughter's talent and hard work won't be inferior to his. Little Shiji nodded his head vigorously. Yes, I'm quite bored anyway. My life is smooth sailing, there's no difficulty. It's time to increase the difficulty. She seemed to have been woken up by her father's words. And NBSP, yet. I can also increase the difficulty of my life, or it'll be too boring. After all, she idolized her sister Heretic God. Sister Heretic God had walked the path of cultivation 129,600 times. She should also work harder. It was only natural that she spent 99% of her time punching billions of times every day. Chapter 922. Everything in the dream. Little Shiji felt his heart was filled with a surging fighting spirit. The evil god genes' quantum martial arts could perfectly overlap with their race's iron-based genes, forming a super qualitative change. Perhaps, their battle strength would far exceed the strength of their iron race's inherited memory. I will work hard. Little Shiji's face was full of excitement, and he felt that he had to be more diligent. I'll ask my sister to teach me how to cultivate the Jingyi in martial arts. Work hard, don't lose face for our race. Suji's face was full of relief. He smiled gently and said, in the future, my daughter will be the strongest genius of the entire iron race. Yes. Little Shiji could not wait to swing his fist and cultivate his quantum martial arts. Suji just smiled and chatted with the two of them as if he was on a casual trip, then returned to the villa to rest. After all, his quantum martial arts and the great universe's quantum body were still in the final research stage. He was already at the final juncture of integrating the entire Zerg hive. Once they merged, it would be an unprecedented qualitative change that would connect all the Zerg. After Renamansky left, Medusa was slightly shocked. I see. The evil god race's genetic system cultivation technique is perfectly compatible with the iron race's genetic system cultivation technique. The two genes complement each other. No wonder they're so close. She felt that the situation was getting clearer and clearer, and she had to be very smart to not leave any flaws. After their father left, the two of them looked at the situation below. That monster has already left. The leader of the martial arts world can't catch up. However, it seems that both sides have suffered heavy losses. Perhaps someone is taking advantage of the situation. Medusa smiled and continued to watch the battle below. After all, those old grandmasters are not that simple. Each of them has gone through mountains of daggers and seas of flames. In terms of direct combat, the martial arts alliance master was naturally the strongest, but the other guys were not easy to deal with either. He'll probably kick you when you're down. A dream of the universe. After absorbing the data of this battle, he was still dreaming madly. The dream fetus should be forming soon, right? Medusa laughed. A dream of the universe, what is it? Little Shiji asked curiously. Medusa revealed an extremely strange expression and suddenly asked, "Are you dreaming?" Little Shiji shook his head. Yes, as a great life form born holy, you naturally don't dream. Medusa laughed and said, "But mortals can dream. Dreams are a wonderful experience. Sometimes, you will dream that you are not yourself, but someone else. It is very normal." I dreamed that I was someone else. Little Shiji said. Yes, how do you prove that your life is not a long dream? You might be dreaming from the beginning to the end, dreaming that you are the daughter of a great universe existence, but in reality, you might just be a big man with chest hair taking a nap. Medusa said. Little Shiji seemed to be deep in thought. The current me, could it just be a long dream? When I open my eyes, I might be a burly man in real life. Dreams are always unbelievable, but they're also unusually real. Dreams are the best way to stimulate the deep potential of a living being. It's a psychological suggestion to make yourself do some incredible things. Medusa laughed. For example, in the ancient Jianghu, there are some Khanate experts who have broken the limits of the human body. They are only at grade 2, but they will practice some kind of spiritual art to charm others and hint to themselves. Through the hint, they will stimulate their potential. Little Shiji was stunned again. Hinting to myself to stimulate my potential? If ancient Jianghu has such a martial art, then this Jianghu naturally has it. Medusa said. Little Shiji still did not fully understand. Life is but a big dream, who is who? Medusa sighed with emotion. This time, that old man did not dream that he was the leader of the martial arts world. It's finally a different person. You must be dreaming. Was he dreaming? Little Shiji's heart trembled, as if he had understood something. However, when it's necessary, I can also join in the fun and have some fun. Medusa laughed. She had not fought for a long time. She had not fought for thousands of years, and her hands were very itchy. Ditchi left the place with a strange expression. This fellow is really a prickly porcupine, stinky and hard. The guy who turned into a dog didn't lie to me. I'm afraid that everyone will avoid him when they see him fight. He's slow and can't catch up, so he can only shout behind us. Whoosh! Ditchi walked through the starry sky. The other party's martial arts were very orthodox and upright. It was not that he could not learn it, but there were no shortcuts. He had to slowly build up his force and cultivate it step by step. Furthermore, the difficulty of each additional layer of force would increase exponentially. Just like the 9 revolutions mysterious art, the difficulty of opening up a space aperture would double. Not only did it require precise calculations, but it also required the study of the superposition method of the next force, control, and even the number of particles in the impact of the quantum wave. There were also requirements. This monster must have cultivated to an insane level. He must have stacked hundreds of millions of layers. No matter how strong the defense was, it was destroyed by one punch from him. Ditchi continued to fly. This kind of monster was naturally avoided. You couldn't do anything to him, and he couldn't do anything to you. Looking at his age, that guy is only about 2,000 years old. It's really amazing. When I was so young, I wasn't as strong as him. I could only fight a few Dao Changshengs. However, the next second. Whoosh! In the void, a figure slowly appeared. Is there someone who knows that I'm heavily injured and is here to intercept me? Ditchi laughed, his face very calm. It shouldn't be Carolyn. She might be hiding in the dark, but she won't take action. She knows my background and knows that even if I'm seriously injured, can break through to the 9th rank at any time. If I were her, I would wait until my injuries were so severe that it was hard for me to observe my surroundings. Then, I would instantly strike and kill them, not even giving them the time to break through. Whoosh! In front of him, the grains of sand in the air condensed and turned into a white-haired old man. You are that dog. Dichi stood in the air with his hands behind his back. He suddenly laughed and looked at the white-haired old man. So that's how it is. This was all part of your scheme from the start. I lured the leader of the martial arts world to attack me. You know he's invincible in defense and offense, then, taking advantage of the fact that both sides were injured, they came to find trouble with me. As he spoke, his expression grew colder and colder. What kind of person was he, to think that he was a pushover on the spot? That guy just now was very difficult to deal with, but that was all. He looked heavily injured. However, he had only lost about 100 lives. In this short period of time, the world furnace in his body had already recovered more than 70 lives. He already had more than 1,000 lives, so it could be said that he had never suffered any serious injuries. Yes, it was. The other party's quantum martial arts were very strange. But how could their 9 revolutions mysterious art be so weak? They just had their own strengths. He wasn't afraid, but he didn't want to get involved with that kind of lunatic. Now that the other party had come to intercept him, it was simply laughable. The other party's cultivation technique couldn't possibly be like that of the leader of the martial arts world, unable to be learned, right? And NBSP, Zhou Meng laughed, Alliance leader, I've caused you trouble. I told you before that it's best to leave if you see him, but you didn't believe me. I'm really grateful for your good intentions. Dichi laughed as well. Zhou Meng continued, however, the Alliance Master of Martial Arts has brought you trouble. I naturally have to make up for it. I can fight with you. Dichi suddenly calmed down. It was obvious that the other party thought that he was seriously injured and wanted to take the opportunity to attack. He couldn't help but say, I can't ask for more. It's hard to find a confidant in life. Please. Zhou Meng said. Please. Dichi took a step forward. Boom. A terrifying aura exploded. Zhou Meng, who was on the opposite side, instantly used the 9 revolutions mysterious art, the true form of the sorcerer tribe, and all kinds of Dichi's moves. The two of them were engaged in a battle, and endless energy began to impact and shake. Dichi's entire body trembled slightly. This person really didn't lie to me before. He doesn't have any cultivation techniques for me to learn. But he is learning from me? His actions, posture, and words seemed to be another him. What kind of weird quantum martial arts is this? Dichi didn't have time to react. His opponent was fighting like a madman and Dichi was forced to block. In his days, he felt like he was fighting with himself. It was strange and horrifying. At the same time, he realized that the other party was starting to resemble him more and more. His cultivation methods, moves, and martial arts techniques were still very unfamiliar before, but in the process of constantly fighting with him, his opponent was learning his martial arts like crazy. He's actually learning from me. Dichi's heart trembled and a creepy thought emerged in his mind, his learning speed is unimaginably fast, it's as if I'm seeing another me. This is a dream of the universe. The old man in front of him was still teary, giving off a terrifying feeling of a peeking opera mask. Who am I? Who is me? A play is like life. Life is like a play. At the same time, the other party's appearance was actually slowly changing into Dichi's. Dichi was very smart. His opponent's combat strength was not exaggerated. It was obvious that he did not intend to kill him, but to learn from him and take advantage of him. Bastard, who did you dream of before? Change back to me, don't dream of becoming me, and live my life. Dichi was completely furious. This kind of anger was on a completely different level compared to the anger he felt when he fought the leader of the martial arts world. Previously, the Demon Lord's cultivation technique was already disgusting and terrifying. Who knew that this one? It was even more bizarre and disgusting. The other party was using the quantum combat body to dream. A dream of the universe. He treated the entire universe as a dream. When he was dreaming, he naturally wanted to become a certain character in his dream, live the other party's life, and experience the various changes in life. Previously, I dreamed of the chief of the martial arts world. That guy was also very angry. The old man was clearly serving justice for him, doing his job as the chief of the martial arts world well, and managing the entire martial world. He was extremely righteous and fierce, just like him. But he went to the old man's house all day to kick the door and beat the old man. One look and I can tell that he's a rude and unreasonable person. This old man has been trying to help him and is a good person, but he ended up like this. It's not easy to be a good person. The old man's voice was filled with vicissitudes of life as he said with great emotion, but now, I have a better choice. I can dream of becoming someone more interesting and live the life of this person in my dream. This is impossible. Dichi's face darkened and he said coldly, even if you're dreaming with your quantum combat body, you don't have the corresponding bloodline. How are you going to learn these cultivation techniques? The old man was extremely calm. Old man, it's true that I could only learn the quantum martial arts of the pugilistic world and not the bloodline from beyond the heavens. However, there's a store for god and demon alchemists here. There were also some strange plugins in it. Without the bloodline barrier, I can learn anything. This shopping center has completely made this old man's dream omnipotent. He continued to force himself to confront Dichi. It's really like what the old man said, there was everything in the dream. Who was in the dream? Who is it? Dichi's face turned completely dark as he looked at the alchemy factory in his body. The racer of Mount Harana was speechless. He was dumbfounded. Why are you looking at me? Goosebumps rose all over his body, and he screamed in his heart. I'm innocent. It's all those idiots who set up the mall. It has nothing to do with me. Chapter 923. Justice. The racer of Mount Harana was dumbfounded. He didn't get a share of the good things, but he had to take the blame? It's really too difficult for me. The racer of Mount Harana was in a bad mood. Why was it that the most handsome man was always the one getting beaten up, while those ugly, grotesque-looking guys who ran around with long legs were all flying in the air? The dreams of the creatures from all over the world were probably breeding, the prelude to the dream, constantly hinting that they were Dichi. To imitate his logic, actions, and techniques. He could even imitate her talent. Dreams were the most unbelievable. In dreams, one's deepest potential would be stimulated and one would be able to do things that were unimaginable when one was awake. For example, the dream that he was currently dreaming of was that of Dichi. He actually possessed Dichi's learning ability. There's actually such a strange martial arts sect. Dichi took a deep breath. Boom! The battle erupted. The opponent's attacks were overwhelming, and Dichi was forced to take them. In his daze, he felt as if he was fighting himself. He knew his own weaknesses and moves. Both sides were attacking each other's flaws and restraining each other. No, he is becoming more and more like me. Dichi's face turned completely serious. This person's combat strength is not considered strong. He has no intention of killing me at all. He's just here to disgust me. He had to keep learning and obtain information. I can't continue to be entangled with him. Dichi felt an indescribable sense of vexation. It wasn't that he couldn't kill them, but that he couldn't kill them. Even if the other party mimicked him and became another him with the corresponding talent, he would only be a quarter of himself. If he went all out, he would naturally be able to kill his opponent. However, this was just a quantum body in front of him. In his opponent's martial arts concept, he was in his opponent's dream. Even the entire universe was his dream. What could they do to the other party? He couldn't find where the slumbering main body was. I can't kill him, and I can't get entangled with him. Otherwise, it would be in line with his thoughts. It would only completely merge with the information and become more like me. Let's go. Dichi made a prompt decision. He took a quick step and disappeared from the spot. This land is too strange. It can't be ruled by pure combat power. Don't go, let's exchange some more martial arts. The old man had turned into another Dichi, a handsome and overbearing young man. He put his hands behind his back and walked slowly in the air. Help me see if there's anything wrong with the method. I feel that it's not suitable and it's not perfect. This kind of feeling was too evil. It had an indescribable sense of evil and confusion. It was indeed worthy of being a system from the evil god civilization. Boom! In the next second, this Dichi actually started to learn Mother Earth's speed technique. His speed increased rapidly and he had a faint aura of catching up. His learning speed is really similar to mine. This ability, Di Chi continued to leap forward, looking at the imposter behind him, his heart filled with shock. Whoosh! The next second. In the distance, a figure could be vaguely seen. It was the martial arts world's alliance master. When the other party saw Di Chi coming over, he was slightly surprised and said with a smile, "I knew you were a hot-blooded man. There's passion in a martial arts competition." Di Chi ignored him and flew past him. He said coldly, "We'll exchange pointers on your martial arts another day." Before the leader of the Woolen Alliance could react, Di Chi had just flown past and disappeared into the horizon when another identical Di Chi appeared behind him. Another one appeared? The leader of the martial arts world suddenly came to a realization and clapped his hands in approval. "Ha ha ha, you old man, you finally stopped dreaming about me. Go and dream of another person, and you stay and fight with me. That's not a bad idea." Di Chi ignored him and flew past him. He said coldly, "We'll exchange pointers on your martial arts another day. You've completely entered the zone." The Alliance Master was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter again. "Ha ha ha ha, good news. It's finally good news. You damn old man, you're finally going to harm others." If the Devil Lord's cultivation technique was the most feared and disgusting devil path martial arts, countless people in the universe's Jianghu would be terrified and unable to sleep at night. In that case, Zhou Meng's cultivation technique was the nightmare of Daoist cultivators. They were most disgusted by Zhou Meng. All the universe masters hated him to the bone. This old man was hiding in a house in the mountains of God knows which planet and having a big dream. A dream of the universe, treating the entire universe as a dream, and his own quantum combat body was the character in the dream, living the other party's life. The leader of the martial arts world never cared about anything. He spent 99% of his time practicing his fist techniques. However, his reputation as the leader of the martial arts world was very good. He was highly respected and had 100 responses to his call. Naturally, it was this old man's doing. Yuya had a big dream. Xiaoao school had been very dedicated to their work. They had even helped Yu teach his disciples and helped him train an extremely amazing number 1 disciple. He had even toyed with demon masters before. The other party lived the life of a demon master, spreading nightmares everywhere, bringing disaster to planets one after another, turning them into a land of death. He would bring fear and become the leader of the demonic path and unify the demonic sect. On the other side, when Mr. Cat saw this, he smiled and heaved a sigh of relief. This disgusting old man is dreaming everywhere. In this dream, you dreamed of becoming me. A few hundred years later, you woke up from the dream and in the next dream, you dreamed of becoming the demon master. We can't wait to pull out his tendons and skin him alive. This time, we've finally gone to harm others. His dream of the universe is a dream. He's vindicating his Dao-in. Dream, a dream of 1,000 autumns. But we're the ones who will be disgusted. At this moment, the internet was in an uproar. Everyone who saw this scene felt that it was too dreamy and bizarre. There would also be a day when Di Chi would be chased by others to learn. This is too tragic. Everyone, this is the result of learning in secret. As the ancient sun god, this ancient innate god had been hiding behind the scenes of each era, learning, defeating and persecuting the original creator of the cultivation technique. They won't have any living environment. Especially now, Emperor Qi has even made various clauses and wants to extract the cultivation techniques created by others in the Chongming Heavenly Court of the Seven Realms. No wonder Menmei and the others have to escape. The players were still very excited. There would also be a day when Di Chi would be chased by Zhou Meng. They felt that this quantum world was indeed powerful. Martial artists also had hot-blooded spirits. When they saw injustice, they would draw their blades to help. They were still very ruthless. However, everyone, don't get too excited. This is just to embarrass Di Chi. That's right. We still have to be on guard. Be extremely careful. Indeed. When I think about the previous 2 battles, although I have suppressed my arrogance, I only have a superficial advantage. Look, that Alliance Master of Woolen is Metal Lump. His defense is invincible, and his strength is invincible. There's nothing for him to learn, so he's avoiding me. Looking at this Zhou Meng, it's also because of his weird quantum martial arts that I can't find his main body. This guy is a capricious monster. He doesn't have any weaknesses or strengths no matter who he meets, it's a 50-50 chance, which is why Dichi directly left. After all, although Dichi could learn this cultivation technique, why would he learn this crazy cultivation technique that has such a huge flaw? Therefore, it was impossible for him to learn it, so he left. That was indeed the case. It was because the civilization system of the universe was too exaggerated and the weirdness of quantum martial arts that they were caught off guard. They were not truly powerful, and they were still unable to pose a real threat to Dichi. After all, he had more than 1,700 lives, and none of them had suffered any serious injuries. Chapter 924. The Pursuit. At this moment, countless players were discussing the plan and the current situation in the eyeball. Now that I think about it, the martial arts of the leader of the martial arts circle is not easy to learn, and I don't want to learn Zhou Meng's martial arts. The Devil Lord's martial arts have been learned, but Yu is the only one left. Mr. Cat's martial arts are still unknown. However, Mr. Cat didn't make a move, which means that his martial arts can be learned. In other words, I can learn 2 of the 4 extreme martial arts. But I thought that the Demon Master was already very shocking. I didn't expect that there would be something even more ruthless. I love this cultivation technique. In my opinion, these wily old foxes who have traveled the pugilistic world are not to be trifled with. The first Demon King did not know Dichi's background, so he suffered a great loss and was directly knocked to the ground with no possibility of turning the tables. However, the remaining 2 people actually knew Dichi's background, causing him to suffer a great loss. What a joke! How could he be stupid? When this old monster saw how fierce Dichi was, I'm sure I'll be able to win. As expected, the Universe Garden of Renamansky, a high-dimensional civilization that knows about the God of Creation, is still very terrifying. The level of potential it has is very exaggerated. Everyone was in a heated discussion. They didn't expect that Dichi would suffer such a great loss. Who was Dichi? No matter how strong you were, your opponent would learn from you. However, when he encountered such an atypical psychological system in an idealistic civilization, he was at a disadvantage. The other party was even weirder than him. This place could be said to be the true center of the universe. After all, the existence of the God of Creation was known. They stopped looking down on them as country bumpkins. After all, the Teal civilization was very backward, but the Universe Garden was still very terrifying. Brothers, where should we go? I need to get some quantum martial arts cultivation techniques and research them. It's so strange. It's a good way for US players to cultivate. Do warriors of the Azura Path need to cultivate substitutes too? In the future, I can really hit people through the internet. Wonderful, happy. Take my stand in Emissary, my 3 brothers under the moon. In the Void Universe, Dichi managed to shake off his opponent very quickly. After all, even though the other party was imitating him, his energy level was still very weak. The other party was just trying to disgust him. It was like a big fly buzzing around, and there was nothing he could do. However, Dichi's face had already turned completely black. He could already foresee that Zhou Meng would be dreaming for a long time. The identity in the dream was himself. In the future, he would not be surprised to see 2 Dichis when he traveled the world. This is the first time in my life that I've seen such a disgusting cultivation technique. Dichi snorted coldly and got rid of his opponent. He took a deep breath and said, I have to find a way to locate his original body and then kill him. Otherwise, you'll have to live everywhere with my identity and deceive others. This was a huge humiliation. However, the martial arts system of these Jianghe martial artists was indeed too difficult to deal with. Their survival rate was not any weaker than the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art. After all, the other party had hidden his true body too deeply. He pondered for a few seconds. He didn't expect that there would be so many existences that could threaten him in this world. The waters were indescribably deep and unpredictable. In the next second, he had not walked for long when he suddenly saw a group of mechanical spaceships slowly floating over from the distance. Are you here to loot a burning house again? Dichi's face turned completely cold. However, this time, he truly felt a strong threat. Is it the so-called pillar god of Ji of this land? Boom! Boom! The terrifying space railgun instantly fired. Dichi's face was even more solemn than before. They They are all divine beings. I can feel that the pilots inside are all divine scientists. There are more than 100 of them, and they've already developed the nemesis weapon of the 9 revolutions mysterious art in every cabin. They're specially designed to deal with this technique and shock the internal space. He wasn't afraid at all before because he had the world power furnace, which could kill more than 1,700 people without hurting his foundation. However, right now, the opponent was directly striking the vital points of the 9 apertures and the position of the drive furnace. This was the real fatal and intense threat. This is bad. Dichi's expression turned completely serious. On the other side, a small meteorite was floating slowly. A group of severely injured young men in black were resting on the irregular meteorites. I've found it. Carolyn walked over and chuckled. Might not be able to kill that Dichi guy even if were to take action. After all, I didn't hurt him at all. It's better to find ready-made benefits. He looked at the demon masters in front of him, as well as the battered and exhausted quantum bodies. They were all standing in place. Your original body is still not here? He's so energetic. She laughed, and her gaze was very cold. However, the 108 quantum battle bodies here should be an extremely huge amount of energy if they are killed. Although she couldn't kill the other party's main body, she would benefit greatly if she killed them. On the other hand, the other party would probably find it difficult to recover from this, because this was a huge accumulation of wealth. It would take a lot of time and resources to create a combat body. Voila! The demon master's face darkened slightly. Standing in the meteorite, he raised his head and looked up at the sky. Didn't expect that there would be someone coveting my existence behind the scenes. However, our martial arts combat body is not something that an external civilization like you can stop. There was a crash. He scattered into countless wisps of smoke and scattered in the sky. Quantum was the world's smallest physical particle. The other party had no way to intercept or capture a life clone in quantum form. However, in the next second, the demon master's body reappeared, revealing a terrifying look of horror. How is this possible? It's no use. Even if you turn into the smallest particles, you won't be able to escape, because I've already sealed this entire space. Carolyn turned around and looked towards the other side of the battlefield. A terrifying battle had already erupted on Dichi's side. Meanwhile, the battle on this side had already begun. This land was destined to enter a vast battlefield in the universe. It all depended on who the real winner was. And the first one to be eliminated is you. Carolyn's expression was incomparably cold as she stretched out her hand to grab the heavily injured demon master. However, the next second, Mr. Cat descended from the sky and looked at the other party. Demon Lord, you're really miserable. This Grand Master from unknown foreign land, I'll be your opponent. You. Carolyn was stunned. After devouring so much energy, even the martial arts world's chief might not be able to withstand a single blow from her. After all, the absolute difference in strength was too great. And this white-robed scholar actually had the guts to stop her? Chapter 925. Free and unfettered, wandering. You actually came to save me. The demon master was shocked. Mr. Cat smiled calmly. We were all born in the same universe. When we face an enemy, we naturally have to help. The demon master's strength was basically all in these 108 quantum clones. He had spent a lot of time and effort to build it. Although the quantum body was not the main body, the sacred martial body had always been stronger than the main body. Other people's battle bodies would suffer great losses when they died, but it was even more so for him. All of his combat strength came from these 100 combat bodies. If he was killed and 108 of them were stolen, he would basically be crippled by 90%. The demon master revealed a complicated expression. He's clearly waiting for me to lose my strength. At that time, the possibility of finding my main body will be greater. I don't have any resistance, and it will be easier to fuse with me. After all, they were all enemies, and they couldn't wait for the other party to be severely injured. And NBSP, you shook his head. I have a different way of thinking. What's the point of merging with you? The demon master was stunned. If it were other powerhouses at our height, I'm afraid they would have already formed the fusion of the multiverse and gathered super self. However, it's precisely because we are too powerful that it's almost impossible for us to fuse. The man named Wang Renming, the man who founded the entire quantum world and the multiverse civilization. Wang Renming, who was scattered across more than 30 parallel universes, was the ancestor of the martial paths heavenly venerates. They had created countless martial arts schools in the multiverse in their own worlds. That's why there's such a magnificent martial Dao. Mr. Meow sighed. Over the years, we've crossed parallel universes with each other, defeated and devoured our own selves in countless parallel universes, defeated the ancestors of martial arts, and genius selves in various parallel universes. There are only 4 people left, but we have already discovered that none of us can defeat the other, and none of us can kill the other. In fact, it was indeed so. The cultivation techniques of the 4 of them could be described as world-shaking. The Devil Master's delusion split devil technique planted a devil in his Dao heart. As long as he was afraid, he would be assimilated by the quantum. The power of the martial arts world's alliance master was invincible and terrifying. The concept of Zhou Meng's dream of the universe was equally terrifying. It actually compared the entire universe to a big dream. I'm sleeping in my room, I'm using the quantum combat body, I'm dreaming about the universe in reality, I'm becoming that person. These 3 people, which one of them wasn't exaggerated to the extreme? And their cultivation techniques, ideas, and talents were all too terrifying, which led to the inability to merge and kill the other party. Take the last step to surpass me. They had created an entire era, but they had stopped because they were too strong. If this continued, their martial arts successors might even kill each other and merge with each other to break through to complete level 9. It was precisely because the Wang Renming of each universe was too terrifying that he could not fuse with the other. You want to save people? With a faint smile, Carolyn replied, only your extreme martial technique hasn't been exposed. You look very powerful. Are you stronger than the leader of the martial arts world? Even the leader of the martial arts world will be crushed by my absolute power. You should have sensed that my power is about 3 times stronger than Dichi's, which means I'm 12 times stronger than you. No matter how exquisite the techniques and martial arts were, they could not make up for the difference in energy. However, the Demon Master's first reaction was not whether he could save him or not. I'm asking you why you saved him. It seems that he has absolute confidence that you can save him. Carolyn's eyes lit up. She was very curious about the last person's martial arts. Through the players, she naturally knew Mr. Cat the best. It seemed that the martial arts he practiced was called carefree travel. It's not a matter of whether I can be saved or not. It's because almost no one in the same realm can catch me. In front of me, it doesn't matter if you have more energy or a higher energy level. You can't catch what you can't. With his hands behind his back, Mr. Cat, who was dressed in white, looked at Caroline indifferently. Do you know who is the biggest obstacle to the fusion of the 4? He smiled slightly, looking like a martial arts grandmaster. Compared to the other 3, he was more like a gentle and elegant martial arts grandmaster. It's not like the overpowering alliance master and the other 3 besieging him. We should finish him off first and then discuss the rest. It's also possible. It's not the Demon Master either. Although the Demon Master has many clones, if the others join forces, they can find his main body at all costs. It's not Zhou Meng either. Even if that sly old fox is dreaming, it's not like he can't find a way. Mr. Cat spoke with fervor and assurance. The real obstacle to their fusion is me. It's you. Carolyn was stunned. He didn't expect that this person would be the final obstacle to the integration. Yes, even if the 3 of them joined forces, they wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on my head. Mr. Cat smiled and said, I'm the weakest of the 4, they can't catch me, and I can't fuse with any of them, so, we're destined to be in a stalemate. Carolyn's eyes turned. She seemed to understand what he meant. Or perhaps Mr. Cat knew that they could not merge, so he chose to save the Demon Master instead of looting a burning house? You're very interesting. Carolyn's expression darkened, and the light on her body started to gather. A terrifying aura erupted. In that case, let me see how powerful your extreme martial technique is. A terrifying power was brewing. It's no use. Mr. Cat captured more than 100 combat bodies of the Devil Lord and made them disappear into the inner space. He faced the golden ocean alone. Peng peng peng. In an instant, layers of mantras were unleashed. Carolyn had cultivated her spiritual universe. The spiritual magic power that she possessed could be described as a world-shocking bottomless pit. Whoosh! Carolyn reached out her hand to grab him. A golden energy net covered you. However, the entire energy web seemed to have passed through Yu's body and was unable to cover him at all. It was like a high-dimensional phantom from another unknown dimension, and no energy could be added to him. What cultivation technique is this? Not in the same space-time? It was wrong. You clearly exist in this real universe. But how did you dodge it? Carolyn was instantly shocked, and her heart trembled. Carolyn knew about their martial arts. The quantum battle body could be dispersed to the limit. Therefore, they had set up a super energy net, just like catching fish. They had been surrounded in all directions, and there should have been no place to escape. How did you escape? Carolyn could not help but ask. Of course, I swam out of this big net. Mr. Cat laughed. After all, it's a fish in my world, free and unfettered. He swam out? This sentence was very inexplicable. Carolyn stopped her actions, feeling that there was no point in continuing her attack. Frowning, she looked at him and said, "Carefree? What kind of cultivation technique is this?" Mr. Cat laughed. Your method is very correct. The best way to deal with the quantum body is to surround it and use a dense energy spell net to prevent the quantum body from turning into countless particles and scattering to escape. This is also a common method of capturing people in Arjianghu. Mr. Cat said, however, my technique was easily derived from this energy net. That's why it's called, I'm like a fish in the world, free and unfettered, no one can catch me. Caroline frowned. You can't understand. Mr. Cat still liked to chat, as if it was not a battle, because he had never seen anyone in the underworld that could threaten his life. Then, he grabbed a black meteorite that was as tall as a person from the void. Have you heard of the wall-passing technique? Caroline also laughed and said, wall-passing technique? Are they the ancient tricks? Ancient Jianghu tricks, you can put it that way. Do you think you can do it? Mr. Cat laughed. As long as I don't distort the rules. Without distorting the laws of the universe, human flesh can pass through walls. Carolyn shook her head slightly. Just from the sound of it, it sounded like an absurd paradox. This was the real universe, and everything had to follow the laws of matter. Gods who had not mastered the laws could easily destroy countless stones, but they could not let their flesh and blood pass through the stones. In fact, some of the Isodarian scientists had also discussed the possibility of passing through walls. The art of passing through walls was theoretically possible. This was a ridiculous theory that could not be achieved in macroscopic physics, but it could be achieved in microscopic physics. Humans were made up of quantum particles. The wall was made of quantum. There were huge gaps between these particles. For example, between the nucleus and electrons. It was just that this tiny gap was invisible to the human eye. In the eyes of humans, the wall was an extremely fine entity. In theory, if a person's angle and direction happened to match the gap in the wall, they would be able to pass through the gap safely without colliding. But that was only in theory. This was because the quantum was uncertain. Most of the time, it was like a popping candy moving at a high speed. You couldn't even see the direction it was moving in the next second. If one wanted to go through the wall, then this person must be able to sense the movement of all the quantum in the wall in the next second in an instant. At the same time, he would adjust the direction of his trillions of quantum structure and form a key that could just be opened. They would not collide with each other, and they would just be able to connect and cross the wall. Even among the scientists on Earth, there were countless people who had proposed this theoretically feasible point of view. The technique of passing through walls was scientifically feasible. However, was this possible in reality? A theory might just be a theory. At this moment, the players within Carolyn's body were in an uproar. I didn't know the difficulty of the wall-passing technique was so high. And all the quantum states in the next second. Isn't this SCHR, Dinger's cat? The quantum was uncertain. How can you predict the next second? Wait, did you forget from the start? The first time they met, you called himself. It's SCHR, Dinger's cat. Quantum is uncertain, but his martial arts is a kind of martial arts that can predict and calculate the movement of quantum. Everyone was in a heated discussion. Isn't predicting the movement of an entire object, or even the quantum of the universe, the legendary prediction of the future? Isn't it the legendary demon? The slacker is completely dumbfounded. What's a Lacus demon? In 1814, Lapon proposed that if a living being knows the present state of the smallest particle, it can theoretically calculate the past and future state of the entire object according to the laws of mechanics. It can then predict the past and the future. The later generations called the creature he assumed to be a demoness of nature. Such a simple wall-passing technique actually requires me to predict the future of an object for a few seconds? Only a great existence that could predict the future could pass through the wall? Dumbfounded. So Mr. Cat is the legendary demon. The slackers are completely dumbfounded. You guys are talking about it like crazy. As expected of the average saint. It seems that I have to go and learn about baldness like crazy before I'm qualified to chat with you guys, trembling. Can you do it? Caroline asked. You can go through the wall directly without distorting the laws? I can do it. Under Caroline's surprised gaze, you slowly walked through the meteorite and walked out. This is carefree. I can predict the surrounding quantum, which is the surrounding world, the future 2 seconds later. That's why I can go through walls. There's almost nothing that can restrain or capture me. He said to Caroline, your energy spell net is also like a wall, without any gaps. However, no matter how dense the energy was, there would still be a gap. They were like a bunch of small balls, moving at high speed on the spot. The quantum bodies of other powerhouses could not pass through such a dense network. However, I can calculate the quantum movement in the next few seconds. By predicting the direction of movement in the gap, I can pass through this wall unscathed. When Caroline heard this, she laughed and said, it sounds very ridiculous. But it is indeed so. She was a scientist, so she naturally understood his words. Then, in order to catch a fish like you, in theory, this net needs the density of a neutron star so that you can't pass through. The density of a neutron star was equivalent to compressing the Earth into a sphere with a diameter of 22 meters. That was the only reason why the enemy could not pass through. This was because the neutron star had almost no gaps, which was the real wall. I am indeed unable to catch you. Caroline took a deep breath and slowly organized her thoughts. I can't increase the density to such a high level. I have a spell similar to a black hole, but it's only a simulation of a black hole. It can't capture you. Mr. Cat's expression did not change. He knew that was how it was. His quantum ultimate martial technique, carefree travel, could predict the quantum movement state of the nearby area for a few seconds in the future, and from there, predict the future a few seconds later. Therefore, no one could catch him. Then, maybe we can talk about this science. Caroline's interest was immediately piqued. After all, I can't kill or capture you. Why don't we just sit down and talk? It should have been like this long ago. Mr. Cat was also an extremely rational person who pursued martial arts and knowledge. The two of them sat down and chatted while looking at the other battlefield in the distance. My computing power is also very terrifying. I can also do calculations on the level of trillions of qubits. If I had a quantum body, I could also learn Sir's carefree traveling. The essence of this cultivation technique is supercomputing power, said Caroline. I can calculate the next few seconds of quantum movement and adjust the structure of the quantum body. No one can catch me. However, you must not let Ditchy see you. I don't have a quantum body, but he does. Caroline suddenly realized that since the other party had a nouveau-riche gold magic core, his computing power might be able to cultivate this carefree travel. Mr. Cat smiled and looked into the distance. It seems that many beings in this civilization have already descended and are taking action. Wars are erupting everywhere. Chapter 926. The Descent of the Universe. I see. Su Ji was still cultivating his quantum battle body, but when he saw this scene in the study, he immediately felt as if his horizons had been broadened, and he was filled with a sense of joy as if he had been enlightened. I didn't expect the carefree travel to have such an extreme martial technique. It could calculate all the quantum microscopic movements in the nearby generation 2 seconds later, and thus calculate the future 2 seconds later. Therefore, there's almost nothing that can catch it. A mental cultivation technique that can predict the future? There was a hint of surprise in Su Ji's eyes. It's free and easy swim. It's like a fish swimming in the world, as if it's swimming in the long river of time. No one can catch it, as it can see the future. The ultimate concept of this cultivation technique was also very frightening. With this concept, if one cultivated it to the ultimate realm, one would definitely be able to predict the movement state of all quantum at a higher level, and see the past and future of a region of the universe on a large scale. If I cultivate to level 10, I might really be able to see a long future. Become a true free fish in time, soaring in the world. Su Ji couldn't help but exclaim, I'm free and unfettered in the world, I'm able to traverse the heavens and earth, and I know the past and the future. What a bold and satisfying martial art! Unexpectedly, the fourth quantum martial arts had given Su Ji another huge surprise. Carefree travel, on the other hand, was a competition of computing power. Mr. Cat's calculation ability was earth-shattering, which was why it could be used. Other people could not do it to this extent and did not have the talent in this area. However, the demonic core lineage happened to have the most heaven-defying calculative power. In other words, the supercomputing power of Su Ji's magic core gene, coupled with the quantum evil god gene, would allow him to perfectly cultivate the carefree travel cultivation technique. The iron-based gene and the martial arts alliance leader's aura were a perfect match. The magic core gene and Mr. Cat's carefree life were a perfect match. And Su Ji had both of these genes. It seems to have linked all my other genes together, forming a real iron plate. If he were to say that his previous 5 genes were 5 independent genetic paths. Although they were powerful, they were all isolated. In that case, the 5 genes in front of him were truly complementing each other, gradually tangling into one. The combat power that this brought was enormous. If I really succeed in cultivating all of them, I'll be so strong that I don't even know how strong I am. Su Ji felt his scalp go numb. He called over little Shiji, who was playing outside, and Caroline, who was accompanying him. Thump thump thump. The door was knocked lightly. Your Majesty, do you have any orders? Medusa said. On the other side. Caroline's expression was calm as she said to Mr. Cat, a war broke out in this land. Perhaps that's the case. She looked into the distance. Dichi was fighting against the pillar god of Ji. All sorts of Daoist techniques were retaliating. They were dazzling and small 5-meter-long mechanical spaceships were surrounding them. It was as if they were the spirits of transcendence. It was so coincidental that it was hard to imagine. It had to be said that the development of the technology side was so terrifying. They were not a civilization of extraordinary individuals that needed time to slowly improve. As long as they had resources and knowledge, they could quickly form combat forces on the path of technological development. In just a few decades, he would be able to create a supreme magical weapon. At this moment, there's already an exaggerated combat power that can seriously threaten Dichi. Caroline didn't expect their battle to end so quickly. She couldn't do anything to Mr. Cat and said, it seems that the pillar god of machinery also wants to jump out of the chessboard and become the helmsman of this sandbox. It seems that both parties are old acquaintances. It can even be used against extremely terrifying weapons. Mr. Cat had also noticed this. Pillar god Ji had come prepared. Emperor Qi has been looking for people to fight since the era of the Chongming mythological heavenly court. It seems that his wish has come true. With a faint smile in her heart, Caroline said with confidence, ever since he came to this land, his battles have never shown any signs of stopping. But she was different. She was a non-combat type of person, so it was naturally best if she did not have to fight. From this point of view, she was somewhat similar to Mr. Cat. Space rail gun. Perhaps I can study the technology of this civilization. Caroline's eyes brightened up. Quantum entanglement and space law weapons were both old skills in the field of technology to her. In the distance. Boom. The battle became more and more intense, and Dichi was forced to use all his strength. Teal Empire, Extraordinary Planet Board. The two forces were secretly studying and watching this battle in shock. This is too terrifying. Is this the forbidden civilization of the universe, the pillar god Tathagata? Such an exaggerated weapon. Heavens! His space rail gun is a new type of mech that has been reduced in size. At the same time, the highly dense compression of the space cannon has led to greater destructive power. He is already 300 years ahead of our technology. Countless divine scientists were running around. In the high-dimensional space-time, they looked at the data on the screen in shock and calculated frantically. They were extremely shocked. Such an exaggerated development speed was simply frightening. This virus is too strange. They have the pillar god of fate, who can see the world lines of the past and the future, the intertwined traces of fate of all living beings, and then choose the most incredible miracle from them. We can't be enemies like this. Countless people felt great sorrow. He felt that no matter how hard he tried, he would never be able to reach that height. This was a huge difference between heaven and earth. Even though the number of divine scientists of the Teal Empire was not much different from that of the pillar god of machinery, the other party was not as efficient. Are we finished? Wuvuwu, the glory of our civilization for tens of thousands of years. Existences from the higher dimensions have arrived. Our civilization is going to be reduced to a battlefield through and through. Some people started crying, feeling very depressed. This was the feeling of his family being destroyed. It was like an old man in his twilight years staying in the dark muddy water and being drenched in heavy rain. His surroundings were foggy, and he could not see any hope for the future. It was freezing his heart. He felt like he was about to die. However, they did not know that most of their higher-ups had become gods, which meant that they were the entire race. The hymn of history is a hymn of courage. Will they be able to write their own courage? I'm looking forward to it. Carolyn laughed as she stood in the air, her face indifferent and cold. She did not interfere. They were allowed to develop their civilization. If they won, it would be a miraculous fate and a new future would be born. If they were defeated, they would have to wait for their deaths and the end of their civilization. However, death was only the end of this life, and she would return to the embrace of her spiritual universe. Only then did they know the truth. They were no longer their own race, but their entire race. We are no longer of this race, so why should we feel sad for them? No matter what. They had already been defeated in secret, but they didn't know that this was the cruelty of fate. Their blood, flesh, bones, talents, dreams. They've already been divided up by existences of a higher dimension. This is the reality of being drenched in blood. Caroline held her hands with a cold expression as she looked at the sorrowful and terrified beings of the civilization. The universe was a dark forest where the strong preyed on the weak, and weakness was an original sin. It was even more so for civilizations. However, at this moment, in the distance, a faint light flickered. The leader of the Woolen Alliance had finally caught up, and the other Ditchi had also appeared in the distance. The two of them chased and fought, and this could be considered the third battlefield. As they chased after her, their eyes lit up as they looked at Carolyn. Carolyn's face instantly turned slightly stiff, and her entire body was instantly enveloped in a brilliant light, making it impossible for others to see her face clearly. This action was naturally to prevent this strange monster from seeing his appearance, combat techniques, and personality. Through all kinds of pheromones and the interaction of the body's information, he obtained information about himself and dreamed like Ditchi. She didn't want another her. This existence, why are you hiding so much, are you not willing to let me see your cultivation technique? This Ditchi's expression was very cold. He looked Carolyn up and down, and with his hands behind his back, he asked, how about having a fight with me? Carolyn's face instantly turned black. Seeing the real person appear, even she felt her scalp go numb. This old man's combat strength was not strong, but if you could not find his real body, he would be crazy enough to disgust you. The dream of the universe was known as the most disgusting and helpless cultivation technique. As for the words he said, they were indeed very similar to Ditchi's, and even a perfect match. There's no need to show your face, in case you go around having your dreams again. Carolyn only smiled. I've always had a good identity as Ditchi in my dreams. He's very powerful. It's perfect to use his identity. Indeed, perhaps I won't be able to find a better one in my life. This Ditchi laughed, if nothing unexpected happens, I will have this dream for a long time, he won't wake up. Hearing this, Carolyn was very pleased. After all, if Zhou Meng went to Meng Daiki, the others would be safe. This senior, I wonder if I can spar with you. The Alliance Master's eyes also lit up with anticipation. Looking at this excited fellow, Carolyn didn't have any intention of making a move. Her energy level was more than 10 times stronger than her opponent's, and she could send this iron lump flying. However, it would still take a lot of effort to blow it up. The other party seemed to have countless layers of force forming a rippling buffer zone, which could be deflected by Yuchen's force. It was very tough. Most importantly, this guy was stinky and stubborn, and there was no reward or advantage. He was different from the Demon Master, who had more than 100 battle bodies and was as rich as a country. He did not have any savings at all. He spent 99% of his time practicing fist techniques, so what savings could he have? Poverty was more important. He was so poor that he only had the master of martial arts set of clothes, which was probably his most valuable possession. The universe was still huge, and there were all kinds of existences. This was the first time she had met such a poor expert, and it was simply an eye-opener. At the same time, once she started, Zhou Meng would learn from her. Now that she had Diqi's identity, it was like adding wings to a tiger. It was likely that your research speed would be greatly accelerated. These quantum martial arts. It was strange in shape, and it was best not to provoke it. This was not a problem of combat strength. It seems like all the existences have arrived and are constantly fighting. I wonder, who can be the hero? Caroline thought to herself, due to the nature of the three pillar gods, they can't leave the lava land. I'm afraid they don't know what happened here. It was estimated that Diqi would have to disappear for a period of time before he would feel something was wrong and choose to chase after him. However, it was too late. The pillar god of Ji had already dominated the world. If the three pillar gods missed this opportunity and had to face a powerful descendant, they would definitely be dumbfounded and so angry that smoke would come out of their 7 orifices. And she was the one who benefited the most from this opportunity. At this moment, her spiritual universe had already expanded greatly. Like the 9 revolutions mysterious art, it had the characteristics of a power furnace. After devouring tens of thousands of years of accumulation, her energy and combat power were more than 10 times more than others. He only needed to form a 4-gene perfected Dao foundation and he would be able to break through to Tier 9. I'm in the right place at the right time. If I'm one step ahead, I'll be ahead by every step. Even if the two of them join forces, they can't beat me in the same realm. Once I've completed my perfect Dao foundation, I'll be able to break through. At that time, even if they chose to break through at the same time, they still couldn't defeat me at the same realm and were all suppressed by me. Caroline's expression was extremely cold. This was how the times were. Who would be able to take the first step to transcend? The one who transcended would be able to suppress the other two. Previously, it was Diqi who had the advantage and almost suppressed them. This time, it was her turn to win. However, just as she thought that she was invincible, she suddenly had goosebumps all over. Between the heaven and the earth, it seemed that some kind of extremely evil and trembling ultimate creature had descended. She seemed to hear the abyss like endless wailing, fear, trembling, and excitement, which transformed into endless evil consciousness, surging over. What is this? Caroline turned to look, only to feel a chill rush up her spine. It feels like a real parallel universe has descended into this time and space. This was an unbelievable thought. However, it just had to appear in Caroline's mind, and even she felt that it was ridiculous. The demon god has descended. That's right, it's different from the entire multiverse. It is a true parallel universe. Mr. Cat's expression turned grave as well. He looked into the distance in awe, fear, and worship. Because the universe itself is made up of countless worlds. Boom! All the living beings in the entire Teal civilization and the nearby planets were trembling, as if they had seen some terrifying existence descending from the sky. All the experts felt a sense of fear. Emperor Teal suddenly stood up from his throne. His eyes revealed incomparable shock. It's this feeling again. It's that cloned forbidden arm. However, this time, it was even more intense. There was an invisible deterrence. It was too terrifying. It felt like facing the destruction of the entire universe abyss. This is so terrifying. The cloned arm was already so amazing back then, and now its aura is countless times stronger. The owner of the arm has come in person. This is... Diqi and Jizu God also stopped. It was as if the air had instantly sunk, as if an ant was facing a giant dragon. This was a complete suppression of the level of life force, and it was irresistible. He saw a little girl who was so tall that her head reached the clouds in the mist. She was hugging a terrifyingly large white arm and walking over happily. She was as relaxed as a little girl picking flowers in the garden. Everyone, the battle is quite intense. My sister's heart was a little itchy, so she asked me to hold one of her cloned arms and come to meet you. Chapter 927. Collision of Civilizations. Everyone looked at this lively and gentle little girl and couldn't help but be confused. The master of the universe garden, Rainaman Saga, finally let someone interfere? With such a body size, he was probably a descendant of Ray Nemansky. However, this existence actually had a descendant. Only a small number of forces knew about it through the disciples who entered. However, for most people, it was still a terrifying piece of information. With descendants, it meant that they could no longer measure the current master of the universe garden based on the history of Renemansky in the old era. This was a terrifying existence in the universe. Everyone, I heard that you all came from a higher-level space civilization? The little girl laughed. She stood quietly in the dark void, looking at Ditchy, Carolyn, and the others who were fighting in different battlefields, and said with a gentle smile, "Father said that, if we count carefully, he already has a friendship with you from more than 200,000 years ago." What? 200,000 years of friendship? Emperor Teal was sitting on the throne, accompanied by countless ministers. He suddenly stood up, his eyes full of shock. As expected, the god alchemist shop didn't lie. Even someone as talented and ambitious as him suddenly collapsed helplessly on the throne, his eyes looking at the ceiling of the palace. Indeed. It's a terrifying, long-established forbidden civilization that had existed more than 200,000 years ago. He had even gotten to know Renemansky before. Historical Research Institute, what do you guys think? Majesty Teal took a deep breath and sat down to listen to the opinions of his courtiers. Someone walked out. Your Majesty, the ancient history of the universe garden, our golden age, our royal family, has recorded a lot. There had never been a similar mention of it in any literature. He has never mentioned Ray Nemanska, knowing such a powerful existence. The white-haired historian with deer horns said with passion in his eyes, perhaps it is a lost monument? We are recovering the truth of ancient history. Is this the truth of our ancient history? Universe Garden, Teal took a deep breath and muttered, Universe Garden. He had never thought that the Teal Empire civilization, which had dominated this galaxy, would actually fall to such a state. He had also never thought that ancient history would be hidden so deeply. Renemansky actually had dealings with this mysterious and forbidden civilization. Yes, how could it be recorded? How could we, the little pets back then, step into the circle of such existences? Someone became excited as if he had lost his mind. However, a civilization that has been passed down for more than 200,000 years, or even longer, has a history. It's truly terrifying and unimaginably powerful. The ministers present were so excited that they had even forgotten their manners. It's not unimaginably powerful. Even though it's only the tip of the iceberg, it's already shown enough power to make us despair. Next to him was a law-over god of the light god system. After all, at this point, they could only join forces and bitterly resist the invasion of the pillar god Tathagata. Beside him, the goddess of nature, who was covered in green vines, also agreed with him. She replied with a bitter expression, a carefree journey, a dream in the sky. All kinds of terrifying methods were unheard of. Bloodlines and cultivation techniques that could lead to the ultimate level of the universe. The glory of our civilization for tens of thousands of years. It's like a joke. The other party seems to be studying a great battle. A high-dimensional space civilization war in the center of the universe? This is very terrifying. We have to find a way to know. His Majesty Rainamanska would definitely know. We are the only ones who are kept in the dark about such a grand space war. We are indeed too backward in a low-class civilization, and we are still so proud of ourselves. Perhaps, if we want to live, I have to find a way to pick a side and seek help. At this moment, it wasn't just the native civilization that was shocked. When Carolyn heard this, her heart was instantly unsettled. Renemansky, as expected, the two sides knew each other more than 200,000 years ago. After all, the eternal dynasty of the two ancient gods was indeed unimaginably long. After all, with the long longevity of the ancient gods, it was inevitable that they would know the existences of the heavens nearby. It would be strange if they didn't know each other. Furthermore, looking at the other party's system and combat strength, he was not an ordinary Type 9. He was probably a Type 9 overlord, and he could indeed come into contact with this level. That was because knowing the existence of the god of creation was the greatest evidence of coming into contact with this level. Carolyn didn't dare to be impolite. After all, they were old acquaintances of the ancient gods, and she was also on their land. She immediately cupped her fists and said, "Send my regards to His Majesty, Renemansky, on behalf of our supreme god." On the side, Dichi also knew that this was the opponent's territory and didn't dare to be presumptuous. He also cupped his fists and said, "I'm sorry to have disturbed you at your place." The pillar god of Ji, who was fighting Dichi, also stopped. Pillar god Ji knew that even though he didn't cultivate the Buddhist system, he was still cultivating the demon core system, so he was naturally very happy. Sorry for the disturbance. These few people had hit them, but they still saluted them one after another, extremely polite. Shiji was satisfied with their attitude. Father said that you have inherited the cultivation of the ancient times, so you are not embarrassing the existence behind you. I'll use my last arm to shelter you from the wind and rain. Caroline was silent as she clenched her fists. An ancient god. She had never forgotten about the Dao protectors and the enemies outside, and they were constantly pushing her forward. And the players immediately showed an expression of "I knew it." He had perfectly inherited the Buddhist and Daoist systems. As expected, he was a civilization that had revived the ancient systems. Everyone, don't just focus on me. My sister is still here. Little Shiji was dignified and polite, as if he was the mistress of the house, welcoming the guests of the manor. Your sister. At this moment, everyone's eyes shifted from this little girl with terrifying talent to this arm. This terrifying aura gave people goosebumps. There were traces of the flow of time. This was an extremely evil aura that gave people a feeling that it was not a world, but a universe formed by worlds, bringing a sense of coercion and oppression. Everyone, if you want to make a scene in my father's territory, sure. The little girl's voice was tender and pleasant to the ear. Father doesn't want to interfere in the battle behind you, but you want to make a fuss. You have to have the corresponding strength. The little girl looked around the battlefield and the people who were fighting. If you're too weak, you can't even defeat one of my cloned arms. Let alone my real body. In that case, I'll beat you to death. I'm sure the existence behind you won't have the face to say anything. The player's expressions changed slightly. Inside his body, the giant octopus commented, "It seems that Renamansky is also the center of the universe and not a country bumpkin." However, even an arm from a cloning factory of a certain existence in the universe garden couldn't resist it. Aren't you looking down on us too much? The brain bug god wasn't as brainless as the giant octopus, and it analyzed, "It's obvious that the ancient god has appeared during the journey and met all of you before." Naturally, he knew the destination of this trip. He probably had a fight with Rainamanska and formed some kind of deal. That's why the other party didn't want to bother with it. The players felt that this was inevitable. The ancient god had appeared once on their journey, so he must have done some research on their destination. He might have even contacted and visited them in advance. Moreover, the ancient god was in a deep sleep and on the verge of death. No one was willing to provoke the other party. At the same time, the ancient god was about to have a life and death battle with the foreign enemy, moon goddess Ji. Naturally, the other party would just sit back and watch the fire burn. It seems that both sides have already made an agreement that Rainimansky will not attack, but the other party still wants to show us what they're capable of. The player analyzed. Hehe, an existence of this level is underestimating us. Just an arm? You must know that these monster bosses are existences that have climbed to the peak of the genetic level. One of the players laughed and said confidently, "If they had seen the battle in the small universe, they wouldn't have looked down on us." Who was stronger in the same realm? Let's see how long it will take to settle the other party. Chapter 928. Life. However, even though they spoke very arrogantly, they still attached great importance to the enemy's tactics. The other party dared to speak so arrogantly with only one arm, so they naturally had to be careful. Inside his body, the players were completely stirred up and operating crazily. Hurry up and collect the information for analysis. Right, previously, this existence had been hiding his aura, and we were unable to detect him at all. Now, he has revealed his combat strength. But is it so terrifying with just one arm? All the players began to move rapidly like extremely precise gears. As a veteran player, he naturally knew the importance of cooperation between sections. Even online games had strategy groups in charge of researching how to fight instance dungeon bosses. With their caution, how could they not have a strategy group? Yes, it was. They were not as good at commanding as Dichi and the secluded mountain prefecture lord, but they were able to do better than Dichi if they worked together. Chaotic aura. It's a little similar to the Thulhu evil god from before, but it's different. It was obvious that they were not on the same level. The one we made before was of inferior quality, and the perfection level was less than 1/5. Now, this is the real late-stage final realm creature. This is too scary. A player shouted in surprise. As expected, our previous path of evolution was right. It was actually comparable to the iron-based life form that was comparable to Rainamanska more than 200,000 years ago. The demon god clan is somewhat similar. Even their names are similar. They're also called evil gods and demon gods. It was an indescribable aura of chaos and evil. Excited. That's for sure. Such a mixed organization would naturally be in such an evil form. Look at the three pillar gods. They were quite chaotic and had thousands of faces. The great success of Buddhism, the manifestation of all living things. They were still very excited. What did this mean? This meant that their horizons and talents were extremely high. The Thulhu evil god that they had once evolved actually had some similar characteristics to the ancient ultimate race of the universe more than 200,000 years ago. However, they were far less mature than the ancient universe races. As expected, as long as they had enough talent, they could evolve into any ancient and powerful race in the entire universe. Although the evil god they had evolved into was crude, they had already been compatible on the path. Then, in the future, it was very likely that they would evolve into a powerful and rare iron-based life form race like Rainamanska, as well as all kinds of heaven-defying universal races. Hehe. As expected, only a civilization that knew about the god of creation. That's what's worth paying attention to. No matter how powerful a life is, it can't escape the origin, a player said indifferently. The god of creation. The giant octopus at the side had a look of longing. A player laughed and looked at the big octopus's longing look. He said to it, "You don't know that in the vast universe, all life in the universe, they're just living beings that walked out of the latitude courtyard. Everyone is like that. How was this possible?" The giant octopus was shocked. The overmind god beside him also perked up his ears. Such a civilization that lived in the high-dimensional universe all year round was indeed too terrifying. If such a secret were to spread, the entire universe would probably not be willing to believe it. Their first reaction would definitely be that it was ridiculous and laughable. However, some things didn't disappear just because you didn't believe them. Could the ancient people understand the era of electricity in ancient times? Even the ancient people couldn't understand why iron could fly in the sky. Even if you tell the smartest sage of that era, that was a rule, not a delusion. But their first reaction was also that it was ridiculous and nonsense. This was the limitation of the era. The present was also a limitation. Civilization dimension barrier. That's a courtyard with a high-dimensional concept. It's a concretized projection of the origin of life in the entire universe. It seemed that the life on the planet reproduced naturally, but in fact, they were all projected in the yard of the god of creation. They were performing transformations and adjustments inside. There's a dimensional being sitting in the courtyard eating an apple and watching them evolve. Apple. That's a famous scene. Only ultimate existences who have come into contact with the universe, powerful enough to touch the origin of the world, great existences who have reached the end of their cultivation. It's possible to see it. The root? That scene must be extremely beautiful. That's natural. In fact, it was easy to understand. How could a particularly powerful race suddenly appear on some planets? In terms of probability, this was a 1 in a billion possibility. There must be some sort of destiny to have such a powerful race and civilization. Heavenly fortune. The brain bug god felt that he could understand it a little, but it was difficult to understand. This was a very idealistic, very metaphysical, and hazy logical concept. Once upon a time, we were also one of the heavenly fate. As soon as he said that, the brain bug god felt a huge shock in his heart. They were once one of the heavenly fate? What did that mean? This sentence was too inexplicable, and if he continued to think about it, there was a feeling of extreme fear, an inexplicable sense of unfathomability. These words made him feel as if he was once a lamp that Buddha sat on and what he had done after that. Suddenly, he stopped talking. This kind of mysterious feeling that was like holding a pipa and half covering his face was awe-inspiring. In fact, the entire universe is just a vague concept of that existence, the player kept talking. The giant octopus was shocked and thought, "I see. I'm the ancient ancestor of the bowed octopus clan. I'm afraid I also came from the latitude courtyard of the god of creation. Otherwise, if our strength were to develop naturally, it would indeed be a very low chance. The brain bug god was silent for a moment. I see. I'm afraid my ancestors of the brain bug clan also came from there. When Carolyn heard the secrets that the fellows in her body were sharing, she was slightly shocked. Could it be that our magic core clan also came from that legendary dimensional courtyard? Carolyn knew that these guys were extremely mysterious and knew a lot of secrets. However, it was such a deep secret that even she had heard about the god of creation from the ancient gods and had seen the arrival of such an existence with her own eyes. He was also very unsettled. As they spoke, Meng Mei's face darkened. Why were these people getting off topic? Didn't they say that they were going to discuss and study this mysterious demonic god of the multiverse? Even Carolyn had been led astray by them, and was listening with great interest. These people are poisonous. Cough, cough, cough. Meng Mei quickly coughed twice. Aren't we going to discuss the war in front of us? Everyone came back to their senses and continued to discuss. However, a single person is a universe. This creature is indeed terrifying. This demon god is indeed worthy of being the supreme existence of the multiverse. The others are using her genes to develop their martial arts. We have to be careful. I'm afraid that this arm knows martial arts. Yes, this arm is very powerful. But someone was also puzzled. Indeed. Although I don't know why this existence used low-level clone arm to create a quantum battle body, it's definitely not as strong as the original. Are you looking down on us? You think we're noobs? As soon as he said that, everyone was on high alert. What kind of martial arts do you know? Carefree? Force? The delusion split devil technique? Terrifying words appeared in his mind one after another. If he knew all of them, then this arm would be a little difficult to deal with. Chapter 929. The people of this era. On the other side of the outside world. Although it wasn't as lively as before, Dichi still frowned slightly. He felt a strong sense of horror from it. The other party was smiling and waiting for their response. He could not help but have goosebumps. This is too shocking. His knowledge and talent were unquestionable. He could clearly see the flow of energy through the meridians of this arm. He could see the terrifying degree of this arm more than anyone else. The three pillar gods are also composite creatures. However, he was borrowing the power of a living being and not cultivating step by step. Each of his cells had different levels, some were good and some were bad. He was like a pile of meat that had formed a rank 9. However, this creature gave off a feeling that every part of it was itself. Don't tell me you've cultivated it step by yourself. He felt a sense of shock. Cultivating step by step, the amount of time it took was unimaginable. He recalled that sentence. 129,600 worlds were a cosmos epoch. This living being had cultivated itself into a universe. There were such ridiculous creatures in this world? He had thought that the Alliance Master of the martial arts world was already ruthless enough. Who knew that there would be such a crazy fellow out there? To be crazy to this extent was simply unimaginable. That's all I have to say. What do you all plan to do? Little Shiji hugged his sister's arm and laughed. Although his sister was still part of the Huagong sub-organization and was at the level of a heavenly emperor, this was a complete arm of his sister. It could be said that the entire arm of his sister was a high-grade god who had stepped into the path of a level 9 god. The strongest part of the tissue was cloned. At that time, in order to clone this arm, the Teal Empire had spent an enormous amount of their civilization's savings. That's true. If I can't even defeat an arm, even if you kill us, our supreme god won't say anything. In the end, Carolyn still laughed. Not wanting to show weakness, she saluted and said, "Since Sir wants to give us some pointers, we will accompany you." Shiji smiled and said blandly, "I'll use my full strength. If I'm beaten to death, I can't blame anyone." The faces of Dichi, Jizu God and the others darkened. They were in the middle of a battle. It was a little too overbearing to suddenly ask them to attack together. However, in the other party's territory, it was indeed reasonable to do so. The other party's meaning was very clear. If you want to cause a scene in front of my house, you can. Look at the faces of your adults. However, If you can't even take one arm, then it's a joke. How could they still have the face to resist the enemy? An opponent who could fight against the legendary ancient gods? It was impossible for the ancient gods to protect them forever. At this time, Emperor Teal's eyes were bright. He suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "The existence of the Universe Garden has finally made a move to chase away these invaders from the higher dimension civilizations. We're saved. Yeah, we're saved. Thank you, Your Majesty Renamansky. Thank you, Universe Garden. Thank you, ancient existence." The surrounding ministers were cheering as if they had just survived a disaster. All of the Empire's TV stations had already started to broadcast the news on countless planets in order to drive away the fear in the hearts of the people and make them calm. "We're not abandoned. We're not abandoned." Countless people were cheering when they saw this. On a planet, on a crowded street, many people cried tears of joy and hugged each other. However, in the next second, little Shiji looked in the direction of the Teal Empire and said with a smile, "Don't misunderstand. Father is not trying to save you. I just feel that there are some small insects outside that are rather noisy. I almost forgot about your existence when you guys didn't say anything. Then, you guys have to come at me together. If you can't even defeat one arm, then there's no need for you to exist, it's better to get a new pet." As soon as he said that, the smiles of all the humans on the planet froze on their faces. We. Countless people were in despair. Pets. That's right, they were just pets from ancient times. Who would really care about each other? If it was a distant era, there might still be some feelings. However, more than 100,000 years later, the sea had changed into fields. They were only the descendants of little pets. At the same time, their minds were filled with despair and endless regret. The rise and fall of a civilization was actually just a small thought of such a behemoth. A small, casual action could affect the fate and life and death of countless people. Isn't he too overbearing? Mr. Cat laughed. However, in the eyes of such a being, it's just a small matter. I'll clean up the little ants in front of the door and take a quiet nap. That was probably how it felt, and the civilization outside the garden. It's those laughable and tiny ants. Yes, the universe is too huge. How many worlds are there? The demon master's voice was also hoarse and cold. To these great Deo holders of the universe, they are like the fishermen by the river, and civilization is like the koi fish swimming in the river. It's too many to count, and it's just laughable. At this moment, little Shiji turned around and looked at the Devil Lord and Mr. Cat. "My sister said that you'll do the same." Mr. Cat's face froze. The demon master who had just walked out was shocked. Even Zhou Meng, who had transformed into Diqi, had a change in expression. They had already vaguely guessed that the god fiend had a cold personality and was going to take them out as well. It was because they had not merged yet. If they could not make any progress for the rest of their lives, there would be no need for them to exist. Not only would they have to purge the Teal civilization outside, but they would also have to purge them. Because they had become the barrier of the old era. They could not break through, but they still ruled the era. They would suppress the birth of new geniuses in the multiverse, who had already become rotten existences of the old era. Since they were unable to break through and were blocking the path of those who came later, there was no need for them to exist anymore. Is that so? The Alliance Master of Woolen wore a white cloak of justice, and his entire person suddenly sank into an incomparably calm state. So that's how it is. I've always cultivated martial arts and never caused any trouble, but I've gradually become the person I used to hate the most. It seems that the four of us can't continue to be in a stalemate. We can't break through the rule of the pugilistic world, but we are blocking the future. Mr. Cat smiled and said softly, "Lord Demonic God of the Multiverse. They have to purge us like they purge the others. All of you, come at me together." Little Shiji folded his arms and threw it lightly. Chapter 930. The Limit of Combat Strength. As soon as the arm fell, it seemed to turn into countless quantum particles, just like a network signal. It was as vague as fog and did not exist in the same dimension. The arm slowly changed shape, turning into a tiny human figure. It's the carefree travel. The player's expressions changed drastically. How terrifying was the carefree journey! She was like a fish in time, and no one could hit her. However, people could also vaguely sense that this demonic god's carefree journey was not very profound. It was far from Mr. Cat's level of perfection, but it was already very terrifying. In fact, Medusa had been pestering this quantum battle body for a while now just to play with it. Although it was impossible to add a qualitative change to his main body's combat strength, with the quantum combat body, he did not need to deliberately practice many of the standards of quantum martial arts. He would naturally be able to quickly master them after a simple practice. For example, a carefree journey. In essence, it was a super calculation of the quantum microscopic world. It could be said that Medusa, who had recultivated 129,000 times, had a very deep understanding of the entire physical universe and had almost no shortcomings. Even though they were not as good as the experts who specialized in this field, they could still reach a higher level. In fact, the movement of her arm was even more shocking. She displayed a rather high level of strength, and her whole body trembled slightly. Force. It's the energy of the leader of the martial arts world. How do we fight this? Carefree Travel's evasion was invincible, and his force was invincible in defense and attack. The two great martial arts are not as simple as 1 plus 1. The player's expressions changed slightly. I'm just playing with you guys, Medusa chuckled. Her entire arm was slender and beautiful, as white as a jade carving. I can't even remember how many thousands of years it has been since I've loosened my muscles and bones. Peng peng peng. In the next second, the expression of the machine pillar god changed slightly, revealing a trace of extreme fear. No. No. Quantum martial arts was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is, it is made up of tens of thousands of worlds. The universe. Peng peng peng. In the cockpit of the mechanical spaceship, the god-level scientists' pilots had a splitting headache just from hearing the voice in front of them. It seemed to be some kind of extremely evil, not so lifelike chaotic language. It was as if in a truly evil universe, countless terrifying creatures were crazily talking. Their minds started to become dazed, and different degrees of environments appeared. The entire fleet of the pillar god of machinery exploded in an instant and was destroyed. How useless! I haven't even made a move and there's nothing else. The voice was filled with strong uneasiness and fear. Everyone's mind went completely blank. The super-powerful mechanical fleet that had just fought with Dichi was only because it self-destruct after hearing his voice? It's an indescribable fear. It's the san value that has decreased. After all, he's just a pilot, an ordinary god, some players shouted in horror, evil god, don't look at it, don't hear it. Don't look at him, don't listen to his voice. The surrounding Dichi, Carolyn, and the others, who had powerful spiritual energy, also felt dizzy. This feeling. It was too terrifying. They finally understood that the most evil and strange thing was not these quantum martial arts, but the place of origin of everything in front of them. However, he could not look at it directly or listen to its voice. How were they going to fight against such an existence? I can only seal off my six senses and rely solely on my divine will to fight. A player said. After all, the Magus world back then couldn't look directly at such an evil god, nor could they listen to its voice. Everything he saw and heard would die. Even in that era, many people didn't know what the evil god really looked like, because the moment they saw it, ordinary people would lose their sanity value because they couldn't bear the overload of information in their brains. If that's the case, blocking the outside world. It was as if he was going to bind his hands and feet and then fight with the other party. Before he even made a move, his combat power would be greatly reduced. At the same time, just this force field alone can shock all those at the same level to death. Dichi's face turned cold and heavy. Almost all the living beings present who observed the other party instantly went crazy and died. Only a few of them who had heaven-defying combat strength could barely withstand it. Even the Law Supreme gods, the nature goddess, the god of light, and the other native creatures who had set foot on the path of rank 9 instantly spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and were on the verge of collapse. They're not on the same level at all. Just their aura alone can wipe out almost all creatures of the same level. Caroline also took a deep breath. This kind of structure has already broken through the combat strength ceiling of 4th gene. We're not of the same species, and we're simply unrivaled. How terrifying! A universe garden? Shaking his head, Dichi turned to Caroline and said, No, no. That's not the reason. It's because of the characteristics of this life form. Almost no one in the same realm can defeat her, but we can still win, because we can make a breakthrough at any time. Yes, it was. This was the case for this creature. How intelligent were they? He reacted in an instant. You naturally couldn't fight with your opponent at the same realm, but if you broke through, you could crush your opponent and instantly destroy them. Against such a special life form, it was impossible to be evenly matched. There were only two results: he could kill you in an instant, and you could kill him in an instant. It was impossible to win against those at the same cultivation level. But do we have to break through? Carolyn gave a bitter laugh. This was a little too shameful and disgraceful. Now that she had broken through, she could naturally use her advantage to defeat the weak. However, he had already gone easy on her. An arm. It was the arm of the quantum body in the clone factory, not the arm of the original body. In theory, there was a possibility of winning. It was just that their combat power had indeed yet to climb to the real ceiling. Damn it! If I had maxed out on all 4 genes, the true ceiling might not be. Carolyn looked at Ditchy. During this period of time when I was away, have you finished deducing the genetic cultivation art you gave me? Ditchy glanced at her and said coldly, after the journey to the west, the 3 pillar gods and I worked together. Our cultivation techniques have naturally reached the peak of deduction. I am already cultivating. I am about to max out my 4 genes. As for what you need. Carolyn also knew that she was in the wrong. How much do you want? I don't need much, just a third of the energy, plus the information on the civilization here. As for the 3 pillar gods' share, you can give it to me here, Ditchy said. All right. Caroline chose to trade and quickly obtained a genetic cultivation art. She studied it carefully. As long as she continued to cultivate, she would be able to max out her 4 genes Deo Foundation and break through to rank 9. In theory, we can defeat this arm. However, don't think that we've cultivated it too. If I maxed out on all 4 of my genes, I can defeat this arm. Ditchy was also an extremely proud man, he said indifferently, 4 genes that have been maxed out. I still need 4 genes that complement each other. The 4 paths are mutually perfect, and that is the strongest state in theory. We can no longer walk to the most perfect state. Carolyn nodded her head. Yes, it was. Even if they had maxed out on 4 genopoints and cultivated 4 cultivation systems at the same time, reaching rank 9, they still wouldn't be at the most perfect level in theory. They were no longer able to modify their original genes. Next to him, the supreme goddess of nature and the god of light, who were both vomiting blood, felt dizzy. Is this the ultimate civilization in a higher dimension? They're actually discussing such an exaggerated thing. It's already unbelievable that they can cultivate 4 genes at the same time. It's hard to imagine, but they still think that these 4 genes aren't strong enough? For most of the extraordinary geniuses, the ceiling didn't even exist, let alone the fact that they didn't have the corresponding cultivation technique and bloodline. The ceiling was too high. 4 genes meant cultivating 4 systems at the same time. Cultivating all 4 systems to rank 9. It was simply a fantasy. To cultivate 4 systems at the same time? How could you have cultivated to a weak level 9? In the perception of Planet Board's transcendence, there were many times when you were not good at anything. If you wanted to learn more, your teacher would scold you for biting off more than you could chew. It was because there was no end to learning. It was already an exaggeration to say that one could reach the end of one's path. There were already great gods who could establish their own sects. If someone were to cultivate both magic and martial arts at the same time, he would already be considered genius if he cultivated both. For example, supreme gods like them mostly maxed out on 2 genes, and they were the kind of genes and cultivation techniques that were trash. He already felt that he was very strong to be able to make it this far, but who knew that in front of him? What the hell are these guys talking about? They felt dizzy and their outlook on life was subverted. It was already heaven-defying to be able to cultivate to the 4th gene level. But he still complained that he had not climbed to the ceiling. He had been stuck at a weak level 9 and had not broken through. If it were them, even with 2 genes now, they would have broken through to the true 9th level with joy and become great deists of the universe. Their hearts were broken. It's a pity that even if we have cultivated to 4 genes, it's not the perfect 4 combinations. Our combat strength has not reached the true ceiling. Carolyn was still in the midst of her discussion. After all, from the perspective that they had been instilled with, those who couldn't reach the ceiling were considered very weak and terrible. However, if the three pillar gods were still here, the three of us could merge just like we did with the venerable sovereign. Perhaps we could fight against this arm. However, the three pillar gods could no longer be contacted due to the urgency of the situation. At this moment, the players inside him said, "It's fine. We can contact the three pillar gods. We also have the legendary quantum sensory martial arts." Carolyn was slightly startled. At this moment, the players quickly took control of the balloon fish on the other side. "Call the three pillar gods over, something big has happened here." "Right. Don't do all these fancy things. Dichi followed me here to track down some clues and missed several coordinates. It's a waste of time, we'll just give it the coordinates and let it teleport here." "Oh, and venerable sovereigns. That's right. This arm of such a terrifying existence. Perhaps only an ultimate existence with 5 genes, the existence that has crossed the immortal path, can fight it." "Right, send the coordinates to that side as well. Invite the venerable sovereign over." Chapter 931. The Rise of the New Martial Dao. The players quickly got to work. To them, this was the best plan. After all, when the nest was overturned, there would be no intact eggs. They were in Carolyn's body, and if Carolyn died, it would be the same as them dying. After all, they were people of the same world and belonged to the ancient Chinese Buddhist and Taoist forces under the command of the ancient gods. It was definitely right to unite against the outside world. It was just a mere universe garden. Have the three pillar gods been informed? I'm already informing a certain fellow. On the other side. The hot golden lava flowed on the ground, and the creatures of arcane city-states came and went, making it extremely lively. The balloon fish, who was already a god, was wearing a space suit made of a special light balloon material. He was studying new technology and watching the live broadcast at the same time. The Force. This looks interesting. If I can fuse with the entire gene and start cultivating, it might even be able to amplify my balloon life form perfectly. Ever since the reform, not only could they send private messages, but they could also see the live broadcast forums outside. He had been living a very comfortable life these days. He had completely adapted to life in the transcendent world, as if he was already a native of this place. Although he had been paying attention to the online disputes outside, he had already vaguely felt that he had completely become one of the living beings of this world and integrated into it. His other self on Earth was like a mortal body of a god. He had already quit his job and shifted his focus to this world. Yes, the martial arts of the leader of the martial arts world and my genes are perfectly superimposed. At this moment, he was watching the live broadcast of the battle, carefully observing every part of it, his face full of thoughts. Even though the balloon is weak and it's unrealistic to hit it with layers of forces overlapping like waves. However, I can focus on the unloading of force. Together with the weak and powerless balloon, I can take a beating. I'm invincible. Du Shui's corpse sword immortal branch was unrivaled in battle. And he could act as the chi ball shield, madly deflecting the force. They could cooperate perfectly. After all, fighting was not his strong suit. He suddenly felt that the practicality and popularization of this quantum gene could be compared to the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art. Now, everyone was using the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art. Dichi, Carolyn, and the 3 pillar gods were all cultivating it. This was a top-notch cultivation technique that could be used in all kinds of ways. It would be outdated if it was not used. Quantum martial arts would also be a new top-tier cultivation technique. For example, his quantum martial arts and his balloon gene were very compatible, and he could unleash his combat power perfectly. "Come, Du Shui, hit me." He stood up and looked at the black-haired girl who was playing with a tablet computer next to him. He said excitedly, "Hang me up first." "Du Shui? Hang you up? Fight?" What was the meaning of this? She stared blankly at the balloon creature in front of her. Why did it suddenly say such strange things? It seemed like some strange attribute had awakened. "Come and practice with me." With a serious look on his face, he stood up from the sofa and trembled. The leader of the martial arts world can swing his fist hundreds of millions of times a day. 99% of his time is spent on cultivation, cultivating hundreds of millions of layers of force intent. Then, I can also be beaten 100 million times a day and cultivate my strength. Layer after layer of unloading force, resist. Get beaten up billions of times? Du Shui was dumbfounded. However, she was still obedient. She hung the balloon fish on a strong metal beam and planned to wave her pink fist to test the situation symbolically to see what was going on. Wait. The balloon fish's hands were tied and hung on the living room's beam. It was still mumbling, but speaking of sandbags, I still have to add some buffer sand to my stomach. It can strengthen the buffer force. No. Not only could it act as a buffer, but it could also be made into a special buffer silica gel. It can absorb force, store energy, and then send it out. What the chief of the martial arts world researched is a force that can both attack and defend. If I get my hands on the gene, I only need to research a defensive force that can dissipate force. When I hit my body, I can dissipate the force layer by layer. This way, not only will I be able to take a beating, but I can also use the special energy storage material in my body to counter the shock. The more he spoke, the brighter his eyes became. I can imagine that if I have his genes and practice his martial arts, my defense will be even more impressive than the leader of the martial arts world. No one dares to hit me, just walk around me. To be honest, he was one of the oldest players in the game. Cutie Pie, the alchemy emperor, the racer of Mount Harana. Other than the three magnates, he was the oldest. However, his genetic creature. He really couldn't. It was all gaudy. He was not as important as the other three, so he had been ignored all these years and could not make a name for himself. But now, he felt that it might be his turn to rise up. The previous balloon gene had always been of little value. However, when paired with this quantum gene, it would form a qualitative combination. At that time, he would become extremely powerful. Yes, that's it. The universe was mysterious and great. It was unbelievable. When two genes that were originally of little value collided with each other, they would instead produce some kind of special chemical reaction, becoming incomparably powerful. Endless gene combinations, myriad of possibilities. The balloon fish's confidence was boosted, but it had completely forgotten that the quantum gene in front of it was not the so-called useless gene. He was the only one with useless genes. Du Shui, who was at the side, found it very strange. Yes. I have the right to negotiate with the three pillar gods. The balloon fish cheered in their thick balloon spacesuits. They grabbed Du Shui's hand and said with excitement, I'll become very promising. I'll be like Mother Earth's ivy, the alchemy factory, and the alchemy essence. I'll be the ancestor of a school, irreplaceable, and have an important right to speak. I want to negotiate with the three pillar gods. There's a chance for us to be together. You have a way to make the three pillar gods compromise. Du Shui's gaze was skeptical. After all, the balloon fish was alive because the three pillar gods wanted to use it to restrain her. Yes, I have a way. I can see our future. He looked into the distance, as if he was seeing a dream-like scene in the future. That's the rise of the new martial Dao. He saw an image. It was a martial path holy palace. Ha! Ha! On the martial arts practice field, which was filled with immortal qi, the sounds of hot-blooded and impassioned martial arts training, muffled groans, and the sound of flesh colliding and fists hitting flesh could be heard. The ancient palace and the bluestone floor of the training field were just like Mr. Cat's martial arts sect, the Xiao Ao school, full of immortal qi. In the dojo, he was a balloon sandbag with his hands tied above his head and hanging high. He said coldly, the so-called martial arts is the power. Do you feel the power in your body? Try to withstand it, adjust everything to cushion it. Peng peng peng. Below them, the disciples with sandbags were also hanging from the beams of the house in an orderly manner. Their hands were tied up with ropes and they were being punched by the experts. Lower abdomen, head, arms. They were like hanging human-shaped sandbags. Because of the huge amount of force they were enduring, their bodies were like pendulum-like as they swayed back and forth. Peng peng peng. And the balloon fish was hanging high up. All of you should know that a man does not fight for anything, so no one in the world can compete with him. With the appearance of a great grandmaster, it said coldly. All of you should also know that our three pillar gods. Buddhism has been popular among us recently. What is the concept of Buddhism? Reincarnation, fate, pay attention to karma. Don't be discouraged. Now, you'll be beaten up for the next hundreds of lifetimes in advance. No one will beat you in the future. That's how life is. If you take all the hardships you've suffered in advance, your future will always be a blessing. Thump thump. One by one, the disciples who were hung up in an orderly manner were beaten up like sandbags. The sound of hot blood pierced the sky of the entire martial arts school. I will listen to Master's teachings. When the balloon fish saw the martial arts of the leader of the martial arts world, it had already predicted the future. He became more and more hopeful. He dared to guarantee that the number of disciples was beyond imagination. This sex combat power would definitely be of great use and be extremely popular among the masses. In that case, I am the second most powerful person in direct combat after Pan Shuai-Yen. After all, Alchemy Monarch, Cutie Pie, and the rest of them rely on their knowledge and wisdom to study cultivation techniques for a living. Furthermore, this is the most convenient martial art. You just have to lie down and the others will be in charge of moving. He laughed and looked at Du Shuet, who was at a loss. In order to be with you, isn't it just a little beating? At the same time, it's only natural to pay the price and work hard to become strong. He had always wanted to work hard, but it was useless. For many people, hard work didn't mean success. There were many people who worked hard, but who could really transcend this era. As long as he worked hard to get beaten up, he would be able to stand at the top. He was already very content. Just as he was still fantasizing about the future, he suddenly received a private message. He couldn't help but be stunned. You want me to call the 3 pillar gods over according to these coordinates? Chapter 932. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation. A group of Azura players were working in the ancient-style city on the animal path. In the conference room of the central city, there were rows of work chairs. Several top players in charge of management and communication had already received the message. It was a reply from the balloon fish of the lava land. Big Boss Balloon Fish said that he already knew. After all, he must have been watching the live broadcast in secret. He said that he was informing them now. The 3 pillar gods were furious that they didn't know anything from the beginning. We bastards got him an illegitimate child. They've already started the human head demolition. Hello? How can you call us bastards? I just feel that he's quite a bastard. He just gave her a child out of the blue. Isn't he old Wang from next door? It's not very proper. Although the balloon fish was the weakest among the big shots, it was undeniable that he was still very strong. He was stronger than them. The other party was an evolution sandbox through formal channels, where traditional players entered and gods with a lifespan of 8,000 years. They were not disabled players who had entered the game. The balloon fish was actually quite a serious and hard-working person. However, he had suffered too many beatings from society and had never risen to power. It's good that you've been informed. Someone nodded. However, this guy also said that he's going to ask us to spend a large amount of money on him. They want us to help them evolve a race. It seemed to be buffer glue? Rubber plants? Or something like that. I don't really understand. Another person frowned. He said that after a period of research, he would give us the development blueprint and ask us to hire a few top studio members to help with the development, but what? If there's a list of custom-made creatures, wouldn't it be great if the big boss comes to us and gives us financial support? Someone next to him said, furthermore, a creature with such a natural talent for evolution would definitely be a huge wealth of knowledge if he spent so much effort to develop a species blueprint. The person beside him had strange expression. The species is not a problem. However, this guy said that as long as he spent money now, he could become stronger. His mouth was full of high spirits, as if he had finally poured out thousands of years of grievances. He expressed that he was about to become the second strongest in the entire player group, the combat-type player below Pan Shuai-Yen. He even declared that when he reaches the great success stage, he will have a 50-50 chance of winning against Pan Shuai-Yen. Although I dare not say that he will win, at the very least, he will not lose. Everyone's faces stiffened slightly, and they didn't feel good. Was he daydreaming? Pan Shuai-Yen's current muscle monster's combat power was still very strong. After all, there was nothing to say about her combat talent. She was also very hard-working and trained her muscles crazily every day. He was already comparable to Ermin and the other Tier 9 gods. And this guy? It was undeniable that those who could enter the universe through proper means were naturally big shots with great knowledge and talent. They couldn't be compared to them, and the same was true for balloon fish. However, research and actual combat were on completely different levels. The combat level of these big shots could only hee. Of course, there was no need to jump to conclusions. For example, Menmei was very talented in martial arts, but her talent was in running. At this time, the newly opened Azura Path and the 12 demon gods were the strongest group of combat geniuses who had passed the PvP combat competition. In terms of level, their combat talents were on par with the research talents of Menmei and the others. However, in this era, combat geniuses were not the most important. Knowledge was the power of all, so they were not on the same level. Intellectuals were naturally more powerful than thugs. This guy, isn't he a big shot in knowledge? You've changed your career. Everyone was in a heated discussion. They felt that this was too unbelievable. They were so shocked that they peed their pants. It was even more exaggerated than the big incident that had just happened. He fought Pan Shuxian and was defeated? Are you sure it's not the kind of undefeatable like a cute girl? No, he said it's a head-on fight. He wants a bloody, fist-to-fist fight. Very long-lasting. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at each other. As the hero who slaughtered billions of lives in the Ishtar era, the cruelest tyrant in history, balloon fish, his fighting talent had suddenly awakened? Did he suddenly become a muscular man? This is too strange. This guy has been playing tricks all this time, and now he wants us to help him transform the plant's elastic resin and play with silica gel. When everyone thought about what he had just said, they immediately felt that something was completely wrong. This way, he can become a true battle-type powerhouse with a long duration? It was probably that kind of a strong one, right? Everyone was speechless. They looked at each other in shock, as if they were also frightened. Even if their endurance was explosive, they still suddenly felt a very terrifying feeling. I'm looking forward to Big Boss's new product. From the looks of it, this is a product that will completely develop the Umbrella Corporation? I still don't understand what the Big Boss is thinking. I wonder what kind of mountains of corpses and seas of blood will be this time. How many hundreds of millions of lives will die? I can't afford to offend you. Everyone was talking at the same time and discussing it. They really couldn't understand it, so they didn't think about it. I've already informed the 3 pillar gods. What about the venerable sovereign? Mao Tiao, I'm already informing her. However, I've also bribed a few novels about a domineering CEO falling in love with me to give to Meng Po. However, it was also difficult for him. How fast could these gods read books? The market is bad, and there are no good books for Meng Po to read. That kid is troubled. At the same time, in the Samsara Palace, Meng Po, the black and white impermanences, and the others were standing respectfully below. So that's how it is. The venerable sovereign was wearing a black dragon robe and a crown. He said indifferently, no wonder I've disappeared for some time. I've actually come to that place. There's actually such a terrifying existence in this world. In the same realm, you can actually defeat me. Is there really such an existence? You mean, Your Majesty, you already knew? Meng Po was shocked. She had thought that His Majesty, who had 5 genes and could adjust his genes at any time, was already the strongest in the same realm. She didn't expect the universe to be so vast that there was still a sky beyond the sky. Naturally, I know. The venerable sovereign smiled and said, after all, we still have some interactions. And NBSP had an intersection? Meng Po and the others were not the only ones who were shocked. Cat Jump was also secretly excited. This should be another incredible piece of information. If he were to spread this to the netizens outside, they should be able to analyze a lot of things. He was afraid that the venerable sovereign did know a lot about the outside world and the enemy. However, as soon as the Cat Jump spread the news, the venerable sovereign stood up and said simply, then, Universe Flower Garden? Renamansky. Indeed, I have to make a trip there. After all, I and that demon god. They are also related. Whoosh. The venerable sovereign grabbed the mysterious and dark reincarnation from a distance, cut open the space transfer formation, and stepped in. Chapter 933. Overbearing Combat Power. In the dark and quiet universe, a crack suddenly appeared in the void, and a vast and huge existence completely descended. It had 3 heads and its body was covered in fine fur. It was extremely terrifying. The 3 pillar gods. Dichi was slightly stunned. They came so quickly. Your Excellency has come at the right time. This is the time for us to work together against such an enemy, said Carolyn with a smile. The 3 pillar gods were silent for a moment. It didn't have a share in the good things, but it worked together with the bad things. However, this side was indeed coming. Because there was no danger to their lives, no matter how strong the other party was, they could easily break through to level 9. Fighting with someone stronger would only be embarrassing, and embarrassing for the ancient gods. That little fellow. I've already sensed it. It's become so strong that I might not be able to take it down. The 3 pillar gods frowned slightly and looked at the central planet in the distance. Medusa had shattered its mechanical fleet. It was probably an unexpected restraint, and at the same time a display of feigning death. He had been beaten up and was not willing to get involved in this matter. Since he was an iron life form, he felt that the other party would not make things too difficult for him out of respect for Renamansky. He would fake his death and escape the other party's pursuit. The 3 pillar gods were completely silent. They clearly knew that the most difficult thing to deal with was the pillar gods themselves. Only they themselves knew how strong their own race's desire for survival was. Forget it. Let's settle the matter before us first. You've invited me here to merge with me again and form a body. Then come. To them, it was not only because they were unconvinced and embarrassed, but also because fighting against such powerful experts would bring unimaginable benefits. It would broaden their horizons and push themselves to their limits, which were both huge benefits. For existences at their level, an unfamiliar and powerful opponent could bring pressure to them in the same realm, even crushing them. It was something worth looking forward to. In the distance, Mr. Cat's brows furrowed slightly as he felt an inexplicable sense of strangeness. Is this the legendary pillar god, Tathagata? What a terrifying fellow! The short, black fur covering his body was actually the hair of all living beings. His entire body is made up of human heads. Zhou Meng, the Emperor Qi in her dream, also had his hands behind his back and frowned slightly. Also felt the horror. However, although he was the same kind of convergence creature as His Majesty, the demon god, he was too heterogeneous. His convergence was all done with the help of others to cultivate. The cells are uneven and there are cells in every realm. But even so, it's still very terrifying. His advantage was obvious, and that was speed. With the help of the cultivation of the masses, the cultivation realm was very fast. As a composite life form, it can even compare to the cultivation speed of ordinary life forms. If these 3 existences join forces and we assist them from the side, there's still a chance of winning. The Demon Master said. Even though the 4 of them had not truly unified, the fusion of the quantum battle body could still gather the 4 great extreme martial techniques and barely form an extremely incomplete pseudo-battle body. However, their actual combat strength was far from that of Dichi and the others. This was because their quantum martial arts were strange. Other civilizations that did not practice quantum martial arts would be beaten up by them like fish in water. If they were to face someone who also cultivated quantum martial arts or even the origin demon god, their advantage would be much smaller. Their combat strength was not strange. After all, they were all from the same system. Ha ha ha, I've been looking forward to this battle for a long time, haha. The Alliance Master of Martial Arts laughed heartily. I've been invincible all this time. I'm so lonely. Whoosh. In the distance, Dichi and the other 2 had once again joined forces and formed an overwhelming super pillar god. Their combat strength had reached its peak. Boom. In front of him, the 4 martial arts grandmasters had also gathered together, forming an extremely terrifying quantum body. A terrifying aura was lingering around them. Both of you have revealed your trump cards. Very good. Medusa laughed. This arm of hers had collected the strongest batch of cells. The lowest level was a high god, and many of them had stepped onto the path of Tier 9. The quantum arm created by this arm was perfectly formed by more than 30,000 high-level deities and above. She had thought that no one in the same realm could match her, but she was still looking forward to it. I can break through to the 9th grade, but you can't. Fighting in the same realm is your greatest advantage. If I don't break through, it would be a very stupid thing to fight you, with your time, I don't even know what realm I've broken through to. However, I still have to suppress myself. Dichi looked at his opponent and said indifferently. He mixed in with the three people and observed their unique skills, movements, and flaws, looking for clues. Do it. As for the other quantum battle body. This quantum battle body not only possessed the strength of the leader of the martial arts world, the carefree and wandering, the demon master's delusion demonic division technique, but also the philosophy of another Emperor Qi, who was also crazily studying Medusa's technique, flaws, and shortcomings. All right. Medusa stretched her arm forward. A terrifying, chaotic, and evil aura completely surrounded him. They instantly started fighting, and their every move was filled with the power to destroy a world. The surroundings turned into chaos, forming a terrifying impact that couldn't be looked at directly. The nearby first-generation planets could feel the terrifying energy fluctuations from far away. Even the most powerful law overgods were unable to interfere. They were suppressed by the terrifying aura until they could not breathe. Whoosh! The space was torn apart again. The battle between the two sides was actually evenly matched. Even Medusa had not expected that these people's combat power would be so exaggerated. Good. Very good. There were more than 31,000 high-level gods, many of whom had stepped onto the path of the 9th rank loss. I was actually stopped by you. Medusa's eyes burst with a brilliant light, and a burning fighting spirit that had been there for a long time burned in them. How many of you are there? I have gone through countless training systems, and you are obviously not as proficient in the laws of the universe as I am. You have a solid foundation, but your foundation is so strong that you can resist one of my arms. They're a bunch of monsters. Countless years ago, we could have broken through, but we were still polishing our foundations. We wanted to achieve Deo in the most perfect way. Deo vindication. Thus, he will become the most powerful cultivator who has transcended the laws of the universe. With a sneer, all kinds of divine light bloomed from Carolyn's hands. Today, we'll defeat you. He had to establish his Deo heart and advance bravely in order to break through the 9th grade realm. And what's the use of having higher battle prowess in the same realm? He's just a stepping stone on our path. His combat strength is terrifying, and he's only born to sharpen our realms. Once we defeat you and break through to the 9th step, we'll be like dragons, and you'll never be able to catch up to us again. You are just a passerby in our lives, a milestone on our path. The three-pillar god's voice was also very cold. The milestone is still and unmoving. There is no possibility of surpassing us again. How do you all understand my ambitions? It seems like I can finally have a good fight. Medusa's voice was cold, and it was filled with endless coldness in the divine light. In the distance, little Shiji was watching this scene quietly. He was also feeling frightened. These people are indeed too terrifying, it's even more terrifying than what I've seen in my inherited memories. They have been polished to the limits of perfection. They are simply insane. Could it be that the goal of the three of them was not grade 9? It's the ultimate existence of this universe. An unbelievable thought exploded in little Shiji's mind. 10th tier. Leaving without a place to go was the ultimate. This was the legendary final realm, the end of the Great Deo. Only the legendary ancestor of the Renamansky bloodline had reached the ultimate level of mystery. Ordinary level 9 cultivators did not even dare to think about it. For them, breaking through level 9 and becoming a carefree deist of the universe was already their ultimate dream. After all, it was already a miracle for a level 8 god to break through to level 9, let alone level 9, breaking through the legendary final level 10? These people are indeed terrifying. Perhaps their goal isn't just a mere rank 9. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been training for so long without breaking through. Little Shiji took a deep breath. She did not get the 10th level realm inheritance. She could only get the 10th level inheritance after she broke through to the 9th level. However, one could also imagine with one's butt. The path to the 9th rank was already extremely difficult, and the 10th rank was bound to be terrifying. They had polished their foundation to perfection, allowing the 4 major genetic systems to coexist. It was obvious that they did not want to allow their realms to be lacking. They wanted to polish the foundation of the building to perfection so that they could build a higher building on top of it. These people are really powerful. You're actually on par with Big Sister. The more Shiji looked at it, the more he felt that it was amazing. His eyes were full of admiration. Sister said that as long as I can reach the upper limit of the ceiling, I can defeat one of her arms. But in reality, it's impossible to win. Indeed, with a 4-gene perfected Dao foundation, 4 cultivation systems to rank 9, and 2 cultivation systems without barriers, the soul path, and the martial path, cultivating all 6 systems at the same time was the ceiling. However, it was impossible to defeat this arm. This was because maxing out on a 4-gene Dao foundation was an extremely vague ceiling to one's combat power. These 4 trash maxing out on their genes and these 4 heaven-defying maxing out on their genes. It was a different concept. His sister was deliberately playing a smokescreen. In order to defeat her arm, in theory, 4 truly heaven-defying genes had to be perfectly matched together. Only by joining forces could one possibly defeat her. After all, it couldn't be called a scam. After all, the ceiling was originally very blurry. Although they aren't individuals, they actually managed to resist it by joining forces. It was already terrifying. This was really the center of the universe, an ultimate high-dimensional space civilization. Even in our lineage's rank 10 inherited memories, we've been dumbstruck by such a monster. This battle scene was too exaggerated. If it was a demon god sister, she could still accept it. But in front of him, the average quality of the students was shockingly high. Little Shiji secretly organized his thoughts. It seems that father has already come into contact with a very profound civilization. He knew sister demonic god's system and the existence behind this terrifying civilization. His father's combat strength was probably not simple. It could not be his father. Was there really a chance of reaching the 10th level in the future? Reach the height of the most ancient ancestors? She had a terrifying thought her father might even surpass her ancestors. It seems that the grudges between these forbidden existences are still very chaotic. This civilization is so terrifying, yet they have met their match. On the other hand, father chose to watch from the side. No wonder he only wanted to slap the other party's face when he saw the other party making a scene. She seemed to see a game between several terrifying existences, and even a terrifying civilization with a chance of reaching level 10 was playing in the dark. Just as she was watching the battle and her heart was pounding, a group of players ran out of a big eyeball at the side and came over to get closer. With a kind and innocent look, he smiled and said, "How is it? It's still very scary, right? Don't underestimate us. Even if the other party is a special creature, there is no upper limit in the same realm. We're still proud that we didn't break through and are evenly matched in the field that the other is good at. Yes, we've indeed met our match. I'm evenly matched with one of my sister's arms." Little Shiji laughed. Everyone's face froze. At this moment, another player laughed and said, "Don't think that this is the final battle strength. We still have a truly terrifying forbidden existence on our way. To cut off all these existences in front of him, it could be called truly powerful. Truly powerful." Little Shiji looked surprised and shook his head in disbelief. "That's impossible. The combat power in front of me is the theoretical limit of a 4th-tier genetic warrior. No one can surpass it. This is impossible." She didn't believe that there were stronger people. "You guys actually have someone even stronger." At this moment, another arm appeared out of thin air in Little Shiji's arms. The arm of the main body. The players' faces darkened. That's right. Although Big Sister's main body's arm won't make a move, it doesn't say that it can't be done here. Shiji said. Although Medusa was fighting with all her might, an existence of her level could naturally be distracted. At this moment, the arm was also little surprised. Impossible. In theory, it's impossible for a normal individual to surpass this combat strength limit. She didn't make any promises. If the other party had a strange life structure like hers, it was possible to break through this upper limit. It really is an individual life form, the player said. Medusa was completely shocked. She had not expected that the other party would really have someone stronger. Whoosh! At this moment, another existence crossed over. Medusa's pupils shrank, and she quickly widened her eyes to look over. She actually felt the presence of the same aura as her. Another evil god. No, there's a similar aura. Medusa's expression was grave as she looked at the majestic existence that was slowly walking over. This feeling is 5-gene, only then did little Shiji react. He stared at the other party and finally understood why those guys had said that they were going to surpass the existence of the 4th gene. because he had indeed surpassed it. It was a 5G no life. However, only the direct descendants of 10th tier existences could inherit their father's bloodline. In other words, his father was an ultimate existence, as great as our ancestors. Shiji's hair stood on end as this thought emerged in his mind. It was not hard to imagine what this meant. You have the genes of our race. Medusa's voice fell, and the world shook. Shiji was completely stunned. The players, who had been gloating and looking forward to seeing the other party's shocked expression, were now completely at a loss. Where did the evil god gene come from? Venerable sovereigns were the 5G no creatures. They had already learned about it before. They were the clan gene, true chi element gene, eternal gene, inner space gene, and demon core gene. Why was there suddenly one more? Evil god gene? Their minds were shaken, and they didn't have time to react. The venerable sovereign said something even weirder, that's right. Speaking of which, we have some history. We are already old friends with your evil god clan. Chapter 934. Fictional Reasoning. You have an ancient relationship with my sister's clan. Shiji could not help but ask, you're too powerful. This is the first time I've seen an existence from an ancient ultimate universe. A direct descendant. This was extremely rare, and could only be described as terrifying. This was the legendary heir of the ultimate existence of the universe. It was true that her iron-based bloodline had a 10th grade inheritance, but her bloodline had been diluted over the generations. For example, if your ancestor was a rank 9 immortal, but your father was a rank 8 immortal, then you were the son of an immortal. They were weakened generation after generation. Indeed, both of us have some history. It's related to your father, Renamansky, and the evil god lineage. The venerable sovereign looked at the earth-shattering battle in the distance indifferently. However, I have a new understanding of this era. You've been silent for so many years. I thought that you've already become the dust of history. He did not expect it to be resuscitated. She even gave birth to a daughter. Shiji was taken aback. Naturally, he had heard of the history of the universe garden, so he replied, it's true that we've been resuscitated. However, after more than 100,000 years, we have just recovered our prosperity, and you are going to decline and decline. You're facing an unbelievable opponent? Is he on the verge of death? At this moment, the others had already reacted. Venerable sovereigns represented the ancient gods. Shiji and the evil god represented Renamanska. The two sides were currently talking, negotiating, or even fighting. After all, a great battle was still going on in the distance. Perhaps, he might attack again. The atmosphere had reached a certain level of tension. We are going to be destroyed? That's right, no one knew. Would the future civilization head toward complete destruction, or would it welcome a transformation and rebirth? It's still in between. We're still working hard, the venerable sovereign said indifferently. Look at the distance. A new generation is rising to take over the power and torch of the old era. Boom. It was resplendent. He looked at the battle in the distance and said with his hands behind his back, they might be able to resist our future enemies. That's true. They're extremely powerful. They've almost climbed to the peak of perfection in the same realm. It can be said that they are unprecedented, but their battle strength can only compare to one of Big Sister's arms. Little Shiji also laughed. After all, among the forces in the universe, equality was naturally based on combat power. If you were too weak, you wouldn't even be qualified to communicate with them. Before his eyes, a force that was equivalent to an ancient god had risen again. They were here to test the waters with Renamansky's side through the battle and war between the younger generation. When all the players heard this sentence, they only felt that it contained a very deep ancient history. In fact, the history of the evil god race could span at least 200,000 years ago, during the era of Renamansky's universe garden. If the ancient gods knew Renamanska back then, it was only natural that they knew the evil gods as well. In fact, we have a connection with your bloodline. The venerable sovereign suddenly looked at the evil god, stretched out his hand, and an incredible scene appeared. It was a quantum battle body. It really has a connection with our evil god bloodline? At this time, Medusa was also stunned when she heard this. Seeing the quantum battle body made her believe that she had indeed revived the civilization system of the ancient evil gods. It happened to coincide with that time, so Renamansaga didn't suspect anything. And NBSP, but she didn't dare to say much as she was afraid that she would reveal something and be recognized as an evil god. At the same time, her mind was spinning madly. Even though she had left too early and did not know about the ancient gods, she could vaguely sense similar existences. She thought to herself. The Magus world, the primordial world, so there really is an existence comparable to Renamansky behind the scenes, pushing the era forward. Is it the land of all gods? No one knew the mystery of the destruction of the land of the gods back then, but they must have encountered a terrifying enemy. Even Hermes had fallen. At this time, there was a remaining great existence in the land of gods who was reviving civilization and guiding the enemy to resist the destruction of the land of gods. The existences in front of me are all new forces. It seems that in the long period of time that I disappeared, the world has undergone an earth-shaking change. Even Mother Earth's green vine has stepped onto the path of level 9. The ancient legendary Ditchi has also returned. In an instant, the netizens were in an uproar. It's understandable that they know the evil gods. After all, the reincarnation sovereign was very mysterious and had followed the ancient gods for many years. No one knows how long his lifespan will be. That's right. After all, he has the eternal life gene. To be able to cultivate to this level, spending tens of thousands of years was at least. Otherwise, he wouldn't have cut through the ancient netherworld eras and prevented immortals from becoming immortals. But now, the genes and bloodlines have changed? A 5-geno life form can indeed change its genes. As for which one to replace? Logically speaking, it was not clear, but one could see traces from the cultivation technique, aura, and movements. There was no change from before, but it was probably the kind of recessive gene that could not be seen. There is only one recessive gene, and that is the eternal life gene. So ruthless? Venerable Sovereign, you changed the eternal gene to the evil god gene. When they came to this conclusion, they felt extremely terrified. There was no doubt about the power of the eternal life gene, but the Venerable Sovereign had already replaced this gene? To give up eternal life, how much perseverance did he have? From the looks of it, he has indeed exchanged for the immortality gene. At this time, the cute girl took a deep breath and said to the alchemy monarch, I'm afraid that the eternal life gene has always been his means of transition. It's because he has to cross the immortal path and polish his foundation. It was impossible without sufficient lifespan. At this moment, once he became an immortal. This transitional gene was directly replaced, and he cultivated a stronger evil god quantum gene. This was indeed a very reasonable guess. Although the immortal gene was heaven-defying, it didn't increase one's combat strength by much. What the ancient gods needed the most at this time was combat power. They needed an expert to stand out. Hence, venerable sovereigns chose to give up the eternal gene and integrated genes with stronger combat strength to prepare for the dangers in the future. This was the perfect explanation. Very ruthless, very determined. The alchemy monarch looked at him with admiration. This venerable sovereign who cut across an era. Before I became God, the world was without gods. It's indeed a flawless plan. This kind of work can be said to be world-shaking. He is indeed powerful. Meng Mei laughed and said, but our skill level is not bad either. With just a single clue, he could deduce all the logic and actions of the venerable sovereign. It perfectly explained his act of breaking through the ages. One more thing, with his current condition, he must have been integrated with this gene for a long time. It's very likely that after the battle in the small universe, he began to modify his genes and rebuild them. It was indeed so. It was no wonder that venerable sovereigns had disappeared all these years and rarely appeared in the world of 6 paths of reincarnation. One look and I know. The enemy, Moon God Ji, is much more powerful than we thought. Alchemy Emperor's face was completely solemn. Although we don't know what happened during the system war of ancient China's Buddhism, we know how powerful the enemies our ancestors on earth were. However, just from the venerable sovereign's preparation for the war and their crazy increase in combat power, it shows how terrifying the other party is. Even he is so cautious. The burden on their shoulders was heavier than they had imagined. In fact, the only people who truly wanted to shoulder everything for the sake of the ancient gods were probably only Caroline and the venerable sovereign. As for Ditchi and the 3 pillar gods, they were merely pursuing the path to greater strength. However, they were already tied to the war chariot of the ancient gods and could no longer escape. Therefore, they had a common enemy. The players were also on the side of the ancient gods. After all, the ancestors of the ancient Chinese Buddhism system naturally took it upon themselves to revive civilization. Back then, they had never forgotten the remains of Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva and the cordial Cantonese words. However, his opponent was unexpectedly strong. If you continue to push things along, venerable sovereigns have been cultivating the evil god's genes for a long time, and we are also coming here to see the civilization here. Could it be that our arrival is also a trial given by the ancient gods? It's very possible. There's even a high probability. Yes, a super ancient god. He probably already talked to Renamansky once. In the blink of an eye, they were constantly analyzing and organizing, only to feel that the truth was gradually revealed in front of them. At this time, the venerable sovereign suddenly looked at the evil god's arm and smiled. Do you know where your ancestors went? Medusa frowned. Little Shiji, who was beside him, also had a serious expression on his face. This was because her father, Rainamanska, had mentioned this before, but he did not know. As she had been sleeping for too long, when she woke up, she performed the evil god summoning ritual and found out that her sister was the only one left in their clan. That's right. Father has been asleep for more than 100,000 years and didn't know about the outside world. However, this civilization has existed for more than 100,000 years. He also knew where his sister's evil god race was going. His sister must be very eager to know about his clansmen. Where did they go? Shiji looked at Medusa, who was beside him, and thought to himself. Chapter 935. The venerable sovereign is lying. He is the one who killed the evil god. Even Shiji knew that it was a long-lost secret in history. His father was in a deep sleep and feigned death. He was unaware of what was happening in the outside world. What's happening in the outside world? My sister's clan is so powerful and terrifying. Why did they fall? It disappeared. Even his father was puzzled. The other party's civilization, which had existed for hundreds of thousands of years after that, must have known. She couldn't help but look at the being and said softly, "Can you tell big sister? After all, this may be a small matter to you, but to big sister, it's a knot in her heart for the rest of her life. She wants to know who is the dead clansman and where they have gone." Medusa was speechless. Her heart exploded. In fact, I don't want to know. It's best if they all die. However, she could only smile humbly and politely. The venerable sovereign glanced at her, shook his head and said, "In fact, no one knows the exact reason for the disappearance. We only know each other, but we're not that close. It's impossible for us to monitor the whereabouts of that existence all the time. One must know that clansmen of this level lived in seclusion in the hidden void. He's isolated from the outside world." Shiji nodded. After all, existences of this level rarely came into contact with the outside world. Moreover, the two of them were not close to begin with. The evil god tribe was close to the iron-based tribe. At that time, our ancient gods sensed it and rushed over, but they found a scarlet ruin and no trace of it was left. Su Ji spoke very calmly. He was dead anyway. As for how he had died, he was not sure. Everything was left for others to do archaeology and research. Shiji sighed. As expected. Is there no result? I've long guessed that this might be the case. Even a clan as strong as my sister's has met with misfortune. It will be very difficult for the outside world to notice it. However, his sister's clan was extremely powerful. And NBSP, a rank 8 evil god like his sister was already earth-shaking, and his father, a rank 9 evil god, had unimaginable strength. 129,600 worlds, he was a real universe demon god. What kind of existence could defeat such an existence? Could it be that there was a hidden danger? Or could it be that a level 10 existence had attacked directly? Or could it be that the level he came into contact with had already reached the peak of the 10th level? After all, the other party's race, his father, and even the evil god tribe seemed to be so powerful and mysterious that they could come into contact with the terrifying secret of level 10. Perhaps they had already come into contact with an existence at that level. Sister, my condolences. Shiji felt very unfortunate. If she lost her father, she would probably be as sad as her sister. Yes, it's really sad. I didn't expect to be alone. Medusa's face was filled with sorrow and tears. Fortunately, you guys took me in. Don't worry, sister. We'll be a family from now on. Shiji was very considerate and encouraged him. Yeah, it's really a pity. The venerable sovereign put his hands behind his back and said calmly, I really don't know who could have killed such a terrifying existence. The players at the side had a strange look on their faces as they looked at the overbearing venerable sovereign with a hint of fear. Wait. And NBSP, the moment he mentioned the evil god aura, they seemed to remember something. Reincarnation. The 6 paths of reincarnation. It seemed to be made from a grade 9 corpse. At that time, they thought that it was Hermes's corpse that had been saved by the ancient gods and made into a terrifying weapon. But now, when they recalled the aura, that corpse was more like the corpse of an evil god, and even the aura was extremely similar. Could it be? The cute girl turned around and looked at Alchemy Monarch in horror. The Alchemy Monarch also thought of the same thing and looked at each other in shock. The two of them looked at each other. He believed that anyone who had seen the 6 paths of reincarnation, they would all associate it with the above. Could that corpse be? Now, the victim had appeared? Just as they were feeling extremely terrified. Yes. The venerable sovereign said. I don't know who killed that terrifying existence, but when the ancient gods rushed there, they collected some genes. That's why the fusion is now possible. VE cultivated the cultivation method of your lineage. Please don't blame me. After all, in our eyes, you've already fallen. Little Shiji nodded. There's no other way. When the players heard this, they felt their blood run cold. Evil god. Did they really kill him? The venerable sovereign's doing? No, was it the ruthlessness of the ancient gods? They looked at the venerable sovereign, who was answering seriously and communicating amicably with the two people from the universe garden. They had goosebumps all over and felt a chill run down their spines. Isn't this too scary? Could it be that the murderer was right in front of them? Were the schemes and intrigues of these taboo great existences also so terrifying? Very quickly, the intelligence group began to analyze the situation on the internet. Looking at the venerable sovereign's calm, leisurely, and indifferent face, I don't know why, but I have goosebumps. What are you guys thinking about? I don't think it's possible. The venerable sovereign himself said that when the ancient gods went there, it was already a bloody ruin. What else can you say? Are you going to say, I'm sorry, but we've already killed your father and made him into a reincarnation divine weapon? Your father is very useful. Brothers. The other party had never seen the 6 paths of reincarnation before. Naturally, he wouldn't know about it and wouldn't doubt it. But we have. Now that I look at it in reverse, this aura is really too similar. I'm already getting goosebumps. It's too scary. Is it really that powerful? Is there any big shot who can analyze the possibility? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, as if they had seen a truly terrifying truth that was slowly surfacing. At this moment, the balloon fish suddenly said, Brothers, in my opinion, the possibility is very high. Everyone was shocked. This guy. Where did he come from? The balloon fish had a low presence and generally never spoke. Because as soon as he spoke, everyone would say that he was a hero who had killed billions of people, and that his girlfriend was so green. They couldn't be friends at all, but now, for some reason, they suddenly appeared in high spirits and full of fighting spirit. Cough, cough, cough. The balloon fish were full of confidence and said, Brothers, according to my personal guess, it was the venerable sovereign and the ancient gods who did it. The mastermind behind the scenes. Everyone was completely shocked by his words. Chapter 936. The truth? It's not that bad, right? Some people still voiced out that the balloon fish was just making a conspiracy theory and that things couldn't be that terrible. This was already like a conspiracy theory. The balloon fish smiled. You may not believe me, but after listening to my analysis, you will know how terrifying the venerable sovereigns and the ancient gods are. First of all, let me recollect my thoughts from before. The 6 paths of reincarnation was made from the remains of a 9th rank beast. The remains of this 9th great existence were likely to come from the friend of the ancient god, Hermes. But now that I think about it, I don't think it's possible. Everyone frowned. We just have to think about it. Hermes died in battle. How could there be such a complete wreckage that was recovered by the ancient gods? Some people might say that the ancient god was the last to arrive and snatched the remains of Hermes from the hands of the moon god. To a normal expert, this is indeed logical and can be snatched back. However, it didn't make sense when it came to the two ancient gods. Why? Because both of them had the blood of eternal life, one of them was asleep while the other was awake. They couldn't have appeared at the same time, so it's impossible to snatch it back. As soon as he said this, they swallowed their saliva silently and revealed a strange look. And NBSP, yet. It was possible for ordinary powerhouses to snatch it back, but not for the ancient gods. He had a perfect alibi. Then most of Hermes's body was probably still in the hands of the moon god G, the existence that killed him. Then whose corpse was this Six Paths reincarnation? Which rank 9 corpse was it? Everyone immediately started quarreling. This was too terrifying. You're saying that it's possible that the ancient gods chose to attack in secret, descended upon their homeland, killed the evil god race, and then destroyed them? Even if the evil god is already alone and the existence of the universe garden is in a deep sleep, it is still terrifyingly powerful. Normal level 9 beings of the same realm can't defeat it. They felt that this was simply ridiculous. Now, the evil god was so strong that it was hard to imagine. Dichi and the others could only kill one arm when they worked together. They had long surpassed the ceiling of combat strength. It was a combat strength that ordinary creatures could not achieve no matter how hard they worked. And NBSP, what about the rank 9 evil god? Naturally, he was even more terrifyingly powerful. They believed that the ancient gods were powerful, but they didn't think they could defeat such a terrifying existence. The balloon fish said, "You did think of the idea, but you should also have thought of." And NBSP, if it was a complete rank 9 evil god, then it was impossible to win, but what if it wasn't? Most of the organizations are on the path of the 9th rank, or are they all at the early stage of the 9th rank? Everyone frowned again. The balloon fish continued, "After all, the transition period of evil god cultivation is very slow." It wasn't strange at all that he was in most of the initial stages. But even so, there are still more than 100,000 primary worlds. According to common sense, no matter how strong a rank 9 is, they can't be defeated. However, what if it's not an ordinary rank 9? Every realm is an increase in the dimension. What if this person is 10 levels lower? Everyone was shocked. Weak. 10. Level. No one knew what level 10 was, and no one knew if there was a weak level 10. The balloon fish was the first one to propose this concept. However, they all knew that every realm was a rise in the dimension. On the path to the 8th rank, one would stand in a high-dimensional space and time and attack creatures that lived in a low-dimensional space and time. One would almost be frozen. On the path of rank 9, you stood outside the laws of the universe and attacked creatures living under the framework of the laws of the universe. You were almost like a fragile piece of white paper. In that case, was there a path to the 10th level? After all, every realm was an upgrade in a dimension. If you think about it this way, it's really possible. If an existence steps onto the path of level 10, it'll be like the previous 2 levels. It'll be a major advancement. No matter how strong their combat strength is, they'll be crushed. Indeed, this feeling is similar to Dichi, who was a weak rank 9 god. Although he was strictly still a rank 8 god at this time, he had still completed the path of rank 9. He was facing more than 100,000 convergence creatures that were all early stage tier 8 gods, and he could not control and distort the law. Can we win? Everyone started discussing. After all, they were all saints and had a deep understanding of realms. Many things could be inferred from existing knowledge. The path to the 10th rank? Maybe it's possible. It's not just possible, I personally think it's very possible. After all, the first 2 realms had this threshold, and it was also a process of dimension ascension. If the evil god has just stepped into lower rank 9 and has yet to reach upper rank 9, being beaten to death by a heaven-defying being like Dichi, who was 10 levels weaker, is normal. Then, there is indeed a possibility of killing the evil god. That's right. His realm is advancing slowly. I guess he's still in the early stage. It's possible that you'll be killed by a creature that's 10 levels lower and has climbed to another dimension. At first, some people didn't believe it, but as the discussion went on, they felt that it was indeed possible to kill it. However, after discussing the various ways to kill this existence, they felt goosebumps all over their bodies. It couldn't really be the work of a super ancient god, right? The venerable sovereigns were also watching. He also knew about this. After all, the remains of the evil god were in his hands. He had turned it into the world of 6 paths of reincarnation to nourish all living beings. In fact, the ancient gods had even helped to modify the 6 paths of reincarnation. At that time, the ancient god brought the 6 paths of reincarnation to the lava land and designed the blueprint for the mechanical armor. It was probably to improve the completion rate of the divine weapon of reincarnation. This is too scary. They felt a chill run up their spines. In front of him, the venerable sovereign was still talking to the two of them with a gentle look. With a serious face, he was discussing the possible whereabouts of the evil god's ancestor, comforting him, the future trend, and what they should do. He felt a sense of shock. This is too tragic. Look at the arm of the victim, the evil god of the universe. His face is full of grief and tears are falling down. He must have heard the news that his clansmen were killed and was about to break down. He was determined to take revenge and was secretly shouting for my father and my clansmen to be returned. Things like that. It's indeed tragic. The higher the level of the universe race, the lower their reproductive ability. Look at Renamansky, he has a daughter. 2 people are one race, very rare. The evil god tribe definitely doesn't have many people, which shows how much they value their people. Detestable. However, she didn't know that the murderer, the venerable sovereign, was right beside her. I can already see her forcing a smile. Since we've talked about the possibility of killing the evil god, the balloon fish continued, let's continue to discuss. If it was killed by a super ancient god, why should we kill it? Everyone's expression turned cold. The balloon fish said, in fact, the reason is obvious. Let's take a look at the timeline. The moon god season killed one of the 2 immortals. The ancient god woke up at this time and found that he was going to die the next time he fell asleep. How could they not make the final struggle of civilization? Thus, he set his eyes on the evil god clan. Yes, he attacked in secret and massacred the evil god clan alone. He would plunder their resources, genes, and all kinds of wealth. To cultivate us, to cultivate the various worlds, and even mainly to cultivate venerable sovereigns. After all, venerable sovereigns are 5G no-life forms. They are his biggest hope. If it were me, I would also prepare a world of 6 paths of reincarnation and a divine weapon for him to improve his strength in order to train. Venerable sovereign. I will risk my life to kill the evil god and become the nourishment for his rapid growth. As soon as he said that, everyone seemed to see the fog slowly being lifted. Yes, it was. It seemed that the world of 6 paths of reincarnation was born in such a bloody situation. The entire world had been shattered into 6 pieces because of the great battle. Even the flow of time had changed. Therefore, the ancient gods at that time chose to go to kill the evil gods and created the divine weapon, the 6 paths of reincarnation, to reproduce the world and increase the growth speed of the venerable sovereigns. Everyone was completely silent. This might be the case. However, there's no right or wrong in this matter. After all, if a super ancient god wants to survive, destroying another civilization is a good idea. After all, the universe is a dark forest. That's right. Even if we know the truth, we can't say. After all, we are the ones who will benefit, we are the living beings of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Without the divine weapon of laws, the 6 paths of reincarnation, our world has completely collapsed. Our civilization was built on the body of the evil god's father. It's obvious that he didn't expect Reinamanska to wake up, so he's here to stabilize the other party and not be detected. That's true. We already have a terrifying enemy, and he's extremely terrifying. We can't let Renamansky know the truth, or he might team up with Moon God G to attack our civilization. The other party may not be as powerful as the ancient gods, but if they stand on the opposite side, they will be the straw that breaks the camel's back. They quickly analyzed the pros and cons and felt that this secret was too shocking. Brothers, this is how the universe is. We have to work hard and defeat our enemies, defeat Moon God G, and survive. However, according to this analysis, the power of the ancient god is much stronger than we thought. He might be weaker than a level 10, but he's one of the strongest tyrants on the road to level 10. Then the opponent, Moon God G, is probably a heaven-shaking weak level 10. Everyone was completely silent. The enemy's strength was beyond imagination. No wonder venerable sovereigns wanted to get rid of the eternal gene and fuse it with the evil god gene. They wanted to quickly increase their combat power. Brothers, I can't be sure yet. This evil god might want to have a fight with the venerable sovereign. Let's see if the venerable sovereign. Was he going to hide the 6 paths of reincarnation? If he was hiding it, it would mean that there was something wrong. After all, his previous battles were all in front of us. Yeah, let's see if we can take it out and we'll know the truth. The crowd couldn't help but look over. Just as they were discussing, the venerable sovereign and the 2 men were almost done with their discussion. The demon god on the other side couldn't help but want to have a spar with the venerable sovereign. Chapter 937. The Battle of the Peak. Shiji felt very emotional after talking for a while. Her sister's family and clansmen had met with misfortune. She was the only one left of such a powerful race in the universe. She must have felt terrible. Medusa, who was also gently and politely echoing his words, could not help but say, "Your Excellency is very powerful and seems to have unparalleled combat strength. Are you willing to fight with me?" After listening to Shiji for so long, she finally couldn't hold it in anymore. After all, with a battle maniac like her, it was impossible for her to not be itching to fight. Every genetic level was a qualitative change. In front of her, this elite who was about to max out his 4th geno point was already terrifying to this extent. As for the 5th gene, this was not as simple as 1 plus 1. Moreover, a 5 geno life form had maxed out on its genes and could freely adjust its gene structure. In other words, the 5 genes that it cultivated were the strongest genes that had been perfectly matched. One could imagine how terrifying it was. As for her, although her quantum arm was fighting on the side, her main body's arm was still here. "You want to have an exchange?" The venerable sovereign smiled, pondered for a few seconds, and said softly, "Since you're interested, I'll grant your wish." Shiji was looking forward to it. After all, a battle of this level, where both sides were terrifyingly powerful and heaven-defying figures, was worth looking forward to. Moreover, his sister was currently feeling very aggrieved. She wanted to vent her inner depression and discomfort through a hearty battle. "Please," he said. For Medusa, it was not difficult for her to fight on 2 fronts. She smiled and said, "We'll open up another battlefield." "Please," he said. The venerable sovereign moved. Whoosh! The arm in Shiji's arms broke away. The 2 of them jumped into a dark void that was even further away and landed on 2 black meteorites that were not far away from each other. They stood there quietly. Suji was a little surprised. After all, for so many years, he had never thought that there would be a day when he would really be able to fight Medusa. He had chased her all the way here, and recalling all the scenes from back then made Suji very emotional. As for the so-called quantum body, Suji had naturally cultivated it. When a part of his main body was entangled with it, he could naturally give a part of it to his clone first. He had accepted this battle as a form of tempering and training for his quantum battle body. "Let's start." Medusa laughed. The venerable sovereign gently stretched out his arms and silently recited countless talents. All kinds of enthusiastic nomological phenomena circulated around his body, and countless phenomena of the world appeared. In the distance, the players' expressions changed slightly. As expected, the venerable sovereign didn't reveal the 6 paths reincarnation this time. Instead, he kept it in his body and stacked the laws. "It looks like there's indeed a ghost. It seems that our guess was right. The death of the evil god tribe is really related to the attack of the ancient gods. After all, it's for the final battle against the Mother Stream civilization in the Moon God season. However, we are not bad either. We have already predicted the truth in advance. The venerable sovereign might not reveal the 6 paths of reincarnation. It's clear that we're also very intelligent." They were full of confidence. What did it mean to predict things like a god? This was what it meant to predict things like a god. They had already guessed the truth of history and calculated the direction of the future. Even they had to admit that they were very powerful in this aspect. The mysteries of history were slowly being revealed. However, it's too tragic. The evil god race has suffered innocently. Look at the demonic goddess. Her face is filled with sorrow and a trace of morbid madness. She looks like she's looking forward to battle, but what's the truth? It's just to cover up her inner collapse and depression. She's using the battle to vent her depression. Unfortunately, she didn't know that the real enemy who killed her father was right in front of her. What is the most painful thing in life? Someone once asked me that, and I said, it's nothing more than the person you love being so close to you, but your heart is so far away. The person who killed your father is right in front of you, but you don't know anything. Tears. Kill the venerable sovereign. Revenge for your father, all the best. Tears. The secluded mountain prefecture lord could not help but step out. Good luck. Defeat the venerable sovereigns, open the path to immortality, and overthrow the old rule. The reopening of the immortal path was now. You can do it. Good luck, little missies. JPG. Countless people cried out in grief, as if they could see the tragic fate of their era. The final moment had finally arrived. Some of the players' expressions were a little off. Why were these guys so dramatic? Suddenly, he took the traditional wuxia route of a bitter love drama, enduring the hardships to taste the courage, and avenge his father? Hey! Whose side are you guys on? After all, we were also living on the corpse of the other party's father. He had to admit that the other party's father was really useful. Do you believe that the evil god will beat you to death if you walk out and talk like that? Cough, cough, cough. In terms of morality, we are on the side of the evil god. After all, his father died. Look at how sad and angry he is. However, my butt is naturally on the venerable sovereign's side. At this moment, although they were all talking nonsense, it didn't stop the atmosphere around the Cosmos Garden from being extremely tense. The air was heavy and filled with anxiety. In the void, the two of them stood on the meteorite. The venerable sovereign's body was covered in a hazy white mist, like a majestic white river flowing slowly. It emitted countless terrifying nomological roars, thunder, wind, and rain. The demonic god's body was surrounded by black flames, giving off a sharp and terrifying feeling of extreme evil. It was majestic and rumbling, giving off an unimaginably intense sense of oppression. Are we going to be finished? The entire board planet, the Teal Empire, felt a strong sense of despair. That's right, this was a feeling of powerlessness and despair that came from being powerless to resist and only being able to watch the situation develop in silence. One's life and death was in the hands of others. The two of them stood opposite each other in the air. It's like two groups of nomological laws are opposing each other. Mantha couldn't help but blurt out. It was like a white majestic celestial waterfall and a black evil demonic mist. They corresponded with each other, and the terrifying aura spread without restraint, bringing with it an extremely strong sense of danger. This is crazy. This was simply crazy. How could someone have reached such a high level before becoming a deist? The supreme goddess of nature's expression changed. Mantha, the situation is completely out of control. If anything happens to us, you have to go to the universe garden to take refuge as soon as possible. You are the last hope of our nature god system. Don't let your father down. Yes. Mantha's heart couldn't help sinking. Further away, the expressions of the four grandmasters changed slightly. What a powerful aura! The Alliance Master's face was filled with shock. He looked at the young man in dragon robes and said excitedly, "This person. He can actually fight against one of His Majesty's arms." The Alliance Master scratched his head. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I might die if I get punched by him." That's too much. He can fight an arm. Does that mean we can only fight him if we work together? Mr. Cat was still fighting with a cold and expressionless face. There's always someone better. We thought we were already unimaginably strong, but who knew that there were so many monsters in the universe? Zhou Meng, who had transformed into Dichi, looked at him with a face full of longing and anticipation. I'm looking forward to this person's cultivation technique. I'm afraid it will be unimaginably amazing. It seems that we are very honored. This is the most pinnacle battle of this realm in the entire world, or perhaps in the entire universe since ancient times. The Demon Master took a deep breath and looked into the distance. Further away, on the planet, countless civilians, powerhouses, and aristocrats from various territories were in chaos. To have such combat power at this level, the future of the universe. Level 10. If only I could be as powerful as him. Some young geniuses looked forward to it. You're dreaming. Our civilization is too low level. We don't have any foundation. It's impossible for such an existence to appear. They were excited and filled with anticipation, as if they had just witnessed the birth of a historical moment that would be passed down through the ages. You're making a fuss. Dichi glanced at him and took a deep breath. He turned his attention back to the battle in front of him and said, "There's no need to be envious. This person will live forever. I wonder how long he has been in the Heavenly Emperor realm. 10,000 years? Tens of thousands of years? His lifespan is much longer than ours. He became an immortal once and shed the eternal gene, turning from a cocoon into a butterfly. That's why he has such a strong foundation. It's only natural that he's stronger than us, but one day, I will definitely catch up. Dichi didn't envy him at all. In his opinion, the other party had lived for a long time and had been in the world of 6 paths of reincarnation for tens of thousands of years, not allowing him to become an immortal. He was much older than him. He had only cultivated for 9,000 years, while the other party must have cultivated for tens of thousands of years. It was only natural for him to have such a foundation. That's right. Carolyn also came back to her senses as she said with a look of admiration, "Why envy others? He also worked extremely hard and cultivated for tens of thousands of years to reach this level." Dichi smiled. "However, after the battle in the small universe, our combat power has not improved much over the years. After all, we are still deducing cultivation techniques. The other party, on the other hand, has already improved too much." "Yes," Carolyn added, "although we haven't advanced, our cultivation techniques have already been deduced. All we need to do now is to carry out the final training. Even if we completely perfect our Dao foundation, we will also welcome a qualitative change and upgrade. At that time, that will be the opportunity to break through to the 9th step." Boom! The 3 pillar gods simply didn't make a sound and continued to attack. The 4 grandmasters beside him changed their expressions slightly and started to discuss again. Their combat strength hasn't improved much. It's already so exaggerated after being stagnant for a while. Then, after a period of time, they will also welcome a qualitative change in their combat strength and complete their last gene. We will be completely left behind. We're too proud, but we're actually extremely weak. They had seen the true power of the outside civilization, which had completely shattered their pride. In this battle, they'll use the arm of a demon god as their final tempering. The demon master frowned. Mr. Cat took a deep breath and said, "We've stopped moving forward. We should face this problem. None of the 4 Wang Renmings in the multiverse can defeat or devour anyone, but if we continue like this..." They had completely realized that something was wrong. His combat strength and talent were extremely powerful. How could he be willing to not break through to level 9 and see the higher scenery? They had already completed the 100% completion of the Tier 9 path, but each of them occupied 25%. It was simply impossible to break through. Zhou Meng clasped her hands behind her back and walked with a majestic gait. She smiled and said, "Everyone, don't worry. I'm already Emperor Qi and I have his special talents. When we return, we can gather the skills and talents of the 4 of us. Perhaps we can find a special path, a special martial art that will allow us to not defeat each other. The 4 personalities will exist together and break through to the complete rank 9. Good, I've been waiting for this move. With this person's talent in improving cultivation techniques, it's simply a stroke of genius." Mr. Cat said in surprise. The nearby Dichi's face had turned black. The outside world was in complete turmoil. Su Ji stood in the air, silently feeling the power in his body. This was the first time he had felt the terrifying aura of the other party. It was like the will of an evil universe, giving people an extreme sense of disgust. "Your quantum battle body was just born not long ago." At this time, Medusa opened her mouth and said very carefully, "You should know that the arm of the quantum battle body that they fought with is a low-quality clone. It's not as strong as my main body's arm. I'm very powerful now." The venerable sovereign just smiled and said indifferently, "Of course, I know. The quantum combat body that I've just cultivated isn't very strong, and its combat strength isn't exaggerated. Then, let's merge them into the sacred body of chaos." The main body and the quantum battle body were entangled and instantly fused. It was as if 2 versions of himself from 2 parallel universes had fused together, and a terrifying aura completely erupted. "Have you fused?" Medusa laughed. "This was natural. This is not enough." The venerable sovereign smiled. To Medusa's surprise, 2 venerable sovereigns had walked out of the void and merged with their respective quantum battle bodies. The 3 of them walked together, becoming one. Medusa frowned. That was only 1/3 of your strength? This is not enough. The venerable sovereign laughed again, and his body quickly expanded. The giant form of the 9 revolutions mysterious art, the true elemental gas, and the fusion of the 3 genes of the entire clan's cells instantly appeared. At that moment, Medusa's expression changed completely. The 5 major genetic systems are perfectly fused and complemented each other. Each gene is growing at a rate of several times. Medusa suddenly fell silent. She closed her eyes, as if she was thinking. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and revealed a burning desire to fight. She said in a dry voice, "How many years has it been? How many years has it been? As an evil god, I've never met any decent opponents. I have to give sufficient respect to such an opponent." She made a grabbing motion in the air. Under the dumbfounded gazes of Dichi and the others, the arm that was fighting them quickly abandoned them and flew back. Whoosh! The 2 arms slowly merged together. "I've said it before, I'll only use my arms to fight you. I won't go back on my word, but the arm of another quantum parallel space and time will merge and become a real arm. I hope you can bring me enough surprises. I hope you'll let me beat you to my heart's content." Medusa chuckled, and her quantum arms melded together. It was as if the ultimate existence of the universe had completely descended, and everyone felt an intense sense of oppression. Roar! The entire universe suddenly reverberated with a huge roar, as if the entire universe was collapsing and a great silence appeared. "Come on!" The venerable sovereigns also attacked instantly. Boom! The void was shaking. The planet was also shaking. The surrounding primal planets were like stone bricks that had not been repaired for years. They actually shook off strands of dust. Chapter 938. Fighting the strong with the weak, fighting the strong with the low. When Dichi, Caroline, and the other 4 martial masters saw this scene, their faces suddenly turned strange. The evil god gave up on the battlefield. The arms of the great battle instantly left them. However, they did not chase after him. Instead, they watched the battle with great interest. It can be said that it's one of the battles that will be remembered by all the heavens in the universe since ancient times. It's a battle between the peak of those below level 9. It's so exaggerated. Dichi stopped, turned around and said with a smile. Caroline also stood at her original spot, her eyes looking into the distance, full of anticipation as she said, "This battle. It might not be one of them. It might even be the most terrifying battle in this realm since the birth of the entire universe." It was indeed so. This kind of battle that completely broke through the ceiling of combat strength was perhaps unprecedented. This might be the first time it had appeared in the entire universe. At this level, we're about to maxing out on all 4 genes, but we're still far from it. I'm afraid we're destined to be unable to catch up to their top combat power. At this moment, the 3 pillar gods spoke. With his hands behind his back, Dichi said softly, "So what if we can't chase?" Why did he chase them? They were all abnormal beings, so they naturally couldn't be compared. We've already reached the true perfection of our respective Deo foundations. Why do we need to compete with them in this realm? We can break through to the 9th step at any time, and see even higher sights. Caroline also laughed. That's indeed the case. Why do we need to compete? Even if I'm not as good as you at this level, I'll definitely catch up in the next level, level 9. At that time, we'll have a showdown. The venerable sovereign's face was calm and full of confidence. He looked at the 2 people in the distance with his hands behind his back, full of pride and a sense of dominance. "In the future, I'll wait for you at the 9th grade." At the side, the 4 grandmasters were also very free. Hearing Dichi's words, they started to talk secretly. "This is the person. Perhaps we can create a cultivation technique and master it thoroughly. Yes, this will be enough to solve our predicament." The Alliance Master mumbled. "Zhou Meng, you're a guy who's hated by everyone in the martial arts world, but there's still a day when you do good. To think that your cultivation technique has such an effect, to be able to become this person. This is a key that will allow the 4 of us to break through to the 9th step," Mr. Cat said excitedly. On the other side, Dichi also put his hands behind his back and said proudly, "In the future, I will take you to level 9. At the side, Dichi's face had completely darkened. This crazy old man who was dreaming. He was still daydreaming? It was the first time in his life that he had seen such a disgusting cultivation technique. It was simply terrifying to the extreme. Zhou Meng's cultivation technique, the dream of the universe, was not something that a normal person could cultivate. Only a lunatic would be able to cultivate it successfully. However, this kind of insane cultivation technique, it was too disgusting. At the side, Carolyn suddenly smiled and clapped her hands. Good. Zhou Meng, you should know that Dichi is the most suitable person for you to dream about. He is very compatible with your cultivation method. To her, it would be best if she kept dreaming that she was Dichi. That way, she would not dream about her. Even she was worried. This cultivation technique was not strong. But it was so disgusting that even her expression changed when she talked about it. There was another version of himself that seemed to be in a parallel universe, wearing his skin everywhere, wandering around aimlessly, with the same character and talent as him, living his own life. Who could stand this? Most importantly, it was just a dream. If he killed the other party might appear elsewhere in the universe. Only replication can defeat replication. Carolyn thought to herself. After thinking for a moment, she looked at the other party, cupped her hands, and smiled. However, Grandmaster Dreamjo, since you have the talent in this area, I have a cultivation technique here that I would like to study with your talent. Is that possible? After all, apart from Zhou Meng, no one else could do this. This was a good opportunity to make use of Dichi's talent. Beside her, Mr. Cat, who had communicated with Caroline before, laughed and said, "Of course, this guy always receives business like this." The three pillar gods, who were extremely cold, were also slightly moved. They looked at Dichi and said, "If that's the case, I also have some techniques that I need to consult with you. After all, my techniques are a bit complicated and I need a person with talent to deduce new heights." Dichi's face turned completely black. How could he not know that although these two people usually laughed and joked with him, weren't they deliberately disgusting him and suppressing him at this time? After all, they must have harbored hatred in their hearts and were constantly learning the cultivation techniques they had created in secret. Even these three powerful universe existences, the great Dao holders of the universe who can make a breakthrough at any time, respect Zhou Meng so much? At the side, the leader of the martial arts world could not help but scratch his head when he saw this scene. He could feel the power of Caroline and the three pillar gods. As long as they went all out, they would be able to kill him. After all, he only had a quarter of their energy. In fact, even Dichi could kill him, but he had to pay a great price, so he was too lazy to do it. However, this did not mean that he was weak. After all, his opponent was 4 times stronger than him. If their energy levels were similar, he would not be afraid of his opponent at all. However, such powerful existences were all talking to Zhou Meng in a friendly manner. The Alliance Master muttered to himself, "Zhou Meng, this old man, has always said that it doesn't necessarily have to be strong in battle or be able to kill the other party to make others respect you and fear you." Now, it seemed that it was true. The other party respected him very much, and he was the real powerful. At this moment, Dichi's eyes flickered. He did not attack but looked at the battle in the distance. "I will study it in secret. We'll study the other party's cultivation technique. This Zhou Meng's real body. We have to find a way to get rid of him." The players in the distance whispered to each other. Looking at Dichi's expression, he might be thinking of a way to hit people through the internet. "Zhou Meng, you are the role model of US keyboard warriors, awesome pen." How deep were the thoughts of these existences? They were all conversing with each other, each with their own ulterior motives. And this battle was like a martial arts competition in front of the entire Cosmos Garden. The space around it was like the water in a pond, rippling in circles. Bang! As expected of a 5G no being. Medusa's voice was low, but there was a hint of excitement in it. "You're not bad either." The 5 venerable sovereign genes overlapped perfectly, forming an unimaginable ultimate creature. The body structure of a demon god had also transcended a special rule of common sense. Everyone watching the battle was immersed in shock and horror. The battle between the two had almost broken away from everyone's understanding of this realm and had reached an unimaginable level. All the cultivators had never seen such a battle before. However, the next second, the god fiend's words pulled everyone into an ice cave. "You're not bad, are you worth my time?" Medusa laughed. "Even if you are hiding something now, you must have used up most of your strength, right? It's a pity that I only used 30% of my strength." Everyone's expression turned grave. Yes, there were too many evil god organizations. In this situation, it was equivalent to a martial arts grandmaster being surrounded by an army of thousands of men and horses. The difference in strength was still too great. You only used less than a third of your strength. Of course I know. The venerable sovereign smiled and didn't seem surprised. He said with a serious face, I know very well that your quantum arm is only a defective clone. You don't even have 1/5 of the strength of your arm, yet you're able to fight them to a standstill. The venerable sovereign had admitted that he had used most of his power. Medusa laughed again. There's one more thing. Ever since I became a demon god, I have been studying a set of fighting techniques that belong to me. However, I have never really used them. Oh! The venerable sovereign smiled. Demonic god, the chaos wheel gathers consciousness. What you cultivate is probably the terrifying evil spiritual witchcraft, right? Yes, it's a technique that combines quantum martial arts. You're qualified for me to make a real move. Medusa suddenly opened her eyes. Flower of death. Rose Parametha flower. A magnificent black-red flower broke through the universe's restraints with a terrifying liquid pressure and suddenly stabbed into the entire galaxy. A large amount of space shattered into pieces, like raindrops, falling everywhere. Nothing happened. The venerable sovereign slowly touched her chest. There was a flower on her chest, as if there was a flame flower emblem on her heart. It was an extreme beauty. The fresh flower pierced into his chest, causing blood to splatter, forming an unbelievable Deo wound. It's so fast. Is it a soul attack that's combined with quantum martial arts? The venerable sovereign was amazed. This is the terrible spiritual power of the evil god. She has a deep understanding of the rules of the universe. No one can escape her attack. The faces of Carolyn and the others tightened. Yes, it was almost undefeatable. The evil god was a non-individual monster that gathered together. It was not something that individual life could resist. Then, there's no need to run. The venerable sovereign laughed, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. His entire body froze. The white cells of the entire race, the infinite power of the 9 revolutions' mysterious art, and the primitive body of true chi and elements became a layer of flame ripples on the outer shell of his body. This is the body's limit when the 5 major genes are perfectly stacked. Dichi's expression changed slightly, and his voice trembled with extreme excitement. He was so excited that he couldn't take his eyes off this scene, as if he had seen the most magnificent and unbelievable treasure in the world. Yes, only my eyes can understand everything. On the side, another Emperor Qi said, this is unimaginably terrifying. The whole clan's ceramic cells, the mixed UN sacred martial body of quantum martial arts, the Pangu true body, the elemental body, the spiritual power of the demon core gene. Among them, 4 of them are physical defense techniques. With this degree of stacking, no one can break through his body's defense. It's not just that. Caroline frowned. The magic core gene was quickly used on a defensive cultivation technique. The unique calculation power of the magic core was used by him to evolve the carefree journey. Although the level wasn't high, it still had a certain effect. This was equivalent to having 5 defensive genes perfectly stacked on top of one another. Could anyone really break through such a monster? With a qualitative change in defense, no matter how strong the other party was, he might not be able to break through. When Shiji saw this, he couldn't help but worry for his sister. He clenched his fists and thought, this monster has already broken through the limit of his combat strength and is starting to fight across realms. I'm afraid that even a complete rank 9 gene at the lower position of 1 or 2 gene positions might not be able to break through his defense. Yes, it was. This kind of defensive power had broken the upper limit. The battle between the two even began to approach the level of the lower 9 ranks. The combat strength of ordinary low-level rank 9s with 1 or 2 genes might not be stronger than them. After all, there were 2 stages to the 9th step. The first was to climb the 9th step, and the second was to absorb energy and break through to the 9th step. As for Dichi and the others, they had already passed the first threshold. What they lacked was energy to undergo the second stage of transformation. Having already grasped the complete laws, they were no different from a true 9th rank combatant. The only difference was in energy. Dichi's energy was 1, while the energy of a complete 9th rank combatant was 1000. In front of them, even a complete, ordinary low rank 9 who has transcended the laws of the universe can be killed by them. He's really too strong. Shiji's eyes were fixed on him. They are strong, but to compare them with us with those low-level class 1, 2 and disabled class 9, isn't it? You're looking down on us too much. I'm afraid you'll be stuck at rank 9 for the rest of your life, unable to even break through to the middle 9th rank. No, Dichi shook his head, looked into the distance and said, what's the point of them being 1,000 times more powerful than us? It has no mass, just a slightly bigger energy tofu that will break with a touch. Besides, our energy is ready. Caroline shook her head and laughed. We can make the final breakthrough at any time and become those 1,000. We can kill those so-called rank 1, rank 2 gene level 9s while we are at it. Little girl, you've just been born and your knowledge is shallow. You should follow your father more and see the world. Was this normal? Everyone could break through to this level? Would they all be stuck in their realms and not break through, waiting to perfect their 4th gene Deo foundation? Wasn't a perfect Deo foundation a legendary state? Isn't it to improve further by building such a perfect foundation? Isn't this, did they have 10th tier potential on average? Shiji's expression changed slightly, his mind was filled with confusion. Perhaps my inheritance has really fallen behind for too long. The civilization that my father came into contact with is very terrifying. Perhaps, just as they said, they were the real center of the universe, and the level that his father was in contact with was the center of the universe. Our more ancient memories have been eliminated. The knowledge passed down by our level 10 ancestor was in a remote part of the universe and we didn't have contact with the center of the universe. Shiji thought to himself, maybe my 10th grade ancestor is a rather remote one, which is why the information is so poor and inaccurate. Looking at this little girl, Dichi couldn't help but continue to attack her. He laughed and said, in fact, according to my own deductions, if I were to break through with a perfect 4-gene Deo foundation, in addition to the soul and body Deos, the 6 major systems would become rank 9, and I would become a dragon when I encounter a storm. Once I become a low 9th rank, I'm afraid that the low, middle, and high 9th rank genes of ordinary 2nd or 3rd rank genes will all be blown up. I'll directly defeat more than half of the 9th rank genes. That's how terrifying it is. If you want to do it to the best of your ability. Suddenly, Dichi stopped talking and looked at the battle in the distance. However, it was undeniable that the combat strength of the 2 people in front of him was too frightening. They had to break through to be able to do this, but the other party had not broken through and was already beginning to do it. All the spectators and the top figures were staring at the venerable sovereigns. This meant that the 2 forces were testing each other. The venerable sovereign slowly pulled out the rose from his chest and looked at Medusa, who was opposite him, with expectation. 5 ultimate systems. This is my current form. Can you break through my defense? Medusa also had the same look of shock on her face. It seems that you have really reached the perfect combination of all levels, without a single flaw. Chapter 939. Ultimate Martial Art, Outer Deo Universe. The realm of this 5-gene level was indeed so perfect that it made people envious. In other words, an ordinary low-level rank 9 would no longer be able to damage this terrifying combat body. Stacking 5 defensive genes together? Its defensive power had reached a terrifying level. This was because even if the energy of a lower 9th rank was 1000 points, the combat power was not compressed or condensed enough. There was a high probability that 1 or 2 trashy extraordinary cultivation methods would not be able to break through the defense, not to mention the exaggerated recovery rate of the 9 revolutions mysterious art. However, your defense has reached the threshold of the 9th rank, but your offensive and killing abilities are very weak. If my calculations are correct, Medusa said with a smile, you can't even break my defense. Indeed. The venerable sovereign looked calm. I've just integrated the quantum martial arts to make up for the shortcomings in combat power. However, he had not fully cultivated it yet, so his combat strength was still very weak. After all, it was almost impossible to cross realms and fight. Even I have never thought of crossing realms to kill an enemy. It is too difficult and unrealistic. It's just that I'm now polishing my foundation in preparation for a breakthrough. In preparation for a breakthrough? The entire place was silent. So, although you didn't fight for the sake of surpassing your level, in order to break through and polish your foundation, you've already fought a complete lower level 9th rank? Even if you couldn't win, when the other party couldn't kill you, it was already terrifying enough. That was the difference of a whole realm. Your defense is astonishing. Medusa took a deep breath. The other party's defensive power was indeed beyond her expectations. Her combat power was so much higher than his, but she still felt that it was difficult to deal with him. It's impossible for you to defeat me, but I have a chance to defeat you, she said with a smile after a moment of silence. Then, the meaning of this battle will be whether I can break through your defense. Her voice gradually became lower, and she took a light step forward. 3 moves. If he could block 3 moves. There's no need to continue like this. 3 moves. The venerable sovereign's face darkened and he said softly, my quantum body has indeed just been cultivated, and its combat power has not caught up. Su Ji himself knew that he was far from being able to keep up with Medusa at the moment. It was already amazing that he could withstand the attack of one of Medusa's arms. If Su Ji had completely cultivated his quantum martial arts and achieved great success, he would have the means to attack, defend, and attack. Perhaps he would really not be inferior to Medusa. However, his main body was still cultivating the quantum battle body and was at the final juncture. According to logic, he should be almost done with it. After all, so much time had passed. However, the 99% of the quantum battle body that had been stuck on it could not be perfected no matter what. Great Cosmos martial arts. This was a quantum martial art that even the demon sect thought was an extreme madman. It was a theoretical concept martial art, and no one had ever really practiced it. It was only after Su Ji had really started his cultivation that he realized that he had to explore and perfect everything on his own. He was stuck at a dead end with all sorts of difficulties. As expected, the entire insect race, the quantum umbilical cord, has become a part of my body. This is very difficult to achieve. Su Ji sighed with emotion. He didn't expect it to be this difficult. However, even if he had truly completed the cultivation of the quantum battle body, he still needed to accumulate various martial arts, and he was still not Medusa's match in the short term. At that moment, Su Ji was still silently measuring his combat power. At that moment, Medusa opened her mouth. 3 moves. I advise you to stop, because this move is too terrifying. Even I don't know how strong it is. The surrounding people felt that the atmosphere was getting heavier. This move meant that venerable sovereigns would die without a doubt. I won't die. If you use this move, you might end up with an ending that's even more terrifying than death. Medusa smiled. Have you seen the history of the technological civilization? The mastery of nuclear bombs was a major watershed in the advancement of science and technology. However, before the nuclear bomb exploded, no one knew how powerful it was. This weapon is too terrifying. A move that's beyond the concept. Dichi's eyes were burning as he stared ahead. He was very interested in this move. Carolyn was startled, and her heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. Her expression turned serious as she thought to herself. If that's the case, the venerable sovereign should stop. Such a non-human creature is indeed incomparable to individual creatures. It's extremely stupid to compete with her in the same realm. Even proud people like them felt at ease. After all, even if they were to climb to the limit with their 4th gene, it was still impossible for them to win. How could they fight? This was something that couldn't be fought with, as they were not the same life form. It was a great loss for venerable sovereigns to lose their lives here. Stop? There's no need for that. The venerable sovereign smiled and said, I'm also looking forward to your moves. After all, you've been working hard on your cultivation technique all by yourself, and you've been looking forward to the day when you'll really make a move, haven't you? After all, it would be a pity if such an amazing move was only developed and ended up being covered in dust. Medusa laughed as well, as if they were close friends. That's true. This battle has exceeded my expectations. I have not really fought like this for thousands of years. Su Ji was naturally not afraid of death. He was not his main body, so he was not worried about that. My first move is the starting stance. It's a wide-range attack. Medusa turned around and looked at Dichi and the others. You guys, be careful. She raised her head and looked at the 3 planets nearby. And the pillar god Ji who's hiding on that planet, do you think you can escape? Also, you poor little natives, I've told you before, don't think that I've forgotten about you. Carolyn, Dichi, and the others frowned. They felt a sense of strangeness and horror. I'll remind you again. This move is a wide-range attack. You have to be careful, she said with a smile. Countless people on the 3 nearby planets were terrified. How was that possible? How could there be such a technique that could have such a wide range of attack? Even a grade 9 expert couldn't cover the surrounding life planets with their attacks. The face of Emperor Teal of the Teal Empire instantly changed. We need to leave this planet. Let's run. Countless higher UPS started wailing. On the planet of the Pillar God of Machinery, a mechanical spaceship was secretly taking off and flying to another place. It's useless, it's useless. Medusa raised her eyebrows and revealed a strange smile. Do you know what the greatest benefit I have gained from becoming a demonic god of the multiverse, holding the authority of the outer path world, and living in the center of the multiverse? Medusa's eyes were filled with emotion as she said. That is not something that normal creature can do. One has to have an unparalleled understanding of the entire world in order to perfectly simulate all the parameters of the universe. Only I, who have walked the path of cultivation more than 100,000 times, can achieve this. It looks like a real universe. The evolution of the rules of the multiverse is also rapidly nourishing my understanding of this world, complementing each other. The will of the universe, the storm of rules, the form of all living things, the falling of the electric apple, the eruption of lava, the rain in the fog. Magnetic force, gravitational force, repulsive force, quantum force. This is all the authority of the great cosmos laws. Medusa laughed. When you merge all the rules and authority together to form an initial point, what will it form? She asked. Everyone was clear. The endless laws of the world, tens of millions of nomological laws, if they were mixed into a point. It was probably the very beginning of the universe, the very beginning of the Big Bang. When all the rules, matter, and energy gathered at one point, it was the ultimate phenomenon of the universe's grand unification. It symbolized the most magnificent scene of the universe, the Big Bang and the great collapse of the universe. And to do that, one must understand the laws and order of the entire universe. She stretched out her arm and grabbed at the air. A huge light blue glass bottle appeared in her hand. And the person who sees this, you will see the birth of a parallel world. She gently threw the world bottle, which was as big as her, into the air. The next second, something terrifying happened. The entire bottle quickly turned into a black hole, absorbing everything around it. It sucked in everything around it. 3 moves. Yes, you can only see the 4 Grandmasters' ultimate techniques. Then, I'll show you my ultimate technique. There was no sound. It was as if all the air was being pulled in by a strong force, forming a silent black hole. She chuckled and asked. Did you know? Someone once said that on the other side of the black hole is a parallel universe. Ultimate level martial technique, starting stance, outer Deo universe. Chapter 940. The Weeping Civilization, the end of an era. Is this a real black hole? A white-shirted scientist looked into the distance and saw that the crystal bottle was like a strange black hole that was slowly devouring and sucking everything. If it was really a large black hole, then the entire galaxy could be sucked into it. Time and space would be stretched into a strip, and all planets would be stretched and crushed in an instant. Another scientist in white said, no, that's not a black hole. It's not that easy to form a stable black hole. To form a black hole, the most terrifying super-celestial body in the universe, in theory, it's still far from possible even if we gather the energy of the entire solar system. This move and this sucking method was somewhat similar to the great collapse of the universe. All laws, matter, life, and light are being retrieved and put into the singularity furnace to reforge the universe and form the next Big Bang. The great collapse of the universe? The Big Bang. That's right. The birth of the universe began as a singularity. After the Big Bang, it transformed into countless planets that spread outwards. The death of the universe was the shrinking of the entire universe and rapidly collapsing into a point. This is the great collapse of the universe. The Big Bang and the great collapse of the universe are a cycle of new life and death. Then, she's carrying out a great collapse of the universe, sucking us all in and creating a new universe. Is she creating a parallel universe? Some scientists looked at the black hole nervously. After all, the black hole could be the entrance to another parallel space and time. Could her black hole really? It's connected to a parallel universe, right? I'm not sure. The 2 scientists were still discussing. However, no one had discovered an extremely terrifying thing. In another parallel universe, on another planet, there were creatures that looked exactly like them. They were facing the black hole in the sky and discussing the same thing. These were two scientists in white who looked exactly the same. The Big Bang, the big collapse of the universe. After all, a black hole could be the entrance to another parallel universe. Her black hole can't really be connected to a parallel universe, right? I'm not sure. Without them knowing, the world had already been split into two universes. They had already become incomparably tiny ants that were being dragged on the palm of a hand. Outside, there was a mysterious demon god who was smiling at them. A new parallel universe has been formed. On the other side, the wind howled. The black hole in the center was still sucking in everything. Is this her first move? The opening move of the first move is already so terrifying. Apart from peak existences like us, almost no one can escape. This is just the starting stance. On the other hand, Mr. Cat looked into the distance at his disciples. If I'm not wrong, these living beings don't even sense much of an abnormality. However, another parallel universe has already been formed. I don't understand. Many people wouldn't feel anything strange about this move. However, a parallel universe that belongs to this planet was formed in an instant. Mantha frowned. You don't understand. It's good that you don't understand. Mr. Cat laughed and grabbed at the air. A small mantha the size of an ant was held in Mr. Cat's hand. But now? You guys practice quantum martial arts. Don't you understand? Mantha looked at her other self, her heart trembling. When? A part of my soul was actually cut off and is flying towards that black hole. If it wasn't for her teacher, she wouldn't even know that she had been split. The evil god was indeed an expert in evil soul spells. The indescribable evil had silently already cutting their souls and stuffing them into a parallel universe that was similar to a crystal wall. Oh my god, my soul has been severed. This is clearly going to enter extremely weakened state. How could I not feel anything? It's as if someone used a knife to brazenly cut off one of your arms, but you don't even feel that you're already missing an arm. It won't even hurt. It's as if there's a voice in the dark telling you, you were born with one less arm, and that's only natural. Thus, we instinctively thought that we were born without an arm. This is the sole charm of the mind. It's already unfathomable to change memories. The disciples said in low voices. This was too shocking. Teacher, please help us. Please save us. Princess Seal and the others turned pale and quickly begged their teacher to help them sense the soul particles in the void and bring them back. All of you are already clear that this black hole is cutting your souls and stuffing them into the parallel universe she created. Mr. Cat caught them one by one and said with a smile, after all, His Majesty the evil god is best at toying with and cutting up souls. However, this time, it's not a soul parallel universe, but a parallel universe in reality. A parallel universe in reality? How could it be a parallel universe in reality? What was the concept of a parallel universe? It was like having a real you living next door. The previous crystal wall universes were all soul planes. Splitting the soul and forming a parallel universe was also possible, but what was happening now? Didn't you notice? The substances on your bodies have also been reduced. Material reduction. Mantha looked at the little mantha in her hand. Although he was the size of an ant, he actually had a physical body. She immediately reacted and was extremely frightened. Not only did he cut away our souls, but he also secretly took away part of our body, hair, skin, and underwent life recombination to form a small ant? You still don't understand. Mr. Cat laughed. It's a summoning ritual. Don't you guys have summoning rituals like evil mages on your planet? Using a space legend array to summon some strange creatures through a medium? Those dimensional creatures also have souls and flesh. They instantly understood. Their bodies had been reverse summoned, but not your entire body. It had summoned part of your soul and flesh. This is too terrifying, Mantha's voice was hoarse. He used a super large summoning ritual to summon part of our souls and flesh to create a parallel universe. He also carried out quantum recombination on our bodies, forming us the size of ants. How knowledgeable must he be to know the rules of the universe to be able to do this? She knew how terrifying it was. If you cut her soul, you won't have a complete soul. Just like his teacher, his soul was incomplete, and he could not break through to rank 9. Unless you find another version of yourself in a parallel universe and defeat him. However, how can you guarantee that you won't be killed by your own self in another parallel universe? Mantha had an extremely terrifying thought. One day, the other one will come to me and beat me to death. This is impossible. This is almost inevitable. At this time, the 13th prince said bitterly, the parallel universe itself is still constantly splitting. Sooner or later, the strongest one will appear and unify the multiverse itself. Then, it will come to our main body. This wasn't just extreme fear. What a tragic future this would be. Hwalala. The silent black hole devoured and sucked everything. In front of the black hole, there was an indomitable evil god standing in it. At this time, his voice spread throughout the void, extremely tempting. Observe me, and observe the multiverse. Look at me, and you will see in the mirror my other self. Countless living beings instinctively looked up at the sky. Don't look. Mantha sent him a message and roared madly through her communication device, she is an evil god of the multiverse. She is using her body and voice as a medium for the soul summoning ritual. The black hole behind her is the summoning ritual, summoning all that can hear her and look at her to be pulled into the multiverse. The evil god of the multiverse, do not look directly at it. Don't look directly at it. Don't listen. Silly child, run. Quickly run. Mantha prostrate on the ground, her voice almost tearing at her heart as she sobbed. She is the evil itself. I can't look at him directly, I can't listen to his voice. If I look at him directly, I'll be pulled into the multiverse, and another me will appear, woo. She couldn't help but wail and let out her last roar to the entire planet, but it was to no avail. That extremely alluring voice caused everyone to instinctively look over. We're finished. We're finished. Some of the experts had already reacted and were madly running away, wanting to escape. However, they didn't know that they had already been cut into a parallel space and time. Chapter 941. The Oddity of the Great Dao. However, Mantha's shouts were of no use. Most of the gods, with the exception of a few law-over gods, were unable to resist the temptation and were quickly cut off, with a part of their souls missing. We've already. The light god sat on the throne, looking at the ancient divine kingdom that had been around for tens of thousands of years. On the bright rainbow bridge, the gods were wailing and in pain. The god of light held the hammer of light in his hand, shining with golden light. He sat on the throne without saying a word, knowing that everything was over. He closed his eyes in pain, demon god. This was not a creature from the same dimension. How could they fight it? As the supreme gods of laws on the path to the 9th rank, which meant that they were planet-level powerhouses, how could they contend with a monster-level taboo existence? Without hope, where is the hope? There was no hope from the start. Even some of the iron-based existences of the Jizu god were quickly cut apart. This situation could not be contained. A part of his soul had been separated, and another part of him had a split personality. At this moment, an apparition of the G-pillar god appeared out of nowhere. He looked into the void and said with a low voice, "Is this the true strength that this demon god is displaying? Not good. If too many species pass by, there might be a new me in a parallel universe. The clansman of a parallel universe would naturally give birth to the Pillar of Fate god. I'm about to face the challenge of another pillar god of machinery." It had a creepy thought. The entire era was wailing. Even the Teal Empire was the same. The entire technology dynasty had completely collapsed. The sounds of despair, howls, roars, choking, and sobbing mixed together on the entire planet, forming the last elegy of an era. This evil god was too terrifying. The wheel of history was crushing everyone's faces, but they could not do anything. On the other side. We're already finished. No. Emperor Teal closed his eyes in pain. Our dynasty, I'm afraid. I'm really a sinner, I'm ashamed to face my ancestors. Don't worry. Suddenly, a voice came from the dark. She can't touch you because they've already become a part of me. Everyone was slightly stunned. Teal's entire person revealed an expression of disbelief, joy, excitement, and a trace of great despair that followed. It turned out. We're no longer ourselves? Have we already been divided up by these higher dimension existences? Majesty Teal looked at the sky in a daze. At this moment, this talented and ambitious overlord of the river system was like a puppet with a dead soul. His eyes had an extremely deathly grey color, which was despair. It is good to be alive. But now I know that we're already dead. He. Crazy laughter came from the top of Capitol Hill. Ha 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 ha. What are we struggling for? The times are like a huge mountain, crushing everyone until they can't resist. The players said. They couldn't take any more jokes. Their expressions were also unprecedentedly grave. This was not a small sandbox world. This was a truly huge civilization. This was a truly huge life planet. They had only managed to escape this calamity by hurriedly hiding within Carolyn's body. After all, no one could resist this kind of large-scale soul separation except for the top existences. At Carolyn's level, her path to the 9th step was complete. Every cell had fused with every part of her soul, and her soul and body had long since become one. Without the concept of a soul, she naturally could not be separated. This is the tide of history. Meng Mei's eyes were complicated as she looked at the sorrow and fear of countless people. The civilization of the weak can't resist anything. They can only cry in pain, grovel, and scream. Finally, it comes to an end. We can only hope that we don't become them. This is a true evil god. The Alchemy Emperor's voice became hoarse. This is the true evil god of the multiverse. Looking directly at him and observing him is the same as looking directly at the concept of chaos in the multiverse itself, and it will usher in the parallel dimensions of civilization. It's indeed much more powerful than the Thulhu evil god we studied before. This is the real deal. The entire planet's civilization is. It's too scary. That's right. Think about it, as long as see his civilization, I will not be able to stop the birth of a parallel universe of my own civilization. His terror and catastrophe were like the pillar god virus, destroying everything. To any extraordinary civilization in the universe, this is a nightmare of destruction. This is the first move. Medusa's expression was very calm, and she said with a smile, "What do you think? It's perfect, isn't it? Other than the few of you, the rest of you, the Teal Empire, the Machine Pillar God, and the various major god systems of Board Planet have basically all lost the possibility of entering the battlefield." She single-handedly dragged a sand tray that was more than 100 mu in size and raised it above her head, as if she was dragging a huge disk of the mountains and seas. And above it was a parallel universe. A group of tiny ants of the same proportion were almost as small as bacteria. They were wailing and screaming, which was actually similar to the various scenes in reality. From mortals to gods. It gave off an extremely terrifying feeling, as if it had become a forbidden toy. The difference isn't big. After all, it's a parallel universe that has just been separated, and there hasn't been much divergence over time. Medusa held up the 100 mu sandbox and laughed. I have no choice. I can only be this small. After all, it was a parallel universe in reality. Or maybe, if I'm stronger, I can use quantum division in the future to cut their density by half and their weight by half, but their body shape will still be equal to the human shape. She held her chin and smiled. Yes, although the density has decreased from wood to foam density, the body size is still the same. Even Shiji, who was watching from the side, fell silent. His sister's true demon god strength and true demon god cultivation techniques were actually so terrifying. This was the first time she had fought against a real opponent, right? It's very powerful. Quantum martial arts and quantum force are indeed close to the universe-level concept. The venerable sovereign's eyes were bright, and he said lightly, "You're actually able to start creating parallel universes in reality. Then, what about the second move? You should know that this kind of large-scale soul deprivation has little effect on existences like us." Medusa shook her head. The first opening move is naturally not meant to kill you. Otherwise, how could it be called the opening move? The goal is to create a parallel universe. What do you think the second move is? All the existences present were stunned. The starting stance. Since a parallel universe has appeared, the second move will naturally be the great collapse of the universe. With the universe, do you think I'm going to nurture them? To nurture the development of their parallel universe and seize the original main universe. Medusa laughed. I don't like this. Slowly cultivating a group of weaklings in anticipation of a strong one appearing? These laughable fellows from the Teal Empire, do they think that I care about them? They wanted to nurture a group of them from a parallel universe and seize them? That's laughable, that's the way the weak think. What I need to do is to create an entire parallel universe, then destroy it and quickly shrink back to the original point. Medusa still did not have the habit of hiding anything. She revealed a crazy smile, and there was a kind of morbid crazed expectation. I have been deducing this move for a long time. This is the ultimate Tao technique of the universe. I want to undergo a great collapse of the universe, and everything will return to the singularity. The end of the great Dao will appear, and that one. She was going to simulate the collapse of the universe, the appearance of a singularity, and the original chaos. Summoning the ultimate existence of the universe? This concept might be difficult to understand in a short time. However, the players instantly understood and turned pale with fright. They couldn't help but say, to put it simply, isn't this spell to summon the god of creation? Everyone looked at Medusa, who was in a state of madness, and their first reaction was, this person was crazy. Chapter 942. All in one. Everyone knew what this meant. Singularities were the beginning and the end of the universe. What did this mean? It was the core of the universe, the most beautiful scene, the dream of all cultivators who pursued the Dao, the supreme palace. If the spells of all living things, such as wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, were all a single scene that simulated the laws of nature, then what was the highest spell that could simulate the laws of nature? One could imagine. It was the entire universe, or rather, the entire universe that had been unified. When the universe formed a point, it was the beginning of everything's convergence. The demon god in front of him had gone crazy. She wanted to simulate the highest level of spiritual techniques in the universe. No wonder she said that she had never really performed this cultivation technique before. It was too terrifying. This is impossible. Beside him, Dichi pondered for a while and said, simulating the singular point, Dao, and one of the entire universe is indeed the most powerful spiritual spell in theory. This was the true ultimate Dao technique, summoning and gathering existences from the unseen world, an ultimate phenomenon of the laws. No one can resist the unification of the universe. At this moment, Dichi couldn't help but say, however, you have to master all the laws of the entire universe before you can condense all the laws into a single point and simulate the original Dao. In order to simulate the beginning of the universe, one had to master all the laws of the universe. After all, the origin was the great Dao and the laws of the universe that evolved everything. In other words, level 1 to level 8 was the path to understanding the universe. You had to be extremely proficient and have an extremely solid foundation to do it. After all, from the 9th step onwards, one would be able to distort the laws. I also know that you must be extremely proficient, but it's not something that you can do just because you know it. You still have to master this power. Knowing and mastering are two different concepts. No one can master so many laws, Dichi continued. Each person can only cultivate 5 genes at most and master 5 laws at most. He was suddenly stunned. He looked at Medusa in front of him and had an unbelievable thought. Could it be that you are crazy? There's no mistake. Medusa's various organs were completely open to him, and he chuckled. As an evil god, I've been preparing for this since a long time ago. I've cultivated fire, wind, thunder, earth, space, and all sorts of other laws. Only then did everyone react. Dichi and Carolyn. Only 2 of them had elemental genes. They were already considered trash. However, the evil god in front of him had all kinds of trash and low-level genes. It was like a pot of hodgepodge. Fire, wind, lightning, earth, rain, vibration, muscle strengthening, color changing, all sorts of laws. At the same time, she had also deduced the corresponding cultivation techniques for these trashy genes. It must be known that ordinary experts, such as Dichi and Carolyn, could naturally deduce the path from rank 1 to rank 8 for a gene bloodline. However, they were not willing to do so. This was because the cultivation technique that he deduced alone would definitely be one-sided and flawed. Therefore, they chose to use the help of all living beings to deduce their genes. In each era, the power of all living beings would choose the most proficient path. But this evil god was deducing by himself. She didn't care if the cultivation technique of this gene was mature enough. As long as she could deduce it herself and cultivate it, it was fine. Otherwise, how could he be called the great demonic god of the multiverse? The Alliance Master smiled. Your Majesty, even I have to admire the level of hard work that monster can put in. There are at least few thousand genetic cultivation arts. If he were to cultivate these random genes, he would probably be able to truly grasp the vast majority of the laws in the entire universe. I'm afraid that he's the only one in the entire universe who can simulate the entire universe and execute this ultimate Deo technique. She had reached the pinnacle of her Deo. A single person had cultivated more than 100,000 times, tens of thousands of nomological paths, and deliberately cultivated most of the universe's laws. His understanding of the universe had reached a terrifying level. When the players heard this, they also felt that the evil god race was too brutal. It seems like the ancient gods are indeed extraordinarily ruthless. They destroyed the opponent's father and created the cycle of reincarnation. Look at Samsara. No wonder it was so useful. He had thousands of talents, such as king type, secluded mountain prefecture lord, emperor Yun, and all kinds of laws. Samsara was indeed his father. It's the same. That's right. The evil gods are all ruthless. I'm afraid the ancient gods are even more ruthless. Brothers, in layman's terms, this evil god is so simple and straightforward. Her first move is a parallel universe, and her second move is probably using this universe to carry out a great collapse, converging into the original legendary Deo, chaos, all, and one. Her third move is probably the Big Bang of the universe. Everyone was shocked. This demon god's personality was so unique and independent. His three moves were the order of the universe's evolution. First, he would create a parallel universe, then the universe would collapse, and then the universe would explode. In layman's terms, this move is to summon the god of creation, right? That's too ruthless. This was the first time they had seen such a monster. She's going to sacrifice this parallel universe to simulate the laws and phenomena of the universe. This parallel universe is filled with sacrificial beings. Their souls have been split. Doesn't that mean they're completely crippled? If there's no chance of even taking it back, then wouldn't it be impossible to break through to the ninth step? It's too miserable. You're thinking too much. You've been thinking about me all day long, wondering if I can break through to the ninth step. Take a look at this civilization that has existed for tens of thousands of years. Has there been a real breakthrough? Medusa laughed and held up a parallel universe with one hand. The rest of you, after you survive the opening move, stay away from me, lest you get beaten to death. And you, venerable sovereign, are you ready? Su Ji was stunned. He had never thought that Medusa's combat power would be more ruthless than he had imagined after not fighting for thousands of years. He had been secretly practicing this technique all this time, trying to imitate the original one and summon the god of creation. Just how persistent was he towards the god of creation? Why were these people's cultivation methods and ideals more and more arrogant than the other? Each one was more ruthless than the last? Naturally, I've prepared it. The venerable sovereign smiled and said to Medusa, recently, my understanding of the great cosmos has been in a state of calmness. Cultivation techniques have stopped advancing. Perhaps this will allow me to see something. Medusa did not know what it meant, but she just smiled and looked up at this parallel universe. Her eyes were filled with emotions. The second move, the great collapse of the universe. Return to the oddity. Boom. 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 On Medusa's body, countless laws circulated. The cells in each of her arms were all performing countless deist arts, and they were all natural. The entire parallel universe seemed to have experienced an unprecedented great compression. The life and matter inside, the Teal Empire, the people of the Pillar God of G, the common people of the entire universe, and hundreds of billions of living beings were all rapidly squeezed. It was like a piece of paper being grabbed by a large hand in the dark, turning into a crumpled ball of paper. What happened? Majesty Teal of this parallel universe opened his mouth and looked at the sky in horror. Is our civilization going to be finished? Oh my god! What's going on? This scientist from the parallel universe looked at the data in horror. The universe is collapsing. The universe seems to have come to the end of its life and is rapidly backtracking. Matter is reversing, and the universe is restarting? The universe is returning to one. This is impossible, the lifespan of the universe is only over 10 billion years. According to the observation of the Big Bang, the planets are still expanding, and the universe is still expanding at an accelerated rate. It is in its prime, just like our life-preserving planets. A conservative estimate is that there are still over 20 billion years before countless people started wailing. There was no sound, because all the air had been compressed. All kinds of molecules, atoms, and ions had been compressed into a ball. The life of the powerhouse was also like a vacuum fan, distorted into wisps of distorted shadows by an unimaginable suction force. It was like an abstract five-colored Van Gogh oil painting, distorted and pulled back. Everything formed an unimaginably shocking scene, forming the most terrifying celestial phenomenon in the universe, the collapse of the universe, the destruction of the universe. Oh my God, is he summoning the God of creation? The legendary existence of the laws of the universe. Seeing this, the players were completely shocked. They did not expect this civilization to not only know about the God of creation, but also to study it to such an extent. Their previous pride seemed to have been shattered in an instant. There's actually such a Deo art. In fact, we're the country bumpkins, right? After all, we feel very powerful for being able to enter the divine courtyard of creation when it comes to the research of the God of creation. To think that we are still far inferior to this civilization. They looked at each other and had an incredible thought. Medusa raised the entire parallel universe in her hand high and began to collapse and restart rapidly. Countless nomological laws revolved, condensed, brewed, and were everywhere. Any Deo technique is a simulation of a single natural phenomenon in the universe. Thunder technique, water technique, fire technique. However, the ultimate Deist technique imitates the final destination of the entire universe. I'm the all-in-one. Medusa had a look of longing on her face as she looked at the rapidly collapsing ball of paper in her hand. It was as if it had suffered a singularity strike that was even more terrifying than a two-dimensional strike and was rapidly collapsing into a point. At this point, the light became brighter and brighter, as if there were 100,000 suns. Mortals, gods, stones, and water seemed to be quickly mixed together, and some special chemical reaction was happening. The origin of the universe. The beginning and the end of the universe. A legend that symbolizes all the laws of the universe. Deist. Medusa seemed to have been waiting for countless years, and the moment had finally come. With a low roar, she said, I am the one who has unified all things. The great collapse of the universe, the Deo Yi in the dark, the original form in the beginning. Come. Chapter 943. The restart of the universe, innate chi. Boom. The entire parallel universe was undergoing its final collapse. Life, flesh, blood, and water were all mixed together. All matter, all energy, mixed with countless wonderful laws of the universe were flowing backward, like a pressure cooker, producing the most wonderful chemical reaction. It's like a world's alchemy furnace refining the universe's origin with a wonderful ratio. The alchemy monarch looked at the alchemy door and seemed to see something even more exciting. No one knows what will happen. The beginning of life is the original substance. And what was the very beginning of the universe? What effects does it have? According to the study of Deo, this is an innate chi, the chi of origin at the beginning of the world. It is called. He said. Menmei was also saying. Su Ji looked over, and his expression was a little nervous. The true primitive, Deo Yi. Could there be a real God of creation in this world? It would be awkward if the real God of creation appeared. After all, it was not impossible for the true embodiment of nomological laws and the will of the great path of the entire universe to not exist. The universe was so huge and had infinite possibilities. Smaller, smaller. Medusa dragged the entire 100-acre parallel universe and rapidly collapsed and shrank. At that moment, Dichi was also watching. Suddenly, he looked at Medusa in the distance and said, not enough, it's still not enough. In theory, it's impossible for you to compress it to a real point. After all, your combat strength is not that strong yet. I'm afraid that you can't even reach the density of 1 in a billion of the Deo. Yes, it was. Even though she had tens of thousands of laws of the universe and could simulate the universe, she could not compress it to that level. The billions of galaxies, and planets in the entire universe were all compressed into an infinitely small and dense singularity. This was the beginning of everything. One could imagine how terrifying this was. To make a simple analogy, it was equivalent to the density of a grain of sand stuffed into 10,000 suns. It was countless times greater. This was because it was equivalent to compressing countless galaxies into it. Yes, it's impossible. So, how would the evil gods solve this problem? The scientists on Earth couldn't take their eyes off it. The universe was always beautiful. They all knew what the original singularity in the universe meant. Medusa laughed. I know that it is impossible for me to compress it to that extent. I can only hope that it will be compressed to a certain extent. For such an anomaly to appear, a 1 in a billion oddity, that's enough. As for how to compress it, venerable sovereign, you'll see it soon. Are you ready? Medusa did her best to compress this ball of rubber, and gently raised her hand. I've finished the first move. Now, it's time for the second move. Go. The whole light spot collapsed rapidly and flew toward the venerable sovereign. The great collapse of the universe. The venerable sovereign's body paused for a moment, and he didn't have any chance to react. The light spot descended instantly. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the entire venerable sovereign was instantly stirred into the oddity and sucked in ruthlessly. The era-ending catastrophe is the greatest destructive power in the universe. No one can withstand it. Medusa looked at the spot of light, as if her eyes were going to penetrate it. You are still struggling? Is there really no one who can bear it? A voice came from the oddity. It was a venerable sovereign. He's still alive. The disciples beside Mr. Cat were completely stunned. What kind of monster was this? They felt their scalps go numb. This was a collision between two ferocious beasts from the ancient primordial universe. Their battle had already transcended their physical forms. Seeing this scene, Carolyn's expression grew increasingly grave as she softly said, "Yes, it's not enough to crush it. The combat body of a venerable sovereign is too terrifying. As for the evil god's man-made singularity, its density was too low. In the end, this move is only in theory. It's far too difficult to achieve." What do you mean by low density? This is already abnormal. Shiji felt his scalp go numb. With this move, an ordinary lower 9th level would be instantly killed without any resistance. Even though the technique is rather cumbersome and requires a huge amount of preparation, with the price of sacrificing the universe. But it was still very terrifying. Further away, the battle between the two of them formed a strange frozen state. One of them was holding an infinitely dense singularity, and the singularity seemed to contain some kind of creature that was struggling and resisting. In the hands of the players, it was like a mythical Tais Hang Lejun holding an alchemy furnace and refining Sun Wukong as a golden core. Brothers, I've discovered another secret. The ancient Tais Hang Lejun refined Sun Wukong. Does this battle look like the one before us? The racer of Mount Harana could not help but say, it's very likely that this story is about the battle between the ancient god and the father of this evil god. At that time, the ancient god was also thrown into this alchemy furnace, a singularity in the universe, to be refined into some kind of supreme treasure. It's a pity that the ancient god broke it and even refined it into fiery golden eyes. The Grand Supreme Elderly Lord's alchemy furnace was equivalent to the furnace of the singularity of the universe. Everyone was stunned. Isn't this too cruel? However, before they could discuss it, the battle erupted. A voice came from the light spot. Just this much? I feel like I'm swimming in a pile of particles. Venerable Sovereign, you are indeed a terrifying 5G no monster. You have never reached the peak of perfection. But do you think that my strongest move is only at this level? This is just the beginning. Medusa stared unblinkingly at the oddity, spread her arms, and exhausted all the resources in her body. The Big Bang. Boom. The singularity of infinite density in her hand turned into a huge, colorful explosion vortex. At this moment, people saw the venerable sovereign's flesh, blood, foam, cells, and particles flying everywhere with the big explosion. They turned into colorful fireworks and splashed into the distance in space. Within the singularity, the extremely dense particles were actually rapidly expanding along with the big explosion. They turned into huge rocks that were like planets and spread in all directions. It was as if the real universe had begun to repeat itself. In 0.0001 seconds of the explosion of the singularity in the universe, any planet would be the size of a grain of sand. In the process of spreading and exploding, the density would gradually recover, turning into huge planets that floated in all directions. It was an incomparably beautiful scene, and it was actually being repeated here. Boom! 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 It scattered everywhere. However, the life force of venerable sovereigns was extremely tenacious. The flesh, blood, and hair in the void of the universe were slowly wriggling, and there was a vague picture of reorganization. The battle in this scene. This is so interesting. He had actually reached such a level? I like this cultivation technique very much. Dichi's eyes were bright as he deduced madly. This miraculous scene was of great significance to his Deluo Heaven Sutra. They were fighting to the death while he was here watching. He felt very excited. If the battle before us is a simulation of the destruction of the universe, then the Venerable Sovereign is equivalent to an existence that has escaped the catastrophe of the era. He was drawn into the great collapse of the universe and turned into an infinitely dense point that was integrated with the Dao. However, the current him was already so strong that the universe's Dao was no longer able to kill him. He was sucked into the singularity and spread out with the Big Bang of the universe. His body was reconstructed and he endured the restart of the epoch. He was like an eagle, crossing over universes and living to the next cosmos epoch. Seeing the tiny details, he knew the whole picture. Their power could be evolved through this scene. It was as if they could see the future, the true ultimate concept of existence in the universe. The Venerable Sovereign was able to escape and become the eagle of the Big Bang, not because he was strong, but because of the universe's catastrophe. The singularity that the universe returned to was too weak. However, in the real universe, do such terrifying existences really exist? Can they survive until the next era by being dragged into the great apocalypse, the return of the universe, or the return of the universe to zero? Carolyn's eyes couldn't help but shine as she fell into deep thought, learning in secret. The three pillar gods also sighed. I didn't expect this battle to reach such a level. But then again, the ultimate existence that escaped the universe's return to zero? Is there really such a thing? The battle between the demonic god and the Venerable Sovereign was simply too exciting. This wasn't just a restriction in their realm. Their concepts and ideas had already reached a world-shaking level. This battle between the two was something that countless deists in the universe dreamed of. It seemed that the Venerable Sovereign was fighting against the evil god's forbidden spell. However, in the eyes of everyone, it was like a transcendent being of the universe, resisting the end of the universe's destruction and writing the final hymn of his life. The most shocking thing was to use a small amount of manpower to cultivate all the way and finally resist the entire universe and nature. And the deist techniques of the fiend celestials were simply eye-opening. I have to say that the evil god's Dao techniques are too exaggerated. He has mastered 10,000 Dao and is the one who has everything in the world. Who could be her match in the same realm? However, she could only stop here. However, in the end, she has brought us enough value. This final battle can simply perfect our Dao foundations. They clearly knew that this battle had brought them too many benefits. It had broadened their horizons and laid the final foundation for them to break through to the 9th step. Once he broke through, he would be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. In fact, Carolyn had already started to completely suspect that this was the will of the ancient gods, which was why they had come here to make the final breakthrough and accumulation. The Venerable Sovereigns, at the behest of the ancient gods, launched this battle to broaden their horizons. Is this all the oddities you have? But I have to say, the Venerable Sovereign laughed. This level is already very terrifying. Medusa laughed and said, do you think this is the end? If it's a oddity of this level, why would I attack it? I've said it before, this might be a more terrifying ending than death. Medusa stretched out her hand again, and her voice was cold. The great collapse of the universe. Boom. The entire explosion of the singularity was rapidly retracting, becoming a more compact point. The Big Bang. The Venerable Sovereign's bodies were instantly shot in all directions. The great collapse of the universe. The Venerable Sovereign's body was instantly returned to a point. With each cycle, it was like a huge vortex fan. It used this method again and again to press toward the most dense point. She's taking the relay. Dichi looked into the distance, add in the forces one by one and use the crazy explosion and collapse to form a twisted vortex of inertia to compress the singularity. The vortex expanded, contracted, expanded, contracted. This method was very terrifying. This cultivation technique could destroy the world. This was because the vortexes formed with each cycle were much stronger than before. In theory, as long as the cycle of the vortex was long enough, this vortex could cover the entire Andromeda system, restart the entire system, and become a dense singularity. Even if the vortex continued to expand like this, it would be able to cover the entire universe in the future and restart the entire universe. At that time, the universe would end its life ahead of time because of this Dao technique and form a true singularity in the universe. The concept of this Tao technique was simply not enough to describe madness. There was the possibility of suicide. Venerable Sovereign, we can't escape. Carolyn's face turned completely dark as she said, he was sucked into the vortex. He could only be destroyed by the numerous huge collapses and explosions. The suction force of the vortex is too strong. He can't walk out and can only be completely destroyed. This was because every time the explosion vortex spun, its power would increase by a notch. Venerable sovereigns would only face the fate of death. In theory, as long as the rotation period is long enough, this spell can kill any existence. Even a so-called level 10 can't escape. In fact, the cycle of rotation will kill the entire universe at the end. Venerable sovereigns are basically dead. The pressure was not great at first, but with each restart cycle, the density increased wildly, and the pressure that Su Ji had to bear seemed to increase exponentially. He seemed to have been stirred into a washing machine that was spinning at billions of times. The defensive body that he had been so proud of was crushed instantly. Cells, particles, hair, fibers, energy, and all other substances were stirred into a chaotic state. They were mixed with all the surrounding cosmic particles. What was chaos? This was chaos. All of the previous descriptions of this concept were laughable. This was the true singularity at the origin of the universe, the true convergence of chaos. Is this the end of the great Dao of the universe? Su Ji was madly crushed and destroyed. The main body's 9 revolutions mysterious art had already begun to madly gush out energy, secretly transferring it over. It was only by borrowing the main body's enormous strength that it could barely survive. The clone might really be killed. At this rate, even if we calculate the energy that the Zergs give back every second from their deaths and the energy produced by the inner world, we still won't be able to break even. I'll be dead after another 70,000 times. Su Ji's expression was calm. After all, how huge was his main body? And how massive was the energy feedback of the Zerg's sand plates every second? The huge amount of energy provided to this little ant was naturally surging. However, the so-called 70,000 times was simply a joke in this place. The chaotic airflow here was surging, and he was being killed dozens of times almost every second. If it was Dichi, his 1,700 lives would not last more than 3 minutes. I can understand Medusa's approach now. In theory, it is possible to form a pseudo-singularity with a relatively high density by continuously increasing the density in this way. Perhaps we can see the god of creation. Did the god of creation really exist? Medusa's technique could indeed be used to verify it. But I will die? That might not be the case. This is because the great cosmos cultivation technique I've been cultivating recently, that demonic ultimate technique, has been stuck at the final stage. It seems to lack some sort of opportunity. Perhaps this is the best opportunity for me to break through. Su Ji closed his eyes. Feel the entire universe, integrate into the entire universe, and the cultivation techniques of the multiverse. He sees the entire universe as a part of his body. When a person was on the verge of death, it was hard to think calmly. Nervousness, anxiety, and fear completely affected his brain. Although he did not reject extreme lunatics like Medusa, who would be more excited and calm the closer to death they were, such people were in the minority. At that moment, the others might have lost their ability to think due to fear, but Su Ji was extremely calm. His heart was as calm as water, like the moon in the water. The universe itself. The particles from the great explosion of the universe spread everywhere. Su Ji felt the laws in silence, as if he was gradually seeing why he could not understand and practice the cultivation techniques of the universe. He was suddenly enlightened, because how could he practice without really seeing the explosion of the universe itself? I know why it can't be done now. It's because something is missing. Something like the original substance at the beginning of the universe. At the moment of life, traces of the original substance were extracted. At the beginning of the universe, there were also unimaginable matter. This kind of matter was fleeting in the moment of the universe's birth and explosion, completely disappearing from the world. Perhaps it could really be called an innate phoenix. I'm going to wait. He was still very calm. Right now, there are tens of thousands of laws, matter, and the lives of powerhouses in this singularity furnace. It is true that all the matter in the universe is wrapped up. In theory, it could be barely restored. It's just that the degree of compression isn't enough, and it hasn't appeared yet. Something that's really similar to the original substance of the universe, the first inborn darkness, as long as we find it and use it as a medium. My great cosmos cultivation technique will be completely cultivated. He suddenly opened his eyes, and his gaze became increasingly heavy. In the oddity of the great Dao, that first wisp of mysterious substance symbolizes the origin of everything, and it is incomparably noble. However, the energy might not be enough. 70,000 deaths are not enough for me to survive the high-speed collapse and compression of chaos in this furnace and hold on until the time to pick that bit of material. The energy. I need energy. He took a deep breath, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. There's almost no chance. I must endure in this furnace of the universe at all costs until that material appears, and even will conduct a mass extinction level event outside. Chapter 944. The destruction of the universe and its arrival. The singularity furnace was simply too terrifying. It was still rapidly collapsing and compressing. In traditional terms, it was equivalent to the 3000 Great Dao returning and turning into primordial chaos. Such a high density of collapse was enough to destroy any living thing. However, Su Ji wanted to stay in this place and wait for the compression to continue. He wanted to see the initial mixed element substance that formed the universe. However, the amount of regenerative energy required was too much. Even with such a small body, the internal energy power furnace of the entire 9 revolutions mysterious art could not sustain it. My inner world can't support it, so I can only rely on external energy. No one else could do it, but Su Ji was different. His energy was supplied through a special channel, and he was the only one who could survive the oddity. He did not need to endure for long. He just needed to endure until the critical point of the initial substance, and that would be enough. This was still possible. I can only rely on. The insect race has gone extinct. Su Ji took a deep breath. He knew that he had to make a prompt decision. Once this opportunity was missed, there was basically no possibility of it appearing again in a short period of time. This kind of crazy action was equivalent to pulling chestnuts from fire. To Su Ji, it was no longer important whether Medusa could defeat the venerable sovereign or not. What was important was that he was here to see everything, the beginning of the universe. The surroundings were still collapsing. Time and space were bending and squeezing. Countless nomological laws were still floating in the air, gathering like ribbons. There's no rush. Let's see if there's any possibility of me surviving to that stage after exhausting my life reserve 70,000 times. Otherwise, if I can't survive the mass extinction, it'll be a huge loss. Su Ji took a deep breath. In the outside world. In the pitch-black universe. The 7th universe era cycle started, and the Big Bang turned into endless fireworks that rapidly returned. It was compressed and carried out an even more dense singularity. Venerable Sovereign, are you still alive? We've already endured until the 7th universe returns. The players were completely at a loss. No matter what, they could not guess how the venerable sovereigns had managed to hold on to this point. It was too incredible. Boom! The 8th Big Bang had begun. The entire parallel universe turned into colorful fireworks again. Countless gravel, particles, and laws floated around. In the next second, it turned into a spinning vortex, flowing backward and collapsing. The 9th great collapse of the universe had completely begun, and even more dense points were condensing, as if all the laws were about to be destroyed. At this moment, Su Ji could not hold on any longer. The period of collapse was terrifying, and it increased exponentially. If Su Ji died dozens of times per second during the 7th cycle, then he died thousands of times per second during the 9th cycle. He was almost risking his life to withstand the attacks. The more chaotic it was, the more terrifying this place was. The other laws have basically disappeared and merged. They've returned to zero. In this place, most of the laws of the universe were basically invalid. At this moment, I only feel that the 4 fundamental forces of the universe are left. Are these the 4 symbols? Su Ji's heart flickered madly. In the midst of the crushing primordial chaos, he felt that it was a bit of a coincidence. So next time, I'm afraid there will only be 2 types of nomological laws left. Become yin and yang? Yin and yang? Then, Hun Dun and Dao Yi are right in front of us. He had lost too much this time. 70,000 deaths was the consumption of most of the 9 revolutions mysterious art he had saved up over the years, as well as the Zerg reserves he currently had. His heart was already bleeding madly. If he couldn't get anything, he would be in pain. I'm about to see the mixed elements return to 1. Su Ji's heart went numb and he struggled for a moment. If I give it a shot, it's still very possible to achieve it. When I see the true origin of the universe, I'm naturally stunned. It's the original substance of the universe that only exists when the universe was first created in the legends. He closed his eyes and made up his mind. In the outside world. Boom. The 10th great collapse of the universe. The great Deo singularity was crazily compressing. Countless nomological laws returned and turned into a point of the primordial chaos. Everyone's eyes were fixed on it. They knew that if this continued, it would really appear. It was beginning to approach the singularity of the universe. Even if it only had 1/1000th of its power, if it was close to the critical point, it should be able to sense that kind of existence. Perhaps, it's about to appear. Medusa took a deep breath. Even though she was the one who took advantage of the momentum of each collapse and explosion, adding to the momentum, it was still a huge drain to use tricks in the face of such a terrifying astronomical spell. Boom! It was the 11th time. The vortex's return this time had already spread to the entire nearby void. The entire land was turning to zero, and even a few nearby planets were about to spread to their edges. We're playing, we're going to play. The entire Teal Empire's people were looking at the sky in fear. He was simply a lunatic. The universe has returned, and this vortex has already spread to our side. If this continues, our planet will also be sucked into the great collapse of the universe and into the strange points of the universe. A number of scientists analyzed. Evil God, you still haven't stopped? This was playing with fire, and the chain collapse effect was too great. If Manion comes to us, our planet will be destroyed, and the singularity she controls will not be able to withstand the mass of such a huge planet. It will instantly go out of control and create a real big explosion. She will be blown to death. It was like an ordinary person doing an exquisite nuclear explosion experiment, and he would kill himself if he was not careful. Yes, it was. Why did the evil god create such a small parallel universe? Although everything was complete, there were gods, deserts, rivers, powerhouses, and everything in the universe. Why was it only 100 acres in size? The ratio of a miniature universe? It was because with her strength, she was already at her limit when it came to compressing 100 acres of the world. If she were to be sucked into a life planet that was countless times larger, she would completely. And if the scientists could think of it, would the evil gods not? Madman, he's simply a madman. If this continues, the 14th time will be when the vortex expands to the edge of our world. We can only pray that her power will be completely exhausted after the 14th universe tide and that she will not be able to hold on any longer. We are too weak. We can only place our hopes on the other party's strength. Compared to the previous parallel universes, the other one will kill us in the future. This one that dies immediately is truly terrifying. What about our previous wandering planet plan? Hurry up and start. Some powerhouses had already started to think about changing the trajectory of the planet and escaping with it. Impossible. Even though the plan had been initiated, the acceleration of the planet in the early stages was very slow. It would take some time before it could fly at high speed. It can't even keep up with the speed at which the vortex is spreading. Just as they were wailing, the 12th universe tide began. An even denser singularity returned madly with the collapse of the vortex. In the next second, everyone felt goosebumps rise all over their bodies as if a terrifying existence had completely descended. A strange phenomenon seemed to have appeared in the nearby starry sky. In the sky, as the universe collapsed, matter and laws flowed back madly, forming a singularity and gradually revealing a hazy black shadow. What is that? There's a shadow, it's appearing. My God, our time flow is actually changing. This is the God of creation. Everyone looked up at the sky in shock, feeling a chill run up their spines. At this moment, they could clearly feel that something terrifying had descended from the dark. This figure seemed to be an eternal existence that came from the depths of the universe, shaking the long river of time. Behind him, there were all kinds of terrifying scenes of the universe's great destruction. It was as if the sun had sunk into black water, and the stars in the universe were shrouded in black light. The God of creation. Why do I feel goosebumps? It's not. No. That's not the god of creation. Everyone looked up at the sky. A very bad feeling rose in their hearts as they looked at the black shadow in the sky. Now, the universe is collapsing. It's the end of universe era. The universe is returning to its original state and all living beings are dying. Under such circumstances, the one who appears might not be the god of creation, but the god of destruction. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was completely speechless. Chapter 945. The god of creation descends. The god of destruction. Caroline and the others looked at the sky nervously. The collapse of the universe that accompanied the oddity was all collapsing and returning. And in such an environment, there was actually a certain law that could be sensed. With creation, there was naturally destruction. Just like the beginning of the Big Bang, there was also the destruction of the big collapse of the universe. When there was life, there would be death. At this moment, with the arrival of this existence, they felt as if time had accelerated inexplicably, as if they were being ruled by something. The existence before them was the source of all their lives and the ancestor of everything. The same aura as the god of creation. Medusa looked up at the sky and said in shock, "Are they the same existence?" After all, there were two sides to the same coin. What was the great Dao returning to one? What was Dao Yi? It's because they're all one, an existence that's at the peak of the universe's laws. At this moment, the whole octopus was scared out of its wits, and its legs went soft on the ground. If the god of destruction is here, then the god of creation. The god of creation really exists. Our universe is really some sort of concept or law created everything. In that case, the creation dimensional courtyard, the place of origin of all things, is real? The brain bug god also looked at the sky in horror. This was simply too terrifying. What kind of terrifying center of the universe was this? It actually simulated the beginning of the universe and caused this mysterious existence too. Even the upper echelons of the Teal Empire were shocked on the planet. They did not expect the god of creation to really exist, and the one who appeared was the god of destruction. It turned out that in the universe, there really was a mysterious existence. The god of destruction has descended. It can't be. Some people's hearts started to beat wildly, feeling extremely uneasy. The god of destruction will only descend during the destruction of the cosmos epoch. If he's here now, will he? They looked up at the sky in horror. We are all going to be destroyed? At the same time, they discovered an extremely terrifying situation. Their lives were rapidly slipping away. It had exceeded the limit of 100 years in a day, and now, it was aging at an incredible speed of 10,000 years in a day. Not good. The expressions of Dichi and the others changed drastically. We are outside the restart range of this spell and are also affected. Our lives are returning at an accelerated rate. In the world of the 6 paths of reincarnation, a black figure descended from the sky. It was as if some mysterious existence had descended. The void was torn apart, and an ancient figure walked over as if he was walking on the long river of time. Behind him was the endless darkness, surrounded by the terrifying laws of order. In the shadows were collapsed universes and worlds. Then, what is that? Someone walked out of the street and looked up. At the same time, they felt a terrifying thing. Their lives were rapidly slipping away. Their temples turned white, and black hair quickly grew out. The heavenly court of the 7 realms. The Mother Stream civilization. A small universe world. Almost all the worlds seemed to see the shadow of a terrifying existence descending at the same time. Time twisted and accelerated. The lifespans of all living things in this world were rapidly passing by with a speed that surpassed everything else. They were heading toward destruction, silence, and death. In the void. At this moment, the crowd finally reacted. Hurry up! Hurry up and end the collapse of the universe, accelerate the formation of the singularity. Let the universe's destruction pass, or else we'll all die here. The 3 pillar gods were already roaring. His reaction was the fastest. It was as if Pandora's box had been opened, releasing a terrifying taboo existence that was about to be destroyed. Medusa also reacted quickly and accelerated the condensation of the oddity. At the same time, her eyes were bright. The destruction of the universe, the god of destruction has descended. Then the birth of the universe must be the appearance of the god of creation. Boom! She rapidly condensed the oddity. When everyone saw this, they heaved a sigh of relief. This feeling was too terrifying. This time, the Great Collapse had only lasted for slightly more than 10 seconds, but in this period of time, the entire world's lifespan had been taken away by more than 50 years. It should be known that even in every world now, the average cultivation level was between rank 2 to 3, and the average lifespan was about 150 years. They had also suffered heavy losses. In every world, the group of people who were almost at the end of their lives basically died of old age in just 10 seconds. Carolyn took a deep breath. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. It has only been slightly more than 10 seconds. If this had continued, it might have been an even more terrifying destructive force. Not only would I have reached the end of my life, but I would also have suffered all sorts of curses and died. We can't do that. There's something waiting for us. It's only been 10 seconds since the beginning of the universe catastrophe, and such a destructive phenomenon has already appeared. Dichi frowned. It seems to be very difficult to escape the great apocalypse of the universe. You're aiming too high. Looking at him, Carolyn sneered and shook her head. First, think about breaking through to the 9th rank and fighting your future enemies. Maybe the 9th rank is your limit. Dichi just smiled and didn't refute. He was usually proud enough, but at this moment, he had been struck by the venerable sovereign, Medusa, and the terrifying scene in front of him. He became humble and respectful. Then, the singularity of the universe is formed, and the Big Bang is next. The god of creation will appear. Medusa slowly raised the oddity, her eyes filled with anticipation. On the other side, a portion of the old lives were cleared. Su Ji took a deep breath. This was the best way to go about it. After all, he would have to do it. However, it seemed that he had only accelerated it by 50 years, which was not of much use. Wasn't 50 years equivalent to half a day? How many people would naturally die of old age in half a day? But in reality, Su Ji did not lay his hands on these ordinary powerful cultivators at all. He accelerated mainly on the top powerful cultivators who had reached the end of their lifespans but chose to sleep because they were unwilling to die. There were many such existences. After all, almost all powerhouses would choose to use all kinds of resources to put themselves to sleep before they died of old age. They would not accept the fate of dying of old age. After thousands of years of accumulation, the number of such existences was massive. The accumulation of thousands of years in each world resulted in a total number of more than 100,000. Su Ji had also cleaned them up along the way, which was also beneficial to the development of the civilization. After all, their slumber required a huge price to maintain their lifespans and consume a large number of resources. From a macro perspective, they were cancer in the development of the civilization's sandpit. Then, it's you. Su Ji took a deep breath. Looking at the streaks of light that were born in the high pressure of chaos, they gave off the feeling that they were extremely noble and chaotic, as if they contained everything. The primordial chi that was born from the universe. Su Ji's eyes were burning. The degree of compression is still not enough. It has just reached the critical point of the material's appearance. There are too many impurities, but I'm already at my limit. To be honest, it was impossible for ordinary people to hold on to this extent. Su Ji had endured more than 200,000 lives in this place using countless mature supernatural worlds as energy reserves to survive until now. And perhaps there were heaven-defying forbidden powerhouses in the universe who could hold on to Su Ji's level without the help of external objects. But would they have a chance to come into contact with it? Only Medusa could do this, a demon god with tens of thousands of laws. It was impossible for other existences who only cultivated 5 genetic systems to perform such a technique. If they really wanted to obtain it, they only had one way. Only the true singularity of the universe, when the destruction and rebirth of the universe era came into contact, could come into contact with the original matter of the universe. However, who could survive a real singularity in the universe? It's inevitable that there are impurities, unless we go to a real singularity in the universe, at the beginning of the creation of the world, and collect them. But is that possible? Su Ji took a deep breath and silently breathed in and out this rare wisp of primordial chaos aura. In an instant, he felt an omniscient and omnipotent aura, as if his entire person had undergone some kind of transformation. A certain cosmic quantum battle body that had been stuck for a long time had also broken through its shackles naturally. It's done. In the next second, Su Ji seemed to hear a voice from somewhere. In the outside world, Medusa and the others looked at the singularity in the universe with excitement. Medusa laughed. To be honest, I have pushed this round to my limit. Fortunately, we are close to the critical point, and we can finally see the ultimate existence of the universe. She stretched out her hand. The Big Bang. Boom. The entire oddity of the Great Dao instantly exploded, turning into endless smoke and fire that spread in all directions. They looked up with great longing because they knew that the god of creation was about to descend. Chapter 946. The Great Dao is the simplest, the Great Dao hope sound. If one were to say that the great collapse of the universe was the return of all the heavens in the universe, matter, gods, and energy would rapidly return and become the primitive singularity of the Great Dao. In that case, the Big Bang would be the era of creation. A single point would be the star of creation, and it would suddenly explode, ushering in a new cosmic era. The source of the Great Dao, the laws of the universe. Medusa gently threw the collapsed oddity of the Great Path. The process of the world's destruction has already ended. Fortunately, there weren't too many losses. Time to start the creation era. Her eyes were filled with anticipation as she looked up at the sky. The god of the origin, the existence of the realization of the Great Dao of the universe. The people outside were shouting. Boom! The Big Bang had started. On Su Ji's side, the interior had also reached its final stage. His voice became extremely low as he said, "I'm going out. The next great collapse of the oddity of the Great Dao will have a higher density. It definitely won't be able to withstand the next cycle. Here, the New Age furnace that initially simulates the universe has been completed." Strands of chaos swirled around Su Ji as he floated within. He looked with great regret at the chaotic Tai original substance that had reached the critical point of production and was drifting away. He had only collected a wisp of it, and his body was already full. He could no longer absorb it, nor could he bring it out. This innate Yi-Chi original substance of the universe was more precious than the original substance of life in the alchemy door, and it existed in a more harsh environment. The life essence in alchemy would melt any material it came into contact with. Wood, stone, water, and only a special carrier could preserve the life essence. And the universe essence in front of him was even more so. That was because the original substance of life was the mother of all spirits. In that case, the original substance of the universe was the mother of all Daos, the real Dao Yi. It could only exist in the environment of the primal chaos. Once it entered the post-celestial world, it would instantly dissipate. It would be a pity if it were to dissipate. However, there is no way to preserve it. It can only exist in this environment for a few moments. I've endured so much just to collect this wisp. And then, watch them disappear. However, since it can't be preserved, I can try to absorb it with some kind of life to see if it can produce some amazing flower of life. Su Ji waved his hand gently and produced countless spores. He tried to put them in. The pressure from the chaos singularity is too strong. However, if I use the last of my mana to protect them from absorbing the inborn aura here, and then protect the genesis that survived the Big Bang. He looked at the primordial chaos. It was as if the world and the universe had just been created. It was chaotic and vast, like an extremely dense egg, waiting for a great giant god to swing his axe and split it open. He lowered his head and looked at the spore life forms here. What kind of scene will appear? He chuckled and said, perhaps life, laws, and matter are all being reborn, erupting, and spreading. That's the real creation of the century. Boom boom. The Big Bang. An irresistible force seemed to burst out from the core. It was as if someone had put a 150-kilogram TNT bomb in his heart. At the moment of explosion, his heart suddenly burst, and blood splashed like rain. It gave people a great sense of oppression. Their ears buzzed, and they lost their consciousness. If the previous density was not enough to produce a true phenomenon of the universe, then the density of this cycle was close to the critical point. The primordial matter at the beginning of the universe had emerged, and it had also produced a truly terrifying phenomenon of the world. It was a trillionth of the first signs of the universe. The oddity was exploding and vibrating. It was like a beautiful crystal marble that was spreading at an unimaginable speed. It pierced into the sky and turned into countless colorful fireworks, splitting in a uniform manner. A pure white light formed a bright cross and quickly expanded. I've only come into contact with that level now. There's a hint of the feeling of the primal chaos of the heavens and earth. Medusa laughed fanatically, her eyes filled with the pursuit and anticipation of the great Dao. Hwalala! Ding dong, ding dang! The collision was as crisp as a bell. In the great explosion, countless great Daos, matter, life, and laws intertwined and rapidly split into an even larger net. They separated during the collision. This is the first sound of chaos and the creation of heaven and earth. The great Dao is separating. Matter was being split apart. The strong nuclear force, the weak nuclear force, the electromagnetic force, gravity. Dao begets one, one begets two, three begets all things. Dichi's eyes were burning as he listened carefully, almost intoxicated. The laws of nature are separating. They have already begun to split into the four fundamental forces of the universe. Carolyn cried out in shock. She could not help but forcefully memorize the collision and intertwining process of the Dao voices. However, the more she tried to remember, the more her head hurt. She could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. You must remember, you must remember. The secret of the entire universe was here. Remembering the first song of the universe means remembering all the laws of the universe. The three pillar gods at the side were also trying their best to listen, but their bodies exploded in an instant. They almost lost themselves from the impact of the terrifying amount of information from the universe. Ding dang! Di, 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 hwalala! An ethereal sound of nature came from the singularity of the Big Bang, spreading to the entire universe garden, to the nearby planets, and flowing into the brilliant sea of stars. Hope voice. This explosion vortex and the entire world seemed to have heard the same inexplicable crisp sound the moment the singularity of the great Dao exploded. It was as if an ancient god was singing. It was as if an ancient goddess was gently chanting. The entire universe was in the midst of countless collisions of matter, like countless bells colliding with each other. In the tide of the morning sea, an inexplicable hymn was formed. All the living beings on the planets were almost intoxicated. They were intoxicated by the sound of the collision of the universe, as if they were back to their mother's lullaby. Someone revealed a peaceful and warm expression and gradually fell to the ground. He turned into dust, like countless gravel particles, drifting away with the wind. Wu la ding dong! Some scientists walked out of the courtyard and listened to the music. They hummed along to the rhythm, and the more they sang, the more cheerful they became. Their entire body turned into ribbons, becoming a part of the song. Countless people couldn't help but sing, as if they were returning to their mother's embrace. It was warm and gentle, with a never-before-seen look of happiness and nostalgia. As they hummed softly, they became part of the song. This is... Medusa was slightly stunned, and her expression darkened. Is that so? The weak creatures couldn't hear the primordial voice at all. It was the sound of countless laws and great Dao colliding, the sound of laws separating when the universe was born, and the sound of chaos when the universe was first born. This was a huge gift from the universe, but it was also an indescribable poison of the great Dao. The weak did not even have the possibility of receiving a gift, and listening to it would lead to death. Perhaps, just like what was said, when you hear the Dao in the morning, you can die in the evening. Many of the living beings on the entire planet had already reacted. Some of them had frantically chosen to use all means to block out the senses of the outside world. Why did you reject it? This is the only shortcut in a weak civilization's life. A dream of the universe. The truth of the world. This moment of listening is the best ending for us light chasers. Ancient humans had the dream of soaring in the sky, and so did Daoist cultivators. He died in the Dao and reason. Disappear into the arms of truth. At this moment, there were still some fanatical believers who walked out and looked at the sky with anticipation. To be able to hear this ancient sound of the universe and see the beginning of the great Dao, death was worth it. They were dissipating, walking the final path of death in happiness. Following the collision of countless light spots and Dao voices, countless laws interweaved in the big explosion. It was as if there was the illusion of a great existence that was inexplicably holy, and the god of creation was slowly appearing. Who's that? Countless people followed the chanting of the holy voice, their eyes looking longingly at the last scene of their lives. Chapter 947. All truths are false truths, all true sounds of the universe are lip-syncing. Hwala! The shadow of the god of creation had finally descended. This was a mysterious existence, and behind him were countless flowers, lives, hymns, and phantoms of all kinds of living beings. It was as if he had created the era countless times. Matter and laws were still colliding. The sounds of the universe being split apart surrounded him. The moment he descended, it made people instinctively feel that they were a part of his body. He was the singularity. The entire universe that was formed after his explosion was a part of his body. The god of creation. Almost at the same time, everyone looked up at the sky. Boom! The sound of the great Dao completely exploded. The terrifying sound of the law spread out in circles of sound waves. Is that the conceptual existence of the legendary ultimate law of the universe? On the summit of the National Assembly Mountain, Emperor Teal looked at the sky, his face full of shock. The disturbance was getting bigger and bigger, and the great explosion had completely entered its peak period. More and more laws were splitting up, and a huge amount of information rushed into his mind. Your Majesty, we have no way to. On the side, before a minister could finish his sentence, he was quickly hit by the huge energy and spat out a large mouthful of blood. We need to block our 5 senses. Otherwise, we'll be destroyed. Her Majesty Teal took a deep breath. Our civilization is too weak. It's impossible to even look at it directly or get close to it. However, the god of creation has appeared. Our civilization must. Yes, we can't touch the core, but if we can remember the divine sound overture of the creation of the universe. All the laws and rules of the world are in it. This is the song of truth. We must remember this. Boom! On the other side. First, it was the 4 Grand Masters who had the lowest understanding of the laws and the most singular domain. They quickly spat out a mouthful of blood and were sent flying. They could only stand far away and barely maintain their consciousness in the chaos of the laws, trying to remember it by force. I must remember. This was the sound of the universe's creation. The collision of laws, every note represents the order of the creation of the world, all the laws and concepts of the universe. Immediately after, it was Carolyn and the 3 pillar gods who were also struggling to hold on. They all clearly knew that the more they remembered, the greater the fortuitous encounter they would obtain. This was an unimaginably shocking test. On the other hand, Dichi was in a better state. He had dabbled in countless laws, and the concept of the Deluo Heaven Sutra covered everything. The explosion of thousands of laws would not cause him much damage. Although Medusa was trying her best to hold on, it was obvious that she still had some energy left. This was because she had mastered most of the laws of these explosions, and the impact on her was relatively small. It was deepening the countless laws in her. Su Ji was a little stunned as he looked at the people who were struggling to hold on. It was the natural phenomenon of the explosion of the primordial chaos. All kinds of magical images appeared, and it was indeed the scene of the creation of the universe, which was 1/1000th of it. However, when he heard the voice, he did not feel too uncomfortable. It should be that the original substance of the universe that he had fused with had given him some kind of monarch-like quality that was above all laws. He had mastered a trace of the laws of chaos and was the source of all laws. The god of creation. Medusa spoke excitedly, but for a moment, she did not know what to say. Her dream was to pursue the truth, the great Dao of the universe, and the ultimate concept of the world. However, the spell that she had prepared for thousands of years had finally appeared in front of her eyes. She was so excited that she didn't know what to say. The god of creation didn't say anything. He was just a blurry figure with an indescribable holiness and majesty. He looked around the world and then at the excited people. The god of creation's figure was hidden in the haze. This world is being reborn, and order is stabilizing again. There's no need for celestial phenomena to protect the heavenly planes. Medusa was silent for a moment before saying, Great Creator, the supreme truth of the universe. Is the sound of the great Dao the opening of the universe? The god of creation could not deny it. Yes and no. Yes and no? They were all stunned and felt extremely confused. Medusa finally could not help but say, the great god of creation. I want to know if my path is correct. Is this path of truth correct? Can I reach the true end of the universe, become a transcendent of the universe's catastrophe, escape the world's destruction, and stay by your side? The expressions of the people beside him changed slightly. No one had thought that this evil god would be so crazy that he would actually concretize the concept of the laws in the universe. The existence of the incarnation of the heavenly Dao wanted to lead to the true ultimate secret of the universe and ask for the way to avoid the great collapse of the universe, to escape the destruction of the god of destruction. However, their eyes were also filled with anticipation. That was because they had seen a scene similar to the venerable sovereigns escaping from the singularity of the universe. It was simply too amazing and too much to look forward to. They also wanted to know if it was possible to achieve such a feat in the real great cosmos. Everyone knew that this question was the ultimate secret of the universe. Everything in the world is my people. I am you, and you are me. I won't lie to myself and refuse to answer the questions in my heart. However, all of you should be clear that everything in the universe is balanced. Obtaining means paying an equal amount. Everyone was silent. Then, in order to obtain the answer to such a terrifying question, what kind of shocking price would they have to pay? They probably couldn't afford to pay the price. The god of creation disappeared into the void. You have paid enough for using this forbidden spell to simulate the phenomena of the universe. See the god of destruction at the end of time and space, and understand his concept. He will appear in your future, in your civilization, in the entire universe. No one will be able to escape. This era of the universe will accelerate its destruction because of this. When everyone heard this, they were completely speechless. The destruction of the universe would be accelerated because of this? This was because they had seen the god of destruction, who should have appeared during the period of destruction of the universe. He had seen the god of destruction at the end of time and space and understood his concept. He would then appear in the heavens of this universe. This cosmos epoch was going to accelerate his destruction. When they thought of this, their hearts felt like they had fallen into ice water, and their brains felt like a bucket of mush. They had advanced to another dimension? Did he know of another existence? Only by observing him and understanding his concept would he appear in this world and before the eyes of this civilization. However, at this moment, he hated himself so much that he would rather not know the truth of this dimension. What kind of stupid thing did they do? This universe era was going to be destroyed at an accelerated rate. They had observed the image of the legendary existence and learned the concept of the god of destruction. Then, the universe would probably not collapse after the natural universe returned to zero in more than 20 billion years. If they sped up this process, they would be the sinners of the entire universe. Everything is balanced. You've paid a sufficient price, and you'll also obtain sufficient knowledge. The god of creation slowly looked down at the entire world. His eyes were full of coldness and ruthlessness, as if the blue sky was hanging high in the sky. I will answer your questions. As soon as he said this, everyone seemed to have a kind of understanding. Yes, it was. He was the singularity of the great Deo in his universe, the conceptual carrier. He was the singularity, the explosion that formed all the things in the universe. In other words, we're all a part of him. However, one could split into two. The god of creation was so gentle. He was the god of creation. For the continuation of the universe, he was allowed to reach prosperity. Then, the god of destruction was probably trying to destroy the universe. The shadow of the god of creation was still in the void, at the center of the Big Bang, the beginning of chaos. He smiled gently and said, "You want to know the answer to the truth? To become a transcendent being of the universe." My answer is. Everyone looked up at the sky, and their faces instantly became anxious. They heard the concept incarnation of the ultimate existence of the laws of the universe, and the next words of the god of creation were unbelievable. The truth of the universe has no answer. Everything is wrong, everything is fabricated. All the truth you see is false. The true sound of the universe you're hearing is the lip syncing of the universe. As soon as these words fell, the world was turned upside down. The truth of the universe was all false. The true sound of the universe that he had just heard was lip syncing. These words involuntarily appeared in their minds at the same time. This sentence made their minds rumble loudly, as if the dark curtain of the universe had been lifted, and they saw the truth of the universe. What we are cultivating is all fake. We will never be able to transcend? Are we destined to be unable to escape the god of destruction's universe-ending catastrophe? Chapter 948. The universe is fake, he is the real one. These words simply subverted their understanding. It could even be said that these were words that would collapse one's Deo heart. He had spent his entire life working hard to become an expert. All the experts he had worked hard to become and the Deo holders of the universe were all fake? The truth they cultivated was all false. Wouldn't that mean that the entire universe was a huge lie from the beginning, and that their universe was fake? Had they been living in a ridiculous dream from the beginning? At this moment, it was as if he had lost all meaning in cultivation. Medusa was stunned. Why? Our truth. The god of creation pointed to the evolution of the Big Bang in the distance, the chaos of the creation of a new universe. The rules evolved in the real Big Bang and began to split into yin and yang. You live in the universe, not beyond the universe. It was another inexplicable sentence that was difficult to understand. The universe? Everyone turned to look. He actually saw an extremely terrifying scene. As the universe exploded, countless grains of sand floated in the air and countless substances condensed into form. There was even a vague sense of life being born in the chaos of the new universe. This spectacular and gorgeous scene was truly jaw-dropping. Is this the scene of the birth of the universe? There's actually a living being that was born in the chaos placenta at the beginning of chaos and appeared in the universe with the Big Bang. It's the first batch of living beings when the universe was first created? How great and powerful is this? They could sense that mysterious sentient life forms were being born and evolved from the most primitive life embryos. Seeing this scene, they seemed to see a certain phenomenon at the beginning of the universe. Could it be that during the time when the universe was first created, there really were sentient life forms that existed in this universe? Then, what is it for us to understand when we look at this universe? They closed their eyes and were in deep thought, sensing everything silently. All of a sudden, they had a vague feeling that the Big Bang was unusual. Some of the parameters were different. Some of the laws were different. It was quite different from the material data of the entire universe. He carefully sensed the true sound of the great Dao and even the thousands of nomological laws that had split in the chaos. A brand new nomological law that had never appeared in the real universe had actually appeared. Yes, it was. It was different from the new laws of this great cosmos. However, in this newly exploded universe, these minute differences were quickly assimilated by the laws of the surrounding multiverse. The various parameters were rapidly approaching and combining. The difference in this instantaneous explosion was very subtle. Ordinary experts would not have any reaction at all, but they were enough to detect it. This new Big Bang of a miniature universe will soon be assimilated by the great universe. This is only natural. After all, this spell only reactivates the return of the matter in this universe. After the collapse into a singularity and the Big Bang, it's normal for it to be rapidly assimilated by the entire environment. However, the laws and rules of this new cosmos that has erupted are somewhat different from the current great cosmos. How smart were they? They were all unimaginably powerful and terrifying geniuses. They were super-universe monsters who had polished their foundations to a truly perfect Dao foundation. Could it be that the rules, laws, and various parameters of the new cosmos in every era are different? They had a vague understanding. Yes, this situation was not impossible. The universe was the singularity of the great Dao. Through the creation of the universe, the endless laws were evolved and split. It was possible that every time a great Dao singularity appeared, the order of the great Dao splitting would be different, and there would be infinite possible combinations of laws. The true sound of the great Dao of the universe was a completely different and unique prelude. The universe is like a big tree, and the oddity of the great Dao is like a sapling, giving birth to all things. However, everything in this life would be different every time. It's like none of the leaves are the same. They finally came to their senses. In other words, the truth and various laws that they cultivated were indeed the truth in this cosmos epoch. However, in the next cosmos epoch, they might all be false truths. At the end of the next era, no matter how powerful the universe was, they would all become mortals. They would lose the power to control the laws of heaven and earth, and they would not be able to escape the disaster of the universe. The laws of the universe are different, and there are similar theories in the concept of parallel universes. Caroline took a deep breath, her eyes burning as she recalled some scientific information. Maybe that universe doesn't have the 4 fundamental forces, but the 5? It was possible that the microscopic result of matter in that universe was not the original nucleus, electrons, or neutrons at all. Instead, it's a completely new composition. If that was the case, they would all be crippled. They had comprehended the laws and truths of the universe. They were indeed all truths, but they only applied to this universe. So, only a certain area was used? How could it be true? This was indeed false logic. If we didn't see the explosive state of this universe, we might never have realized the mystery in this aspect. What we cultivate is It's all laughable false logic, it can't be taken away, it has limitations. Since it could not be brought to the next cosmos epoch, it was normal for it to be destroyed. Do you guys understand? The god of creation stood at the center of the Big Bang. Everything around him was dancing and spreading. All the laws had gone through the initial evolution and were beginning to take shape. We understand. Medusa's body trembled. This was indeed an incredible scene. It was indeed the domain of truth that she had dreamed of, and it made her intoxicated. We are all fake, all fake. Only one of the universe is real. Everything in the universe is fake. Laws, matter, life, and even us. Dichi's face was also gloomy as he said softly, that's right. The laws that we cultivate are all laws that are randomly scattered and produced when the universe is born. Unless we can grasp the true source, the true eternal truth of the universe. The origin of the universe, and everything else is a false theory developed by him. This was too vast. Dichi looked up at the god of creation with his bright eyes, full of envy and longing. And he is the primordial chaos of the great Dao, the truth itself. He was the only real one in the entire universe. Everything else in the universe is fake. At this moment, he clearly understood that the existence in front of him. He was real. The entire universe was fake. This was the legendary god of creation, the embodiment of chaos returning to one. The true sound of the great Dao that they had just heard was indeed a supreme treasure in this universe. Every syllable represented the birth and order of the universe's laws, and all kinds of collisions. However, the birth tune of every universe might have different notes, and every song was unique. What they were listening to was indeed the lip-syncing of the universe. You already know the answer you wanted. The truth and the way to transcend the universe's destruction have been given to you. You should know what you're going to face. It symbolizes the great collapse of the universe, destruction, return, and defeat. The figure of the god of creation gradually blurred. His voice seemed to be submissive in the void, leaving behind appalling words. This one has already gone through 14 billion universe eras. Because you guys have seen the god of destruction at the end of the universe from the end of the void, it will head towards destruction ahead of time. Chapter 949. Thoughts and Confrontation. Boom. This time, the Big Bang had completely spread and died down. Everything returned to nothingness, and the spreading matter returned to its normal state, as if nothing had changed. The shadow of the god of creation. It was also gradually becoming blurry in the void. Behind him, the river of time of the eternal holy light seemed to be getting further and further away. This ancient existence at the end of the universe seemed to have left this universe. There was a long silence. When everything had calmed down, they finally regained their senses and looked at the silent ruins and the empty space in the universe. Su Ji also left. He didn't speak nonsense. After all, he would be exposed in the future. What he was telling them was indeed what he had just seen at the origin of chaos in the singularity of the universe. I seemed to have said a lot, but in fact, I didn't say anything. I'm just telling them what I saw. Su Ji slowly walked out of the void and said indifferently, as for what kind of civilization it will develop into? What would his future hold? I'm still not sure. The era was still evolving. They were all forerunners of the times. What would the future cultivation system be like? Level 9 was already close, then what about level 10? I'm not sure. Are there any more above level 10? He wasn't sure. Everything was unknown and mysterious. Su Ji had merely explained to them the phenomena he had seen in the universe and deduced the path on their own. He had indeed seen the laws of the current great cosmos. They weren't truly reliable. The laws of the universe that they cultivated were all empty. However, the god of destruction is quite interesting, Su Ji chuckled. He felt that the new setting he had added was quite interesting. After all, there was no way to make up for the massive number of deaths that had just occurred if they did not appear in the void. All of this is like a dream. Dichi said. The amount of information was too huge, it was even shocking. The heretic god's spell was something that even she herself did not know what had happened. It was like an ordinary person studying neutron bombs, where a slight mistake could destroy a planet. Now, a universe-forbidden magic box was activated, and he saw the god of creation and the god of destruction. The god of creation created the world, and the god of destruction destroyed the world. The two were opposing forces. As expected, the universe is balanced. Carolyn's expression was complicated, with traces of regret. What kind of taboo did we do? He had observed the end of the universe era. The god of destruction. It was a vague concept that observation was existence, and perception would descend. This existence would follow the long river of time in the future and arrive at this era of the universe. It's only going to accelerate the destruction of the universe when it's still in its prime. The entire universe was only 14 billion years old, and they were still in their prime. That kind of taboo existence should not have appeared in this land, but they actually. One could imagine that it would be a terrifying golden age in the future, or a super great catastrophe and disaster that had never been seen in countless ancient universe eras. The god of creation and the god of destruction actually existed in the same universe. In the future, I'm afraid that we'll see these two existences fight against each other, fight, and kill each other. Just thinking about that scene made one's hair stand on end. And all these disasters were caused by them. This was simply too exaggerated. They were the sinners of the universe. If this news spread, all the space civilizations, all the universe, would hang them to death. At this moment, little Shiji, who was standing far away, was also dumbfounded. He was dumbfounded, and his worldview had been completely subverted. What was this? It was indeed the center of the universe. But this was far from the center of the universe. It could change the fate of the entire universe. The cultivation methods in her memories and the iron-based race's belief in their power were all like country bumpkins with shallow knowledge. There was no such concept in her inherited memories, and she didn't even know about the existence of the god of creation. The universe isn't going to be finished, right? Shiji was extremely frightened. He had never thought that something like this would happen. After some careful consideration, his sister had created this forbidden spell. Wasn't she the sinner of the entire universe? After all, this magical technique was indeed unique. In the entire universe, only his sister could cast and cultivate it, because it involved thousands of cosmic laws and was extremely clear about the laws of the real universe. Don't tell anyone. Right now, other than the few people near us, no one else knows about this. Those distant civilizations and survivors have long been blocked by the true sound of the universe and the huge law information flow. The three pillar gods were very calm. They looked at their surroundings and smiled. At the same time, just as it was said, everything in the universe is balanced. We have sacrificed the future of the entire universe in exchange for a sufficient amount of knowledge. Medusa also fell into deep thought. Although there had been an equivalent exchange before, it was the first time such a huge equivalent exchange had happened. The three pillar gods were very rational and calm. They continued, the knowledge we have obtained is enough to allow us to transcend the universe and understand the truth of having an owner. To become the escapee, to become the ultimate existence of the universe. Things have already come to this, and there's no turning back. After all, we've also gained a lot of terrifying benefits. Carolyn's gaze turned towards those ancient, innate existences that had been born in the primordial chaos. Born in the chaos, I'm afraid that he has absorbed the ancient innate chi, has the attributes of the origin of chaos, and has come into contact with the true. Caroline took a deep breath and said to the surrounding people, there are 10 in total. We'll each take some. Everyone's eyes instantly lit up. They knew that this was an incomparably huge treasure. This was the true primordial chaos ancient god that had accompanied the birth of the universe and the beginning of chaos. The nature of their laws and life were unimaginable. However, everyone's expression was grave as they looked at the others in fear. These new chaotic creatures were too precious. They would probably fight and continue the battle. As for this evil god, he had used up all of his terrifying power and the foundation that he had accumulated for thousands of years. Right now, he had less than 1% of his strength. However, they had also used less than 1/10 of their strength to resist the true sound of the great Dao just now. Both sides were exhausted, but the evil god was still a powerful opponent. Only venerable sovereigns could fight against him. However, when it came to venerable sovereigns, where did he go? I didn't see him from beginning to end. Could he be dead? Just as the two sides were in a stalemate, there was a sudden flash in the distance. The ancient god appeared out of thin air and walked over slowly. On the other side, a giant that could support the heavens and the earth appeared in the universe garden. Chapter 950. The true origin of the god of creation. Everyone turned their heads to look. The two terrifying existences had actually descended. However, it was only natural. How could the beings behind both civilizations not be watching over such a huge event in secret? However, the current situation was beyond the two ancient existences' expectations. It could be said that the future trajectory of the entire universe was reversed, and they were caught unprepared. After all, now that he thought about it, the demon god's spell was the number one forbidden spell in the universe. It was like opening a box of forbidden seals in the ancient universe. To be able to summon the god of creation and see the existence in the dark. How could such a forbidden spell not have a huge price to pay? But the price was too huge. The people present thought so, their eyes burning as they looked into the distance. Now that such a sudden incident had happened, the scope of the implications was unimaginable. How were they going to talk about it? How would the situation develop? At this moment, Rainamansky spoke. This sentence was very calm. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. We actually found out about another existence. We've lived for countless years and seen the prosperity and destruction of many civilizations, but we never knew that this world actually had the god of destruction. It's indeed unbelievable, but it's also reasonable. The ancient god's voice was cold as he looked at him. His entire body was shrouded in divine light, and he looked indescribably divine. He chuckled and said, "Originally, there aren't many people in the universe who know about the existence of the god of creation. Even the 10th level experts who stand at the end of the Great Dao and look back at the entire universe might not be qualified to know about it. It would be good enough if 1/3 of them knew. If you didn't find out through our civilization, you would have been kept in the dark too, still imprisoned in your proud legacy." Shiji's heart was filled with joy as he looked at his father. It seemed like there was a lot of conflict in ancient times, more than 100,000 years ago. It seemed that his father was indeed mysterious and unpredictable. After coming into contact with such terrifying knowledge, it was really possible for him to return to the glory of his ancestors in the ancient times on the level of a profound civilization that did not even have inherited memories. There was a possibility that he could enter level 10. She was excited and proud. She couldn't help but secretly make up her mind. She would learn from the leader of the martial arts world and madly cultivate her force intent to coordinate with her clan. Her combat strength would definitely undergo an exaggerated qualitative change. She would work hard to become stronger like her sister and help her father restore their clan's ancient glory. Rainamansaga was speechless. He patted his daughter's head, who had a look of confidence on her face. He only smiled and did not say anything, as if he had seen through the ancient times. He said softly, "After all, the history of the universe is too long ago. No matter how powerful the great existence is, they are just dust in the long river of time. Too many years had passed, and too many inscriptions had been lost in history. And you're just a terrifying fortuitous encounter." More than 100,000 years ago, from the fragments of some ancient ruins, they found the records left by an ancient existence that existed with the heaven and earth during the early chaos. From the Dao map of the creation of the heaven and earth, they learned about the god of creation. Thus, they entered the civilization dimension where they could observe those ancient existences. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was in deep thought, as well as a touch of shock and realization. They had been guessing. Only by knowing could one come into contact with that dimension. Observation was existence, and it contained quantum uncertainties. Only by knowing the god of creation would it collapse and become a reality. Then, where did the most ancient information about the god of creation come from? If no one in the universe knew about it from the beginning, then it would be impossible to spread it in the universe. He was like the god of destruction. They should be the first group of people to know about the god of destruction, so what about the god of creation? How did the first batch know? This question had been lingering in his mind. How did the ancient gods know about the god of creation? Now, the answer was clear. These two ancient existences spoke concisely, but the information contained in their conversation was too much. Carolyn's heart trembled, and she couldn't help but whisper to the people around her, where did the god of creation appear for the first time and for the only time? The creation era. After all, the scene just now was a replay of the course of the entire universe, and it could be used as a reference for the historical traces of the ancient universe. In theory, no one could observe him from the singularity of the great Dao that created the world. His concept should not have spread throughout the entire future universe. No one in the universe would know about the god of creation. However, that was not the case because there was an ancient existence in the chaos that created the world and saw the God of creation at first sight. Hence, they were the first to know about it, and it was passed down from generation to generation to this era. Ha 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 ha, I'm really looking forward to it. At this point, Carolyn's face was already filled with anticipation as she excitedly said. Heaven and earth are born together, the sun and the moon shine together, they walked out from the chaos that opened the sky. The heaven-opening primordial chaos overture who has heard the mantra of the universe and who holds the trace of primordial laws that have yet to be separated in their hands, this is an unimaginable group of truly blessed great beings. This little girl is right. That must be the greatest era. Medusa also had a look of shock on her face. She was also a smiling tiger, as if there had not been a life and death battle just now. This batch of innate chaos ancient gods is indeed the first to know about this. They also kept this secret to their deaths. After all, this kind of existence and opportunity. He couldn't tell anyone. I think, so I have never told, I have never passed on the image of the God of creation. Concept. The concretization of laws. All life and civilization would never know that secret. The strong would monopolize the knowledge. Because knowledge is power. This was an inevitable development in history. But before his eyes, this was the ultimate secret of the universe. How could he casually reveal it? At first, the first batch of universe chaos ancient gods knew about it. However, this ancient universe innate chaos god fiend didn't choose to spread, so only a few top space civilizations knew about it. In the primordial era of gods and devils, in the hundreds of millions of years after the world was created, as these chaotic existences that were born with the universe flourished, and fell, this secret was gradually buried in history. Fewer and fewer civilizations knew about it, and even the secrets that were known in this era were few and far between. Even the 10th level existences of this era were unknown to many and coveted. The two ancient gods, on the other hand, had obtained unimaginable opportunities. They had obtained the concept information of the God of creation from an ancient tomb of the gods and devils. This caused their civilization, which was in the middle of quantum uncertainties, to start collapsing into reality, and their civilization finally saw the God of creation. At this moment, the players were panicking and shouting crazily. Brothers, it's time. Previously, we guessed that the ancient gods and the others had entered a certain realm and obtained the blood of eternal life from the God of creation. At the same time, he had probably obtained information about the God of creation, and his combat power had instantly exploded. He had entered the golden age of Buddhism and mythology, and that was how the events that happened later came about. The coveting of the moon god season, the outbreak of the war between Buddhism and Daoism in ancient China. Their faces were filled with excitement. His face was filled with joy and excitement. It was obvious that the ancient Chinese myths and legends of Earth, the Buddhist and Daoist schools, had a long history. Everything they had experienced was much more than they had imagined. Although the current civilization was on the verge of decline, and the ancient gods were on the verge of extinction, they used their last shoulders to protect them and protect their next generation to take over the torch of civilization. The truth of history has been completely revealed. We've basically figured out the concept of the God of creation. We can do it. We have lived up to the expectations of the ancient gods and have restored the two major civilizations of Buddhism and Daoism. At this moment, everyone's mind was filled with thoughts and emotions from these few short sentences. When they were sorting out their thoughts, the ancient god's voice was still calm as he continued, "We've all known about the existence of the God of creation, but we didn't expect to see another one, a concept in the depths of the universe. This was a huge disaster. The God of destruction did not exist in this universe and no one knew about it, but we have observed it in this era." Everyone's breathing quickened. Once the magic box is opened, there's no way to stop it. We're all going to be destroyed. Observation is existence, and observation will descend. This, Renemansky's face was gloomy and extremely solemn. This matter has too many implications. If news of our two civilizations were to spread, countless civilizations in the entire universe would be shaken. In the entire universe, all the civilizations that know about the concept of the God of creation will berate us and condemn us. We are all sinners who have destroyed this universe. Chapter 951. Division and Scheming. At these words, everyone's attention was completely focused. Yes. A civilization that did not know the concept of the God of creation would be easy to fool. However, the truly powerful civilizations that knew about the God of creation would soon understand the concept of the God of destruction. They would know that such an existence could not appear in this young and mature universe. They might have done something taboo, such as observing the future or the origin of the universe, which led to the accelerated destruction of the universe. However, the current situation was already irreversible. They had seen the legendary God of destruction, who was pulled from the river of destruction to the present world. What kind of existence is the God of destruction? It's the first time we've seen it, so we can't understand it. It's very mysterious to us. No one knows what will happen in the future, Ryanimansky said softly. However, no matter what kind of natural disaster it is, as long as we don't say anything, no one will know that we did it. At the very least, we can hide it for a while. The ancient god also smiled. In a few words, the two of them had agreed on a decision that they would never reveal to outsiders. After all, this matter had too many implications and was enough to cause panic in the entire universe. He had the same thoughts as the three pillar gods and the others. After all, this was the best outcome. Well, since things have come to this, there's no point in saying more. We can only look at the future. The 10 life forms in front of us. It's also something that we sacrificed the future of the entire universe in exchange for. We naturally have to split it. Ryanimanskar said coldly, his voice gradually turning cold. Yes, equivalent exchange. We obtained the information that we cultivate the false truth, as well as these 10 existences. It was all in exchange. The ancient god smiled and said seriously, I have a big family and business, and all my resources are in urgent need. I'll take 7, and you take 3. How about it? You are delusional. If the evil god did not use this Deo technique, you would not have gotten anything. How could you be so greedy? Rain impatiently said. Isn't this spell the source of the disaster? The ancient god's voice also turned cold. There's no point in saying more. I'm about to die. If you want to fight me, you can give it a try. The crowd held their breaths. Both sides were ready to fight and the atmosphere was extremely heavy. At this time, they had already started to retreat slightly, their faces full of vigilance. They gradually flew away from the center of the two and drifted to the surrounding meteorite belt. They might soon be able to witness a battle between true top-tier level 9s who had surpassed the laws of the universe. It might even be more than that. Perhaps it would be 2 weak level 10 existences who had already embarked on the road of level 10 to different degrees. If these existences fought, the entire solar system would become their battlefield. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Ryanimanskar frowned. I'll take 4, you take 6. That's my bottom line. I'm not afraid of you, but I don't want to interfere in your personal grudges. There's no benefit to gain from your personal grudges. Both sides are already mortal enemies, so you can just fight. However, I won't let go of this profit. You should also be clear that provoking me is the same as increasing the number of enemies. It's not a good thing. Neither of us will have an easy time. 4-6. Such a division of revenue is acceptable. The ancient god pondered for a while and nodded slowly, as if he knew where the other party's bottom line was. When the crowd saw this, they immediately felt relieved. They almost started fighting. Fortunately, he chose to stop at the last moment. Although they were looking forward to a battle of this level, they were already exhausted and too tired. They no longer had any combat power. If the two sides fought, it was likely that they would completely shed all pretenses of cordiality. If they first attacked the enemy's subordinates, the new generation, and ruthlessly attacked them, they would likely be killed in an instant. This was probably the reason why both sides were afraid and unwilling to fight. Then, this is the arrangement. The ancient god smiled and said, the number has been decided. How about letting the descendants of each civilization choose? Naturally, they will choose the chaos creatures that are suitable for them. Sure, even if he isn't a true chaos innate god fiend, he is still strong enough to have a trace of chaos laws. You guys can go. The ancient god put his hands behind his back and turned to look at the crowd. At that moment, Ditchi, Caroline, Medusa, Shiji and the others knew that they had to act fast, and they quickly began to act. At this time, following the Big Bang, all kinds of laws split and re-evolved into all kinds of meteorites and stones that floated in the air. There were 10 chaos god fiends scattered around. There were stone-shaped creatures, flesh and blood creatures, cloud-shaped creatures, and a green vine-shaped creature. They picked quickly. These two are mine. Medusa's first action was to fly over a field of meteorites and choose the two most powerful creatures. Ditchi and the others frowned. He knew that his movements were not as fast as hers, but he could only choose the best ones at most. It was impossible for him to monopolize them. He chose a few creatures that were second to him. In just a few breaths, the actions of these experts had already become a foregone conclusion. It seems that both sides have gained something. Then, there's no need to stay here any longer. Rainimansky's voice was cold, and he had the intention to send the guest off. The ancient god also smiled. Then I'll take my leave. Sorry for disturbing you all this time. Rainimansaga ignored him. His body became blurry and he disappeared. He had returned to the universe garden. Let's go, he said. The ancient god turned around and looked at the crowd. Carolyn was a little hesitant, and couldn't help but say, the venerable sovereign has not appeared yet. It was indeed so. From the beginning until now, it had indeed not appeared. It was as if it had disappeared and died. If that was the case, it would indeed be a huge loss. Don't worry. The ancient god's expression was extremely calm as he said, I've left a backup plan a long time ago. He didn't die in that chaotic state. In fact, the existences that were born in the chaos just now were not 10, but 11. 10. 1. Venerated. As soon as these words fell, the world was turned upside down. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. A terrifying thought exploded in his heart, as if he had thought of something. If this was true, in that case, venerable sovereigns were truly invincible in the same realm, right? They looked at the ancient god. This existence was indeed mysterious and had amazing wisdom. It was likely that this was also a huge scheme. Chapter 952. The chaos gradually subsided. The various existences left very quickly. All that was left were planets that were riddled with holes and the remaining mortals of various civilizations. They looked at this scene in shock, their faces filled with despair and numbness. This scene was unforgettable. What is this? We didn't die. I'm actually still alive. The god of creation actually exists. Even the various great gods of light, the goddess of nature, and even the higher-ups of the Teal Empire had their minds completely blank and lost their souls. All of this had happened too suddenly, and the amount of information had exploded. They already felt as if they could not think. At this moment, it was as if the supreme gods of the entire world were no different from ordinary people begging on the streets. They looked out into the universe and watched the terrifying battles between alien civilizations. They could only pray and despair. The dust of the era was like a huge mountain to ordinary people. They couldn't resist anything. They could only silently clean up the land that was riddled with holes. It was even no longer their own race. Even though they didn't know what the god of creation was saying, they were shocked to hear the vast true sound of the universe and the faint shadow. However, we still have a future. Majesty Teal closed his eyes and said, we are no longer our race, but we are still alive. As long as we are alive, there will be hope. It is better than death. In front of such a powerful and mysterious space civilization, to be able to do this much, we are already satisfied that we are not completely annihilated. By the way, how much of the true sound of the great Deo of the universe's creation have we remembered? Your Majesty, we have memorized the third section of the first paragraph and the third section of the fifth paragraph. Some civil officials were excited. This was the origin of the universe, and it recorded all the information about the order of the universe's laws. It could be said that even the advanced civilizations in the entire universe, or even peak level 10 existences, might not have such a huge wealth. One had to know that unless one had personally experienced the creation of the universe, no civilization or creature would have the chance to hear the prelude to the creation of the universe. The Deo sound of the creation of the world is the order of the splitting and collision of the laws. Every word and note symbolizes the Deo and reason of the universe. Understanding this overture means understanding the origin of the universe. Within the Cosmos Garden, little Shiji looked at the four blurry innate gods and his face was filled with excitement. He jumped up and down and grabbed his father's arm. Father, this is unbelievable. The innate chaotic laws of these creatures had also begun to transform. It split into countless nomological laws, but it gives people a feeling of primordial chaos. Medusa also frowned and sensed along the way. After all, she had the deepest understanding. Their genes are very strange. They are compound genes. For example, a certain compound gene of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, or a compound gene that can control the atmosphere, ocean, and repulsive force. One had to know that even if it was a fake creation of the world, these living beings that had come into contact with a trace of primordial chaos laws were still extraordinary. Although their chaos genes had been separated, there was still a large amount of laws accumulated in the same gene. This was extremely terrifying. At the same time, I've also discovered that this gene possesses a strong instability. It's not like that, Medusa said softly. When their genes fuse with other creatures or give birth to offspring, these compound genes will be further divided. For example, the four-element genes of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning will become a single gene of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. Medusa's expression was grave, as if she had seen something extremely interesting. Perhaps, in the entire universe, many single genes of countless life forms, such as the flame gene and mental gene, were all slowly split out from the initial half-chaos gene. They are indeed irreplaceable and unique. If they were passed on to others, their genes would split and degenerate due to instability. Medusa took a deep breath. They are indeed gods of innate chaos, and cannot be replicated. Ray Neminsky laughed and said, I really have to look forward to the future of these living beings. After all, I paid a huge price to get it. Medusa also had a look of longing and satisfaction on her face. This time, she couldn't be bothered to care about the destruction of the universe or the flood. It was enough for her to get the benefits she wanted. The true sound of the great Deo, even if it recorded the false truth of the universe. However, if one did not understand the false principles of the universe, how could one come into contact with the only truth? It was impossible to leap 1,000 miles in a single leap. The truth of the universe was the Deo-yi of chaos, the primordial chaos, the god of creation. The thousands of laws of the universe were divided, and when these false principles were combined into one, they became the truth of the universe. Father, how did you break through to the peak of the 10th level? Could it be related to these truths? The ultimate 10th level of the universe, the end of the great Deo, has it come into contact with the truth? Little Shiji could not help but ask. After all, only those who had broken through to level 9 could obtain level 10 legacy information. Medusa also looked at the owner of the universe garden with anticipation. After all, the limit of the universe's Deo path was a 10th level peak. What was the ultimate realm? At the end of the great Deo, there was no place to go, and that was the ultimate realm. But now, after the creation era, she had a vague feeling that level 10 might only be the end of all the false principles in this universe. Perhaps the truth would be the next step? Only then could he transcend the entire universe? However, could it be a realm above 10th level? This was very strange. Seeing the origin of the universe was indeed seeing things that were far beyond their level and realm. It was difficult to understand. With their current knowledge and reserves, they could not explain it at all. Su Ji looked at the two of them who were looking at him longingly. It was beyond their understanding, and naturally, it was beyond their own understanding. He didn't know. Little Shiji was still excitedly asking, does level 10 mean that you've mastered the truth? It doesn't feel like it. Don't tell me that level 10 only masters all the laws of the universe. Su Ji looked out the window of the study and smiled. We'll have to wait for you to explore it yourself. How did you break through to the 10th level? When you break through to the 9th step, you'll naturally receive the memory inheritance, and you'll know. Don't aim too high. Shiji had no choice but to stop asking. He waved his little iron fists in excitement and said, then I'll cultivate my force first and make my life more difficult. Shiji watched as his sister studied and trained the 4 primordial chaos creatures that he had brought back. He did not pay much attention to them and began to practice his fist techniques in the garden outside. In the garden, there was a lush green forest. To the small stone ridge, it was like a green grass plain. You're my temporary trainer. Shiji looked at Pan Shuxian with a face of confusion, the person who will officially lead me to the path of cultivation? That's right, Pan Shuxian said with a smile. Although I'm your father's inner sect disciple, I've cultivated the martial arts of the chief of the martial arts world. I can teach you a rough realm. Repeat after me, women should be strong. Women should be self-reliant. Shiji followed suit, looking very bold. Punch. 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 Blue veins popped up all over Pan Shuxian's body, and she punched a big tree that was used as a sandbag. It's a pity that I can't find a suitable sandbag to practice with. Ha! 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 Shi Ji quickly followed suit. On the other side, the Chongming Heavenly Court of the Seven Realms and the ancient lava region were still returning. Dichi and the others had too many things to deal with and even had to be on guard against others. They did not have time to rest. However, the players had already started to make a ruckus. They were discussing the violent situation that had erupted on this side. The god of creation and the god of destruction were too shocking. Chapter 953. The Problem of Lifespan. In the Seven Realms Heavenly Court, the racer of Mount Harana was busy working, and the gold plug-ins dropped onto the ground one after another. Suddenly, he turned around and grinned. You guys have abandoned me for a long time. I'm finally back. The cute girl walked over and said speechlessly, it's not that we want to abandon you. It's because you've been working overtime. You can't get away. We've also brought you a gift this time. Meng Mei flicked her hand and threw an interspatial ring to him. The racer of Mount Harana took a look at the ring. It was enough for him to cultivate for a period of time, and he was quite satisfied with it. At least this animal had not forgotten about him. Oh right, how's the situation now? You weren't beaten to death by Dichi. Meng Mei's face turned black and she said, how could I be beaten? Dichi had always been chasing after opponents, and I relied on my speed to travel around the world for him to find opponents. He was extremely happy now as there were new opponents and new cultivation techniques to study. Life lies in motion, life lies in transcendence. The racer of Mount Harana was still in disbelief. You really didn't get beaten up? A cute girl would be beaten to death? That was impossible. After all, it was not the first time that the cute girl had done such a thing. If she wanted to kill him, she would have done it long ago. In fact, Dichi had been turning a blind eye to it all along. He let this Mother Earth go out and cause trouble while he went to learn cultivation techniques. Dichi had always been hoping for a stronger enemy to appear. But this time, he had gone too far. Although the benefits that Dichi obtained this time were really not small, they were all brought to him by the green vines of Mother Earth. Logically speaking, Dichi still hoped for this to happen a few more times, but the most intolerable thing was Zhou Meng. You can endure it. No expert could resist it. That crazy white-haired old man had big dreams all day long. He was so disgusted that he felt as uncomfortable as sticky candy. Cough, cough, cough. This fellow was beaten up, but Empress Qingyun was helping to plead for him, so he wasn't beaten to death. After that, Dichi went into closed-door cultivation. The Alchemy Emperor coughed twice. It seems like he's in seclusion, sorting out his various gains. After all, he's gained quite a lot. But I'm even more suspicious that he can't wait to study quantum martial arts and is ready to find the place where Zhou Meng is dreaming and kill him. The racer of Mount Harana felt that what he said made sense. He nodded and gave him a thumbs up. Quantum martial arts is indeed impressive. However, did you guys manage to obtain the genes of the other civilization? I'll cultivate for a bit too. The cute girl looked at him suspiciously. He felt that this person wouldn't want to learn Zhou Meng's crazy martial arts to disgust people, right? Meng Mei shook her head and spread her hands helplessly. The other world is also very terrifying and powerful. Even though the Universe Garden's overall foundation isn't as strong as ours, it's not too far off. They haven't gotten their bloodline yet, and those experts have methods to guard against it. To be honest, it was impossible to get the bloodline from their bodies unless they were killed instantly before they could even react. The easiest way to steal a bloodline is to secretly enter that world and obtain the bloodline genes of an ordinary person. The racer of Mount Harana nodded in agreement that was indeed the case. In fact, Pan Shuxian, the 13th prince, and the others had given quantum genes to them, but they were not from the main race of this race. It was impossible to perform a second extraction from them. But they didn't get our geno blood. We have to prevent them from entering our world. After all, we can obtain bloodlines from ordinary people. They're also thinking about our 9 revolutions mysterious art. Alchemy Emperor said. There are also all sorts of powerful bloodlines. When the 4 grandmasters saw Dichi's exaggerated battle strength, they would definitely be extremely jealous. The other party might already know our world coordinates, but we have to conceal it and not let them sneak in. From the looks of it now, every transcendent world had a method to shield their own world, preventing others from entering their core world and stealing their civilization and wisdom. As for the foreign races that had stolen their own race's bloodline, they were going to spread arrest warrants throughout the entire universe and hunt them down. He had to face the revenge of a powerful super-civilization. Bloodline and cultivation technique are both very important. The racer of Mount Harana thought about it for a moment. After all, he was a gene factory, and he had deep understanding of it. However, even if can't get the real one, I can clone quantum genes and insert a strand of a hook on my head, and I can achieve quantum resonance. Everyone, do you want to spend money to become stronger? It's not the original version. With a genetic plug-in, it might look nice, but it's just like that. Meng Mei pursed her lips and shook her head. I have to spend a huge amount of time cultivating a new system of cultivation technique. It's not like it's my bloodline. Who has so much energy? Except for a monster like Dichi. No normal person could do that. Just cultivating a few of his genetic cultivation arts already made him flustered and unable to cope. By the way, did you meet with the Azura Path players? The racer of Mount Harana suddenly asked. He was very curious about this. Yes, we've met. This is the first time we've really met and interacted, right? The alchemy monarch laughed. There were terrifyingly many of them, and they were in an orderly manner with clear divisions of work. They were an extremely meticulous and strict organization. I had to admit that the physical talents of the Azuras were extremely terrifying and had endless potential. I also helped them to perfect and evolve their 12 Azura war gods. In fact, they've already done a good job. They're more intelligent with more people. The racer of Mount Harana chuckled. It seems like they're pretty good at this. They're alright. They're 100 million points worse than us. Their talents are not as good as us who came from regular families. Meng Mei thought for a moment and said, after all, their lifespans are not even 1/10 of ours. Naturally, they don't have enough knowledge, however, even though his foundation is poor, his creativity left me dumbfounded. In front of him, the few of them were all big shots in this field and had lived for thousands of years. They had relied on this to gain a foothold. The other party was naturally far from being comparable to them. Since the group in the lead has become gods, I'm afraid they're going to die of old age. The racer of Mount Harana's voice was calm. It's almost the same. The alchemy monarch took a deep breath and said, I took a look. Their lifespans are only about 1/10 of ours, but due to the differences in the species they evolved, the highest one is a plant god with a lifespan of 2,000 years. The lowest is the beetle god, who only has a lifespan of 800 years, while the others have a lifespan of about 1,000 years. 1,000 years seemed like a long time. In reality, it had only been a little more than a week. Even in the animal path, it had only been a little more than 10 weeks. Furthermore, he did not calculate it that way. These people frequently entered and exited the path of the heaven-born and the higher-level worlds. The time flow was not as slow as his path of beast. The alchemy monarch said, the fastest god only has a lifespan of 800 years, it's already more than half of it, and in 3 or 4 days, I'll be at the end of my life. To become a god, one had to face death. The racer of Mount Harana's face darkened as he sighed, it seems that we can't hold it back anymore. What we didn't want to see is going to happen. This group of people are the top talents on Earth. In order to expand their territory, they are heading toward destruction. This can't be helped. The path of Azura is like this, how can they not know? But they still chose to break through. After all, if they didn't break through, they wouldn't even have a deity. It was impossible for them to participate in the small universe war in the giant octopus's hometown. For a civilization to rise again, generations of blood and hard work are needed to write the hymn of the civilization. The alchemy emperor said, we're already very lucky, I've already left enough substance for those people. They should be able to hold on for a while, this is the last thing I can do. The cute girl nodded. They were fighting for their lives with the times, advancing wave after wave. I still have to hide it from the outside world. Although the top Azura players will definitely know. After all, they're usually all jokers, but they're not fools. On the contrary, they're all extremely smart, and they're the top talents in all major fields in reality. Alchemy Emperor thought for a while, but he didn't know how to explain it. The few of them could be said to be the leaders, pioneers, and decision-makers of the player faction. However, many things were inevitable in their development. At the same time, they had truly lived for thousands of years, even though they were in another world. However, he should be content with such a long and wonderful life. There's nothing to worry about. If you want to transcend, you have to pay an equivalent price. If you want to become a powerhouse that surpasses everything, you have to be prepared for death. The Alchemy Emperor laughed and said, "There's no need to be sad. There's no need to feel bad. Just like what was said, everything in the world was balanced. I'm still young, and I've only just entered this place. On the other hand, you two don't have long to live." "What do you mean we're going to die too? Did you hear that? Worry about your ermine first." Meng Mei's eyes widened. The Alchemy Monarch was speechless. Chapter 954. New Gains and Future Prospects? They were discussing strategies. After all, they were a civilization and needed to develop. This was the reality. No matter how optimistic one was, many things could not be avoided. Ha! Let's not talk about this. Let's start a live stream and talk about the current situation. Meng Mei opened the live broadcast room with great familiarity. Just as she sat up, she looked at all the live broadcast platforms nearby and found that the live broadcast platforms were unusually popular. A live broadcast room actually had tens of millions of views. Cute little loli, the daily boring life of practicing martial arts online. Meng Mei didn't react in time. She clicked on it and found that it was a live broadcast of the Universe Garden. A young lady with an indomitable spirit, the size of half of Australia, the forest and mountains under her feet seemed to be flat ground. She was waving her fist in place, and she was very energetic. And there was an even smaller teacher teaching. The popularity of the live broadcast room was already very high. "Ha ha ha, what a cute little loli. I love you, I love you. 3 million tons of irascible loli, online hammer. Father-in-law, I want to propose a marriage. Love transcends race. Damn it, even a little girl is working so hard to go bald, I can't be lazy. I want to become stronger, stronger, stronger. Then, you'll enter it, marry the little girl, and become an enviable couple." What the heck, the divine baldy couple? Meng Mei's face darkened and her eyes widened. These animals are poisonous, right? She was so enthusiastic that she even sent gifts like crazy. Looking at the little girl's daily martial arts practice, he felt like he was chasing a star. However, Pan Shuxian was getting dirtier and dirtier recently. She used to be an honest person, but when she led a group of muscular animals from Wushan Palace to do live broadcasts, she scared everyone out of their wits. Now that she had learned to do this, she was actually so popular. Pan Shuxian's face was full of excitement as she said to the live broadcast room, "Brothers, let's give a wave of tips. 666, let's go." Kakad. Meng Mei also started her live stream. In an instant, countless people swarmed over. Cough, cough, cough. "Brothers, I'm here to report the current situation. We've won a great battle. And now, Carolyn had returned to her little universe. And the 3 pillar gods have not returned yet. They are currently chasing pillar god Ji. As for the 6 creatures of creation, each of us will get 2, and Dichi will get 2. One was in the shape of a cloud, while the other was a plant vine. Dichi is still studying it, and I guess he's done. With his personality, he won't raise it. He'll definitely hand it over to the merciful goddess to raise it. After all, I'm the creation wood that nourishes all living things, and I'm very good at raising disciples. Look at Deist Chang Sheng. You know I'm a professional. To be honest, I'm very experienced in raising children." Everyone fell silent, not knowing what to say. What was this person blowing his own trumpet for? "You're very experienced in making people bald, right?" He was quite good at this. As long as they didn't die from learning, they would forget about it. They could already imagine the tragic fate of those 2 creatures. Meng Mei ignored them and continued, "And 6, a world has 2. Why don't venerable sovereigns have 1? According to our guess, he was already an innate god himself, so he naturally didn't need it." Next. The cute girl explained briefly, and the racer of Mount Harana coughed twice. "Next, we'll have our professional reviewer analyze the situation. We'll start with the god of destruction and the god of creation. In the countryside of Tongcheng, Su Ji returned to the orchard and sat in front of the wooden chair in the yard. He faced the bright sun and watched the content in the live broadcast room. After watching for a while, he didn't pay much attention to it. He had already anticipated the death of the Azura Deo. After all, a short lifespan was the biggest flaw, and in exchange for this short lifespan, it was his own evolution talent. Just like what was said, everything is up to one's choice. The road is already in front of us, and a general's success is built on 10,000 bones. Su Ji sat in his chair and looked up at the sky. In the distance, there were still the spore creatures on the evolution sandbox, chirping crazily. Small creatures of all shapes and sizes were running around everywhere, wandering around. The others are all sorting out the gains and losses of their research. It's time for me to sense my quantum combat body. The great universe combat body? He opened his eyes and started to sort out his gains. Whoosh! Su Ji reached out his hand gently. A quantum battle body slowly appeared in the void. Its entire body was fair and slender, giving off a mysterious, chaotic, and ancient feeling. It had integrated the mechanisms of the Zerg's sub-brain and had the appearance of Su Ji. Every quantum battle body condensed by martial arts has its own characteristics, and mine. It's a great cosmos, and there's a quantum umbilical cord in it. In theory, the great cosmos body is the only quantum body that can ignore the original body's size and grow infinitely. In fact, the final growth in body size could even devour the entire universe, turning one's quantum body into the entire universe. Su Ji was deep in thought. The concept of this martial art was very scary. He said. And the concept of this cultivation method is to treat the descendants of one's own bloodline as a part of one's own body and frantically reproduce, in order to continuously increase one's body size. In fact, this cultivation technique was very harsh. Su Ji had only been able to successfully practice it through the primordial chaos of the innate qi. However, if he successfully cultivated it, he would be invincible. This was not the case. Everything had just begun. Yes, it was just the beginning. This cultivation technique was very demonic. It was even more demonic than Zhou Meng's dream of the universe. Simply put, how did this multiverse's cultivation technique steal the matter of the entire universe? Constantly having children. Then, let these children break through to the rank 9 world. Every world that transcended the laws of the universe required a huge amount of resources and energy to cultivate. They would steal a large amount of materials and energy from the entire universe. That was why it was said that as long as the saints don't die, the great thieves will never stop. Once the sage died, the energy of these worlds would return to the main universe. This was a process that all powerhouses had to go through. There was a return to alone. Everything is born to support people. After you die, you return to heaven and earth, and everything can continue. However, this cultivation technique is the true pirate of the universe. You can't return it after you borrow it. After death, the energy of the powerhouses of the 9th step seemed to return to the universe, turning into sand, stones, wind, fire, lightning. However, in reality, as my descendants, they are still a part of my body after being imprinted with my spiritual imprint. After dying, they are scattered throughout the universe as sand, rivers, wind, and rain. As long as I continue to nurture level 9 spiritual beasts and let them devour the matter of the entire universe. My cells have been branded with a spiritual brand, and I am the entire universe. This was why this cultivation technique was called demonic, and the most evil part of it. But in reality, who can do this? The heartless sow kept reproducing and guaranteed that its offspring would produce countless 9th grade spiritual beasts. A type 9 that can devour the entire world. Even the Zerg empresses might not think it's possible. That's an unimaginable amount of work. Su Ji could not help but laugh. He silently sensed everything through this quantum battle body. The most difficult part is that only those of the 9th step can do it. As for the descendants below level 9, if they died, the matter they devoured would be returned. Only those at the 9th rank can fuse their soul and body, and imprint their own spiritual imprint into every cell. Su Ji looked into the distance as he sat on a bench in the orchard. But still, I have to say that the person who created this cultivation technique is really a talent. He actually thought of using his own descendants to cultivate the integration of soul and body on the path of level 9 and leave his own mark on the entire universe. Through his quantum battle body, Su Ji could sense that some of the bug tribe powerhouses who had fallen on the path of the rank 9 had only been connected to him by a part of the material that had fused their soul and flesh. Most of the materials from these god corpses had been made into various divine artifacts and weapons. A small portion had completely disappeared and turned into sand, dust, and rivers between heaven and earth. He could vaguely feel that it was like a part of his body, and he could use it as he wished. It was just like Zhou Meng, when he dreamed that he was a flower, a tree, and a stone. It was really incomparably demonic. It was conceivable that as long as there were enough level 9s, one day, his quantum body would madly expand in size and eventually devour all the matter in the universe, becoming a truly massive universe. Even if it wasn't a universe, at a certain level, it could probably be a galaxy. And even the galaxy. They would all be his super quantum body. Such a scene, how magnificent and vast was it? However, isn't this too late? How many rank 9s would it take to devour all the matter in the entire universe? I'm biting off more than I can chew, and I'm comparable to Medusa. Su Ji touched his nose, but he could not deny that after deducing the sandbox cultivation system until now, a cultivation technique that was most suitable for the Zerg Queen Mother had finally appeared. She could become stronger by farming, by reproducing, and by giving birth to children. He didn't even need to give birth to them himself. Letting the Zerg sub-brain give birth to them was simply perfect. A large number of level 9 worlds would eventually form a universe. Chapter 955. An era. This was the true Zerg disaster. They invaded everything, destroyed everything, and conquered everything. Su Ji sighed softly and said, just like on this planet, who knows if the soil under their feet, the water they drink, even their nails, hair, and even carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen thousands of years ago were once part of the physical body of a living creature? Perhaps, this was hard to understand. Matter was a cycle, just like the water on this planet. For example, the water you are drinking now may be part of the cell fluid, urine, and blood of an ancient person thousands of years ago. Su Ji stood up and looked over. He was devouring and transforming the matter of the entire universe in the dark. From meteorites to life-preserving planets, to rivers and trees, as long as they were part of the body of a dead Type 9 bug. It still seemed to be everything natural in the universe, but it was no longer the universe itself. In the future, these substances might form some kind of life form, humans, birds, and beasts, but they had no idea. Their bodies had already become a part of a certain existence. And in the end, the entire universe was his entire body. This had already completely matched the conjecture of the concept of God of creation in the quantum universe system. The last queen of the Zerg used terrifying wars to create natural disasters, invade everything, destroy everything, and occupy everything. What if I'm not another natural disaster to a certain extent? Su Ji chuckled. He had finally stepped onto this path without realizing it. However, this terrifying natural disaster was extremely hidden and could not be defended against. Although they are all ruthless reproductive machines, frantically reproducing Zergs. However, my reproduction without the smoke of war is a natural disaster that belongs to farming. Su Ji made fun of himself. He had to admit that the future of the entire cultivation technique was worth looking forward to. However, it was only limited to expectations, because this technique was even more ridiculous and unattainable than Medusa's late stage. How big was the universe? To let the bug race's grade 9 existences plunder the entire universe's matter was simply laughable. Was there going to be trillions of grade 9 existences? They might not even be able to occupy 1/10,000th of the material energy of the entire universe. If I keep following the rules, I might not even be able to destroy the universe in tens of billions of years, right? Su Ji muttered to himself, it's indeed called a crazy technique. It's not feasible in all aspects. However, it was a ridiculous dream to devour the universe and become the real god of creation. At this rate, unless I use some special method to produce a large number of level 9s and speed up my engulfing of the entire universe. He closed his eyes and thought about his future plans for the Zerg. Gradually, he came up with 3 feasible ideas. First, level 9 universe Deo cultivators gave birth crazily. For example, when Ditchi, Carolyn, and the others broke through, their offspring would be at the 9th rank. The offspring of Deo cultivators were born with part of the nomological organs, and part of their body's soul and flesh would become one. As long as they were crazy about having children, it was theoretically possible. The child they gave birth to had a part of the soul and body as one. Regardless of whether he cultivated or not, that part would still have an imprint. As long as all the 9th-tier universe Deo-reaching cultivators who broke through in the future became super-breeding pigs, they would. It could also speed up Suji's assimilation of the universe. However, the higher the level of life, the lower the fertility rate, and the more damaging it is to reproduce. Suji frowned silently, and his expression became strange. I'm starting to run out of sandbox energy for my farming. I can provide it for them to have children like crazy. Let's see if they're willing or not. Dichi and Siyun have never had any children. It seems like having a few children isn't a problem. As ancient gods, if they're willing to provide energy, they'll probably be willing. After all, children are born sacred. As for the 3 pillar gods, they're non-individual beings that aren't at the 9th rank, so we can't count on them having children. As for Carolyn, if we want her to give birth like crazy. However, he had to admit that it was a very feasible plan. The second method was to become a Super Sima. As a rank 9 with no threshold, it didn't matter how weak it was, as long as there were enough of them, it would be fine to quickly form. In the sandbox, there would be a large number of Super Sima throughout the entire civilization. Countless weak rank 9 beings would swallow and release cosmic matter. It was very feasible to merge their soul and body together and brand them with their spiritual imprint. Third, evolve into a race that was born with the fusion of soul and flesh. The inborn unity of soul and flesh was also the path of inborn rank 9 laws. If such a creature existed, Suji only had to be in charge of crazily dropping minions, which was the most perfect. However, does such a creature really exist? Suji frowned slightly. The more he learned, the more he knew what a terrifying life form this meant. Why were the Zergs so powerful? This was because the bug tribe was born with a rank 8 path and a 100% chance of walking the high-dimensional space-time path. They were born with a day to a 100 years time. As a race that was born with the ability to control high-dimensional space-time, they could even surpass the 1 to 100 years and reach the unimaginable time flow rate of 1 to 10,000 years. Only then could they achieve the time flow rate of the creation era. Only then could they evolve into countless species. 100% innate potential for a Type 8, that was why the Zergs were so strong. If there were living beings, they would be born with 100% of the path of the 9th order, and their soul and flesh would naturally become one. This meant that the strength of this race was definitely not inferior to the Zerg. It even surpassed the Zerg. After all, the bug tribe was on the path of rank 8, while the other party was on the path of rank 9. The winner was immediately decided. The other party was a level 1 ordinary person. Even ordinary people had the terrifying power to distort the laws of the universe. They were born with the authority to surpass the laws of the universe. I've asked the sub-brain of the Zerg before. The universe is too huge and too beautiful. Is there such a terrifying species that can naturally complete the path of Type 9? It didn't answer back then, but to be honest, I don't think so. I don't believe that the Zergs are the strongest. At most, they are the top race among the carbon-based life forms in the universe. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been killed. There are so many life forms in the universe. The upper limit of carbon-based, iron-based, silicon-based, and iron-based life forms is countless times higher than that of carbon-based life forms. There might be even more powerful unknown life forms. Suji closed his eyes. Although I can try to evolve it, I still have to think of a way to reproduce a Super Sima race and mass-produce level 9. That's the most reliable way. Suji had laid down his future sandbox development strategy level 9. A large number of level 9s. Who said that the great Deo-reaching beings who transcended the laws of the universe and the overlords of the universe were extremely rare, and even only existed in legends? A top level 8 civilization like the Teal civilization might not even produce one in tens of thousands of years who could come into contact with the path of laws. Suji was determined to try it out. He would farm like crazy and develop a civilization sandbox. A large number of level 9s would appear, and then there would be a super civilization era where level 9s were as common as dogs. If he didn't madly destroy a tier 9, he wouldn't be able to reach his crazy goal. However, the battle in the Universe Garden has declared the end of the era of gods. It's time for the entire sandbox civilization to enter the era of level 9. Suji opened his eyes. If I'm not wrong, Dichi, Carolyn, and the three pillar gods are about to complete the final stabilization of their realms. In less than 5 years, they will completely break through to the 9th rank. Su Ji sat quietly in his chair and sipped his tea. His gaze was complicated. Recalling the past, a new era is about to begin. It's been a long time, and I've finally reached the new era of rank 9 from the era of Ermin's rank 8 wizard. Everything seemed to have happened in the distant past. It took me more than half a year to take this step. As for me, my time as a hero was really too short. With Medusa by my side, the two of us beat them up at the same level, and then we could no longer beat them. Su Ji's voice fell. A day in heaven and a year on earth. Su Ji looked over and saw that almost at the same time. Boom! 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 In the small universe world, the sky churned, and countless laws entangled and twisted. It was as if some great existence in the universe had completely descended and was born. Once she was born, countless laws in the entire small universe cheered, and all kinds of 5-colored divine light shrouded the galaxy. At this moment, she had an unimaginably terrifying super pressure. Ordinary Tier 9 existences trembled in front of such a terrifying existence, and they could not even breathe. Ancient God! I've finally made a perfect breakthrough. Carolyn slowly opened her eyes. Her fair and delicate skin gave off a distorted feeling. It was the natural distortion of light and the laws of the universe being modified around her. In the Chongming heavenly court of the 7 realms, white gold fireworks bloomed in the sky. Celestial maidens held flower baskets and scattered flower petals in the sky. Boom! The earth-shaking phenomenon disappeared in an instant and calmed down. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for becoming a universe overlord. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for reaching 100,000 years of lifespan. The 100,000-year-old mythological dynasty, the Chongming Heavenly Court, will definitely unify all the heavens and realms and make all the foreign barbarians submit to Your Majesty's rule. In the palace of the legendary Heavenly Court, tens of thousands of celestial emperors and godly spirits were celebrating their birthdays. It was a legendary and magnificent scene. A breakthrough is only natural. Dichi sat on the emperor's throne, his face was calm and his eyes were cold, like an eternal furnace. Any mortal who looked at this forbidden existence would be destroyed. Suddenly, a complicated look appeared in Dichi's eyes as he looked down at his subjects. He seemed to be reminiscing about the ancient era of the innate ancient gods where Renzio lived for a long time and Daist lived for a long time. Everything that happened today seemed to be the same as before. He composed himself, and his eyes were filled with a domineering look. Everything will come to fruition. This is a new beginning. 100,000 years of life is just the beginning. In the future, I will definitely reach the peak of the world and lead the entire Chongming Heavenly Court dynasty to escape the great nirvana of the universe and walk towards eternity. Chapter 956. The entire clan's qualitative change. A new era has indeed begun. Su Ji sat in the cellar of the orchard and looked at the ancient land. A group of delicate little ants were celebrating and cheering. The exquisite and scattered mountain range and ancient Xiangxia town gave people the feeling of super small Lego blocks. There were also immortals riding on clouds and mist, occasionally flying over towns and cities. Many people wearing old hemp clothing below only raised their heads in surprise, but they were already used to it. In the new era, deists who have surpassed the laws of the universe can live for 100,000 years. They're all cheering for this. After all, a great existence above gods has really appeared. Su Ji sat on a wooden chair high above the entrance of the cellar and crossed his legs as he ate an apple. He looked down at the brightly lit area below and said, 100,000 years, which is about 3 years in real life, is indeed a very long time. No one knew that in a remote orchard in the countryside of Tongcheng, there was a 100,000-year-old mythical heavenly dynasty that looked like a magic box in a cellar. It looked very small and exquisite, but in fact, it possessed an extremely large destructive power and a great divine power that could destroy the earth in an instant. If this were to spread, everyone would go crazy, right? There was a mythical Xiangxia dynasty hidden in an orchard in the countryside. Su Ji's expression grew even more indifferent. It looks like I can start letting go for short period of time. After all, he's becoming more and more mature. In the beginning, a few days in reality, which was a few hundred years, could affect an era. A few thousand years later, a few weeks could influence an era. But now, for a space civilization that had 3 years, it would probably take a few months or even more than half a year for the real change to happen. The more stable and mature it was, the fewer changes it would bring. Dick Hicken said. His combat strength had probably undergone a qualitative change in an instant. Even if he had just broken through, I'm afraid that ordinary high-level rank 9s would be killed by him. I can only watch helplessly and hide. He didn't have to pay attention to their development for a while. After all, it's the period of time when one's strength is explosive. One must cultivate small realms after breaking through, from low rank to mid-rank, high rank. Su Ji did not intend to care about this side. However, he still had to take care of the small universe era. After all, the responsibility of a supersun would be very heavy in the future. Voila! Su Ji stretched out his hand gently and stepped into the world of the small universe. The surrounding was empty and silent, and the shattered planets were still floating. Ever since the battle in the small universe, before Caroline had the time to recover the vitality of the world, she was informed of the coordinates of the big octopus by Cutie Pie. Therefore, at that time, Caroline simply did not repair the world. She left the world riddled with holes and walked away alone, so as to avoid being taken advantage of by the three pillar gods and Ditchy the moment she repaired the entire universe. Now that he had just returned, he naturally had to repair the world. However, repairing a space civilization, which had previously been an extremely difficult task for Caroline, was now extremely simple. Whoosh! One by one, complete white planets were being born. The seeds, sprouts, and beasts of countless plants were reproducing. A beautiful deity covered in white porcelain stood in the void, and her body was covered in threads of white clay that were as dense as smoke. She flicked it lightly. Boom! Clay fell to the ground and turned back into little people. The newborn little people were shouting and jumping on a planet, looking extremely cute. All of a sudden, Caroline turned around, and a glint flashed in her eyes. A super ancient god? Is the world being repaired? The ancient god looked into the distance and said softly, clay can create life, and they can indeed be considered an entire race. This race is very powerful. Caroline also smiled. I've already broken through to the 9th step. I wonder how big the gap is? I can be considered to have reached the perfect foundation realm. With 4 genetic systems, 2 non-genetic systems, and 6 major systems at the same time, I've finally reached perfection. She had wanted to ask this question for a long time. Before he broke through to the 9th step, he had no energy left, but now, he could barely be considered at the same level. Even so, she also knew that the same realm could be divided into 2 species. For example, those who had just become low-level deities and those who had reached the great circle of the Type 9 realm were not on the same level at all. This foundation is already perfect. Su Ji smiled slightly. In fact, we're already in the same realm, but still. There's still a gap, so I need to work harder. Difference. Caroline stopped her actions of molding clay into a human and met the gaze of the ancient god. Is it the difference between a level 9 and a level 10? The ancient god was silent for a moment and did not answer. He suddenly laughed and said, "You're evolving a creature from a new world." "Yes, I am," said Caroline. "They can all turn into Sima. The whole world can be made up of them. This is the advantage of the entire clan," Su Ji said in a low voice. "There's no threshold for the path to grade 9. A large number of Sima people was enough to form an indescribable number of level 9. In fact, as long as you break through to the deity realm, you'll be able to become a rank 9 deist without any barriers." "I also think so." Obviously, Caroline also had such thoughts as she said with great enthusiasm, "This is the fastest way to increase one's strength. When the number of rank 9 Deo holders in the entire world reaches a certain number, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, even if I'm not here. Even Emperor Qi and the 3 pillar gods might not dare to invade. They would have to pay a huge price and be instantly killed by concentrated fire." One had to know that quantity could also form a qualitative change. Furthermore, Super Seaman had the ability to transform. "In fact, I've obtained 2 decent Chaos Innate God Fiends. One is a clay life form, and the other is a spirit water life form," said Caroline in a serious tone. The ancient god looked at him and asked calmly, "This is a rare opportunity in the entire universe to come into contact with the primordial chaos, primordial laws and the true one of the great Deo. What do you think of these 2 lives?" "Innate clay life form, it can be said to be the first spiritual soil since the creation of the world, and it contains mysterious laws. The same goes for spiritual water life forms. I caught them and studied them directly, and found that they all have a special innate origin substance, which is a very good spiritual material. After soaking our entire clan for a long time and using some kind of cultivation method, I found that the elasticity of my cells has some kind of qualitative change. A qualitative change? Su Ji was stunned. Yes, the cell elasticity has undergone a qualitative change. Caroline said, the ceramic cells of our entire race are very fine and heavy. Their defense is also extremely strong. It can be said to be the strongest defense. The 9 revolutions mysterious art only has strong regeneration. It's far from being match for them, however, our biggest weakness is that we are brittle and very fragile. But now, this is equivalent to changing this flaw, and this also means that our entire race may be able to cultivate the cultivation techniques of iron-based life forms. Su Ji was speechless. He was stunned. This atmosphere was really scary. He spent all his time studying how to steal other people's techniques and bloodlines, giving them a taste of their own medicine. Chapter 957. God's Tower. Su Ji's eyes suddenly lit up. Carolyn was indeed a research-type scientist. Previously, he had been secretly studying these iron-based cells on a planet that was infected by the virus, and he had actually achieved this. In fact, Su Ji had felt before that iron-clad cells were somewhat similar to the cells of the entire race. They were both dense and highly defensive, but the cells of the entire race were not elastic and could not be compressed. The biggest feature of iron-based cells was their springs. They had an extremely high level of elasticity and could be compressed at an insane rate. Carolyn had definitely thought of this point. You actually managed to imitate the iron race. The ancient god could not help but ask. I plan to imprison the 2 primordial chaos life forms for them to cultivate. Extract their bodies and continuously provide them with resources to improve the cell characteristics of the entire clan. In fact, said Carolyn, although our entire race has a mature cultivation system, we don't have a mature combat cultivation technique at all. The entire race is a type of radiation cell. We can use radiation. Before this, he had been relying on radiation and the fusion of true Qi genes to fight. But now, we've finally developed our talents. It really was like that. If the cell of the entire race was removed from the fine ceramic characteristics, it would just be an ordinary enhanced radiation gene. The combat techniques they used were also very ordinary. The entire clan had yet to develop their own unique combat system. That's right, our entire race finally has a place to stand. Before this, our combat style was poor and there was no difference between the 6 paths of reincarnation and Buddhism. Carolyn's face was filled with longing and anticipation. However, we are ultimately inferior to the true iron-based life forms. Our density and hardness are even stronger than iron-based life forms. As a result, we can only compress them by a quarter, and that is already not bad. That's enough. Su Ji thought about it for a moment and said, the radiation and defense of the entire tribe, coupled with a high degree of compression, will form a unique combat power. The future prospects are very promising. With a highly compressed body, its defense would definitely be stronger. Due to the high compression of its body size, the radiation energy had also undergone a qualitative change. The cells of the entire race had strong comprehensive abilities. They were a kind of special and strengthened radiation cells. Now, they even had part of the cultivation techniques of the iron-based life forms. It was indeed enough. The entire race's combat techniques were finally moving towards version 2.0. His combat ability would also reach a world-shaking level? Su Ji looked at Caroline and felt a little emotional. It was like an old father watching the little girl he had worked so hard to raise finally grow up. Perhaps. In the future, the true form of Nuwa would not be weaker than the true form of Pangu. As for me, VE cultivated 2 types at the same time. The true form of Nuwa, which has the strongest defense, and the true form of Pangu, which has the strongest regeneration ability. Su Ji's eyes gradually brightened. And with the quantum combat body, he felt his scalp go numb just thinking about it. Each of them was a heaven-defying and ultimate cultivation system. How much despair would the enemy feel when they saw it? In fact, Su Ji had never chosen to integrate the iron-based gene because he felt that it was not necessary. There were very few genetic spots in each creature. Once other people had integrated into it, they could not change it. Even if Su Ji could change it, he was still struggling to decide which gene was more cost-effective and better. One would definitely choose the best gene. Now, the entire race's cells were compatible with a portion of the characteristics of iron-based genes. In theory, the genetic potential had already surpassed that of iron-based life forms. It was a gene that was one level higher than the iron-based gene. A quarter of his elastic compression ability was already a huge gain for Su Ji. What else was there to be dissatisfied about? Su Ji took a deep breath. His eyes were bright as he thought, this is the terrifying part of the insect race. Their evolution is boundless. Iron-based life forms were very powerful. However, it still couldn't compare to the potential of the entire race's cells. Why? This was because iron-based cells were naturally evolved, formed by the universe's natural evolution, and formed by countless small probability combinations. Even if it's strong, it has all sorts of small flaws and problems. How could it be compared to a transcendent gene that had been deliberately created? The genes evolved from nature depended on one's character. The power and genes of the iron-based life forms were already the work of nature, formed by countless small probabilities. However, I'm still missing the final step, Carolyn spoke softly and hesitantly. After a moment of silence, she said, I still need some real iron-based cells for observation. This problem has been stuck on me for a long time. How powerful was her computing power at this time? The super galaxy computer of a rank 9 cultivator. Of course, he had studied the pseudo-iron-based cells of the Jizu god, but he still needed some real iron-based cells. The ancient god's expression was slightly calm. He opened his hand, and a piece of living flesh appeared. This? Carolyn was instantly dumbfounded. This piece of flesh was extremely fresh. It was as if it had just been taken from Rainamanska's body. What did this mean? She suddenly felt a chill down her spine. At that time, after you left, Rainamanska chased after you. I fought with him once. The ancient god said indifferently. I didn't expect that they would still fight. A fight is inevitable. Hearing this, Carolyn's face turned slightly pale, and she couldn't help but feel her heart tremble. They actually fought after that? Her mind was in a complete mess. Indeed, how could an existence of such a level easily negotiate? He could compromise with words? Just like her, the three pillar gods, and did she, there was no room for negotiation. They had to use their fists to talk. This was no ordinary item. There were 10 innate gods in front of him. He had obtained this treasure from the god of creation in exchange for the future of the universe. It was impossible to split a universal treasure of this level without fighting. The so-called agreement and fair distribution before was probably because the two of them were afraid of each other and attacked their own descendants. Rainimansky was worried about his daughter and the devil. On the other hand, the ancient gods were worried about them. Thus, after retreating on the surface, Rainamansaga chased after them in secret. A surprise attack was launched, and an unimaginable super battle broke out between the two earth-shaking forbidden existences. It was a life and death battle. She might not have been able to see the ancient god at this time. Carolyn clutched the blood and flesh in her heart, feeling both emotional and guilty. We're really too weak. I just broke through to the 9th step. They think that I have a perfect Deo foundation. He could be said to have reached his limit. I'm a little proud, but I can't interfere in the battle between existences of this level. The pride in her heart seemed to have been shattered. Silently, he clenched his fists, and his heart tensed up. It was really hateful. The ancient god didn't tell them anything. He silently used his shoulders to carry everything, using his own blood to support their future path. Breakthrough. Breakthrough. Become stronger. I want to become stronger. Her eyes turned cold. Becoming such a powerful level 9 wasn't her goal. It was to truly carry the sky and become the guardian of a super ancient god. How is this blood and flesh? The ancient god said. That's enough. I'm afraid we'll soon be able to develop a body compressing technique for the entire clan. Carolyn said, this time, we're going to reshape the small universe world. I've learned my lesson from the previous world-ending catastrophe and have a new world order. Oh, the ancient god was slightly stunned. That's right, creating life planets one after another, even if they could be controlled to escape, it was still too easy, and they were destroyed by the invaders. After all, they were too scattered, so I had a new idea, and that was to create a divine tower. Caroline said, this divine tower is made up of countless planets of the entire race. It is made of white porcelain and has a vast area. There are total of 33 levels. At the same time, all the cells in the clan will have life. When necessary, this tower can be compressed to a quarter of the density of a neutron star with the help of the new cultivation technique. It can be easily taken away when held in the palm of one's hand and can also be used as an extremely terrifying weapon to smash people. When Su Ji heard this, he felt that this idea was simply very mysterious. The God's Pagoda, the exquisite pagoda, where billions of level 9 gods and Sima lived. However, Caroline shook her head. This is a complete imitation of the Universe Garden's fighting style. It's just the fighting style of the Iron Race, they are the Universe Garden, I am the Tower of God. If I'm not wrong, Renamansky's Universe Garden can definitely be compressed to the size of a neutron star, similar to a normal villa. You can live in it and even smash people. Caroline had a solemn expression on her face. In reality, Ditchi and the three pillar gods didn't understand at all. Only she knew that Renamansky's combat power was indeed unimaginably strong. The Universe Garden was his ultimate weapon, and a super ancient god fighting against an existence of this level would be incredibly powerful. Yes, I didn't expect you to see through this. The ancient god looked into the distance and said, that's the biggest secret of Renamanska. It dominated the star field more than 100,000 years ago, but you can see through its strongest technique. It's clear that you've been studying iron-based life forms for the longest time and have a terrifying research. It's not in vain that you spent the longest time in that universe. Its Universe Garden is very terrifying. Even though he didn't use his full strength in this battle, his combat strength is still not to be underestimated. Chapter 958. The entire Type 9 clan, a brand new cultivation technique. You're overpraising me. I was able to see through Renamansky's trump card because I've been studying the mechanical pillar god. Naturally. I'll study iron-based life forms. It's similar to us, so we'll take it very seriously. Caroline replied humbly. However, as she listened, her heart was still in a state of turmoil. It was undeniable that Renamanska was extremely powerful. The entire Universe Garden had been compressed to the density of a neutron star. Even with her current level of understanding, she still found it hard to imagine such a world-shaking power. If this was the case for her, then it could probably be described as inconceivable, incomprehensible, and impossible for ordinary 9th grade Dao-achieving beings of the universe. Faced with the height of the existence of the universe, we can only be considered to have truly started by compressing countless planets. Caroline's face was filled with longing. The combat power of the ancient gods was countless times stronger than imagined, and the battle that had just broken out was earth-shattering. If it wasn't for the mention of fresh iron-based blood and flesh, there was no way to know. She stopped talking and slowly bowed. I have 1,000 words to say, but I don't know how to say them. I will do my best to become stronger and repay your kindness. There's no need for that. There's no need to separate the continuation of civilization. The ancient god laughed. Caroline looked longingly at the existence before her, her eyes filled with multicolored anticipation. At this time, Su Ji was also silently pondering. So, the Universe Garden was actually Renamansky's weapon? He had taken out a courtyard and smashed it at people. This was indeed frighteningly powerful, and even Su Ji felt that it was terrifyingly powerful. How big was the Universe Garden? It was made up of countless planets. To make a simple analogy, it was like countless Earths being compressed and then used to smash people. This was a truly terrifying level 9 forbidden power. Clearly, the difference between Tier 9 was also very great. Even though not every planet can be compressed into such a state, and it's a specially made weapon, it's already terrifyingly powerful to be able to do this. Su Ji took a deep breath. It's a pity that although I've obtained the inheritance, I haven't broken through to the 9th rank, so I can't get any higher grade information. I really didn't know about this. But it was clear that iron-based life forms played with gravity, density, elasticity, and madly smashed people. No wonder it was an ancient universe inheritance with a level 10 inheritance. Su Ji began to feel deeply that the gap between them had been widened by Caroline, or rather, by Ditchi and the others. His vision, talent, and standard were beginning to fall behind them again. After all, the higher one stood, the further one could see. After becoming a creature of another dimension, he would naturally know more. However, this was the correct way. They walked in front, opening up a path and exploring the future cultivation system. I think I'll be able to figure it out very soon. By then, Rainamanska's fighting style won't be able to pose much of a threat. Carolyn suddenly laughed. As for the Tower of God that I want to create, it will also be a perfect new form of the world. Without destruction, there will be no construction. In the future, even if the three pillar gods and Dichi attack my world again, they will not be able to succeed. This was her sore spot. The three pillar gods and Dichi all had defensive measures to urgently bring the entire world to avoid the disaster. However, she did not have any good methods, so she was relatively uncomfortable. The problem was finally resolved. Ancient God, do you want to see the new world with me? Caroline smiled. With my current computing power, in addition to the fact that I have already completed most of the content, and now that I have obtained the iron-based cells, the most crucial step has been taken. The first generation of rough cultivation techniques will be out soon. Let's wait and see, Su Ji said. He was very interested in the new cultivation technique of the entire clan in version 2.0, the new world that she planned to open up. Times were changing. Su Ji's entire clan's genes would also develop more potential as a result. At the same time, he had wanted to reproduce Super Sima, and this was just right. In the next few days, Carolyn was performing the final calculations in her spiritual universe while breathing in and out strands of white porcelain clay, turning them into planets. Then, she reshaped them into hollow pancakes, turning them into layers of the tower, and stacking them on top of each other. The clay men on the planet were also stuffed into the tower. In Su Ji's eyes, the tower had a total area of 10,000 mu of land and it currently only had 7 floors. Currently, the 7th level can hold 1 billion lives, probably. It was countless times smaller than the previous small universe. It's not that. It's that I'm not willing to create a bigger piece of land. It's just that I can only control that much at the moment. Carolyn raised her head to look at the completed first-generation Tower of God. Just as well. I've just finished refining the tower, and at the same time, I've also researched and cultivated the first-generation cultivation technique. I can give it a try. What happened next surprised Su Ji. Caroline shrunk crazily. Hwalala. She was already very small to begin with, and she was still frantically shrinking her size. In the blink of an eye, the ancient god, who was originally a super small ant, became like a giant that was 100,000 feet tall, standing in front of Carolyn. This is the clan's new cultivation technique. Caroline was pleasantly surprised, and couldn't help but say, it really worked. The effect is not bad. I've compressed my body more than 1,000 times. My mass, density, and defense have all been greatly improved. It was like a spring, and once he was familiar with it, it would be very light. It was as if he had a combat talent that could compress and transform. I can feel the benefits of body compression now. The iron-based race had such a huge body and their energy level was comparable to half a planet. Why did they practice this shrinking technique? He's really too powerful. When it's compressed, it'll be like a fragile piece of paper, compressed into a steel stick, invincible and indestructible. Carolyn was pleasantly surprised. This feeling was like a diamond drilling through a piece of tofu. It was as if Caroline had just found a treasure. She fiddled with it with a fresh look on her face. Su Ji was also stunned as he looked at it and muttered, Nuwa's true body, shrink. Pangu true form, grow. He was a little dazed. Caroline, who was under his feet, made Su Ji feel as if he had once again become a giant of 100,000 feet. As for Carolyn, she was so much smaller than an ant-sized creature at this moment. She could already be said to be a creature the size of a bacterium. After all, her original body was very small. If it was the size of a normal person, it would only be the size of an ant. Kakakakat. Carolyn's body rapidly expanded and grew taller, returning to her normal size. Next, I've already completed my experiment. All that's left is to distort this god's tower. She raised her head and looked at the white tower that reached into the clouds. She grabbed it gently. Boom! 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 The entire tower shrunk rapidly and flew back into her palm. Let me see the Sima inside. Her eyes peeked through a window on a certain floor of the tall tower, looking at the rivers, the land, the mountains, and the land. One by one, the Sima ran on the vast disc-shaped land. They were originally the size of ants, but they were compressed into the size of bacteria. At the same time, an even more shocking scene happened. They looked even more exquisite and delicate, and their bodies were covered in mosaic, as if they had been upgraded by more than a dozen grades. This is it, this is it. In fact, it's not bad to maintain it like this. Caroline took a deep breath and looked at these bacteria-sized supersuns. After all, my divine power recovery speed is not slow. I can continue to distort the laws of this God's tower and compress and increase the density of the entire race on this land. It's impossible for other creatures to do this, but the entire race can, because they already have the compression structure in this area. Caroline's face was full of longing as she turned back to look at Suji. Say, they've become so small. To them, we're giants tens of thousands of feet tall. Don't we look like gods of creation? Suji was confused. His face turned slightly black as he looked at the excited Caroline. It was a still doll. I'll get the small ants, and you'll get the smaller ones? However, there was indeed a way for a super seaman to compress himself to the size of a bacterium. Their pixels were immediately raised, and the rough, sparse, and large granule-sized cells seemed to be prepared to be compressed by nature. Caroline's eyes were bright. As expected, I'm going to walk the path of creation. The entire race of the spiritual universe system. One is all is one. I'll have to come into contact with the truth of the universe sooner or later, the only one. Good dream. The ancient god smiled and said, reproduce more and have more 9th rank Sima people. Maybe there's a chance that my dream will come true. In the future, it will indeed be very prosperous. It will slowly form the 33 levels. Caroline was somewhat moved. After a moment of silence, she said, however, I want to increase my life force in the God's Tower. I want to obtain some species that can reproduce from the living creatures in the path of Azura to increase the diversity. Chapter 959. I'm sorry, but I'm the first Tier 9 player. To gather a group of Azura Deo warriors? Suji was stunned. It seemed that Caroline had broken through to the 9th rank and entered the new era of the 9th rank civilization. She was still very interested in the players. After all, they were all keyboard saints with liver cirrhosis and a strong learning atmosphere. At the same time, the Deo of Azura also had a special evolutionary talent characteristic, which could evolve according to the environment. The digital beast from before was directly evolved according to the characteristics of the Sima. If they appeared in this collapsed world tower distorted by the laws, they might be able to adapt to a new species. You want to release a batch of Azura Deo? The ancient god said indifferently. Yes, ordinary animals are no longer able to enter the Tower of God. Only the Sima could adapt to this environment, and it was not enough to just have one race. There had to be a variety of species. There are all kinds of animals, and digital beasts are a good choice. They can also evolve, leaving behind a variety of indigenous species in the God's Tower. Caroline had clearly already analyzed this point and was prepared for it. Suji continued to ponder. Digital beast? Suddenly, a bright light flashed through his mind. It had to be said that Caroline's words had woken him up from his dream. The digital beast evolved from Azura's Deo was also a branch of the Super Sima clan, and it also had the characteristic of the entire clan. There was no threshold on the path of the 9th rank. A rank 8 god only had a few million cells, and they could easily become a rank 9 god. Suji's previous plan was to evolve into a Sima, hoping that the Sima race would reproduce like crazy and raise their level to rank 9. When a large number of rank 9 appeared, they would infect the world. This was a little too unrealistic. The digitalized humans, these natives, were not that hard-working and crazy. And to sum up the characteristics that Suji needed, the number was huge. He worked hard like a madman, raised his realm like a madman, and worked hard without any complaints. Wasn't there a group of people in front of him? The fourth calamity? Suji's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and he kept saying, perhaps, he is indeed the best candidate for the calamity grade. They were the strongest scourge troops that I had assimilated into the universe and became the god of creation. With their liver cirrhosis, rank 9 might not be impossible. Suji closed his eyes. Caroline had thought of a very good plan. But from Suji's point of view, this strategy had a more profound meaning. It was simply the best way for Suji to get his troops out of all the rank 9 players. The transcendent world where level 9s were as common as dogs. As long as many rank 9s died, the energy and matter of their remains after their death would be imprinted with the quantum spiritual steel seal and become a part of Suji's body. In the end, the entire world would be assimilated. Suji opened his eyes, and a glint flashed across his eyes. And they are indeed the best group of people. It can indeed be done. And Suji naturally needed them to die. However, this in itself was a huge opportunity for them. Those with weak aptitudes would naturally fall, while those with strong aptitudes. It could transform from a disabled superseaman rank 9 to a complete rank 9 like Carolyn. The system of a superseaman was very special. There was no threshold on the path of rank 9. Millions of cells would break through to rank 9, and then on the path of rank 9, new cells would multiply. He had tens of millions of cells, hundreds of millions, and finally, he had reached the normal number of rank 9 cells, which was 100 trillion cells. Only then could they possess the battle prowess of a normal tier 9. At that time, their lifespans would also reach the true 9th rank, and they would have a long life. As long as we open a path for them, they can choose for themselves. Suji's heart was in turmoil, and he thought, this is the greatest opportunity one can ever hope to become a true deist of the universe. However, they should know better than anyone else that a true Deo maker of the universe has many corpses and corpses of the same generation behind him. Suji did not need to do anything. As long as they could not break through, they would die of old age. Or, he could break through and become a true Deo holder of the 9th tier universe. 9th tier. They would die of old age one day, and there would also be a time when they would return the favor and assimilate the world. However, if they could do that, they would become the true elites of the bug race, the Type 9 overlords. They would find a way to integrate the blood of eternal life and become true transcendents, roaming freely in the world and soaring in the myriad worlds. Yes, soaring through the heavens and the myriad world. The great deist. Suji's voice suddenly became calm as he muttered, I never interfere with anything. I only need to watch the development of the various worlds in silence, and watch them travel around. Suji made up his mind in an instant. The era of the great Type 9, the era where Type 9 existences were as common as dogs, had already set a future development plan for the bug race. I understand. The ancient god pondered for a few seconds, then smiled at Caroline, who was beside him. I'll contact the world of 6 paths of reincarnation and the venerable sovereign to ask him to open the Deo of Azura. It's some sort of method to get them to the god tower. Then I'm really grateful to your majesty. Caroline was pleasantly surprised. After all, the Deo of Azura was indeed the best choice for the creation of a new world and to help enrich the species' diversity. Azura said. In an ancient city. In a secret meeting hall, a few high-level leaders of the players were sitting together. Bai Xiajun led a group of digital beast players and looked at the players from Azura Deo. They had come from Caroline's world and did not have any plans to return for the time being. Brothers, I'm afraid that the 12 of you are going to die very soon, Bai Xiajun said. The 12 god players looked very calm. One of them said, with the original substance given by the alchemy monarch, it can last for a while. If you go into deep sleep, you can last longer. At the same time, we return to the animal path. The flow of time here is very slow, so we won't die too quickly. Some of the nearby players shook their heads and sighed. The ceiling of the path of Azura was simply too low. In the end, he was not a player who had undergone the proper spore evolution. Tier 8 gods were the limit. This was because the lifespan of the Deo of Azura was far too short. Even ordinary rank 8 deities had almost no chance of breaking through to rank 9, so what about these extremely short rank 8 deities? He would die without a doubt. The players on our side can't see any hope for the future. A player leader shook his head. He was a big shot in real life with a net worth of over 10 billion and owned a big internet company. He said, this era is a big trend. I brought my company and financial group here to sponsor your server. But there's still no hope here. There were many such players. In reality, large corporations and guilds had all chosen to enter this cross-era virtual game Spore Evolution. They had even spent a huge sum of money to recruit all sorts of combat and research-type players, forming studios to enter. This scene, with the intervention of the major consortiums, was almost the same as some online novels. Someone said, Yet, there's no hope. If I break through to rank 8 here, I'll die without a doubt. He might as well study the knowledge of evolution here and become a wise man with powerful knowledge, then go to the spore evolution next door to prove his Deo. After all, knowledge is the power of all, and the so-called strong have always been the group of people with the most knowledge. Someone said softly. However, if I go to the spore evolution next door, even if succeed in my Deo validation will definitely become a rank 8 god in the future. After all, to be able to pass that kind of test, the knowledge and talent required at least the qualification of a god. However, can they reach the 9th rank? The surrounding people were stunned and slowly shook their heads. Cutie Pie, the alchemy monarch, the racer of Mount Harana, and balloonfish were undoubtedly the best of the best, but could they really reach tier 9? That's right. No matter where it is, it's already very difficult to become god. Tier 9 is even more like a single log bridge, blocking countless people. We don't have any hope of reaching the 9th grade Deo validation here, but over there, it's just a sliver of a chance. Someone sighed. This sentence was very realistic, so realistic that it was cruel. In the vast universe, the geniuses of an era were like koi fish crossing the river. There were countless amazing people, but how many transcendents could there be in the universe? The Teal Civilization Empire, a super-space civilization that had been developing for tens of thousands of years, was able to colonize planets in space, surpassing Earth by who knew how many levels, but they had never been able to take that step. Even if this was related to the end of their civilization. At this moment, they were fortunate enough to obtain the inheritance of an ancient god. After Ditchy, Carolyn, and the others broke through, they had completely perfected the path of breaking through to the 9th rank. However, with the legacy and the path before them, it would still be difficult to break through without a break in civilization. You guys are too ambitious. At this time, Bai Xiajun shook his head and sighed. He scolded them, I'm always thinking about strange future. It's already hard to imagine that I can break through to the god realm and stand high above. You may not even have the chance to break through, but you think, can I be the same as Ditchy? Can I surpass the ancient gods? Everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. It was as if he had woken up from a dream. We can't always dream when we're alive. Bai Xiajun continued to chide them for reaching beyond their grasp. He couldn't help but say, you're always thinking about breaking through to the 9th step, how difficult is that? Don't always think about following my lead and reaching my current level, I'm a man you can't chase. Everyone was stunned. They looked at Bai Xiajun and felt that something was wrong. What do you mean by looking up to you? Isn't it just looking at me? Bai Xiajun smiled, and the green dragon of the space-splitting throne, formed by mosaic pixels, soared into the air with its hands behind its back. To be honest, I've already broken through to level 9. Not only am I the first level 9 player, but I'm also a Deo maker of the universe. My breakthrough speed is even faster than that of Ditchy, Carolyn, and the others. Everyone was speechless. They were dumbfounded. It was only then that they realized that this person was really from the Super Sima race, and there was no threshold for him to break through to rank 9. Now, strictly speaking, he was also a 9th rank, a crippled 9th rank. But now, he actually had the chance to do so. However, this wasn't the time to think about how this guy was acting cool. Bai Xiajun's current state had already shocked them, and they couldn't be bothered with his gloating. And NBSP, yet. Super Saiyan's, why didn't we think of that? The path of the 9th step had no threshold. Chapter 960. The era of rank 9 Deist cultivators has arrived, and the player's determination. The other races could only be envious even if they knew the terrifying advantage of the entire race. However, the Azura Deo race was different. They were the ever-changing monsters. It could evolve at every stage, change into different forms, and have various possibilities. As long as they followed the digital beast evolution route that Bai Xiajun and the others had created, they could. He would turn into his entire clan and become a Super Sima. Immediately, the dispirited look on their faces disappeared. Ha ha ha, success is due to Xiaohe, and failure is due to Xiaohe. That's right. Our evolution and transformation talents at every level burn a lot of our lifespans, causing our lifespans to be reduced to only 1/10. However, our opportunities also lie in our evolution talents. That's right. If we evolve into digital beasts, we can also have the characteristics of the Super Sima race and become a branch of the entire race. There will be no threshold for rank 9. After reaching level 9, I'll slowly accumulate and increase the number of cells to become a complete level 9. Their breathing quickened as they looked at each other. His face was red with excitement. What was an entire clan? The entire race was the most heaven-defying race in the universe, the threshold of the 9th rank. This also meant that the players would obtain a unique advantage and have the possibility of becoming rank 9 deist. How could they not be excited? Did you just think of that? Bai Xiajun put his hands behind his back, and said, the system I created in my early years, the evolutionary path of digital beasts, has simply opened up a new future for us players. Beside him, no one was listening to him. They were still discussing, each of them whispering. Even if I become Bai Xiaojun, a super disabled level 9 god who is very weak and can't even defeat level 8 god with 6 paths of reincarnation, but he's also at the 9th step. Indeed, we can't count them as monsters in the world of 6 paths of reincarnation. After all, the monsters here were all great saints. They could climb the ceiling and fight more than 10 of the same level. A disabled level 9 like Bai Xiaojun might be able to fight someone of a higher level, but in other worlds, ordinary high-level deities would still be blown up. Bai Xiajun was speechless. How could these people expose his shortcomings? Is this my problem? This was a common problem of the Sima. Someone else looked at Bai Xiajun and said excitedly, your path is indeed very suitable for us. This way, our extremely short lifespans can be extended as long as we can break through to the 9th rank. How long is your life now? Bai Xiajun coughed and said, embarrassed, about 1,800 years. Everyone's face darkened. Their minds went blank for a moment, and they couldn't think. What kind of odd-looking 9th rank beast are you? They were grade 9 and had a lifespan of 100,000 years. They could be called the supreme overlords of the universe, and the length of their lifespan was comparable to that of a long civilization. And you? You're a level 9, a great cultivator who has surpassed the laws of the universe, and you have a lifespan of 1,800 years? Just look at these 12 Azura Path demon gods, level 8 divine spirits, they all have an average of about 1,000 years, and you have a few hundred years more lifespan than others? How can you guys calculate it that way? Bai Xiajun looked at the way these bastards were looking at the sand coins, and he got angry. He scolded, it looks like I've broken through to rank 9, but the difference between me and a rank 8 god isn't that big. After all, you guys know the reason. It's normal to increase your lifespan by a few hundred years, okay? However, I only have a few million cells. I can continuously multiply my cells and cultivate them. I'll be able to keep getting stronger, and my lifespan will keep increasing. Eventually, it will grow into a complete Type 9 with 100 trillion cells, and its lifespan will be normal. Bai Xiajun said, as long as I keep working hard and keep getting stronger, we'll be able to catch up with the speed of my life exhaustion. Then, we'll be able to extend my life. On the other hand, you guys are stuck at the god level and can't break through to the next level. No matter how hard you work, you can only wait for death. Can we be the same? As soon as he said that, everyone present fell into deep thought. That was the real reason. Although this 9th rank was still very weak, the ceiling that limited one's lifespan was gone. As long as he had 10 livers, the crazy Baldy would become stronger, and he would have the chance to catch up with the decline in his lifespan. His liver would give him a tomorrow, and a wonderful future. Now, he had millions of cells. He had to work until he had 100 trillion cells before he could form a normal rank 9. This number. It was comparable to the difficulty of the other 9th rank path. In terms of difficulty, it could be said that there was no change. But even so, it was still very heaven-defying, which was equivalent to, get on the bus first, then buy tickets. But it is indeed so. Some players took a deep breath. This way, we might have a chance. After all, it was very difficult to become a true expert. I don't know how many powerhouses have died, but I can't see a single trace of hope. But right now, we have a chance. I understand. I'll commit suicide now and turn into a digital beast. I'll also commit suicide and start over. The leaders of the players immediately stood up and were extremely decisive. After all, they were now celestial emperors, and their evolutionary path had long been fixed. They could only commit suicide again, and the next time they entered the game, they would overthrow it and start again, evolving into digital beasts. However, the 12 players who had broken through to the god level were not so lucky. They could not overthrow it and start over again, nor could they become digital beasts. The 12 of you, continue to sleep. Wait for us to come back and find a way to recultivate and become strong. We'll come back to save you. A player said decisively. That's right. If it weren't for the 12 of you, we wouldn't have been able to gain any benefits from the battle of the small universe. We wouldn't have been able to make the eyeball divine artifact and split a portion of the benefits. Without you guys, we won't be able to find the giant octopus. After all, without the gods, we can't even set up a legendary formation and cross to other worlds. You have opened up a path for us, and now we can have such a future. You can't recultivate, but one day, we'll help you break through to Tier 9 from the proper path of Tier 9. Someone said loudly. The 12 players were touched, and their eyes were wet. How many people had actually broken through to the 9th step? This was too much of a boast. It had allowed all 12 of them to break through to Tier 9. He did not know if there would be a real Tier 9 monster among the players. These people still loved to brag, but they were touched as they looked at these high-spirited bastards making promises for them. It really proved the old saying. A man's mouth, a ghost that lies. Their expressions became complicated. Yes. We'll recultivate and find a way to help you. You can sleep in peace. When you guys broke through, you could already think of your own results, but you still chose to take this step to fight for our future development opportunities. We can't let the hero's heart turn cold. If we do that, who would dare to risk their lives in the future? A player said softly. Brothers, the hymn of humans is a hymn of courage. The greatness of humans is the greatness of courage. They were united and became serious, which was rare. Then, what's next is suicide. Let's go back on the path of digital beasts. Digital beasts can also be evolved into various branches, and can be excavated. They began to discuss the future. However, not long after, he received a new message. It was an announcement from the wizard community. They took a quick look and were not surprised. After all, there would be a routine update every once in a while, which would increase the number of people entering the server and the district server. However, this time, they were instantly shocked. What? The number of people in the district server has increased tenfold? Isn't this a huge online game? They looked at each other, their eyes filled with excitement and confusion. 10 times, what kind of concept was that? Azura said. He was afraid it wouldn't be able to fit so many people. In fact, it wasn't that it couldn't be filled, but it wasn't counted like this. Every player had to cultivate and become stronger. They were all resource monsters. The Azura Path's land could not provide a huge amount of resources for the player population to increase. What's going on? Someone asked. After all, it was common to increase the number of people, but wasn't this increase a little too much? Was it because they had entered the era of Tier 9, which led to the version update? Everyone, don't get excited. This means that we might be opening a new dungeon map. Bai Xiajun took a deep breath and looked around. There was a similar situation before. At that time, didn't they open the dungeon map and guide me and the other players to the small universe next door? I guess that people from the netherworld will come soon, just like last time when Meng Po took us to a strange place. As expected, while they were still in shock, a black impermanence slowly walked out from the shadow in the corner of the conference hall and said, Lady Meng Po has invited you. Chapter 961. The Evolution Corridor. 6 Paths of Reincarnation, Hell. On the road to death, the player representatives stood respectfully in front of him. Meng Po glanced at the strange trees and animals in front of her and said, The Overlord has ordered that a group of Azura warriors will be sent to the New World at the request of the ancient gods. Bai Xiajun was pleasantly surprised. Ha ha ha. It was indeed like this. They knew that they had entered the era of rank 9 deist cultivators. In the new era, new maps would definitely be opened up and new actions would appear. After all, the previous level was completely insufficient. Now that the entire era had stepped into level 9, the ancient gods would really show their true power. After all, the ancient gods were likely to be 10 levels weaker. A mere level 9 could barely enter the eyes of the ancient gods. It was like Dichi, who was weaker than a rank 9, looking at the newcomers who had just become rank 8 deities. Bai Xiaojun's mind flickered, and he quickly said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. We'll definitely send our most elite troops to the New World." Meng Po pouted but didn't care. She said, "The passageway is ready. It's about to be opened this time, so be careful. At the same time, cultivators are not allowed to enter, only new people who have not cultivated." "Yes." Bai Xiaojun was overjoyed. "So what if we don't go in? We can give them guidance remotely and broadcast the entire process. We know exactly what the newbies are doing in there and in the new world." Bai Xiaojun was full of confidence. Looking at the tunnel in front of him, he calculated the time and said, "We'll start the preparations immediately." In just a few hours, the PvP fighting competition that was held once every 3 days welcomed a new batch of players. The number of players had increased by 10 times. A bunch of oddly shaped plants and animals entered the path of Azura. Ha ha ha, the server that originally only had the top 3 places is now in the top 30. We can also enter. We're rich. Soon, under Bai Xiaojun's lead, they saw the teleportation formation and rushed in, entering the new world. Hwalala. The world was a vast expanse of white, and in front of them was an extremely long and narrow white tunnel. In it, they saw extremely familiar images, pixel plants and pixel creatures. This is Carolyn's world? Ha ha ha. I knew it. Carolyn's little universe has exploded, and it has yet to be rebuilt. Now that everything has eased up, the ancient gods will definitely help Carolyn rebuild the world. That's right, everything is natural. The new world we've entered is Carolyn's world. They laughed and looked into the depths of the tunnel, only to see a strange scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The tunnel was as wide as a basketball court and infinitely long. There were countless pixel trees, pixel animals, pixel flowers, and grass, forming a special land full of vitality. However, the entire tunnel was like a long funnel that was infinitely small. The further they went, the smaller the pipe and the smaller the creatures. The Sima on this end was of a normal size, while the one on the other end was the size of a palm. The ones further away were the size of a thumb. They saw with their own eyes. A bouncing pixel rabbit ran past them. It became smaller and smaller as it ran along the tunnel until it finally became the size of a fingernail and integrated into the shrinking mini-world of the pipe. This group of players was shocked. This didn't conform to the laws of physics in reality. In the true sense of this pipe world, close to big, far from small? Could it be the influence of some kind of law? In this white tunnel, the density of matter would be compressed the further one went. The smaller the body. Although he was a new player, he already had the vision of a keyboard saint and gave a reasonable guess. "Then shall we also take a look?" they said. "Brothers, I'll give it a try." A small Azura Deo animal that had never cultivated before tried to walk forward, but as it walked, the entire pipe slowly shrank. Its body didn't shrink at all, and its furry body blocked the pipe, unable to enter. At the same time, he also felt a huge pressure. His whole body was squeezed to the point of bleeding, and he was so scared that he quickly retreated. "We can't do it," someone said. "Only these strange Sima creatures can do it. Furthermore, the deeper I go into the tunnel, the more I feel a certain kind of enormous pressure squeezing my body. I can't even take 2 steps." They were stunned by this scene. The scene in the live stream room was gradually transmitted to the outside world, as well as to the hands of Bai Xiaojun and the others. Bai Xiaojun's face darkened. He sent a private message to the player in charge of contacting them and gave his own judgment. These Sima people might possess some special physical characteristics. They might possess some kind of force or field ability. Or rather, the body has some kind of elasticity, like a spring that can be easily compressed. Otherwise, even if the laws are distorted, the human body can't be compressed so easily, and it will only explode in an instant. The players present were slightly surprised, but they also reacted. Indeed, even if the laws are distorted and forcefully added to your body, you might not be able to adapt. The density of the blood, bones, meridians, skin, and brain couldn't be compressed easily. Once a normal biological structure was compressed, it would only lead to an explosion. You can indeed continue to move forward, and your body can indeed be compressed. In the end, your compressed body size is indeed the same as other creatures, but by then, you'll already be an unformed miniature meatball. The particles, structure, and cells were all stirred into a paste. At this time, in the live stream room, the alchemy monarch also connected and said seriously, "Everyone, if I'm not wrong, these Sima have undergone some kind of genetic mutation and improvement. They could be compressed because of their structure. There were no blood cells, bone cells, brain cells. They're like ceramic sphere cells. They have a simple structure and can be compressed." The players were shocked. In theory, it was true. However, was it realistic to modify the genes of a race so easily? The alchemy monarch said, "It may seem complicated to modify the genes of a race. However, if you modify the source of the entire race, which is the mother. If it was Carolyn, then it would work." It was quite normal for experts of this level to modify themselves. As long as Carolyn made some new modifications to her own body, the entire race that she reproduced would naturally have similar characteristics. And these characteristics? It's very similar to an iron-based life form. This? As soon as these words fell, the world was turned upside down. Yes, the cells of the entire race were very similar to iron-based life forms. There were no living tissues, and in theory, they were all made of particles, so they could indeed withstand the compression. And so, Carolyn started copying an iron-based life form? Brothers, I'm afraid it's the instructions of the ancient gods. Let Carolyn secretly learn Renamansky's family-inherited ultimate technique. The ancient gods have already started to secretly mess with Renamanska? Too ruthless. He was just laughing and asking everyone to share the loot. I'll take 60% and you'll take 40%. We're all good brothers, so we can spend money together. Heavens! The ancient gods had probably planned this long ago. They split their forces into two groups, letting Ditchi learn the system of the demon god's quantum martial arts, and letting Carolyn learn the iron-based system compressed body combat. We're going to strip the two major systems of Renamansky. Rainimanskar's face darkened. Which thief is secretly learning my family's martial arts? Doghead. Someone couldn't stand it anymore and said, "What are you guys babbling about? What are you guys doing? You guys talk too much. Think about how you're going to survive." While this group of players was still in the pipeline world with a confused expression, Carolyn's cold and clear voice sounded. "Welcome to the evolution corridor. You must evolve species that can withstand the environment here. Step by step. When you reach the end of the evolution corridor and shrink infinitely, you will completely enter a new world. As for the new world, it will be the most powerful world in the universe right now. There will be no other world that will completely revive the ancient civilization of the ancient gods. This will be a world where Type 9 experts can be seen everywhere. The first 1,000 to pass the evolution corridor will receive a pass to a Type 9 powerhouse. 9th rank?" As soon as he said that, all the players looked at the end of the tunnel with fiery eyes. There was no threshold for a Super Saiyan to reach rank 9, so it was indeed possible for an average person to reach rank 9. As long as one could break through to rank 8, they were destined to be rank 9. A rank 8 god was still a relatively high possibility. However, there was no threshold for breaking through, and a large number of 9th rank spiritual beasts also required a huge amount of energy. If this was a world where every 9th rank spiritual beast had a 9th rank spiritual beast, the amount of energy required would be unimaginable. And it wasn't as if Carolyn didn't have one. She had obtained an enormous amount of energy reserves that had been stored for tens of thousands of years from the Teal Empire. How huge was that? The interstellar colonization lasted for tens of thousands of years. It was an astronomical figure, and it could indeed be used to build a new world. Caroline used the spoils of war she borrowed from the Universe Garden to create a new world. The top 1,000, a 9th ranked pass. I'm afraid it's a huge energy reward. This great world will truly surpass the level 7 Heavenly Court and the Lava World. If rank 9s could be seen everywhere, then the density of the energy would definitely be as abundant as rank 5 and rank 6. This is too scary. At this moment, all the players used all their strength and looked into the depths of the tunnel. Climbing this path of evolution, top 1000, type 9. We have a chance to reach the 9th step? How lucky was he? What kind of opportunity was this? This was a Deo maker of the universe, a great existence that transcended the laws of the universe. Cutie Pie, the alchemy monarch, and the others had been working hard for God knows how long, but they still couldn't reach it. And now, as novices, we have a direct chance? The work of a super-ancient god was too big. The scope of such an existence was indeed beyond their imagination. In the outside world, Carolyn looked at the ancient god and said, "This world is too extravagant, so extravagant that it's hard to imagine. I'm afraid that the civilization of the Teal Empire that I've obtained will only be able to support 100 years of unbridled development. The interstellar empire's tens of thousands of years of foundation could only last for 100 years. One could imagine how serious the losses were." "Don't worry," the ancient god looked into the distance. "I still have some savings in my hands. It's enough to help you create this unprecedented super world." "Yes." Carolyn lowered her head, but her face was filled with longing and gratitude. The ancient god was a level 10 weakling, and he hadn't revealed much of his wealth before. Now, he had truly made a move, and the first move he made was earth-shattering. It made sense. This kind of person had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Even if he had gone through war and was left alone, his foundation would still be very exaggerated. On the other hand, Su Ji's expression was very indifferent. "It'll be enough if Carolyn's resources can last her for 100 years. I've just exhausted all my financial resources. I'll be able to recover in 100 years. The entire Zerg race is providing for the development of this world, and it's enough to support a huge reserve of energy." Now, Su Ji was basically not lacking in energy. The Mother Stream civilization was a real solar system. There were hundreds of billions of living beings living in it. Even if there was no war, the cycle of life and death every day was huge. Even mortals were cultivators. They had to go to school to cultivate. They were all normal-sized creatures that provided energy for the ants to cultivate. In addition to the lava domain and the Seven Realms Heavenly Court, with their current efficiency, it would probably be enough for 3 ordinary ants to break through to level 9 in one day. How terrifying was this production rate? And even if Su Ji's combat power was strong, he would only need a week's energy to break through. He was now only stuck on the path of the 9th level and needed to slowly accumulate his foundation. Energy was not important. "I might as well use all my energy to develop this world. When the insect race truly develops, it will be a violent army. It's a race that doesn't lack energy." Su Ji's eyes were downcast as he immediately made a big bet. "My energy is so rich that it can form substantial energy lakes, rivers, and raindrops everywhere on the earth. It's extremely luxurious. I'm afraid that the ancient gods, spiritual beings, and demons born from the heaven are also extremely powerful. Coupled with the determination of these players, we can produce a large number of Tier 9 players. This world seems to be worth looking forward to." He intended to use this world as the vanguard for his invasion of the universe. Chapter 962. A Race Against Time, a Generation of Monstrous Talents. This Tower of God could be said to be Su Ji's biggest investment. Let's see if it works. After all, this is the first time I've done something like this with such a high spiritual energy concentration. Su Ji's expression was very calm. It's tens of thousands of times higher than the Sandbox world, which has the highest concentration of spirit chi. How big was the God's Tower? After investing tens of thousands of years of accumulation by the Teal Empire, one could imagine the energy density. In such a dense world, there would definitely be many vixens, plants, and animals that would naturally become intelligent and become demons. Hualala. Now, he lowered his head to look. The river wasn't clear, but had a trace of pure white. The dense spiritual energy formed a mist inside, slowly rising and immortal chi rising in spirals. The mountains, rocks, and sand were all immersed in the energy and became extremely solid, forming a special material like a spiritual treasure. The material density here was so high that even the Heavenly Emperor, who had great battle strength, could only have the battle strength of a 4th or 5th stage cultivator. He could break stones, destroy roads, and destroy forests. Perhaps, this is the true higher dimension in a sense? Even a god would find it difficult to have such destructive power in this world. It was already very powerful to be able to destroy a city. It's just like the descriptions in some novels. After ascending, the world's dimension has increased, and the strong who can destroy cities and countries can't even break a few big rocks here. Su Ji looked at that group of players, who were frantically evolving in the evolution corridor, integrating themselves with pixel life, and were on the journey of the digital beast. They were evolving crazily, turning into pixel life forms. A day had passed, and countless new Azura cultivators began to break through while absorbing the dense spiritual chi. Ha ha ha, my form evolution at the first stage is half pixel, and my form evolution at the second stage is a full pixel creature. I'll be leaving first. I'm at the second stage too. Let's go. Brothers, hurry up. Who cares? Any species is good, no matter how bad it is. I'll first transform into a digital beast and rush to the finish line. The reward for the top 1000 is mine. The ancient god must have taken out all his assets, right? We can't not be ruthless. Countless people were roaring. The success or failure of fate would depend on this. With a smile, Carolyn looked at those guys and shook her head. This race of evolution is a marathon. He hoped that a stunning peerless genius would appear. I've already calculated that they might choose the bad money to drive out the good money and reach the finishing point first to fight for the reward. But they'll soon find out that those who advance in such a hurry can't do it. Sure enough, the first batch of digital beasts that evolved started to bleed after walking a few hundred meters. It was obvious that they couldn't withstand the pressure and could only stop and continue to evolve. However, they were already at Tier 2, and their forms had been fixed twice. Their potential had been exhausted. Some of the smart people behind him revealed an expression that said, as expected. Ha ha ha, so what if those stinky bastards in front can run fast? Yeah, we're all from the wizard community. We've all trained before. In order to get meditation coins, we're very familiar with the first and second levels. But does it matter if we're at a higher level? There's plenty of energy here, so I'll definitely be able to break through quickly. However, it's a competition of whose evolved form is stronger. Yes, it was. You're a trash species. Even if you break through to the third rank, you might not be able to reach the end. It was useless to compete in terms of cultivation level. What was more important was evolution. They're definitely competing on endurance. Whose species has to reach a special threshold to withstand the pressure and reach the end of the corridor, to be compressed into a super small ant? Behind them, someone laughed and continued the performance. However, among the tens of thousands of Azura Deo, there were a few players who were extremely skilled. Their progress was obviously very fast, and they soon reached the front. They were only at the first stage, and they were standing side by side with the few second stage digital beasts. The scene instantly turned chaotic. Isn't this too exaggerated? You're already a pixel creature after breaking through one level during the first transformation. Most people have to be at level 2 and go through 2 physical changes before they can become pixel creatures, right? I recognize this fellow. Isn't he a Buddhist big shot from the Azura Deo? The one with the Gatling gun, why is it here? Someone immediately cried out in alarm, and this guy, isn't he the first sect master of the Clear Sky sect? How did he sneak into our group? After exchanging information, everyone was stunned. He reacted in a few moments. These guys had probably committed suicide before this. They found the management of the district server and got in through the back door. They kicked out a few original members of the district server and sneaked into the district server of today's PvP combat competition. Then, they came in directly and became new players again. They were instantly filled with anxiety. These animals are cheating. Why are they among us newbies? Countless people cried out. This was very unfair. They were not on the same starting line at all. At this moment, a strange-looking vegetable player smiled and said, "These big shots are now reincarnating in the impure earth. Even if these 100 over people all go over, there were still more than 800 spots, what was there to be afraid of? Isn't there enough for us to split? Don't you have confidence in yourself? Moreover, if they really had unparalleled talent, even a newbie could beat the speed of these seniors. For example, me." The crowd looked over to see who was so arrogant. It was only then that he realized that the player who spoke was already a Tier 1 player who had evolved into a digital beast. Then, he strode forward and actually walked a few hundred meters. The marathon's length had instantly surpassed those old Azura Path players. Who is this person? His first-order digital beast can actually go further than those big bosses' first-order digital beasts? Longer. Everyone turned to look, clearly knowing what this meant. This meant that his digital beast's completion rate was higher, and he had greater potential. Where did this guy come from? It's too strange. Wait, I know him. Isn't he the big boss who evolved from spores next door, why are you here? As soon as he said that, everyone was completely unable to remain calm. Even the professional spore evolution players next door had an extremely sharp sense of smell and took the opportunity to run in and join in the fun. It was even possible that they had been lurking in the game from the beginning, playing both games at the same time. Although it was very tiring, the degree of baldness of these people was beyond their imagination. This time, everyone could not help but shout, "Is there still law? Are there still laws? Even the big boss from next door is here. This bastard is still pretending to be a newbie." Everyone was screaming and wailing in low voices. The ancient gods had put in all their savings. It was obvious that they had broken through to the level 9 era and were preparing for the final battle. A great war against the Mother Stream civilization. Therefore, with this kind of benefit, all kinds of monsters and demons appeared. How could they compete? Many of them were geniuses. However, he was no match for the top leaders of the Azura Deo to begin with. The fact that they were able to come in first meant that they were more powerful than them, let alone the group of people who had evolved from spores. At the same time, not only were they more talented than you, but they also had countless times more experience than you. They were super old players and were also more hard-working than you. How could you fight against them? Don't be anxious. There's still a share for us among the 1,000 spots. Countless people looked into the distance with great difficulty, and their expressions became determined. They began to sit cross-legged on the ground, or collect all kinds of equipment, pixel plants and pixel animals, and began to evolve into species. The most important chance to change his life was here. Everyone was clear on this point. In the future, they had to kill their way out of this place. Have you really settled down? With a smile, Carolyn looked at the various creatures that were scattered across the pathway. The first and second teams had already pulled out a long distance and were walking in front. A day and a half had already passed. Even the lousiest of people had already set sail, but there was still one living being who remained in place. He was still studying it slowly. Carolyn frowned slightly. This creature, why is it still standing at the starting line? Su Ji also looked over and was slightly surprised. Wasn't this Pan Yu Xian? Pan Shui Xian was the sister of this muscular woman who had a dark heart. Wasn't he the one who helped the secluded mountain prefecture lord in the 6 realms of reincarnation as a player of the Path of Azura? Why did you come here again? I wonder what this fellow is planning. Su Ji, on the other hand, looked indifferent and thought, ever since she helped her younger sister cheat and enter this world. After that, there was no news of her. Even when she entered the Azura path, she was very calm and hid behind the scenes. Could it be that she's using the Azura Deo's time flow to evolve and study some kind of living creature? One must know that she was one of the oldest players in the Pandora's box. Even Cutie Pie was not as old as her. She was a super big shot who had the ability to enter the universe in the Sorcerer World era. His talent in this area was definitely not inferior to the Alchemy Monarch or the Racer of Mount Harana. However, this fellow has been drifting about. Why are you here? Su Ji frowned slightly. She's not going to go through spore evolution to vindicate her Deo. Instead, she's here to be an Azura warrior. What's she doing here with this group of people? Those with the ability would definitely enter the spore evolution sandbox through the proper way. Caroline also followed Su Ji's gaze and looked at the person. He seems to be a very interesting little guy. She was using an extremely complicated, mixed, and subtle way to adjust the life structure of the digital race, turning it into a different kind of entire race. I've never seen such a form before. A little fellow? Su Ji, on the other hand, just smiled. The magic core race of the lava region came from the system's genes. As for the system gene, it was the species Pan-Yuxian evolved. In other words, without her, there would be no monster core clan. It's a wonderful cause and effect. However, come to think of it, Pan-Yuxian was using the entire clan as a base to evolve a new species? Su Ji paid a little attention. Very quickly, the second day passed. The vanguards were already halfway there. Pan Yu Xian was still standing at the starting point, motionless, but finally began her first form change. She gradually turned into a digital beast. However, this digital beast had a rectangular keyboard, countless pixel particles piled up, and 4 black table corners, giving people the feeling of a piano. What the hell is this? When Su Ji saw this, he was reminded of Pan Swexian's Pandora's box, which was also a similar long-term magic box. Could it be that this fellow wanted to go for an enhanced species again? Looking at the white porcelain piano, Su Ji could clearly feel that it was not a decent one. It had 4 piano legs, the kind that could run away at any time. On the third day, the vanguard had already started to become a second-rank digital beast. It had undergone its second transformation to resist the greater pressure. And only then did Pan Shuxian's aura slowly change. She had completely turned into a piano with fine rules, and a fleeting wave of unfamiliar rules suddenly appeared all over her body. Clang! Thump thump thump! However, it was this fluctuation and few light collisions that caused look of disbelief to appear on Carolyn's face. This is a law that doesn't belong to this universe. This feeling of law actually has an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Could it be from before the creation era? The intelligent sub-brain's voice also came from Su Ji's side. The birth of a Zerg hero has been detected. Chapter 963. Truth Piano. Zerg hero? Su Ji's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes lit up. I can't believe there's such a good thing. Zerg heroes represented a high probability of reaching level 10. Previously, only Dichi had been able to obtain such an evaluation. However, this did not mean that Carolyn, the 3 pillar gods, and the others were destined to not have the chance to reach the 9th rank. It was just that they had the chance to break through. With Dichi's talent, it's possible that he was judged as an Zerg hero when he was only 2 Geno. As for Pan Yuxian, it was obvious that she could be judged as a 10th ranked spirit beast. It's not because she has some special talent that's comparable to Dichi's, but rather because this species is powerful to an inconceivable degree. Su Ji secretly pondered. Pan Yuxian had been sharpening her sword for a long time. It was much older than the alchemy monarch's original form. Show me this creature's genetic sequence. Su Ji said softly. Looking out, according to the existing planning information of this species. And their characteristics. Creature evolution blueprint. A mechanical voice was heard. Name, Truth Piano. Also known as the Heaven's Path Editor, Law Coding Tool. Gene position. 1 mutated entire clan cells. 2 ceiling. 3 ceiling. 4 ceiling. 5 ceiling. Su Ji was a little confused. This was the first time he had seen such a 1-gene creature. Other people's 1-gene organism had the other 4 genes written with the word empty. This one had the word sealed written on it. Did this mean that it would never be able to fuse with other genes? Forever, only 1 gene? Su Ji had no idea what that meant. At this time, Carolyn had already taken the lead and rushed towards Pan Yuxian. Her voice was a little excited as she asked, "What exactly are you?" "That aura you gave off just now. I am the truth." Pan Yuxian seemed to have guessed that Caroline would definitely come, so she just smiled and said, "Have you seen the Alchemy Emperor? The one living in the 7 worlds heaven, the one with the proto-substance, is in a glass bottle." Naturally, Carolyn had seen him before. After all, he had gone to the universe garden with her. Pan Yuxian laughed, "If you say that the Alchemy Emperor is the alchemy door itself, the original substance of life, the source of life. In that case, I am the gate of truth itself, the original form of the universe, the source of truth." As soon as these words were spoken, even Carolyn was somewhat shocked. Even the word audacious was not enough to describe this. Looking at the shocked expression on Carolyn's face, Pan Yuxian knew that all her hard work and effort had been worth it. A long time ago, after she had evolved the system's genes for her sister, she had been thinking. What kind of species did he want to evolve into and win at the starting line? At that time, she had seen a rank 9 Dao achieving cultivator who could distort the laws of the universe. She had directly thought that since he could distort the laws of the universe, why couldn't he create the laws of the universe? To create a new law that didn't belong to the universe, he was simply a madman. However, there were countless possibilities for the evolution of living beings, and there were countless species in the universe. After countless years of research, she had finally succeeded. "You." Carolyn hesitated for a moment before exaggeratedly saying, "You're different from the other players in the universe projection, you're very special. The entire clan is special." Pan Shuxian smiled. "One is all, and all is one. It's precisely because of your race's characteristics. I was able to succeed. This was also the reason why she didn't evolve in the spore evolution, but came here out of the blue and ignored the essentials for the sake of the trivial. It was because she needed an entire clan. All. Carolyn seemed to be deep in thought. At that time, you were also at the scene. You saw the Big Bang and the big collapse of the universe, the beginning of the primordial chaos. Did you hear the overture of the universe? Chaos began to split into two great yin and yang, the two great substances of light and darkness, and then split into the four great fundamental forces, and countless laws split. And the laws are splitting, and you're merging them in reverse? Carolyn finally voiced out her doubts. You were playing the overture of the universe in reverse. You were able to backtrack and fuse according to the order of the laws splitting. Pan Yu Xian took a deep breath. These terrifying existences were indeed powerful. This was indeed a special feature of this species. The species she was studying had no attributes and had the ability to fuse the laws. It was like a special palette, or a special key. When the universe was created, the singularity of the chaotic truth turned into all things. It was like a big tree that kept splitting. The sequence of the splitting and the clanking sound was the overture. As long as he remembered the overture, he would be able to reverse merge the laws at the end and go back to the laws at a higher level. He could even merge them with the original universe. There's no need to say more. Pan Yu Xian was a very straightforward person and said, "Do you see the tens of thousands of rough cells on my white piano?" It was like a color palette. As long as the corresponding laws were inserted into the corresponding cell keys, the mixture could be mixed. Of course, it's in a special order, which is if you know the cosmic zither score. It collected all the laws at the end, such as wind, rain, fire. Then, he would be able to play universe overture backward by playing the zither according to the music score. The innate days that would eventually return to the universe? Carolyn's expression was completely shocked. Su Ji was also completely terrified. Why were these people getting more and more ambitious? Then, how much of the universe's music score do you remember? Pan Yu Xian said. Caroline frowned slightly. About 3%. The order of a section. Others might not have too many, as it's too complicated. It's the key of truth that opens up the entire universe. Perhaps the demonic god will remember about 20% of it. As Carolyn spoke, her eyes lit up. The piano in front of him was indeed the door of truth. As long as they knew all the false theories and the syllables in the order of the splitting of the false theories, they could use this key to lead to the only truth of the universe. The path to the truth is too far away. Even if we know all the syllables of the overture of the universe, it is impossible to reach the truth of our universe. That was because the overture of the universe was the birth of a new universe. It's not the true primordial overture of our great cosmos, even though it's 70% similar to our great cosmos. But you should know that the difference of 1% is like the difference between heaven and earth. Pan Yu Xian smiled, and my greatest use is to create laws. Creation of laws. Carolyn was slightly stunned. Yes, the creation of nomological laws. Strictly speaking, it's the creation of new nomological laws that don't belong to this universe. Do you still remember that primordial universe where nomological laws that don't belong to our world appeared through different divisions and differences? Even though I was quickly assimilated by the environment of the great cosmos. I remember. So, do you understand? Pan Yuxian smiled and said, it's unrealistic to trace back the only supreme truth. My current ability is to create a new law that doesn't belong to this world through reverse fusion. As long as there is a part of the music score, through the fusion of different laws, and then splitting again, a new law of the universe can be formed. Yes, I can access the truth and all the branches of the laws of the universe in all eras. Pan Yu Xian smiled, do you understand now? Carolyn immediately nodded her head. I understand. What are we waiting for? Pan Shuixian looked at the end of the evolution tunnel, at the four-legged white porcelain piano, and said with a serious face, I can't outrun them. Chapter 964. The Path of the 10th Level, the Ultimate Truth of the Universe. Hearing this, Carolyn's entire body was stunned. Carry you to the finish line? However, this species was indeed very powerful and terrifying. It even had infinite possibilities. It would not be an exaggeration to call it the door of truth. The creation of the universe's laws. This wasn't a ninth-order Dao holder who transcended the universe and distorted the existing laws of the universe, but creation. distortion and creation. The two were two completely different concepts. Of course, a new law of the universe could not be created out of thin air. All the laws of the universe were caused by the splitting and explosion of the chaos singularity. Her so-called creation of laws was just using the branches of the laws to deduce the laws. She used various existing laws to merge them. With that, he could create a new law that did not belong to this universe. However, this nomological law might not have existed in the universe. It could also be a nomological law of the next cosmic era in the future or an ancient nomological law from countless cosmic eras ago. This is already very terrifying. Carolyn took a deep breath. She had monopolized the alchemy factory, and the original substance race. Now, it was her turn to possess one or two world-suppressing secret treasures. Whoosh! Caroline raised her hand, and the entire piano appeared out of thin air at the finishing point. The people who were still on the way were instantly stunned. What the hell is this? A digital piano suddenly appeared in front of him. This is cheating. The officials are cheating. I've reported it. Countless people were shouting. As for Pan Yu-hsien, she stood at the finish line with a calm expression. Looking at these people, she only smiled and said, "I'm a lady. Although I can walk, it's not elegant to walk with the piano's 4 legs apart. I'm not my muscled little sister. It's really an eyesore." Caroline's expression slightly changed. She sat in front of the piano and said, "Creating laws that don't belong to this universe is indeed possible in theory. But the sequence. I heard about the grand chaos overture of the universe, the new laws of the universe splitting, and I do know some of the synthesis process. The prelude to the Big Bang of the universe did have some new laws." She had memorized 3% of the syllables. It seemed very little, but it was already a lot. One had to know that the universe was extremely huge. I'll choose the simplest one. She closed her eyes and recalled the order of a few syllables. I remember it's from wind, thunder, and rain. All sorts of lower-level laws converged to form a higher-level law. And these laws exist in our universe. She raised her eyebrows and the magic power in her hand surged. As someone who had attained the Dao of the universe, he could naturally easily control the laws. At this moment, several laws of the universe were injected into the zither. Clang! Ding ding dang dang! She began to play the few syllables in reverse. Hwalalalala. The entire zither was crisp and melodious, as if it was the sound of the heavenly Dao. Countless nomological phenomena began to appear out of thin air. They were beautiful and magnificent. If one remembered the overture of the universe, one would know that this part of the melody was played in reverse. Hwala! Suddenly, a layer of clay appeared in the air. It was black in color and had a certain infectious aura, giving off an extremely evil and vicious feeling of destruction. A new law of the universe appeared. Hwala! The entire law of black earth descended. Space, gravel, and rivers rapidly turned black. It was as if a black curtain had descended, and some unknown celestial phenomenon of the universe was splashing ink on the world. What kind of cosmic law is this? Carolyn's eyes widened as an unimaginable shiver ran through the depths of her soul. According to my deduction, this law should be a natural phenomenon. It was similar to wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. It was more like the tidal force of water, a very natural phenomenon in the universe. How can he be so evil? This black land was madly immersed in all matter, as if the sky had turned dark in an instant. Boom! The entire nomological Dao art was quickly assimilated by the entire universe in an instant. In just a few seconds, the land with black tides rapidly degenerated and returned to normal. It's normal for this law to be assimilated. After all, it doesn't belong to the universe. But what the hell was that situation just now? Caroline closed her eyes and silently felt everything. This is playing according to the overture of that universe. It is the law of that universe. How can it be so evil? If it had not been assimilated by the multiverse, the new universe that had appeared at that time would probably have been an extremely evil, strange, and mysterious universe with unknown laws based on the laws of division. It could be said that it was a brand new cosmos epoch. Dark, deep, and evil. It gave her an extremely terrifying feeling. From this law, she could feel that the laws of evolution and growth of living creatures in that extremely evil universe were completely different. In fact, the moment I saw this law truly appear, I was in a daze. I had a wonderful feeling that the universe might not be the four fundamental forces, the strong nuclear force, the weak nuclear force, the electromagnetic force, and gravity. That universe might have five fundamental forces. And under the effect of the fifth fundamental force, life is not cell evolution, but growth in a different way. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. This is too terrifying. Carolyn's gaze turned gloomy. At this moment, she felt how insignificant she was. Organizing her thoughts, she said, although the law I'm creating now will be rejected by the multiverse, its strange characteristics are enough to instantly injure the opponent before it dissipates. For a cultivator, no matter what kind of law it was, no matter how twisted it was still something he was familiar with. But what would happen if a new law appeared out of nowhere? He didn't recognize him at all. He would probably be caught off guard in an instant. Laws that didn't belong to this universe were very hard to imagine. It's just that this universe is too strange. Carolyn took a deep breath and said, as for us, after hearing part of the overture of the primordial chaos from that universe, we know most of the structure and composition of that universe. We can continuously create new laws of that world. In the end, he could rebuild that evil universe world. It's in one of our countries. Caroline pondered for a few seconds. This truth piano was indeed terrifying. Now that they knew about the short-lived overture of the primordial chaos, they had the possibility of recreating this universe. It was unimaginable. The creation of laws. However, thinking up to this point, Carolyn suddenly turned to look at the ancient god beside her. The legendary level 10, is it the law of creation? Su Ji was speechless. He was watching it seriously. The truth piano was really powerful. The key to the truth of the universe. He was thinking that he should get one of them in his own orchard someday. It was really cool. But how could he break through to the 10th level? He did not know. The ancient god's expression was still calm. You've all reached rank 9. With your combat strength and accumulation, I'm afraid you'll soon get over your weak period and reach the upper level of rank 9. You guys should be exploring the path of level 10 by now, right? Most of the time, you'll have to figure it out and experience it for yourself to gain a deeper understanding. At the same time, the ancient god said softly, don't bear too much pressure. If you can't find the way, I'll tell you when the time is right. Carolyn nodded her head. Of course not. She was indeed starting to feel it out. She could not help but suddenly laugh. In fact, you've already given me such an obvious reminder. At the same time, I've experienced so many things. You still don't understand how to break through to the 10th level? If he didn't even react to this, I'll be too stupid to let you down. Su Ji was stunned and could not help but exclaim, you already know how to break through to the 10th level. He seemed to have seen a new world. Level 10, the ultimate level of the universe, the end of the Great Dao. Chapter 965. 10th level method. Let's talk about the 10th level path at another place. Kakad. Caroline and the ancient god left the finish line, leaving behind a dumbfounded piano. You too. Why didn't you say it in front of me? I promised to keep my mouth shut. The entire piano was in a daze. Since you don't intend to say it in front of me, why did you have to start? It was as if he was scratching an itch in his heart, and it was extremely uncomfortable. The path to the 10th level. It was actually the 10th level path. I'm afraid that Dichi next door hasn't finished his research yet? Yes, I think I've already seen the path to level 10. Caroline sighed and couldn't help but say, in fact, if you didn't say it yourself, I once thought that the 4 genetic systems were the limit of the universe and the end of the level of life. This is because I can already clearly feel that the 4th gene is already saturated and I can no longer fuse the 5th gene. Su Ji was stunned and fell into deep thought. It turned out that when Dichi, Carolyn, and the others broke through to the 9th rank, they would have a strong feeling that they could no longer integrate a 5th gene. This was because a 4-gene life form was the limit of life in the universe. So, how did he break through to the 10th level? All the 9th rank Dao cultivators in the universe, who had surpassed the laws of the universe, would have a vague feeling that they could no longer break through and were now standing at the end of the Great Dao. However, a rank 10 life form with 5 genes truly existed in this world. That was the true end. For example, Su Ji's genes indirectly represented the existence of a 5-gene life form, which truly existed in this world. The ancient god couldn't help but ask, how do you think we can break the curse of the fourth gene and have the legendary fifth gene appear? Caroline said. Ever since I saw the creation of the century, I've gradually gotten a general idea of the direction. And now, he was seeing the truth piano, creating a new rule. I already have a rough idea. Caroline's brows relaxed. That's right. I was at a loss before this. I can't integrate new genes from the outside world into rank 10. How can I break through? He could no longer break through. Did level 10 really exist? However, the truth proved that it really existed. Someone had already walked that path and become the most magnificent creature in the universe. How could he break through? I can't imagine. I've chosen to think from another path. According to the previous pattern, each path of cultivation should be a gradual process. If the 9th rank was the law of distortion, then the 10th rank must be moving forward along the path of this distorted law. When a law was distorted to the extreme, to the point that it was beyond recognition, it was no different from a new law of the universe. Wouldn't that be the creation of a law? Then, is the 10th rank the law of creation? I thought so before, but I wasn't sure. I even thought it was suspicious. Perhaps this guess was wrong. If level 10 was the law of creation, where did the 5th gene go? Level 10 was obviously a life form with 5 genes. How was he going to fuse the 5th gene? How do we solve this? I've thought about it for a long time. The future path is too mysterious, but now that I've seen the truth piano, I've finally realized the error in my thinking. These two things, the creation of the rule, the 5th genetic position. In fact, it's the same thing, don't you think so? Yes. Hearing this, Carolyn couldn't help but take a deep breath. Yes, the creation of laws and the 5th genetic position are actually the same thing. I've been thinking, what is the nature of genes? What was the end of a genetic cultivation technique? It was the law. Every gene had a corresponding cultivation system of a law. In that case, the 5th gene position would be the 5th law. Since no one has integrated a new law, then I'll create a new law. The two of them have completely met and formed a perfect loop. It's as if the truth of the universe is so mysterious that it points to the final path. Don't you think so? Yes, I am. At this moment, Carolyn's eyes were bright, and her face was filled with longing. She had come to her final conclusion. A grade 9 life form with 4 genes is already the genetic limit of life in the natural world. To break through to the 5th gene, there is only one way. Since he couldn't integrate new foreign genes into the outside world, he would create a new gene in his body. He had to force his way through to the 5th gene position. Am I right? Yes. Su Ji was already stunned. To think that there was such a method. It was simply inconceivable. Creating a rule, creating the 5th gene corresponding to this rule. Yes, that's it. Then how do I create it specifically? Caroline took a deep breath. Her voice did not stop, as if she was confiding or mumbling to herself. The path to rank 10 is to merge the 4 genetic systems and laws that you have cultivated. The 4 laws will converge and distort to the limit, creating a new 5th law. It's also equivalent to my 4 bloodlines from before, gathering together to form a true 5th ultimate bloodline, squeezing out the 5th gene position. As for level 10, it is known as the end of the Great Dao. The end of the Great Dao doesn't refer to the Great Dao of the entire universe, but the end of one's own Great Dao. The 4 systems that one has cultivated before will come together to form a true unity. It will be the end of one's cultivation path. When he heard this, Su Ji's entire heart was already in shock. So this was what the peak of the 10th level, the end of the Great Dao, referred to? It wasn't the end of all the Daos in the universe, because an individual's life couldn't truly cover the vast universe. Instead, it was the end of all the Daos that one had cultivated in their entire life. Level 10, the ultimate realm of the Great Dao. Carolyn also took a deep breath. Her eyes were sparkling, as if the curtains of a new era had been completely opened. Her future path of cultivation had been completely brightened. Yes, it was. Level 10 was the creation of laws. In other words, he had to create the 5th gene and squeeze out the 5th gene slot. However, it was different from the truth piano. It combined a new law of the universe according to the existing universe syllables. It was a law that belonged to another universe, a big universe. As for level 10, it was based on the 4 laws that one had created and cultivated for themselves, creating one that belonged to them. At the end of the main road. This was what he had learned in his life. The 4 gene slots gathered together, forming a new 5th gene. No wonder they said that Dichi was the hero of the Zergs. Level 10 Path, integrate all that you have learned in your life, integrate your 4 genes, fuse them into a new gene, and open up a new corresponding cultivation technique. Wasn't this Dichi's old line of work? No wonder he was said to be the Zerg hero. I couldn't understand it before, but you deliberately asked us to do our best. It's already very obvious. The creation of the century and the truth piano in front of us will reveal the truth step by step. Caroline looked at the ancient god and said in reverence, as for you, you asked us to cultivate 4 genes and completely polish them to perfection before breaking through to rank 9. Only now do I understand your deep meaning. Because if the first 4 genes are not maxed out, there's no way to truly integrate them. It's impossible to break through to rank 10 in your entire life. The ancient god was completely silent this time. He looked at Caroline's fiery gaze and gently hugged her, feeling touched. He said, all of this is the result of your own hard work. I didn't do anything. You're too humble. Chapter 966. 100,000 Years of Despair, 10th Tier Deo Discussion. Su Ji did not answer Caroline's question. Only he knew how shocked he was. The difficulty of breaking through to the 10th level was much greater than one could imagine. It was not hard to imagine why the 10th level was so rare, even. They only existed in ancient legends. I'm really grateful. Caroline's voice was hoarse from the ancient god's embrace. She was a little emotional as she said softly. The first reaction of those who have broken through to Tier 9 is. In this world, it was impossible for there to be a 10th level. That's because they discovered that at this level, the 4th gene is already their limit. It's impossible for them to integrate the 5th gene from the outside. They will have to stay at rank 9 for the rest of their lives. Her gaze seemed to have seen the entire history of the universe, the deists and sages in the long river of time, seeing their history. Yes, the moment they break through to become Deo cultivators of the universe, it must be the greatest joy in their lives. They must be happy and delighted to control and distort the laws themselves. This is because they have already surpassed the deists in the universe. Caroline was still mumbling to herself. It seemed as though she was pouring out her inner thoughts, but it also seemed as though she was talking to herself. However, after experiencing the great joy of life, they will definitely feel a sense of despair, a sense of destiny. Yes, because at that time, they would have discovered that they had nowhere to go. They would no longer have a path of cultivation. They would have already sensed their fate and stood at the end of their lives. How to break through? How to break through? How to break through? They began to spend their lives crazily in search of that path until death arrived. They wailed in grief and despair. Their white hair floated in the old void space of the universe. Their turbid eyes were already lost as they welcomed their own death. The bitterness, sorrow, and despair were indescribable. It must be. It's hard to describe. Caroline's voice started to choke up. That's a sense of fate that's even crueler than death. She was not sad for herself, but for the great deist who had transcended the laws of the universe. Which one of those who could walk the path of Tier 9 wasn't an unimaginable, unparalleled genius? One had to know that in the tens of thousands of years of the history of the Teal Empire's civilization development, there had never been one. And even if he did break through, he would also welcome. Caroline closed her eyes, a trace of pain flashing through her eyes. To be able to reach grade 9, they must be the most devout seekers, fanatical believers in the pursuit of truth. They prostrate on the road of truth and set sail from childhood, fanatical, sincere, passionate, and cut through obstacles. And he was one of them. There was no difference between pursuing the great Deo and pursuing the truth. They felt the strong sense of despair of their destiny, and they could also feel it. For those who had achieved Deo, the greatest fear in life it wasn't how bumpy the path of truth was, or how difficult it was to seek knowledge. It was the inability to cultivate, the inability to continue pursuing one's own truth. I've already seen the entire situation and deduced what a rank 9 will face in the entire universe. It's like a curse of the universe. After they broke through, they lived the saddest 100,000 years, because they had no possibility of breaking through. The lower, middle, and upper 9 ranks are merely the threshold to accumulate energy. They can no longer advance any further. They are no longer able to cultivate their genes. They can't cultivate anything anymore. At first, they thought that after breaking through to rank 9, they could continue to integrate the 5th gene and continue their cultivation like before. Little did they know. It's impossible to integrate genes into a rank 9, so the door to the future is closed to them. She was even sorrowful and had lingering fears. As for himself, he had transcended that terrible and sorrowful fate. It was simply a great fortune. If it weren't for the ancient gods and the heritage of these eras, she would basically become one of those pathetic seekers, stuck at a standstill for the next 100,000 years. Would he commit suicide? He did not know. However, if one couldn't pursue their own truth and stopped at the realm, the long years without hope in the future would be like the greatest torture for those who pursued Deo and truth, the torture of 100,000 years. After tens of thousands of years of being at a loss, there might be people who chose to commit suicide in despair. Caroline was filled with emotions, and her expression became complicated. She was in complete admiration. It's all thanks to you. And let the venerable sovereigns, the three of us who were blocking the battle, break through by force, otherwise, we'll be destined to walk on the wrong path. Yes, it was. The venerable sovereigns had stopped them from breaking through at that time, probably because they knew the way to break through to the 10th level to prevent them from being stupid. It seemed that the venerable sovereign had beaten them up badly, but it was all for their own good. At the thought of this, a hint of admiration and gratitude appeared in Caroline's eyes. Fate was always so wonderful. A turning point would decide the two ends of one's future, life and death. Only he himself knew that everything he had was given to him by the ancient gods. The ancient god said, yes, as you said, but sometimes, not knowing was the happiest. Even if they know the secret of breaking through to level 10, they will still be in pain, there is no difference. The ancient god smiled and said, so what if I know? How difficult is it to max out on 4 genes? It's already a miracle for most existences to break through to the 9th step. In the 8,000 years of being a god, to be able to reach the end of 1 or 2 paths. It's already a great fortune to break through to the 9th step. Not knowing the truth might still be a blessing. At least there's still hope. Those rank 9s will spend their entire lives searching for the non-existent secret of breaking through to rank 10 and travel to the ruins of the universe and the remains of ancient existences. If they knew the truth, they would be even more desperate. Even when they were tier 8 gods, they would have died in order to max out their 4 geno points. They wouldn't even be able to break through to tier 9. The ancient god said indifferently. Caroline's expression grew increasingly solemn. Life, the path of cultivation, could it be that it has always been so hopeless? The majority of them broke through to the 9th step, which means a long 100,000 years of despair. If this continues, most cultivators will face a great despair that will last for 100,000 years. The ancient god stroked Caroline's hair and said, fighting against the heavens, fighting against nature. It was an extremely stupid thing to do. Most of the time, it was the best for a mortal who cultivated not to step onto the path of cultivation. Although that kind of life was short, it was full of happiness. It's an extremely laughable thing for mortals to be envious of the high and mighty heavenly gods and judge success and failure based on their lifespan. I've cultivated in seclusion and fought against the heavens. I've almost never lived my own life. So what if it's been 100,000 years? The ancient god was silent for a moment before saying softly to Caroline, I hope you don't blame me for changing your life and bringing you onto this path of cultivation. I'm actually very grateful. Caroline smiled, her expression calm as she said, I've already avoided many things. Even now, with your help, I've survived the rank 9 deist curse and have the opportunity to step into the future rank 10. It's just an opportunity. In the end, the ancient god fell silent. The path of tier 10 was even more terrifying than the path of tier 9. He didn't know what to say. In the end, he just sighed and said, the path to level 10 is still unimaginably long. It's not something that ordinary life forms can step on. However, as long as I'm still alive, I'll do my best to help you all walk towards the end of the future. Chapter 967. The ambition of the players, the 10,000-year-old cornerstone. Upon hearing this promise, Caroline's eyes glowed as if she was completely intoxicated. She still wanted to say something. Suji laughed and said, it's about the entire evolution corridor. The construction of the new world has yet to be completed. The entire competition is almost coming to an end. We can go and take a look. Indeed, said Caroline as she retracted her thoughts. While they were discussing the world, a few days had passed, and the final result of the evolution corridor was almost out. Whoosh! The two of them turned around and returned to the white evolution pathway. Looking from the tunnel, the closest one was only a few dozen meters away from the final sprint. However, the further it went, the more difficult it became, and the stronger the cell pressure was. Good luck! The truth piano, on the other side of the finish line, said leisurely, everyone, let's sprint. The top 1000 will be the Tier 9 resource package. It's right in front of you. How's the situation? Caroline looked at Pan Yu-hsien. After all, Caroline knew that this person's knowledge and talent in certain areas were extremely terrifying. In fact, the top players were also extremely powerful. Just like the alchemy monarch, the racer of Mount Harana, Cutie Pie and the others. They were all very good at evolutionary knowledge, but they were not good at fighting. Pan Yu-hsien's expression changed as she looked at Caroline and reported the situation. She smiled and said, right now, the competition is very intense. It can be said that most of the geniuses have entered. After all, the top monsters in the sorcerer community and spore evolution, who had been fighting all over the world, were now all gathered here. Everyone had guessed that the ancient gods would be ruthless once they entered the level 9 era. A large amount of resources would be enough to make them go crazy. The creatures at the front are all powerful, but the creatures worth mentioning are, the contestant in first place is a Pata small television. Pan Yu-hsien pointed to a small light blue pixel TV in the front. There were 2 antennas on its head, and the TV had thick eyebrows and big eyes. It's a girl. Although I don't get along with my other companions and don't have any daily interactions, according to my sources, this girl is the girlfriend of the alchemy factory. She's supported by a shameless person, so she's able to get first place now. Caroline was speechless. Pan Yu-hsien unhesitatingly revealed a certain someone's secret, telling Caroline, someone was cheating. Naturally, the racer of Mount Harana had a girlfriend in real life. But who was it? Ordinary people didn't know about this at all. Only a few people in the Big Shots communication group knew. She wasn't in the group of Big Shots, but she had planted a spy, her sister, to observe the actions of these guys at all times. An alchemy factory? Is it the creature that has been creating and duplicating Dichi's genes and bloodlines? Caroline smiled. So what if she cheated? Everyone relied on their own methods. She only wanted results. Yes, that guy. In fact, that guy is very scary. His talent is a monster. Currently, he is the one with the most powerful evolution talent in our group. Due to the special characteristics of his species, he had mastered too much information about the bloodline genes. Every day, he created all kinds of genes and created all kinds of creatures. You can imagine the evolved ability that comes from training. Caroline smiled and said, this kind of talent, although his aptitude for cultivation and combat isn't good. All they do is research on genes, bloodlines, biological structure, and evolution methods. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any living environment here, however, with the Azura Deo, it caused an unimaginable chemical reaction. Caroline had made a reasonable evaluation of them. This kind of geno-bloodline research talent is extremely rare and powerful. No matter which giant it is, we must grab hold of it tightly. Caroline took a deep breath. She thought very highly of Pan Yu-hsien, because she was now considered as one of her people. With a face full of anticipation, she said, since it evolved from this creature, it should have some special characteristics, right? Yes, I am. Pan Yu-hsien smiled and said, I'm making my own life plans and calculating the species. However, they're making plans for the sake of the entire Azura path. It was impossible for them to not have a plan for this earth-shattering revolution. The creature in front of them was a species that they had created together after building, laying the foundation, discussing, and exhausting countless efforts 2,000 years ago. This is the core of their plan. This creature will bring about the rise of the path of Azura and is their future. Caroline was puzzled. So powerful? It bore the fate of an entire civilization? Is this the little Pata TV? This television is too cute. I can't tell that it's actually carrying the luck of civilization. She used her divine telekinesis to scan the television and study its structure. Every particle he discovered was like a circuit block that could be assembled at will and had a special effect. At the same time, she felt a high degree of similarity to the creatures in the alchemy factory from this creature, as if there was a special degree of compatibility. Their TV species also needs non-flesh and blood creatures to evolve, and it needs to be in granular cells. Iron-based life forms are fine too, but they don't. As such, their entire clan is their current choice, and they took this opportunity to enter like me. Pan Yuxian looked at the TV. They want to use this guy to carry out an unprecedented reform of the era and lay the foundation for the entire civilization. Carolyn was extremely interested and could not help but ask, what functions does it have? It doesn't have any functions at the moment. Pan Yuxian thought for a moment, but she didn't know how to answer. How could he explain this? This is a heaven-defying functional tool, an alchemy factory's exclusive auxiliary vehicle. Carolyn's vision was completely blurred. It's precisely because it doesn't have any functions, is pure and blank, that it is called the cornerstone of civilization. This was because any species or living creature that defied the heavens could be eliminated in the future. They consider more than anyone else and think further. Pan Yuxian thought for a moment. Have you ever played a game console? Those low-end mobile phones, the red-white ones, the ones that have a card inserted. You can play whatever game you insert. Naturally, Carolyn knew that low-end civilizations would have such handheld games. Insert the card? Could it be that this creature had formed some kind of array by making circuit boards to particles so that it could be like a red-white machine that could insert cards to achieve various functions? Then, the game card inserted in this TV. Could it be the various plugins produced by the alchemy factory? The current functions are still very simple. Pan Yuxian took a deep breath, but, at present, the most important function is still there. Do you see the two antennas on the small TV? I see it. When the time comes, I can insert the ahog of the quantum gene into the two antennas to form the real antennas. At that time, other people can entangle their own quantum bodies from the antennas through the television. By watching television, he could see the quantum combat body on the television, remotely control it, and engage in battle and slaughter. They call this TV channel virtual life. Carolyn was speechless. She was at a loss and a little confused. Was he hiding behind the television? Battle? Should he hide in the dark like those quantum martial Deo grandmasters? She had already imagined an extremely strange scene. In this civilization, the experts all watched television in the living room and did not step out of the house. And they could control the people on the TV to fight by watching it. That scene was simply too beautiful to look at. Yes, the main function of this TV is to load all kinds of electronic components produced by the alchemy factory bloodlines, such as the quantum bloodline. A normal one only has 60% of the original bloodline power, but with the enhancement of this special material, it can be increased by another 10%. 70% of the original's power? Although 10% seemed to be very little, it was actually very powerful. If the sixth level was of little value and only had about half of the original's power, then 70% could barely be used as the main combat method. That's too shameless. He's sitting behind the TV and fighting? Carolyn was completely stunned. She couldn't help but say, this is only one channel on the TV. Does that mean you can change the channel? Naturally, you can change the channel. Pan Yuxian smiled and continued, the second TV channel is the entertainment channel. What is this? This time, I've changed a plug-in. It's loaded with Mother Earth's dragon vein to form Joss flame array. The people who watch the TV are all kinds of powerhouses. By gathering their power of will, you can turn the creatures on the TV into incense creatures, which have powerful combat power and become their guardians. For example, they're already preparing for their first TV series. They plan to broadcast it in a trial run. It's called The Legend of Nezha. Television could even gather incense? Become a guardian god? Carolyn's expression became even more shocked. What the hell was in the brains of these people? The cornerstone of a civilization had actually been made so strange and bizarre. She didn't even know how to describe it. Everything could be done by sitting in front of the TV. Wait. Carolyn's expression was completely off. Looking at these strange and lively creatures that were still racing in the evolution corridor, she said, this matter is definitely not that simple. These guys have not even entered the new world yet, but they're already thinking of controlling the new world's future completely in their hands. They've already planned out the future path and calculated the future of more than 10 levels. We'll use the small television as a hub to lead the world's cultivation system and become the core foundation of the entire world. She could already imagine what these bastards were up to. Once the small television became popular, the entire new world would become a transcendent cultivation world that loved to watch television. The experts were all cultivating in front of the television, and the television had become their personal favorite. The scene was too beautiful to even think about, and they simply didn't dare to look at it. Chapter 968. The Bizarre Order of Civilization. Carolyn was completely dumbfounded. These lively and grotesque Azura Dea warriors seemed to be laughing and joking now, but in fact, they were madly plotting against her behind her back. She had not even entered a new world, but she had already started to make a comprehensive preparation plan, changing the style of her world creation. They did not dare to look directly at such a civilized style. A television expert? The great entertainment's era of extraordinary cultivation? This was the true meaning of staying in the house and exploring the outside world through the TV. Cough, cough, cough. Caroline took a deep breath and said with a strange expression, "Their dreams and the civilization they look forward to are really special. How could it not be special?" Not to mention Caroline, even Pan Yu Xian was also greatly shocked. She felt that the cornerstone of civilization that those idiots had worked so hard to build was too hardcore punk. She was speechless. These bastards are too perverted. They plan to become otakus and start a civilization of otakus. They'll hide in their houses for thousands of years and learn about the outside world through the TV. However, he had to admit that this was in line with the style of these sand sculptures. If they could lie down, they would definitely not sit. Wouldn't it be wonderful to hide and develop in secret? What do you think? As a proper beautiful girl, although Pan Yu Xian was unconventional, it was precisely because of this that she couldn't get along with them. She felt that this was too dirty, shameless, and unprogressive, which was why she revealed the whole plan of these idiotic players. However, Carolyn actually revealed a pensive look and said, "Is this also a combination of technology and extraordinary power? It reminds me of the Izadain civilization of the past. In the past, we used mechanical armors and gathered the magic nuclei of magical beasts to form a mixed technology extraordinary civilization." Pan Yu Xian was speechless. "Your evaluation is similar to you. Inherited the will of the people of Isodar?" Her entire face darkened. "Indeed. It's a combination of technology and the supernatural, similar to you, but you Isotardians are completely different. You're magical mechanical tanks, traveling the world, hot-blooded and romantic. As for them, they were magic-powered mechanical TV, hiding in the house, a wretched otaku. It was the same combination of extraordinary technology, but these were two completely different spirits." Carolyn took the matter at hand. "I have to say that this civilization is extremely powerful and has endless potential. As long as various plugins can keep up, the television channels. It's very diverse, and in theory, there are infinite possibilities. Let's not talk about controlling quantum bodies. Let's just talk about incense TV shows. If there are many powerhouses watching TV, the convergence of faith and power of will is enough to condense a powerful incense god. It's very useful whether it's to wage a war in the outer realms or to protect a civilization. After all, it was extremely powerful. The racer of Mount Harana, the alchemy monarch, and the cute girl had been secretly researching the most suitable player civilization for thousands of years. Naturally, they had endless potential. By the way, are there any other channels?" Carolyn asked. Of course, there are other channels that are still in the planning phase. Pan Yuxian thought for a moment. The third one is the Science Channel. They mainly talked about all kinds of cultivation knowledge, and there was a beautiful host teaching body forging, fitness, cultivation methods. They were preparing to launch a late-night program called He would practice radio calisthenics and make people sit in the living room, watch TV, and do it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. 3, 2, 3, 4. One more time. That's probably it. When Pan Yu Xian said this, she felt a little embarrassed. There's also the fourth channel, which is the TV shopping center. It's called World Shopping, and you can buy all kinds of resources. There were TV advertisements in it, and there were activities every day, such as special offer divine artifacts, the Tesla demon-slaying Buddhist staff from the lava domain did not cost 999 or 888. It only cost 188 to bring home. Of course, there's also a forum for everyone to exchange their thoughts. According to them, if they don't step out of the house in the future and just sit in the living room and watch TV, they might already be able to run amok in the universe and become keyboard warriors who maintain world peace through the TV. For example, the existence who was watching the TV in the living room, the one who liked to watch beautiful women working out and soap operas, might actually be the chaotic light god who ruled several planes. The owner of the TV in the living room was often enthusiastic about shopping on the TV. In fact, he's the abyssal devil monarch who rules over the entire devil realm. A television powerhouse. Carolyn was dumbfounded upon hearing this. Watch TV and rule the world? And it's still so sound? His ultimate goal was to get everything done without even stepping out of the house. However, even she had to admit that it was very powerful. It had its own quantum body and a god of incense shared by all civilizations without even stepping out of the house. The two were responsible for going out and exploring the world. No one could find out where their true bodies were. The ideology of this civilization is very scary. It is as if they are living in the higher dimension of the universe. They put the entire world on TV, sit in the living room, leisurely drinking tea, watching TV, and doing all kinds of research. Carolyn completely agreed with him. This is a highly civilized society with extraordinary technology. Since they have spent so much energy, I won't stop them. I'll see how they have developed. Oh my god! You will regret this. Pan Yu Xian's face darkened. However, Carolyn didn't pay any attention to her. Instead, she looked at the entire evolution corridor, which was already nearing its end. Out of the top 1,000, more than 900 people had appeared. Very quickly. A voice came from the sky. After more than 10 days, you have successfully passed the evolution corridor. The top 1,000 will receive sufficient resources. Please check for yourself. However, you should also know that obtaining a huge amount of resources means that you will be targeted by the aboriginals. They hope that you will have evolved species that match the corresponding abilities. As for the rest of the top 1,000, don't be anxious. You can continue to evolve and enter the end of the tunnel to head to the new world. The moment Carolyn's voice fell. At this time, the TV player in first place quickly made a request. As the first place, can I make a small additional request? What request? Carolyn asked. The television said, my request is very simple, I just want an plug-in for a quantum organ. And this plug-in should have been placed somewhere in the small universe. Naturally, it was the racer of Mount Harana and the others. After all, without the quantum gene plug-in, this television of hers had no abilities at all and was just a piece of trash. I've already placed it here. Boom. After Carolyn put down her things, her voice completely disappeared. Outside the god's tower. Caroline stretched out her hand and made a grabbing motion, and a white porcelain tower appeared in her hand. A television? His main body was hiding in the world, which meant that he was hiding in this tower. He was using his quantum combat body, incense, and god to explore the entire outside world. It is indeed a carefree place, and it is very suitable for this god's tower. This civilization, in her opinion, was very suitable for the tower world. And this tower could now be called Quantum TV Tower. In fact, even Dichi's 7-world heavenly court and the 3 pillar gods of the lava great domain could not compare to her in terms of agility. Her civilization was the most elusive one, and no one could invade them. In the beginning, I was the easiest to invade. Now, no one can find my civilization. With a smile, Carolyn looked at the Tower of God through the window of the tower. Let's see how this civilization will develop. Chapter 969. The Qi Refining Empire, a divine item from heaven. Hualala. The earth was vast and boundless. Rivers, soil, trees, and mountains. It was impossible to tell that they were inside a tall tower. It was like a vast world, with luxuriant branches and leaves, and the earth was green. Whoosh! A group of top 1,000 players appeared on the spot. At this moment, they could clearly sense that their own density and even the density of the surrounding environment had formed a strange high-energy world that was compressing at a high speed. Even the powerhouses would find it difficult to cause large-scale destruction. The piano didn't appear here but was taken away? What kind of creature has she transformed into that she's so precious to Carolyn? Let's not care about that. Brothers who have entered, quickly split up according to the original plan. Yes, we'll follow the plan we've agreed on before. First, we'll collect resources and quickly reproduce the species television. We'll make it so that everyone has one as soon as possible. Construction team, quickly start digging and building a basement. We need to quickly build a base and hide in it. Then, we'll start building a farming style. Watch TV. Countless people began to set up camp. At the same time, they discovered a very terrifying thing. This world had only been around for 30 to 40 years at most, but they actually felt that danger was lurking everywhere. Large numbers of Tier 4 and Tier 5 experts were everywhere. Level 6 was faintly discernible, as if it was the overlord of some secret realm in the forest. A Tier 6 Heavenly Emperor has already appeared. Could it be that there's already a Tier 7 Heavenly Emperor? 8 or 9 out of 10. What the heck? It's only been 30 years, and a Heavenly Emperor has already appeared? Isn't this too ridiculous? Of course, everyone. You must know that with such a terrifying spiritual energy density, coupled with the inherited memories in their minds and the ready-made mature cultivation methods, it's very normal for them to break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm in 30 years if they are given the opportunity to cultivate. Even the 20-plus-year-old Dode next door still exists. That's true. However, the players' scalps went numb. The top 1,000 of them who came here couldn't fight. This was because they were all studying species with evolutionary potential to be able to walk through the evolutionary corridor. Those who could fight were still at the back of the evolution corridor. It was still uncertain whether they could enter. Someone said. Anyway, don't panic. We're already mature players. This isn't the first time we've explored a new world. We have to learn how to move by ourselves. Let's act according to the plan. Our television civilization is not a battle-type civilization to begin with, we are the foundation of the world, similar to the green vines of Mother Earth. We are only responsible for maintaining the television equipment. They will fight their own, their civilization will develop their own. We're just onlookers. Yes, we are only hosts of live television broadcasts. We absolutely cannot interfere with the times. We only provide the foundation of the world, provide television sales, and remain neutral like Mother Earth. In that case, let's start looking for geniuses who are powerful enough to sell television sets. Isn't that a little too fast? None of us have been able to bring out the quantum body to make contact with it. Is it not safe? Who allowed you to make direct contact? The world of the White Tower. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years had passed. The entire land was in turmoil. These Sima and Digital Beast tribes were fighting each other. It was very brutal and bloody, and they had suffered heavy losses. Another 10 years passed. During the period of disputes, there were internal conflicts among the races. There were strong tribes that developed languages, characters appeared, cultivated land, and herded livestock. Unparalleled heavenly emperors established dynasties one after another, and the fate of the country flourished day by day. There were countless cultivators. The entire land was filled with the art of true qi. In a few years, countless peerless experts who cultivated genuine qi transformed their qi into nothingness, flew in the air, and traveled freely between heaven and earth. The development of this land was rapid. 10 years was like 200 years of progress in the outside world. Finally, in the Wushan tribe, the first godly spirit appeared, and he was known as the Great Emperor Dongqing. This overlord of gods had unparalleled talent and the aura of a holy dragon. With the genuine qi technique of the Azure Dragon Force, he directly pushed through the northern mountain range, and the demon emperor clan who occupied it bowed down to him. The next year, Emperor Dongqing entered the western desert alone. He had single-handedly defeated the illustrious Grand Marshal Emperor of the Great Marshal Dynasty and announced his submission. Another day, he entered the beast race from the south and beheaded the Great Beast Emperor. Great Emperor Dongqing swept across the entire region, and his reputation reached its peak. The East Green Divine Dynasty was completely established. The various dynasties were all conferred the title of hereditary vassal states, and the entire land welcomed an unprecedented unification. Language, writing, and currency were all unified. In addition, they were required to wear cloud robes and high shoes according to their dynasty and clothing. All men began to grow their long hair and tie it up. They were also required to wear a crown and a jade pendant at their waist to distinguish the status of each major class. In the imperial court, gold and jade shone brilliantly, and red sandalwood smoke floated in the main hall. Dongqing the Great Emperor, who was wearing a bright yellow dragon robe, stood with his hands behind his back. He had a dignified look on his face as he sat on the emperor's throne. He gave off an indescribable sense of dominance. Recently, I've been observing the edge of the world. There's another realm in the outer realm that's above us. Great Emperor Dongqing's face was dignified. It is suspected that there is a great world in the outer realm. That world is different from us. They cultivate in Buddhism. We cultivate Qi, the world, a tower formed by many levels, and we are just one of the heavens. The surrounding officials were shocked. There were more worlds in the outer realms? They had thought that they were the center of the world, the sky round and the earth square. As for His Majesty, how great was his talent and strategy! He had already seen the outer realm? Our civilization is only a few decades old. We only got this opportunity because of the pity of the immortals. Great Emperor Dongqing was wise and valiant, full of fighting spirit. He said, "There's another world out there with countless enemies. I plan to spread martial arts to all the people. Everyone, there's no need to hide anything. Only by having all of you cultivate can you become a powerful country." Before he finished his sentence, suddenly, a small television fell from the sky and landed in front of the imperial court, creating a medium-sized hole. Which demon dares to disturb my imperial court? The experts and guards immediately moved and blocked in front of him. There's no need to be afraid, I'll see for myself. Great Emperor Dongqing left the imperial court and walked out of the hall. He saw a light blue television with thick eyebrows and big eyes. It had two small antennas and was indescribably cute. A deity from the heavens? What is this? Great Emperor Dongqing was slightly surprised. Television user manual? Great Emperor Dongqing's face was filled with vigilance. Could the mysterious meteorite be a gift from the ancient immortals? Or was it a trick of some unknown enemy from the other macro worlds? He couldn't help but carefully read the instruction manual. The more he read, the more impressed and shocked he became. The emperor couldn't help but clap his hands and laughed, and his laughter resounded throughout the palace. Countless ministers were dumbfounded, and the godly spirit emperor said, "The heavens have blessed our dynasty. There's actually such a divine item in this world?" Chapter 970. An ordinary office worker. Ha 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 ha. Good, this is good stuff. With just a little investigation, we'll know that this divine item can't be created by some fellow from a world that has risen to power with us for only a few years. This is a divine item from the heavens. Seeing the great Emperor Dongqing's delight, the ministers in the hall were shocked. What could have shocked such a talented and ambitious overlord? He had always been a serious person. Year 3 of the East Green Dynasty. Then, something strange happened. A meteorite fell from the sky. The Dongqing Emperor, who had been working hard to rule the country, no longer attended morning court sessions. It was as if he was obsessed with celestial arts. He stayed in his harem day and night, not caring about the outside world. Countless officials in the imperial court began to discuss this matter, and they couldn't help but rage. Evil, that's an evil. His Majesty had made great efforts to rule the country, how wise was he? Your mind has been contaminated by this thing. This subject wants to risk my life to make an audience. Year 7 of the East Green Dynasty. His Majesty still ignored everything. In the midst of the country's panic, the Prime Minister was in charge of all the national affairs. The Prime Minister worked hard to govern the country and worked hard to carry out the policy of military deployment to all people for His Majesty. He vowed to be loyal to His Majesty, hoping that when His Majesty returned from the wrong path, there would still be a healthy dynasty. 10 years in the East Green Dynasty. The entire dynasty was still in chaos and was on the verge of collapse. The vassal lords all over the country were already showing signs of rebellion. Ha ha ha, I have come out of seclusion again. I have actually mastered such a peerless divine skill. On this day, the Dongqing Emperor reappeared. He used bloody means to suppress the entire dynasty. He wiped out any disgruntled voices and ruled the world again. When the Prime Minister saw this scene, he could not help but burst into tears. Your Majesty, you've finally turned over a new leaf. You've turned over a new leaf. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Don't get addicted to those evil things. There were also officials who sobbed. It's just that His Majesty's strength is too wasteful, and he only has 70% of his previous strength left. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Our dream of conquering the outworld can be reignited. The 11th year of the East Green Dynasty. His Majesty returned and made great efforts to rule the country. At the same time, his strength began to gradually recover and even rise again, and he began to step into the mid-level deity realm. 10 years later, His Majesty led an army and crossed the world above the Buddhist world. Boom! An earth-shattering battle erupted. A mighty figure of the Buddhist League from the Buddhist League's macro world was also a god that was not inferior to His Majesty. I've been tolerating you in the forum for a long time. Great Emperor Dongqing spoke as if he had known this existence for a long time. His voice was cold and domineering, and he said something that none of his subjects understood. You have indeed come as promised. I'll see you at the offline entrance. You're not a coward after all. This powerful being of the Buddhist sect was like an enraged Vajra. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Using your sharp tongue to insult me for not being good with words. Wait until I rule your world and kill you forcefully. I'll cut off your tongue and let everyone watch. You're just a sharp-tongued person. Is a level 4 really that powerful? Your level is higher, Great Emperor Dongqing said coldly. It's just that you broke through to the god level before me in your world. You're just one step ahead. You're looking for death. This battle had caused the entire mountain to collapse. A powerful pressure swept out. The two unparalleled existences were actually fighting to the death without any mercy, as if they had a deep hatred. This battle lasted for 3 days, and both sides were exhausted. In the last fight, they both died. What's this? His Majesty has fallen. All the elites and experts of the Lord Dynasty were shocked. This was too unbelievable. On the other side. In a secret room in the entire Western Sea Empire. In an elegant living room, a middle-aged man in slippers was sitting in front of the TV. He was slovenly dressed in a loose nightgown, looking like an unemployed middle-aged office worker. They both died. The middle-aged man scratched his head and a serious look flashed across his face. With a faint smile, he said, I didn't expect this guy to be so powerful. His cultivation base is indeed stronger. However, I'm not weak and can be bullied. I self-destruct and died with him. However, I have to create a new body. I don't know how much time that will take. Dad, Mom called you to eat. The little girl's voice came from the side. I know. I know. Although the middle-aged man said that, his eyes were still fixed on the screen. It's good to create a shadow first, it proves that I'm still alive. Otherwise, the dynasty will be in chaos. Daddy, come and eat. Mommy is angry. The little girl shouted. At the table beside them, a beautiful middle-aged woman pulled the little girl and said softly, let's eat first. Don't call your dad. He's at work. He's at work. The little girl looked puzzled and said, what work? Her father had never left the house and had been working at home. Could he be an internet operator? Or are you a programmer? The little girl had never left the outside world, but her parents had used some special means to exchange for many real-life books for her to entertain her and kill time. There were all kinds of books, science fiction, reality, urban, and fantasy. Gradually, she began to understand how the outside world was like from the books. Your father is indeed working. The beautiful middle-aged woman was silent for a moment. She sat at the dining table and gently said, it seems that I have to tell you the truth. Our family has never left the house. Your father has long used a special method to shield the entire room for our safety. After all, your father has many enemies. The little girl was shocked and said excitedly, Dad, could it be a spy from the country? Working in secret underground? He's so powerful. Her father was frivolous, wearing floral shorts and big slippers. He was not an ordinary office worker. She was so excited that her mouth was wide open. Which little girl didn't fantasize about her father being extremely handsome and an unfathomable super big shot? No, no. The beautiful middle-aged woman picked up some food for her daughter. I told you to just read those fictional novels. Don't believe them. They are all fake. What supermarket, 9 to 5 work, TV, computer, science? That's a fictional world, it doesn't exist. Then my father is a very ordinary white-collar worker. The little girl's eyes flashed with disappointment. No wonder he was so free, playing with her all day, reading books with her, discussing the plot, playing with toys with her, and making her happy. It's not like that. He's a special white-collar worker. His mother pointed to a middle-aged man in slippers sitting on the sofa in the living room. He was watching TV with a serious face and said gently, "Your father is the great emperor of a chi cultivation region, Great Emperor Dongqing. He rules over hundreds of millions of cultivators and is a great god. One of the most powerful people in the world." The little girl sat in front of the dining table in the living room. Chapter 971. The Warlike Mythological Era. The little girl was dumbfounded. You see. The beautiful middle-aged woman's entire body floated up. Her entire body was surrounded by divine light, making her look extremely beautiful. Actually, I'm also a very powerful cultivator. Ah! The little girl sat on the chair and stopped eating, her mouth opened wide in a cute way. You're only 6 or 7 years old. We don't want you to cultivate. Before this, I told you not to believe those strange novels, such as Special Forces, Spies, Urban Business, 996 Work System, people who just got off the plane in America. That's all fake, it's all a lie. You're really too chuyunibio. In reality, there is no such thing. Reality is a transcendent world of cultivators. There are many heavenly emperors and gods with vast divine power. The little girl was completely shocked. She couldn't even hold her chopsticks properly and was about to faint from the shock. She quickly asked, "Then how does Dad work? How does he manage the entire mythological dynasty?" As a great supreme god, he only knows how to watch TV every day and doesn't go out. She was in a mess every day, wearing slippers and sitting on the sofa, idling around and looking dispirited. No matter how she looked at it, it didn't look like it. Watching TV means working. The mother smiled and said, "Ordinary celestial emperors do not have the ability to use the pata small television of the universe, but the gods of various large worlds have already used this home office mode, just like your father. This is the rule of our world. They call these home places the divine plane." Mom, you said you don't read novels. Otherwise, how would you know about the term office at home and chuyunibio? The little girl angrily said in her childish voice. The beautiful middle-aged woman was speechless. He still had to read books. After all, it was so boring here. In fact, she and her husband had been against it in the beginning. The style of writing was strange, and it was odd in shape. One look and one could tell that it was not a proper publication. However, it was very boring to stay here, so he could only try to look at it. Who knew that the more he looked, the more fascinated and interesting he became. He was completely immersed in it. Emperor Dongqing had always been a serious and wise man. Now, he had also begun to enjoy reading all kinds of fantasy and Xiangxia novels. Even now, the two of them were addicted to this kind of home life. At that moment, they felt like they would never step out of the house for the rest of their lives. Such a life was wonderful. She looked at her daughter and mumbled, "When I become a god, I can also buy a TV for myself. I can stay in the house and explore the outside world. Who wouldn't want to become stronger in a more comfortable and safe way?" On the other side of the battlefield, the fall of great Emperor Dongqing shook the world. This was a high and mighty god. Even if he was no match for them, he could still escape. However, they were fighting to their deaths here. It was hard to imagine what kind of deep hatred they had to fight to such an extent. "Your Majesty, it's said that I had a quarrel with this god in a mysterious place in the forum and became his enemy." Beside him, a powerful vassal Lord Heavenly Emperor spoke. This was the #1 general of the dynasty, with unparalleled combat strength. Impossible. After a quarrel, he wanted to fight to the death here? He didn't even care about his life. He was a god. How could he be so casual? On the side, the Prime Minister had a complicated look on his face. He was on the verge of collapse. Their strongest king had fallen, and it was easy to imagine what kind of internal strife they would face. However, just as the upper echelons of the dynasty were about to collapse, a projection of great Emperor Dongqing appeared. "Everyone, I did not die. We can just return to the dynasty and make a long-term plan. I've long been immortal, and it's difficult for anyone in the world to kill me." His Majesty had an undying body. Can't be killed? As soon as he said this, all the celestial emperors were dumbfounded and shocked. 10 days later, in the court of the East Green Dynasty, Great Emperor Dongqing was still a hazy phantom, but he had condensed quite a bit. I'm sure you've already guessed that my immortal body is related to the small Pata Pata TV that fell from the sky. Great Emperor Dongqing looked at the few people standing in front of him. This is an extremely powerful divine item. Prime Minister, General, you two have just broken through to the divine spirit realm. Would you like to share this secret with me? I am willing. The two of them were overjoyed. A month later, 2 new neighbors suddenly moved in next to the little girl's house. Their entire family also moved in, and there were also children about the same age as her. She was overjoyed. Somewhere, in an extremely confidential underground location. This was the underground TV station of the players. At that moment, none of the players were focused on fighting. Their daily job was to cultivate their realms and use their own knowledge to improve the small TV and carry out daily maintenance. According to their words, they were the TV headquarters, and they were the Mother Earth green vines of this world. They were absolutely neutral, placed above the times, and maintained the peace of the world. With such a position, even if they didn't have exaggerated combat strength, they would become the foundation. No one would threaten their safety, just like how Ditchy didn't dare to touch the green vines of Mother Earth. Are we almost done? Recently, it's completely expanded. There are more new TV sets. That's right. We've basically roped in all the top geniuses of the 7th floor into our system. They've already enjoyed the great benefits and can't leave. Subconsciously move and let the other party completely integrate. I have to say that the geniuses and monsters in this world are extremely terrifying. Perhaps, there will be a few monstrous existences like Carolyn and Ditchy. Who knows? I don't know. In any case, any genius that appears can't do without television. No matter how the times develop, it won't endanger our position. We're just the staff of the television station responsible for maintaining the television, and the audience watching the television. Speaking of breaking through to become a god, haven't the players made a breakthrough yet? Wasn't he a big shot from Azura Deo? You were already a heavenly emperor before, why were you so slow? Recultivation is still very fast, but only 40 to 50 years have passed. How can it be so easy to break through to become a god? However, it should be soon. During this period of time, he would break through to the god level and be able to entangle his quantum combat body, then he would be able to go out. We'll be able to start a new era of television. It might be hard to say. Back then, they dug holes and built all kinds of shielding arrays to bury themselves alive. They had been living in the house until now and had basically never gone out. They were all using the energy from the big gift bag and were self-sufficient. What a bunch of stinky little brothers. They're cultivated, but they can't even compare to the speed of someone's first cultivation. They've already produced so many gods. Then why don't you give it a try? Why don't you compete with those monstrous geniuses? Fight for it. Why not? Isn't it just 40 to 50 years to break through to the god spirit stage? If it were me, I would have become a god at the age of 20, wait, don't worry, give me another bottle of beer, I can still blow it. A new era had finally begun. Many years had passed, and countless top-tier experts considered owning a small television their greatest fortune. Countless experts had brought their families to live in seclusion, and they could understand and explore the outside world through the television. However, on this day, a new channel was opened. Focus Interview. A mysterious person had finally appeared in the mysterious small TV. They called themselves reporters, and the players could finally leave the outside world through the TV. At that moment, a reporter was interviewing the current emperor of the East Green Dynasty. Thank you for your support. Hello everyone. This is the Focus Interview program. Today, we are honored to invite a special guest Emperor Kang Jin of the East Green Dynasty from the first level of the macro world. May I ask if you have any special thoughts about governing a country and deploying military force to all its people? Great Emperor Dongqing laughed. His expression was dignified as he began to answer seriously. After all, it was an honor to have the mysterious TV last time, and it would probably reach the top of the hot topic in an instant. By the way, he said, I'm very dissatisfied with the sacrificial emperor on the second level. Sooner or later, I'll conquer his kingdom and kill him to vent my hatred. The reporter laughed awkwardly and coughed twice before saying, "In that case, thank you, the overlord of the gods, for your support in our interview. Today's interview will end here." On the other side, in front of the TV. "Daddy, he's fierce to you." A crisp sound was heard. A bald man sat in front of the TV with his daughter in his arms and laughed, "Hee, he's only able to be sharp-tongued for a while now. I'm the next one to be interviewed. I'll definitely respond strongly." In front of another TV. "It's a very interesting program. The abyssal demon dragon emperor, who was known as the sixth level, was a taboo existence that ruled the entire abyss." At this moment, he grinned and closed a book named Dimensional Geometry. This one was a vegetarian T-Rex, sitting on the sofa with a hazy light flashing in his eyes. "It seems that I have to watch the talk show every day to get to know the other strong people." Su Ji's expression was slightly strange. What was this? Information flow? A super mythological era? The gods of the various planes were watching television to understand the outside world? From the start, he had guessed that these guys would have all kinds of complete plans with powerful execution ability, and pull the entire world into their style without any bloodshed. However, he did not expect it to be pulled in so quickly and so naturally. They're too experienced. They're already very familiar with such a wretched thing. Moreover, the racer of Mount Harana is behind all this. Su Ji shook his head and said with a half-smile, "As expected, it has still developed into this strange, harmonious and friendly civilization and extraordinary society." The development of this era was not beyond Su Ji's expectations. In fact, it had long been within Caroline's expectations. What were the characteristics of this civilization? It couldn't kill people. The powerhouses were all hiding in the house, hidden very deeply. Then, they followed the network cable and fought in the air outside, but none of them died. It was very harmonious and friendly. Therefore, this is the civilized society that Caroline likes. This is one of the reasons why she seems to agree with it. Back then, she wanted to build a perfect utopia with the guild mechanism, but it did not succeed. In front of us is, in a certain sense, a completely different kind of perfect technological society, not a pure barbaric civilization. And for Su Ji, it was very good. Almost none of the top powerhouses died. Furthermore, they had extremely rich combat experience, many times more than the experts of ordinary transcendent worlds. Why? The experts of other worlds didn't dare to fight with their full strength. They fought to the death. After reaching the godly spirit realm, there were all kinds of considerations in every battle, and their hands and feet were tied. But here, because of a few arguments and abuse on the forum, they directly fought to the death. There was no gossip at all, and people were ruthless and didn't talk much. As for fighting, the crazy killing could raise one's realm and allow one to gain various insights. It seems that the frequent battles have increased the efficiency of breaking through. It's even more possible for an average level 9 world. This is probably being polite in real life. However, they dared to fight crazily along the internet. You can't follow the network cable to hit me anyway, so we're not afraid of each other. Su Ji could already see it clearly at that moment. In this online world, the number of battles and disputes between the strong was more than 10 times more than in the real world. These players had indeed thoroughly studied the concept of keyboard man. An expert raised in such a civilized atmosphere. All of them were experienced keyboard warriors, and their methods were shrewd and ruthless. Other extraordinary civilizations would probably suffer a great loss if they encountered such mad dogs who would start fighting every day without saying a word and were trained to be good at fighting. This is a little too interesting. In a world that combines extraordinary and technology, the existences of other civilizations in the real will probably suffer a great loss if they encounter this group of experts who are good at fighting. Su Ji just laughed. He did not want to interfere. Like the other players, he was just a guide and a witness. Chapter 972. The Development of the Great Era. This civilization was based on a dream of the universe. The dream of the universe was to treat the entire world and universe as a dream of one's own. Zhou Meng was hidden in a small house deep in the mountains, and he was dreaming. This civilization, on the other hand, treated the entire world and universe as a world in the television. The high-dimensional creatures sitting in front of the television played with the low-dimensional creatures in the television. Year 40 of the East Green Dynasty. The gods had completely entered a period of explosive growth, and countless gods surged out, forming a legendary golden age. A large number of gods began to spend huge sums of money to buy pata small televisions and regularly pay cable TV payments. The era of pay-to-view gradually became the cornerstone of the entire world. All the powerhouses clearly knew how terrifying this divine item was. Even though the quantum battle body that was created only had 70% of the main body's strength, it was extremely safe and there was no need to worry about its life or death. His main body could also hide in the dark with his family and protect them at any time. He would no longer have any weaknesses and would not have to worry about using his family to threaten him again. However, with such a strange and powerful divine object, how could they not be afraid of such an unpredictable TV headquarters? At that moment, all the officials in the court of the entire East Green dynasty had already begun to discuss among themselves. I'm afraid that this mysterious organization is forming a real foundation of the world, uniting all the powerhouses of our era. Yes, the other party has been very straightforward. They didn't play any tricks, and there's nothing they can do to restrain us. If we turn hostile, the most we can do is destroy the small TV and stop using the quantum battle body and the various functions inside. That's right, the other party really couldn't do anything to them. There was no threat to their lives. The combat strength of their main bodies was naturally stronger than that of the clone that the quantum combat body was entangled with. However, if they became enemies, they would be the ones at a disadvantage and lose most of their benefits. This was using benefits to bind them, an open conspiracy. This special organization definitely had an extremely intelligent and powerful person behind it, and its mechanisms were extremely perfect and well organized. They also knew that if they made deals with these powerful and intelligent geniuses and gods in the dark, they would be exposed sooner or later. Thus, it was better to do it openly from the beginning. It seems that the organization behind this is operated by an ancient immortal god. Everyone had their own evaluation. The 50th year of the East Green dynasty. The 7 levels of the Tower world were completely connected, and they knew of each other's existence. The 7 dynasties in the Tower were either enemies or allies. In the East Green dynasty alone, there were thousands of gods and tier 7 heavenly emperors everywhere. It was an indescribable golden age, and the spiritual energy in the entire world began to thin. Innate spiritual chi is in short supply. The dense spiritual chi streams and waterfalls began to disappear, and the land turned into a mortal domain. The energy of the universe was balanced. The spiritual chi streams, waterfalls, and springs that could be seen everywhere were now absorbed into the bodies of the gods and existed as individual lives. At this moment, the avatars started to rule the world in the imperial court. In the mortal world, there were no more gods' true bodies descending. This era was known as the mythological era of the Great Divide. The history of Dongqing True Sage recorded this. In the ancient times, there were no saints in the world. The ancient sages and mighty people taught the mortals skills, animal husbandry, literacy, and clothing. After sensing the rules of the world, they gradually cultivated and became saints. After more than 10 years, they gradually entered the void and separated from the mortals. In the thousands of years that followed, the immortals and gods walked in the human world with their incarnations, ruled the great world, and fought against each other. It seemed that humans and gods lived together, and the great world was prosperous, but in fact, there were no true gods in the world. Outside the tower, it was still a deserted domain of nothingness. In the dark and gloomy vacuum universe, there were still all kinds of debris and corpses floating, showing the tragic battle of the last battle. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth is starting to thin. Carolyn stood in the middle of the ruins, above the void. Looking at the tower in her hands, she said indifferently, "This place isn't too big. With the tower-like structure, it can accommodate more living beings, but the spiritual energy is thinning too quickly." Only 70 years had passed. This was the accumulation of tens of thousands of years of the Teal Empire's resources that she had collected. One must know that, according to her prediction, it would take 100 years to completely deplete it. And what was in front of him? It was much faster. This was due to the player's mechanism, which greatly increased the speed of cultivation and combat. It was equivalent to having a training simulator, sitting in front of the TV, fighting life and death every day, training crazily, and naturally, the speed of breakthrough was extremely fast. I've put in almost all of my gains from the Universe Garden trip. Caroline took a deep breath and couldn't help but say, however, even though I spat out all the energy, I took away all the talents, half of the Teal Empire, the higher-ups of Board Planet, and the entire race. Energy is not important. Knowledge and talent are the true foundation of a civilization. The elites, emperors, and research talents of that land had all been captured in one fell swoop and taken into the spiritual universe. The rest were the middle and lower level people who had not become gods, as well as a large number of ordinary people. They were still on those planets. Without a leader, there was bound to be great chaos. There might be a new empire rising among them, but this was no longer under her control. Is there not enough spiritual energy? At this time, the ancient god suddenly appeared beside him. Yes, the amount of resources consumed is much greater than I imagined. Carolyn frowned slightly. According to the normal development of the world, it should have entered a period of peace. The deities were high and mighty, while the cultivation speed of the mortals was slowed down. As a result, there was a complete gap, and even the geniuses could only enter an era of slow development. That was indeed the case. They had absorbed too much energy, and the energy and spiritual chi of the entire world were thin. This caused the other latecomers to be slower, and it was impossible for such an exaggerated outbreak period to appear again. After all, this was how the world was. It was a zero-sum game, and the total amount was there. The more you get, the less the others get. As the saying went, as long as the saints don't die, the thieves will never stop. Even though gods could now absorb energy from the void. But what about ordinary people? Where's the heavenly emperor? There was no chance for anyone who had not reached that realm. They could only obtain resources from their surroundings. Yet, it's about to enter a peaceful period. The ancient god thought for a moment and said, this is only a 7-story domain. The original plan was to have a 33-story tower. However, there's no need to worry. I still have quite a bit of energy in my hands that can supplement the progress of the world. Carolyn took a deep breath. For the sake of my world, I've made you spend too much. The ancient god shook his head and said, the so-called accumulation of wealth is just an external object. The greatest use is to increase one's strength. By the way, there are countless gods, so there should be people who have almost finished the path of the 9th step, right? Ordinary creatures would have a long way to go before reaching the 9th rank, but the Super Sima were different. Their path to the 9th step was extremely short. With only a few million cells, a level 9 Super Seaman would soon appear, similar to the Super Seaman in the small universe before. Although his combat power was not strong and he only had a realm. Yes, the fastest batch. They're almost done with the grade 9 journey. Carolyn suddenly focused her attention. You mean to say that we should let them stay at a weak rank 9 and forge a perfect 4-gene Dao foundation? Carolyn muttered to herself for a few seconds, before falling into deep thought. Yes, their journey to the 9th rank is very short, so they don't have much time to waste on climbing the 9th rank. Yu Sheng still has a lot of time to build a perfect foundation and then break through to the 9th rank. This was the advantage of being a Super Seaman. But was that really the case? Their difficulty level did not decrease either. They had gotten on the bus first, and the actual difficulty of becoming a complete rank 9 was not lower than that of ordinary creatures. It was just a relatively moderate alternative breakthrough method. The truth about the 10th level, naturally, cannot be told to them. Su Ji laughed and said, but at this time, we can suggest to them that they build a perfect Tao foundation. We can hint to them that such a person's combat power is stronger and that their future is broader. The strong people with ambition will naturally not choose to let them go. Hearing this, Carolyn was startled. Her eyes gradually brightened up as she said in surprise, this is a very good plan. Indeed. It could prevent the weak from despairing after knowing the truth and choosing to die of old age by sticking to their Dao foundation. It can also hint to those who are truly strong and have the opportunity to pursue higher scenery. Caroline smiled and gently said, it's a very good idea. One disclosed information can form two meanings for two types of people. Chapter 973. The Nomad Civilization. That's not what I think. In the vast universe, there are many inheritances that are like this. The ancient god shook his head. Many civilizations are like this? Is this the best way? Carolyn was slightly surprised. After carefully thinking about the profound meaning behind this, she revealed an expression of understanding. Indeed. You're a super ancient god, you've lived for hundreds of thousands of years, you've seen many things. In fact, this was indeed the law of many powerful races in the universe. At this moment, Su Ji naturally knew about it based on the inherited memories of the Renamansky clan. This was because, now that he thought about it carefully, Renamansky's inheritance also suggested that talented descendants cultivate a perfect Dao foundation and then break through to rank 9. If they did not have the talent, they should not force it. But why would he suggest it? And not directly tell the truth about the 10th level of the iron-based race's descendants? Because the world is too cruel. It's better not to tell. To avoid despair. Su Ji looked up and said, even the 10th grade ancestor of the Renamanska clan did not think that it was possible for his descendants to break through to the 10th grade. Therefore, the inheritance only vaguely suggested that the later generations cultivate a perfect Dao foundation and did not directly explain it. This could prevent the later generations from falling into demonic obsession and despair when they were at the divine spirit stage. He didn't even break through to rank 9, but he killed himself just to improve his 4th-tier Dao foundation. This was a cruel reality. When a race with a strong inheritance and few clansmen didn't even have a level 9 descendant and had many generations of level 8 gods, all dying of old age on the path of weak level 9 gods. If not even a type 9 had appeared, then in a few generations, this race would definitely age and go extinct. There must be a reason for this segmented memory inheritance method to be popular at this time. Time had proven its practicality. Even many powerful races in the universe had to do the same. The universe's cultivation path is truly a struggle against the heavens. It's a hopeless and bumpy path with no end in sight. Su Ji shook his head and sighed. He was filled with emotions. Right now, he was planning to do the same, imitating the powerful races in the universe outside. He was instilling in them the concept of being stronger with 4 genes, but he was also hinting that if they couldn't do it, it would be fine even if they didn't create a perfect gene. They could break through directly, but they would be weaker than other rank 9s. Such a concept. After all, it was true that most of the grade 9 creatures were leaks, but Su Ji still hoped that among the leaks, there was a possibility that a true 10th level would appear. Then, we have to tell them and inform them. Of course. Carolyn smiled and said, after all, this was only known during the evolution corridor period. This was something that happened later, and it wasn't left in their inherited memories in advance. As the two of them talked, they talked about the future of the era and the model of prosperity. In fact, the two of them were also discussing a new way of civilization development by harvesting leeks. Ancient God, do you want to descend with me? It's time to meet the descendants of this new world, as well as the living beings, said Carolyn with a smile. The ancient God only shook his head. Go ahead. I won't be accompanying you. Normally, it would be fine to go. However, when he thought about the sudden change in the supernatural world, he was afraid that it would be broadcasted live on television. After all, even the gods were being interviewed, and it was a focus interview. That would be a little awkward. He thought about it and decided not to go. Instead of going to this kind of awkward meeting, it would be better to do something else. Then I'll go and inform them, said Carolyn with a smile. Carolyn was very used to it, and even felt a sense of familiarity with it. After all, the Isotardians and the Protoss were in a similar situation back then. The powerful ones were used to live broadcasts on TV. Carolyn was prepared to move, but she said, that's right, I obtained some interesting memories from the memories of His Majesty Teal of the Teal Empire and the few supreme gods. What memory? The ancient god laughed. They have hidden it very well. It is the top secret and information of their country. It is only the coordinates of certain special civilizations in their personal brains. Coordinates? Su Ji did not quite react in time. However, he quickly felt that this was normal. After all, the development of the Teal civilization for tens of thousands of years, there would definitely be all kinds of information about some civilizations that he passed by, some civilizations that he knew, and all kinds of other information. This was especially so for the scene before him. They had become a part of Carolyn's memory corridor, and even their most confidential memories had been dug out. Carolyn smiled. However, it is very obvious that the other worlds will not reveal their exact coordinates on their own accord. However, Emperor Teal still used some special tracking methods to tail them for a certain distance and learned the rough coordinates of a nomad-level civilization. A nomad-level civilization. Su Ji's expression was indifferent. The Teal civilization had not yet truly possessed the ability to move their civilization at will. They had only barely reached the threshold of civilization. At the last moment, they had been preparing to realize the Wandering Planet project. The truly advanced civilizations in the universe must exist in the form of nomads. This was an inevitable law. At the same time, a civilization of this level would have an exaggerated demand for energy. Therefore, it was impossible for them to stay in the same star system for a long time. They would choose to leave after mining enough resources. At the same time, it was not only illusory, but also unimaginably flexible and difficult to track. This was a truly powerful civilization in the universe. The planet could no longer restrain them, and they could even move the entire planet. Just like the nomad tribe on the grassland, when the resources of one grassland were exhausted, they would migrate to another grassland to continue grazing and growing. To make a simple analogy, it was like floating around the ancient wood planet. She explained, "I know the general location. I'll stay on that piece of land. As long as I carefully explore the void of that area, no matter how good the concealment is, it can't escape my eyes." That was what she thought. After all, she considered herself to be one of the most powerful existences among the ninth step. If you're interested, you can visit her. The ancient god laughed. But don't play around and lose your mind. You have to focus on improving your cultivation. Su Ji was really not too interested in the culture of the outside world. The Teal civilization from before, planet bored? It was simply like playing house, not even in his eyes. In the end, it was Su Ji who acted as the universe garden and made a direct move, which made Carolyn and the others feel powerful. Otherwise, it would have been an easy battle against the natives. The nomad civilization in front of him might have truly entered level 9. However, he didn't think that Carolyn couldn't defeat the other party. Even among the deists of the universe, she was one of the most powerful ones. However, observation was still necessary, but that was all. Su Ji intended to completely build his focus on the sandbox that opened up and developed the extraordinary world. "Okay, I'll be careful." "That's right." Carolyn smiled and said, "We're looking for civilizations from the outside world and all sorts of new stars to find some energy to replenish. Otherwise, if we continue to rely on your accumulated reserves to provide energy, it's too much of a pity." Su Ji smiled and did not say anything. After exchanging a few more words, Carolyn bade her farewell and left to inform the entire tower world about her future path to the 9th rank, as well as how to break through and advance. Su Ji looked over with a calm gaze. She was busy with her own things. Although she didn't show her face, she couldn't rule out the possibility that he didn't want to explore the world. Kakat. In a flash, Su Ji entered the entire world of the tower. Chapter 974. I have a bold idea. Tap 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 tap. Su Ji landed gently in a mountain range and looked into the distance. He saw a small god's residence. A few gods that trusted each other were hiding together, hiding their auras deeply. Only if one doesn't go out for a lifetime can they build such a strong protective concealment array. Otherwise, once you went out frequently, you would definitely be able to find your lair by following the clues. No matter how high the shielding effect was, it would be useless. However, I'm really not going out for a lifetime. Su Ji's gaze was leisurely. But do you think that the main body is their weakness? That would be ridiculous. The main body's combat strength was the strongest. After all, it was a copy of the crippled quantum gene, only 70% of the original. If you can't even beat the clone, you're really looking for death if you go to the main body. In this land, small televisions were already a popular product among the gods. Su Ji calmly spent some resources and managed to get a small television. He then built a house in a hidden place. Kakat. Su Ji sat in the living room that had just been built in front of the small TV, experiencing the rules of life in this world. It looks like the live broadcast is about to start, right? He sat on the sofa, bored, and fiddled with a few TV channels, only to find that there were unexpectedly few channels. Virtual life. Quantum combat body was the function of the core. Television shopping. It was currently very simple and crude. There were no high-grade divine artifacts. There were only various novels, books, and spiritual reading materials. The most interesting thing was that Su Ji had even discovered a game handheld device, which actually had Pokémon, Baphomet, and so on. Let the gods play with these. Su Ji's face darkened slightly. What kind of strange technology tree did these animals choose in order to make money? Smelting iron, making electric circuits, industrialization, starting from scratch, and now even a hand phone had been invented. As expected of a professional farmer. He was not good at fighting, but he was the first in the lifestyle class. There were definitely talents in the electronics department working there. Focus interview. This one had just joined. And then there was nothing else. What Suji looked forward to the most was another very important variety film and television, which would broadcast movies, create film and television stars, collect the power of wool, and use incense to gather them into a god of incense. However, it seemed that the program had not appeared and was still going on as planned. After all, the arrangement of incense and the planning of the TV series were very complicated. I reckon that Carolyn is going to start her live stream soon? Suji sat on the sofa and watched the small TV, feeling a little bored. For these natives, the current television barely had the three elements of an otaku: gaming, entertainment, novel reading, film, and television programs. It could make these natives stay at home for the rest of their lives and live happily as otakus, but for Suji, it was really quite boring. After all, it was a common occurrence. Why don't you find something to do? Suji held his chin and frowned. The other deities had their own families, sitting in rows to watch TV together, but this house was empty. Everyone had a daughter and son to accompany them. They invaded the universe garden. Now, let the universe garden invade in reverse. Bring Medusa and Shiji to this living room and watch TV together. Secretly observe the development of this new civilization together. He was shocked by his wild idea. This operation was too flashy. I secretly observed my own civilization. He felt that he might have been led astray by the tricks of those idiotic players, which was why he came up with this idea. However, after thinking about it, it was actually not bad. After all, Carolyn's development had been too smooth. The development of Dichi and the three pillar gods was too smooth, and they did not suffer any major losses. The universe garden had suffered a huge loss, but they wouldn't take revenge? Renamansky's show was over just like that? That would be such a waste. The universe had to fight with each other. He did not have a deep hatred with Rainaman Saga. Although they were not enemies, they were at least neutral forces that did not have a good relationship with each other. Rainimansky could give them some pressure. A strange expression appeared on his face. Furthermore, bring Shiji and Medusa over and learn their civilization system in reverse. After all, you're the only one who can learn my culture. Without me, I can't learn from you. Otherwise, Medusa and Shiji might not be able to keep up with the times the next time we meet. Those people are really crazy about learning everything. When Suji thought of this, the corners of his mouth curved up slightly. I really need to balance it out. He couldn't just help Carolyn and the Tier 7 Heavenly Court. I still have to help Medusa and Quantum World Rise. Universe Garden. Although it's my new extraordinary sandbox, I can't always favor my biological son, the small universe world, who followed me here, right? Cosmos Garden. The earth was green and lush, and there were countless beasts. This was the land of several planets, and it was extremely vast. At the same time, there were some living beings that appeared. They were actually some level 9 existences from the Crystal Wall System universe, and they descended and wandered on this land. Ha 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 ha. The little girl was still working out, waving her fists, punching tens of thousands of times a day. Medusa was still practicing martial arts. Soon, the two of them were called to the study. The sunlight outside the window shone into the study, and the dark red carpet was covered with gold. Rainimansky sat on a chair and said in a loud voice, "It's been 60 to 70 years in the higher dimension space-time since the civilization invasion. How do you feel?" In fact, 70 years was only a day after the invasion in real time. The trauma of civilization has not yet recovered. Medusa pursed her lips and said indifferently, "A day has passed." Teal Empire, Extraordinary Planet Board. He was still dealing with the aftermath of the battle and had not recovered yet. Their higher-ups have all been taken away, leaving behind only the old, weak and disabled citizens. Our disciples, the 13th Prince, Charles, and the others, are already doing their best to save their civilization. Medusa did not care about those low-level civilizations in the first place. If she did not like them, she would just let them run their own course. She was already too busy with a Crystal Wall System universe. Renamansky laughed, his gaze seemingly penetrating through the ancient era. He said with a complicated expression, more than 100,000 years ago, that God's Buddhist and Daoist civilization was already an unimaginably powerful giant in my era. However, when I woke up again, his era had passed, and he was old. Even though I was not as good as him in that era, now that I've recovered, I'm gradually catching up to him. Not long ago, we fought once, and he actually had internal injuries. I'm afraid that he has fought against a powerful opponent before. Medusa listened carefully. It contained a terrifying ancient message. However, Renamanska laughed and did not say anything else, which made her heart itch. Enough with the nonsense. Let's get down to business. The enemy seems strong and we've suffered a big loss. However, they don't know that I've left a secret technique. You left behind some kind of technique? Medusa said in surprise. That's right, Renamansky said. As an existence who has come into contact with the ultimate path, I still have some means. I've also cultivated quantum martial arts. I'm unpredictable and have already followed them into their world. Yes, it was. Medusa's eyes suddenly burst with a bright light. Since he was a close friend of the evil god, it was only natural that he had already cultivated quantum martial arts. And quantum martial arts were very strange. He left behind some quantum particles and secretly followed them. They invaded our world and stole our civilization. Now it's our turn. Father is so amazing. Shiji's face was filled with excitement. But you have to be clear that this is not a decisive counterattack. We will not make too many big moves. We don't even need to descend in our true bodies. We will definitely be discovered. However, if we split off an extremely small portion of our quantum bodies to sneak in and lay dormant, it'll be enough. Renamansaga laughed. The other party has created a new world. We can go and take a look. It will be a wonderful journey. A new world? Medusa asked. That's right, Renamansky said with a smile. The other party has reached the final stage and is giving it their all. They are using all their resources to develop their civilization and cultivate a new heir. Although I don't want to start a civilization war with them and get myself into trouble, however, sneaking in without being discovered. Then nothing would have happened. His main body would be cultivating here while his quantum battle body would head over to explore. Medusa immediately felt that it was a good idea when she heard that. After all, Shiji had also integrated quantum genes into his body, and he had already formed a part of his quantum body. However, she only needed a part of it. A strand of hair was enough. After all, his main body was too huge. Adjusting the quantum body size. They'll use the tiny size of their world as a standard. Their war has nothing to do with us, Renamansky said. We just need to keep our identities hidden. Yes. Yes. He received 2 affirmative answers. Be careful. Remember not to be detected. Renamansaga gently extended his hand, and a teleportation formation appeared. The 2 of them entered with bright eyes. Whoosh! They entered a living room. As soon as he entered this world, he saw a strange but familiar scene. It was as if this world was covered by an extremely powerful deist, who had distorted the material density of this world. The density of their bodies was actually continuously shrinking, turning into a small person. When they came back to their senses, they found that their father was already sitting on the sofa, watching a small TV. The shape of the TV looked a little cute. Where is this place? Shiji's heart trembled as he felt the environment. He could not help but exclaim, the environment here is highly compressed. This is clearly a copy of our iron-based life form's body compressing technique. This was very familiar. How could she not feel it? This new civilization that the enemy had just created was too terrifying and shameless. He was actually learning their clan's system and cultivation techniques. He had created a new world with this. At that moment, not only was Shiji shocked, Medusa's entire being was completely solemn. She looked at the antenna of the TV and felt the quantum genes. Not only did I learn from your race, but I also learned from our evil god race. This world came to our universe garden and plagiarized the systems of our 2 races to form. He was too shameless. He was too shameless. Looking at this new civilization, the 2 of them were shocked, and they had the same thought. At the same time, they also felt an indescribable fear. The other party clearly didn't obtain their genes, yet they were still able to produce such a specious effect. This proved how great the other party's talent and foundation were. This world was too unbelievable. On the contrary, this wasn't the only thing that shocked them. On the television, a familiar figure quickly appeared, Caroline, and she reported. This new world has been developing for more than 70 years. There are already a few beings who have stepped onto the path of rank 9 and are close to completion. I'm here. As soon as he said that, the two of them felt that they couldn't keep up with the times. Not only did they mix their civilization systems, but they had also developed to such a terrifying extent. It had only been 70 years, and they had developed from nothing to something. Even weak level 9s had begun to appear so quickly. This was like a fantasy story. Don't get too excited. Let's take a look. Ryanimansky sat on the sofa with a gentle expression. He motioned for the two of them to sit down and watch the TV. We will slowly observe this mysterious new civilization. We will have an answer to everything. Chapter 975. The World in Danger. The two of them quickly composed themselves and sat on the sofa to watch TV. This wasn't their main body, but a quantum clone of a small substance. Otherwise, with their weight, the entire sofa would have collapsed. At the same time, Su Ji was not worried that he would be discovered. All the experts here had set up protective barriers. Even Caroline couldn't easily penetrate through all the protective arrays in this world, and there was no need for her to do so to monitor the situation inside. Always eavesdrop? She wasn't a pervert. In a sense, this was one of the few shortcomings of this civilization. Everyone had protective barriers, hidden in the dark void, and never left the house. Everyone had privacy, and no one even knew if there was a person or a ghost in the house. At that moment, there was a commotion on the television. Caroline appeared on one of the seats. Her eyes were calm as she faced the gods of the entire civilization and said indifferently, "I'm sure you all have many questions about your history. Today, I'll give you a simple introduction and answer. This existence." In front of the TV, all the gods had a sense of root and reverence. They could clearly feel that this great being that was made of white porcelain was the one who gave birth to all life. They were all his subjects and descendants. This is our ancestor? Was this the great immortal god from the most ancient era? The Pata small television was the work of this existence? The emperors, Buddhas, and demon masters of the 7 great plains sat in front of their televisions, and a series of questions exploded in their minds. Medusa also saw this and frowned slightly. She smiled and said, "It seems like we came at the right time. They built this new civilization as soon as they returned from the war. We can now witness some very interesting things, observe their civilization, and all kinds of progress." "Father, you're amazing." Shiji was sitting on Ryanimanska's lap, watching TV and snorting. "I saw that this person was very dissatisfied before. They never expected that we've already snuck into their civilized world and observed their civilization. This time, it's our turn to study their cultivation arts and systems." She gritted her teeth. The other party's civilization was too shameless. The civilization system, cultivation technique, and bloodline that the other party had worked so hard to develop and deduce step by step for tens of millions of years had been plagiarized at the beginning. Ryanimansky laughed and said, "Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. Although we have no intention of joining their war, it's too stupid to be dragged into a life and death war that has nothing to do with our civilization, but that doesn't stop us from learning from their civilization in secret and observing their final battle preparations." Medusa was also very happy to watch the television. Using the special characteristics of this civilization, he could sit in front of the TV and secretly observe their civilization. It was perfect. By not going out and hiding in the dark, one could learn about the world's affairs of this civilization. He wasn't afraid of being discovered. At this moment, Caroline was naturally aware that this formal meeting would cause a huge commotion, and a new chapter would be opened in history. However, it would still happen. She said to the people in front of the screen, "All of you are at least gods, and many of you have even stepped onto the path of the laws. Naturally, you can clearly feel that this world is not long, with a history of less than 100 years. And you are the first batch of innate gods in this land. All of you must be thinking about what history used to be. Our civilization was born, but what is our meaning?" Sitting on the chair, Caroline smiled and said, "Many people think so. Today, I will simply tell you the answer you want to know." All the gods in front of the TV were excited. In fact, your civilization is less than 100 years old because their previous civilization, ancestors, and world had already been destroyed once. The moment Carolyn opened her mouth, she revealed a shocking piece of news. Their previous civilization and their people in history had all been destroyed by an unknown enemy. Now, the world in front of them was rebuilt and allowed them to develop a new civilization? And who was the enemy? Their faces turned cold. Even the great beings that created them and gave them wisdom couldn't resist it. Carolyn continued, even though I already have inherited memories, and I only need to cultivate, your generation of living beings has still given me quite a big surprise. In fact, this era is already your era. You can call me an ancient god. A prehistoric civilization? Ancient gods? Before everyone could react, even more shocking words appeared. It's not the first time something like this has happened. My civilization has been destroyed in such a way before. At that time, there was also an ancient god, just like today, who reshaped the civilized world and guided the future. You can call him a super ancient god. The civilization had been destroyed more than once. In front of this prehistoric ancient god. And the prehistoric civilization and the ancient gods? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was completely shocked. Even Great Emperor Dongqing, the sacrificial Buddha, and the other great existences had a heavy look on their faces. It was so simple and straightforward from the beginning, which proved that they were facing an unimaginable crisis of destruction. Even they might soon face another destruction. The ancient god did not choose to meet you. Instead, it is me, an ancient god, who has come to meet you and answer your questions. Carolyn's voice was very cold, and she did not hide anything. You should know what you're going to face. You can choose to perfect it or cultivate it. Some of you have already reached rank 9, and some have almost completed it, but I still want to give you some advice. If you have the ability, don't rush to break through. Instead, polish your bloodline and realm until you have perfected the Dao foundation of the 4 great bloodlines, and your future achievements will be higher. As soon as he finished speaking, Great Emperor Dongqing and the others fell into deep thought. They were originally in a hurry to break through, but now, they were a little hesitant. When Shi Ji saw this scene, he too burst out with questions as he sat in front of the TV. He could not help but ask, our inherited memories are the same. He would try his best to accumulate his foundation and then break through to Tier 9. Would this have a huge impact on his level 9 and his breakthrough to level 10? Is it true that the more complete the foundation, the higher the probability of breaking through to level 10? Su Ji was speechless. How was it that the more complete the foundation of the system, the higher the probability of breaking through to level 10? If one did not max out on all 4 genes, there was no chance of breaking through to rank 10. However, it was indeed a misdirection, and it was indeed a way to make them think that way. Because it was very important to act according to one's ability. Yes, he has maxed out on his 4th gene and broken through to rank 9. For his future rank 10 cultivation. It'll be of great help. There's no need to force yourself if you can't do it, Su Ji could only say. Then I must try my best to be stuck at a weak 9th tier and work hard to perfect my Dao foundation so that there are more possibilities in the future. Shi Ji waved his fist in the air, full of confidence. She was born holy, and she was already a high-level god on the path to the 9th rank. However, to her, the path of laws was only the beginning of her life. Chapter 976. Strange Space Civilization. The few of them discussed for a while before they sat back on the sofa and watched TV. In front of the television, Carolyn didn't know what had happened. At this moment, she even paused for a moment, waiting for everyone to digest the information before saying, as for the spiritual energy that everyone is worried about, you don't have to worry. The ancient gods will continue to make up for the concentration of spiritual energy, and the period of rapid development of civilization will still occur. The gods will still emerge at the same speed as they are now. This was a great thing. It also meant that the disaster they were facing would be unimaginably huge. It was conceivable that what would come next would be an explosive era of civilization, which would thoroughly inspire countless talents and the rise of peerless heroes. Of course. Carolyn smiled and said, training behind closed doors is ultimately not desirable. You're familiar with your own system and fighting style, but you've never seen the development of other worlds and civilizations. Over the years, I've discovered a new, unknown civilization. Strong? Was it weak? How was it? I'm not sure if I don't have it, but this will be a test for you, you'll have enough time to prepare in about 50 years. As soon as he said this, many people in front of the TV were completely blown up. As soon as Carolyn's voice fell, she decisively cut off the live broadcast. Only the embarrassed MC was left behind, not daring to say anything from start to finish. One could only say that Big Boss Carolyn was truly ruthless. How many years had this civilization developed for? Was he trying to drive the duck to the rack? He could only look at the TV awkwardly and say, "Then, today's focus interview will end here. I believe everyone has some understanding of the lost history. For the next focus interview, we will invite our television station's famous scriptwriter, Old Sue, to talk to everyone about the new program that is about to start film entertainment, as well as the new program content. Please look forward to it." Medusa could not help but frown when she saw this. She smiled and said, "It seems that a new civilization has been found after our civilization. It's really a never-ending journey. Humph, in order to train my troops, I'm just trying to improve my strength." Shiji snorted in dissatisfaction. After all, she was still very hostile to this evil fellow who was so dirty and had secretly learned the civilization system of her race and the evil god race. He was super shameless. Especially when he saw this rapidly shrinking living world, which had become extremely small, he was angry. Wasn't this the core cultivation technique of their iron race? Their bodies, which were comparable to half a star, had been compressed to the size of 10 meters. What about them? Its ant-sized body was now compressed to the size of a bacterium. I'm so angry. Shiji gritted his teeth in anger. After all, the pride of her race was still there. She pulled Medusa, who was beside her, and said angrily, "I even learned my sister's cultivation technique and made a small TV. I can have quantum combat bodies everywhere. We will definitely be irreconcilable with them. That's right. We can't coexist. We have to beat them to death." Medusa laughed, but it was a little perfunctory. She had a sense of racial glory, but Medusa did not. After all, she was not from the evil god race. However, she was still a little wary and looked at Rainamanska, who was sitting beside her. His daughter was still too young, and her expression was only superficial. If his daughter was so angry, how could his father not be angry? To this race, this was their greatest reverse scale. However, such an existence was still watching the television with a calm face, and one could tell that his thoughts were extremely deep. His emotions were not visible on his face. Medusa could not help but feel a chill in her heart. I'm still too young. I can't compare to the thoughts of a super-universe existence that has lived for more than 100,000 years. She secretly glanced sideways at Rainamanska, who was still drinking tea calmly and eating fruits. She looked at the television. Such forbearance, I'm afraid that he really doesn't want to get involved in this kind of thing. If they didn't see the fake will, would they wait for the war between their two worlds to end and then reap the benefits? And then the reckoning. What a ruthless and patient heart. Medusa took a deep breath and felt very frightened. She felt as if she was being stared at by a ferocious beast, but she was not to be trifled with. On the surface, she smiled in response to the indignation of the little girl beside her, but she was still thinking in her heart. For an existence of this level, it was not too late to take revenge even after 10,000 years. It was indeed worth learning. In the next few days, he was quite relaxed in this house. He watched television every day. The focus interview in the afternoon, the daily news in the afternoon, the strong people everywhere were fighting, sparring, and who killed who. This world is good. It's very crazy when you fight. A battle at the slightest disagreement, you die and I live. This atmosphere is already similar to the quantum world. Isn't it just learning quantum physics? Medusa and Shiji also gradually understood the structure of this world, and they were both amazed and excited. Every layer of the large domain outside was made up of tall towers. He deduced that this was a superworld that had been distorted, developed, and compressed by a great Deo holder of the universe. Carolyn has already broken through to rank 9. I'm afraid that I'll be beaten to death the moment I meet her. Medusa laughed. This was a suppression of the level, although she was indeed invincible in the same level. Yes. We maxed out on our 4 genes and broke through to rank 9. We are very powerful. Many of our bloodlines are also very powerful. We are not suitable to be enemies. Shiji was also mumbling excitedly. As the two of them discussed, they began to study each other's system and civilization. They wanted to learn from each other and learn from them. There was no need to talk about the true Qi civilization. He was naturally skilled at using all kinds of true Qi and Qi cannons. However, this did not fit the life form of an iron-based civilization. Hence, Shiji looked at the radioactive gene and mumbled, "This gene is quite compatible with our race. We iron-based people have cultivated field energy through the collapse of our bodies. If we add radiation, moreover, the radiation gene that was strengthened was called the whole clan's cells. It's a little similar to our lightning." She had her eyes on the jack of all trades, all clan cells. After all, the cells of the entire race were complete in all aspects, had powerful comprehensive abilities, and an exaggerated defense. "It's not bad. It suits you," Medusa evaluated. Humph. They didn't get our genes, so they modified the genes of their entire race and tried to shrink like us. But he didn't get our genes. We can get there. Shiji's eyes were as bright as snow. The entire tower was made up of the cells of the entire race, and all living creatures were made up of pixel cells. They could be seen everywhere. What will my cell structure look like after the double fusion? Little Shiji's face was filled with surprise and anticipation. After all, the genes of the universe were ever-changing, and when they were combined, it was very likely to produce a very wonderful chemical reaction. The iron base is black, and the entire race is white. If you combine the cells, it's a black and white combination. I feel that you'll look unique. Medusa said casually, "You have to think carefully. Your first gene is iron-based, your second gene is quantum, and your third gene is the entire race. Are you sure?" Shiji nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. "This is it." Suji sat next to them and continued watching TV. He listened to the discussion between the two and felt that life was quite leisurely. He sat in the room, watching the secret research, watching the development of the Tower World's civilization, and even watching them come into contact. A new space civilization? On the other side, Carolyn was flying through the air. According to some of the core inherited memories of the Teal Empire, she had arrived at a new coordinate point ahead of time. She was surrounded by empty meteorites and broken rocks. She wanted to explore and confirm the information of this civilization. She was still very vigilant. Her main body had not appeared, but a part of her quantum battle body had been cut off. It was very weak and only had the aura of a low-level deity to explore this space-time. She recalled the information she had received. It's very strange and mysterious. It's said that 40,000 years ago, this nomad civilization passed by the Teal civilization at that time. They were very friendly, and a few indescribable creatures came down from the spaceship, giving people a heart-penetrating feeling. At that time, they had completely forgotten the appearance of the living creatures on the spaceships. Only deep blue was left. This impression was really strange. How could the memory impression of a creature's appearance be the same color? But they had all forgotten, and their memories were extremely vague. However, that mysterious alien civilization studied their civilization structure and was very friendly to them. They greeted them and even answered some questions, thoughts, and doubts about the universe before leaving. The Teal civilization even secretly followed them for a period of time, and they did not notice. No matter how she thought about it, it was a little strange. Her eyes suddenly fell on a planet. It was a very primitive and ordinary planet. The people on it seemed to have entered some kind of development era, an ordinary life planet. If it's not based on the coordinates, would a nomad civilization be here? Could it be that he had already left this area? After all, they had lived here for 40,000 years, so it was possible that they would leave. A nomad civilization, or what was commonly known as a level 9 civilization, could distort the laws of the universe. Only then could they bring their own civilization planet or civilization residents to soar in the endless void. They would continue to settle down, jump to places with more resources, and mine them. An ordinary planet, she felt a little strange. She closed her eyes slightly and sensed everything silently. Suddenly, she felt an extremely uneasy shock in her heart. Although it's very small, it gave me the feeling that I had when I met the venerable sovereign. Her face was completely solemn and she had goosebumps. Yes, it gave her the feeling of meeting a similar venerable sovereign, which was 5G No Life. Chapter 977. Crisis in an Ancient Conversation. Carolyn felt an unknown chill run down her spine. The presence of a 5G no-life meant it was suspected to be a 10th grade existence. A level 10 civilization? There was a legendary 10th level existence at the peak of the universe in this galaxy. Now that he thought about it, the nomad civilization was too strange. It was so strange that it was terrifying. She lowered her head and looked at the ordinary life planet. The civilization level was very ordinary, and it was obvious that it was an ordinary civilization. The nomad civilization is really hiding in the nearby void? Then why are we stopping beside this low-leveled civilization? No occupation, no action. Caroline carefully stepped back and said in shock. Also, the Teal civilization seemed to have received the same treatment. They did not occupy it and did not make any moves. In fact, at that time, they even communicated with the relatively low-level Teal civilization and stayed there for a period of time. According to the records, the Teal civilization could no longer remember the appearance of those mysterious extraterrestrials who had come down from a certain carrier spaceship. The memories they had left behind were deep, blue. It was a strange sense of eternity. As for me, I know that the Teal civilization has been secretly following them for a period of time. We just think that they're a civilization with a similar gap. After all, to be secretly followed by the Teal civilization for a period of time, how powerful could he be? But now that he thought about it, there were actually two possibilities for him to ignore the tracking. The first possibility was that his technological civilization was too poor, and he didn't notice that someone was following him. The second possibility was that the enemy was too weak, and the gap between the two sides was too great, so they could not be bothered with the curiosity of the ant civilization toward themselves. Now that he thought about it, it might be the second possibility. She kept retreating and became completely solemn. Finally, she left. It seems that I have to seriously study the memory materials and images left behind by the Teal civilization at that time. She carefully returned and quickly searched through Chartier's inherited memories in the spiritual universe. The inheritance of the Teal Empire was very special. As a powerful technological civilization, they would inherit the Emperor's memory at the same time. I didn't pay much attention to it at the time, but it seems that I have to carefully observe the conversation at that time. Carolyn lowered her gaze. It's reconstructing the memory of that time. She closed her eyes. Whoosh! It was as if she was following the memories of the past generations and saw an inexplicable, blurry disk floating above the planet. It was so blurry that she could not see its shape clearly. It was the memory of that generation's Emperor Teal. They came down from the disk, as if the entire planet's life had come to stand still, and they could not be seen clearly. The feeling it gave off was blue. Even Carolyn was unable to extract any useful information from his memories. As the memory was too distant, it seemed to be deliberately blurred, but it gave people a special feeling. It was as if the moment they saw them, time was frozen, frozen in eternity. It was this strange feeling. However, at that time, His Majesty Teal did not seem to be surprised, and even ignored their strangeness. Instead, they asked where the civilizations came from and if they were hostile. The other party appeared to be very friendly. After exchanging some information affably, the two parties left in their spaceship. It was that simple. I still can't see any information. Taking a deep breath, Carolyn said, it's just that blue gave off an absolutely terrifying feeling. It's as if time had been frozen. I have to ask the ancient god. Turning around, Carolyn had completely disappeared. Su Ji was also sitting on the sofa in front of the TV in a daze. What the hell is this? You're asking me, how would I know? Previously, the Teal civilization had been a very weak civilization. They had simply sent a few super-sized Sima, and even the weakest disabled rank 9 could be destroyed. In front of him. Such an exaggerated one all of a sudden? This doesn't follow common sense at all. Su Ji felt as if he had just taken a cold shower. His dazed and relaxed expression turned completely serious in an instant. It's a strange and terrifying unknown civilization. Even Carolyn, who has broken through to rank 9, can feel a strong sense of danger. However, not following common sense was the reality. This civilization was still very strange. But how could it not be strange? Which true super-civilization was not mysterious and unimaginably powerful? Sub-brain, what's the situation? Su Ji asked. The intelligent sub-brain said. This aura is similar to a level 10 5G no life form, but it's not the same. Strictly speaking, this is the aura of a 4.5G no life form. 4.5 gene? Su Ji came to his senses at once. He was a weak 10th level that had stepped onto the path of 10th level. How did one walk the path of the 10th level? Condensing the 5th gene. Wouldn't it be 0.5 genes if he condensed it halfway? Fortunately, I really thought I hit the jackpot. The first thing I encountered was a 10th level ultimate creature that ordinary civilizations can't even encounter in hundreds of thousands of years of development. Su Ji heaved a sigh of relief. This kind of creature should be very rare, or even almost invisible. After all, when low-level ants fought, any possibility would no longer be in the same time and space as you. But right now, even if he didn't win the super special prize, he had won the grand prize. 10 levels weaker, what did that mean? This was a super monster who had maxed out on all 4 of his genes, then broken through to rank 9 and stepped onto the path of rank 10. How hard was it to max out on 4 genes? One could imagine. There were not many level 9 civilizations in the universe, and most of them were difficult to break through. However, the strongest legendary peak level 9 civilization had come. A civilization that had hopes of reaching level 10? Originally, I thought that it was just an ordinary level 9 civilization and could barely fight. To increase the pressure on Carolyn, who knew that there would be such a, Su Ji took a deep breath. Sub-brain, what's the difference in combat power? If the other party were to kill us, our civilization would most likely be destroyed. The intelligent sub-brain replied, only a few people can escape. Did she, Carolyn, and the others, if they all went up together to fight head-on, would they all be beaten to death? They could only run? Completely unable to resist? Su Ji's expression became completely calm. This was normal. He was 10 levels weaker, but he had stepped onto the path of a 10th level. How are you going to fight? It was like a tier 8 god who had stepped onto the path of tier 9 and could distort the laws. If an ordinary tier 8 god were to face him, they would not be able to distort the laws. They were not living beings of the same dimension. The fact that Carolyn, Ditchi, and the others were able to escape was under extremely heaven-defying circumstances. Then, it's better not to provoke them. Su Ji thought about it. The universe was too huge. Just a galaxy was as small as a grain of sand thrown into a desert. Only God knew how strange and powerful a civilization was. We don't have to fight them head-on. Those weaker than level 10 won't be able to break through the current protective shield of the Zergs. The sub-brain of the Zerg replied, the other party can't follow the traces of the laws and trace our location. This is because we already have several powerful Type 9 deist cultivators, countless paths to Type 9, and millions of gods and heavenly emperors. Su Ji was stunned. He quickly understood what the sub-brain meant. Just like the 3 pillar gods, they used the huge race's fate that was condensed by all living beings. The other party was not strong enough to completely break through the defensive power of an entire race. In other words, our Zergs have a large number and high quality. Even a weaker level 10 can't crush the luck of the entire Zergs and break through the Zergs' protective shield to track us down? Su Ji sorted out his thoughts. In that case, Su Ji was a little interested. Although they couldn't fight them head-on, as long as they kept hiding, the other party wouldn't be able to come over and find the coordinates of this world by following the laws. However, he had to observe the situation of this civilization first. The Zerg sub-brain said. The memory inheritance image of the current king of Teal has been restored. Do you wish to retrieve it? Su Ji was speechless. As expected of a professional neighbor, reading the inherited memories of other civilizations and races was a piece of cake for him. Read. Su Ji said softly. Kakat. What Su Ji saw was a little clearer than what Caroline could see, but he still saw some mysterious alien creatures with a hazy blue. But this time, the conversation was clear. Our appearance is the best form that you can accept. The dark blue creature in front of him was a beautiful deer-horned beauty. She was lithe and light blue in color. She was more than 2 meters tall, giving off a tall and holy feeling. Please don't be surprised. We are trying to reduce the rejection your civilization has against us with this attitude. The other party's voice was very gentle, as if he was from a kind civilization. Where are you guys from? What was the goal? What are you going to do to us? That generation's Emperor Teal said in a very vigilant manner. He had asked 3 extremely simple core questions right from the start. We come from the other end of the universe. Our goal is to travel through space and collect resources from other civilizations. We are not hostile. At the same time, we are also taking care of the cleaner civilization in the universe and some fallen advanced civilizations. To protect the growth of your civilization. The cleaner. Yes, when you reach the threshold of our civilization, you will see the frequent wars at our level. In this civilization stage, most of the level 9 civilizations in the universe will gradually evolve into fallen advanced civilizations. Their knowledge could no longer be broken through, and their civilization could no longer advance. They were empty, lonely. Gradually, they started frequent wars, attacked low-leveled civilizations, and even destroyed themselves. And we have to stop that from happening. I don't know what you're talking about. Are you all very powerful? We can express that we understand that you can't understand our words because your civilization has yet to reach this level. However, we are indeed very powerful. We are one of the few advanced civilizations that can continue to break through. We are different from those fallen level 9 civilizations. We have a broader future. I still don't understand. You'll understand in the future. We're very curious about your space railgun because we were born with similar abilities. What ability? Time. What? Haven't you noticed? Only a few seconds had passed since we started talking. 0.3 seconds. Chapter 978. Planning. 0.3 seconds. His Majesty, Teal, looked at the special clock that recorded the time and discovered everything that was extremely strange. Can we enter the 9th step? Her Majesty Teal could not help but ask, can you teach us? I can't. The dark blue figure only smiled. It's possible for you to break through to the 9th rank, however, you will be in so much pain that you will wish you were dead. You might even feel that there is no hope for the future, and you will gradually fall into the ranks of most fallen level 9 civilizations. Slaughter, destruction, war. Majesty Teal still did not understand and wanted to ask more. However, the figure in front of him no longer wanted to answer or communicate. He chose to leave the planet. This descent only lasted for 10 seconds. It was like a dream. It was grotesque and variegated. The moment they conversed, time seemed to have stopped. After that, His Majesty Teal secretly sent people to track them. It was as if the other party did not see him. Su Ji's memory of this place ended immediately. It seemed like a very ordinary short exchange, but it's a little strange. Su Ji thought about it and said with a half-smile, this civilization seems to be kind and answering in harmony, but it's not really kind? To help a low-leveled civilization like he said. It's a problem to deal with the high-level fallen civilization. It would be foolish to believe the one-sided words of others. You can't just believe whatever they say. However, from the information revealed, Su Ji seemed to have read a key word. The fallen civilization of deists. Furthermore, this term appeared relatively frequently. It seemed to be very common in the civilization of deists. They thought about it every day and even talked about it. As for the fallen 9th rank existence? Perhaps it was true. Most of them were unable to break through after breaking through to the 9th step. They are in despair and can't see the long 100,000 years ahead. What will happen? Perhaps, they would all collapse and seek all kinds of excitement for pleasure. They might even kill for fun to please themselves by destroying low-leveled civilizations. This is truly a nightmarish curse. Su Ji shook his head and said with a half-smile. You can break through to the 9th step? Which one of them was not an extremely pure and great seeker? A 1 in a billion peerless genius? They didn't care about external things and didn't care about cultivation. They abandoned all worldly desires and pleasures and were devout believers of the great Dao. However, such a pure person who achieved Dao gradually fell after achieving Dao. Unable to pursue a new realm, secluding himself to cultivate bitterly without any further gains. I have nothing to do and can only wander around for the next 100,000 years, looking for new fun and spend the last days of my life. According to the information disclosed by this mysterious and weak level 10 civilization, in addition to Su Ji's speculation, the situation of the deists in the entire universe was bound to be a very bloody sea of slaughter. Countless cultivators had fallen, hunting everywhere and killing other civilizations. And so, a civilization of cleaners like them appeared? actively cleaning, maintaining the order of the universe, protecting low-leveled civilizations. They might not be so kind. Perhaps they were forced to become a super-civilization that cleans the universe because those fallen rank 9 civilizations will be extremely displeased when they see that they are still able to break through with their 4 Dao foundations perfected. They will come to hunt them down? This world really doesn't lack people who are jealous. Su Ji felt that perhaps after reaching level 9, it was very likely that they would be divided into 2 forces, the fallen civilization of the Daoist cultivators and the civilization of the Daoist cultivators that had not fallen. It was true that ordinary existences with 1 or 2 complete genetic systems couldn't defeat existences with 4 complete genetic systems. However, if such fallen cultivators existed and were to be surrounded and killed in large numbers, one had to know that 99.9% of the 9th rank powerhouses were unable to continue breaking through, and the number of them was huge. And the universe, how vast was it? Even in the Milky Way, it was like a grain of sand in a vast desert. If one were to consider it as a whole, there would not be too few level 9 civilizations. It seems that we are also in danger. If we encounter those mad dogs. However, that's all there is to it. We've long been fighting among ourselves, and we're used to fighting and killing. We're not afraid at all. Su Ji frowned. At the same time, it's no wonder that the universe is so barren and full of dark forests. I'm afraid it's not only to prevent the invasion of other civilizations, but also to prevent those rank 9 fallen Daoist civilizations from taking a fancy to me. He continued to organize his thoughts. If I think about it this way, all living creatures are the same. With nothing to do, I'm so bored that I can't cultivate anymore, so I've been pinching ants everywhere for fun. At this time, Carolyn had also returned. Su Ji's eyebrows moved slightly. The ancient god appeared beside her. That civilization might not be simple, said Carolyn with a nervous expression. Don't worry. Although that aura is similar. However, it's not a true 10th level, but a weak 10th level. The ancient god smiled. Weak by 10 levels? A 9th step on the path of the 10th step? No wonder there was the aura of the 5th gene. It turned out that he had already started to condense his 5th gene, the end of his great Dao. If that was the case, then he didn't need to be too scared. On the other hand, Carolyn heaved a sigh of relief. After all, from her point of view, there was still a huge difference between those who had maxed out on 4 genes. For most of the creatures in the universe, even if they had maxed out all 4 genes, their 4 systems were probably made up. They were the 4 genes that were not considered powerful. As for the ancient gods, they were probably those weak level 10 existences who had 4 heaven-defying genes and could really complete this path. Just like them, although they didn't have the heaven-defying 4 gene systems, they were still above the majority of people. An ordinary gene with 4 genes of the same level? 4 perfect Dao foundations? They might be crushed in an instant. How could the flame gene and other ordinary genes be compared to them? At this time, they had also been well prepared and had now crossed over from the lower 9 ranks to the middle 9 ranks. When they entered the upper 9 ranks, they also began to think about the path of the lower 10 ranks. But was it fast? It was not fast. The path of being 10 levels weaker was the real beginning, and one might not even reach 100% even if they died of old age. Don't worry. The ancient god's figure gradually disappeared and said, however, as long as I'm careful, I don't reveal my coordinates, and I don't really descend. I don't have to be afraid if I use my quantum combat body to explore. That's right. Carolyn nodded and said seriously, even if we are discovered by the quantum battle body, the other party may not be able to track down our true bodies. Just act according to the normal plan. However, don't personally take part in the battle. Su Ji said, let them explore this civilization first. If I'm not mistaken, the laws that this civilization controls are related to time. Time? Carolyn's expression changed slightly. The 9 revolutions' mysterious art was space. Renemanska's law of collapse was force field. And time was the most inexplicable, the most unimaginable, and the most difficult to grasp. Carolyn took a deep breath. However, the ancient god didn't say much and just left the land. On the other side, Medusa and Shiji were exploring and discussing on the sofa in front of the TV. Su Ji came back to his senses and said softly, we still have to get in touch with them. Only civilizations weaker than level 10 are the true upper-tier civilizations in the universe. Only then will we have truly entered that threshold. He might be able to get some information from this civilization. It'll enrich our knowledge. Father, I'm going to fuse the genes of the entire race. Shiji came to a conclusion. Work hard. Suji laughed, looked at the TV, and said, it seems that this Tower TV civilization soon encountered a rather mysterious civilization. There's some news that you already know, some inside information? Is he as strong as us? Medusa laughed. After all, Renamansky was a legendary level 10 weakling. Of course, they are not as strong as us, but I'm afraid they're not far from it. Their civilization also has the legendary weak 10th level. Weak by 10 levels? Medusa's eyes were bright as she looked at the television and the world of the tower outside. Then we'll have to take a good look. How did the two sides come into contact? What is the civilization of the other side like? All of a sudden, Shiji started to look forward to future TV shows. Chapter 979. The Final Battle. In the decades that followed, Medusa and Shiji had already begun their research to integrate the new bloodline. Although they were still discussing, his main body had already started experimenting in the universe garden and had even succeeded. At that very moment, Suji looked at Shiji, who had a new skin, and his expression was slightly strange. How should he describe it? Black and white distorted skin? From a microscopic perspective, every iron-based particle that was originally black had now turned into a black and white rotating vortex sphere, like a Tai Chi pattern. However, from a macro perspective, the countless Taiji particle cells turned her into a wonderful grey color, emitting a faint distorted fluorescent light. It was a little brighter than the original black iron color. My defense has increased by a large amount. The little girl was excited. At the same time, I also have. What a magical ability to create! She opened her mouth slightly and spat. As if he was blowing a piece of bubble gum, he blew out a grey-colored creature made of iron and porcelain. He was playing with it so much that he couldn't bear to let go. His eyes lit up. This is so interesting. Wait, I have another feeling. Quantum entanglement. That's right. Shiji was completely surprised. This offspring of mine can perform quantum entanglement for me, and it's the kind that can do it very quickly. After all, it's a part of my body. Medusa was also slightly surprised, and she said with a smile, as expected. This gene was also very compatible with the quantum gene. This way, we don't have to worry about the loss of quantum combat bodies anymore. After all, Medusa clearly knew how serious a loss it would be if her quantum battle body died once. It was not just a matter of resources, but also because it was a very long process to pull out a new quantum battle body. The more powerful he was, the more difficult it would be for the quantum battle body to materialize. Even if the Martial Arts World's Alliance Master, the Demon Master, Zhou Meng, and Yu, the four of them died once, it would still be extremely painful. It would take at least 3 to 4 years before they could recover. And Shiji? There was no need to worry at all. As long as there were enough resources, another one would appear soon. The genes of an entire race actually have such a compatibility. Suji was watching TV next to them. He turned his head to watch the two of them research, feeling very amazed. Quantum genes plus clan genes equals quantum battle body resurrection without cooldown. This was the terrifying power of a perfect combination of different genetic bloodlines. It was never as simple as 1 plus 1. It was possible that some heaven-defying characteristics would appear. What, you said there's an imbalance in combat power? The difference in combat strength was like heaven and earth, and there were infinite possibilities. Even if it was the cells of the entire race and the iron-based cells, the superposition of the two major genes would increase the defensive power by several times. It was not as simple as 1 plus 1. This was also the reason why they were said to be weak when they only cultivated 1 or 2 genetic systems. It seems that these 3 genes are a perfect match. Raynimanska laughed. Isn't that? Shiji was very happy. Sister Heretic God's core gene, our core gene, the core gene of the enemy race. These 3 genes all came from 3 powerful super civilizations. Which one of them was not from a powerful ultimate system? The crystallization of countless years of labor. Suji laughed. It seemed like little Shiji also knew the benefits of learning in secret. In fact, if it were not for Suji's secret intervention, the normal super powerful civilizations in the real universe would not have been like this. Exchange what one needed? Learning from each other? You copy, I copy you? Normal space civilizations wouldn't have such a situation. Therefore, they were destined to be very weak. At most, their genes would be strong. Their second and third genes might not be very strong. While the two of them sat in the living room and studied this thing, 50 years of development had already passed outside. The date of his agreement with Carolyn was gradually approaching. They were about to come into contact with the mysterious and unknown civilization. Of course, in the past 50-odd years, new entertainment programs had already been launched, and there were all kinds of new film series. Are we going to come into contact with a new civilization tomorrow? Shiji suddenly turned around and reacted, mumbling to himself, so you're saying that tonight's TV series is going to end? Ah! It was already 9:30. It's starting. She quickly stopped cultivating and sat down on the sofa. She switched to the channel and the TV started to play. Just like the sun, passing through the night, the dawn quietly crossing the horizon. After the opening song was over, the show began. It was a few members of the winning team. They looked like they were struggling. Please, when I first saw Ultraman, I thought I had met God and thought he could lead mankind on the right path, but it didn't seem to be the case. Later, I learned that Ultraman is both light and human. Captain. So, team member Daegu, you have no obligation to face an enemy that you can't win against. You should understand now, right? We can't win at all? I don't understand. Yes, I don't know when it started, but I no longer believe in fate. I must win as a human. Defeat the pillar god Tathagata. It was a touching scene. Shiji watched in silence, his eyes fixed on the TV screen. He could see the final battle, and suddenly see countless children slowly stand up. The children from all over the world flashed with hazy light and shadow, turning into threads. Their eyes were firm and solemn, and their hands made a cross-shaped fighting gesture. They turned into heart-wrenching, tearful roars. I'm Tiga too. I'm Tiga too. Shiji's blood was boiling as he watched the scene. He slowly stood up from the sofa and did the same thing, crossing his arms in a clean cross. With a serious face, he snorted and said, I'm Tiga too. Medusa scratched her head. Suji was speechless. He didn't feel good. This method of harvesting faith and incense was a little powerful. Finally, the television finale was over. At the end, the radio announcer appeared. Ultraman Tiga, the savior of the last era. The story of resisting the pillar god Tathagata has come to an end here. Next time, we'll start a new prehistoric universe story, the Super Sima. As you've all seen, the god of the Super Sima once resisted the dark pillar god, Tathagata. In fact, the way the children turned into light and lent their power to Tiga Ultraman was actually the vitality bomb of the Super Sima race. An essence chi bomb? When Shiji saw this, he was confused. Suji's expression was also strange as he watched. Are you guys targeting the three pillar gods again? How did they offend you? Even Suji felt that the three pillar gods were really miserable. However, speaking of the three pillar gods, they had been chasing pillar god Ji for some time now. The broadcaster continued, we will be telling their touching ancient story. The Dragon Ball chapter on Earth. The magical dragon god with the power to make wishes. A wish. A divine dragon. Shiji's eyes were filled with anticipation. What kind of system is this? It's amazing. The power of making a wish. It seemed that this prehistoric small universe world still had a deep foundation. Ultraman Tiga, Super Seaman, and many other historical myths that could be sung or wept for. However, the story of Dragon Ball will be delayed for a while. From tomorrow onwards, our TV station will broadcast it and prepare for the war. Tomorrow, we will fully broadcast the new war program. Everyone, please rest assured. We will be the advance party and explore in advance for you. Kakat. The program stopped. Shiji was still not satisfied. He ran to the television and posted on the forum, I knew Lena would end up with Daegu. The future East Green Princess, nonsense. In the end, he was with the captain. Little Demon Dragon Lord, ridiculous. You're all discussing such strange things. My future opponents are you little brats? It seems that after I inherit my father's position, I will have to unify the world and surpass my father's achievements. I've been studying Ultraman's ability and the shapeshifter for a long time. Screenshots. A picture was released. It was a small pixel demon dragon. Holding a shapeshifter, it raised it high and made an Ultraman transformation. After reading the entire history of the ancient era, I finally discovered a secret, the light of the righteous path. Only a child who firmly believes in justice can defeat evil. Defeat evil? As the son of the evil and terrifying demonic abyss, if you say that, do you believe it when your father beats you to death? You're bearing a weight that you shouldn't have at your age, little Empress Dongqing said sarcastically. The little demon dragon lord asked, why would my father hit me? However, speaking of age, what he should be able to bear. When my brother and I were watching this part, I was so touched that I burst into tears, but my brother was sitting on the sofa next to me, unmoved. I made a cross with my hands and hit him with ultralight. I think that's what he should be doing at his age. The culture of the entertainment circle had already been formed. Discussions, worship, and longing formed an overwhelming power of will, and this power of will came from the various gods and their children. One could only imagine how massive the quality was. We're almost done with the discussion, so let's start practicing. Medusa called out. Oh! I'll be there immediately. Shiji was still having a heated discussion on the forum. Early the next morning, it finally began. Everyone was concerned. The entire world of the tall tower started to turn solemn. The first thing that appeared on the screen was a gradually expanding planet. Now, we can see that the enemy civilization is likely to be hidden in the nearby void, and there is an extremely ordinary life planet here. That civilization must be related to this civilization. In order to avoid any accidents, our TV station will officially begin the exploration. Chapter 980. The Elegy of the Deist, the True Structure of the Universe and the Thief of the Great Deo. At this moment, on this ordinary life planet, in the era of cold weapons, gunpowder and guns began to appear. The empire was very prosperous, and it had even begun to enter the age of mechanical industry. Deep in the mountains, a dark blue creature with a calm expression said, I wonder if this civilization will grow into an evil and fallen civilization in the future. He had already made an assessment. If there were any signs, he should kill them directly. The world should have been baptized by the galaxy, and it has fallen. Why do you want to destroy their civilization? All of you are too tyrannical. Any life form is a miracle in the universe. We shouldn't control their life and death. We should be full of respect for life. Beside him, a creature that looked similar said, but his color was closer to light blue. We can guide them to become extraordinary and not towards technology. That's enough. An even younger deity couldn't help but ask, a fallen civilization? Is it a technological civilization? That's right, child. You have to remember one thing. In this dark forest in the universe, you must not expose your coordinates. Almost all of the civilizations of the deist who use technology are fallen civilizations. You must stay away from them. The older dark blue creature said. Then wouldn't we have exposed our coordinates? The young man said. The figure said, we have to evaluate the civilizations that we pass by. There are too many traces left. We will be exposed sooner or later. At the same time, we've already been exposed, and we're being hunted down by a large number of the fallen civilization. The science and technology side is evil? No wonder they are being led to the transcendent realm. The young man looked at the planet and said, let them walk towards the extraordinary side and they won't fall. The dark blue creature sneered, he, that's the stupid idea of the stupid conservatives. They said that every civilization they passed by must be evaluated for danger and guided to be a civilization of the cleaners to avoid the emergence of a new civilization of the fallen. However, how stupid are they? They won't fall if they don't go for technology. A sneer came from the side, and the dark blue creature said, then, how did the previous extraordinary civilizations and the powerful deists of the universe fall? Once they broke through to the 9th step, they would be unable to do so. They will definitely make a shameful choice from extraordinary to technological, and use technological methods to find an opportunity to break through and reach level 10. They have fallen. The fallen civilization of deists would head towards evil, destruction, and darkness. This was indeed what Su Ji was thinking. But in reality, it was not as simple as he thought. After all, he had too little data. In fact, the fallen civilization of the deist cultivators had the most prominent feature, which was that they walked towards the technological side. All the fallen civilizations were on the technological side. The technological side was the characteristic of the fallen civilization. This was the true meaning of the fall. From the supernatural to the technology. The voice continued to sneer. In the field of technology, breaking through realms has always been with the help of external objects. From level 1 to level 8, it was a god's factory. It took the lives of countless weak creatures and condensed a little bit of substance for the high-level creatures to break through. Every time someone broke through to become a god, they would destroy up to 6 billion young lives under their bodies. It was so disgusting and nauseating. They, on the other hand, rely on external objects to break through to level 10, which is still taking lives from the outside world. What they want to break through to level 10 is another life form that will become level 10 in the future, which is the life of our Blue Abyss Supreme God. The voice was completely calm. Yes, those weak rank 9s are at their limits. They can't integrate the 5th gene. However, they will walk towards the technological side and use evil means to seize the Dao that is being condensed from the other weaker 10th tier cultivators. Naturally, the 5th foreign gene could not squeeze into the gene slot. This was because the 4th gene slot was already full. 4 genes had to be condensed into a new gene to squeeze out the 5th gene from the inside. However, most of the rank 9 cultivators could no longer walk the path of the transcendent. However, there was another way, which was to break through to level 10 with a technological breakthrough method. The style of the science and technology side had always been to use external objects. They killed an existence that was walking on the path of a weaker level 10 and seized the half-bred Dao seed of the other party. The half-gene that had not yet fully condensed could be transplanted into their own bodies through some kind of biological technology. After that, even if he was 10 levels weaker, he could make use of the 5th gene seedling condensed by the other party and start walking on the path of level 10. In the end, he would condense the complete 5th gene, squeeze out the 5th gene position, and have a chance to verify his Dao to the end. Walk the 10th level path formed by other cultivators? How cruel and evil is this? The young man had a complicated expression. The cruel and evil pursuit of higher realms is the fallen civilization of Daoists. The dark blue creature laughed. Level 10 is the end of the great Dao. It should be the ultimate Dao that one pursues in their lifetime of cultivation. As for those weak cultivators who have fallen and become Dao cultivators, they will plunder the true great existences and borrow the Dao of others. But is the borrowed Dao, the borrowed great Dao's end, still the end of one's own great Dao? They have long abandoned their own path. They have fallen, become evil, and used unscrupulous means. They have forgotten their original intentions when they first stepped onto the path of cultivation. He's the thief of the great Dao. The 2 dark blue life forms suddenly fell silent. The 9th step was the true time to sprint. The end of the great Dao was right in front of their eyes, and all the tier 9 experts went crazy. The final realm of the great Dao was the highest dream that all life in the universe had been pursuing for over 10 billion years. Most of the rank 9 Daoist cultivators who could not break through would fall and become evil. Like a terrifying natural disaster, they would search and hunt down Daoist cultivators who had maxed out on 4 genes. There were even some extreme rank 9 Dao cultivators who would nurture and find new rank 9 geniuses, allowing them to have a perfect Dao foundation and condense the 5th Dao seed. Then, they would kill and seize it. However, what is seized is not one's own. It is almost impossible to break through. The dark blue creature sneered. Even if I'm 10 levels weaker than myself and have condensed my own Dao, I might not be able to break through and complete the path of a 10th level. If someone else snatched away a Dao that did not belong to them, the chances of them breaking through would naturally be lower. Furthermore, they were originally the weaker group. If they were stronger, they would have maxed out on all 4 of their Geno points. Then why did they still seize it? The young man asked. They've gone crazy because there's always a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, how can they be called depraved and crazy? The dark blue creature said to the light blue creature, you should know our situation. It's because of your kindness that you've let go of too many civilizations that might grow into evil. You've even come to follow our footsteps. We've already been hunted down by countless fallen Daoist civilizations, and we've even been almost destroyed a few times. Didn't they also die in a life and death struggle? The other creature was very indifferent. Over the years, our deep blue square domain has been nomadic for 570,000 years. It has absorbed thousands of powerful extraordinary civilizations, arcana, elements, holy spirits, abyss, scholars, plants, and various major god systems with characteristics and potential. We were much stronger than we were in the past. They themselves were already a vast and boundless divine plane, a major alliance of countless superior civilizations. We have wandered for hundreds of thousands of years and passed by the remains of countless weak level 10 civilizations. They all failed and were surrounded by the bloody and brutal Dao of the universe bandits. They were like a pack of crazed blood wolves, plundering them until they died. Yes, we've seen too many of our predecessors fall, but we're different from them. We've been wandering and being hunted all the time. However, our Blue Abyss celestial race has developed from our rise 570,000 years ago to today. After traveling for so long, they had passed by 176 ruins that were already 10 steps weaker. They are not as strong as us, so it is normal for them to fail. We are the strongest, we are the most likely to break through to the 10th level because we control time, so we're an eternal race, we have an endless lifespan. For the past 570,000 years, as an immortal race, we have been taking in geniuses from various major civilizations and becoming our Azure Abyss God race. They have also welcomed eternal life. With our 570,000 years of accumulation, there are more than 3 existences that are weaker than level 10 without dying. We are an unprecedented super civilization that can overcome the curse of the universe and escape the pursuit of fallen civilizations. Who knows? The dark blue creature next to him looked calm. Yes, we're already strong enough. As a race of nomad, we've wandered for 570,000 years, but we've never seen anyone weaker than us by level 10. However, no matter how strong we are, it's difficult to resist the siege of countless fallen civilizations. I'm afraid the next siege is about to come, right? I don't know. No one knows what those guys in the dark are thinking. But one thing is for sure. We are too powerful. There are 3 Dao seeds here. It will also attract terrifying fallen evil people.